Chapter 1. The 12 Malevolent Objects. Nails for coffins, courage in hand, hair of the deceased, a cracked bowl. A noose, a puppet, obedient dice, the souls of the living and the dead. Stone flowers, feral of fruit, leaves of women, fire within jade. The mournful, ghostly ballads linger like an unshakable wind, pervading dreams with an eerie persistence. Ah! Luo Chuan gasped, abruptly sitting up. His complexion was ashen, and he tore at his sleeve, clenching his fists so tightly that the veins in his left arm stood out prominently, revealing a faint red thread that stretched along the thickest vein from the crook of his arm to the center of his forearm. He exhaled deeply, wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. In the nightmare he had just experienced, the red thread had almost reached his wrist. His master had once said that when the red thread reached the Taiyuan acupoint at the wrist, his time would be up. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Have you ever noticed that in every city, regardless of its size, there is invariably a pawn shop tucked away in some corner? With its dilapidated facade and a dust-covered sign, it rarely sees customers, yet it persists in operation. You cannot ascertain the source of their income, nor do you know who the true owner is. But whenever you pass by, a glance inside will reveal a young man dozing at the counter. Luo Chuan was precisely such an individual. The Del Pawnshop is a modest establishment located in the gourd alley of Cloud City, staffed by just two people, his master, the proprietor, and Luo Chuan, the appraiser. What is an appraiser, you may ask? He is the one responsible for evaluating items and setting prices in the pawn shop in terms of antiquities. An appraiser is akin to a modern-day treasure appraiser. Though Luo Chuan is merely 19 years old, he has already spent a decade in this pawn shop, having encountered gold, silver, jewels, and property deeds in abundance. For the past 2 years, as his master has traveled far and wide, he has managed all matters, great and small, related to the shop. Another day with no business. Luo Chuan yawned lazily, taking out a cigarette. Just as he lit it, he suddenly noticed a filthy little boy standing at the counter, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Thank goodness it was broad daylight otherwise. He might have been frightened to death. Hey, little brat, when did you come in? How did you manage to be so quiet? Luo Chuan deliberately exhaled a puff of smoke, causing the boy, who was peering into the counter, to cough twice. Seeing the snotty little boy cough up mucus, Luo Chuan couldn't help but smile, reaching into the counter to grab a handful of candy and offering it to him. Just kidding. Are you lost? This isn't a convenience store. Uncle, I'm not here to buy anything. Uncle? Look at me, I'm still in my prime. How do I resemble an uncle? Brother? Ah, now you've got it. When out in the world, sweet words and quick feet will spare you from misfortune. Luo Chuan stuffed another handful of sunflower seeds into the boy's pocket and waved his hand dismissively. All right, go do what you need to do. Don't disturb me while I'm enjoying the scenery. The little boy wiped his nose and nervously rummaged through his pocket, timidly saying, I wanted to ask if you want this thing, I want to pawn it for some money. Are those glass beads or magnetic pieces? Don't tell me it's a wild Ultraman little brat. Isn't it better to just enjoy the candy? The sun is setting, let me bask in it for a few more minutes. Just open your eyes and look. Unexpectedly, the little boy grew anxious, slamming the object onto the table. Luo Chuan helplessly pinched his cigarette, opened his eyes, and instantly sprang from his chair. Before him lay 3 dice. At a single glance, Luo Chuan recognized them as human bone dice, smooth and rounded at the edges, at least several decades old. His master had once said that to make the red thread on his left arm disappear, he must collect all 12 types of malevolent objects mentioned in the ghostly ballads. Among them were the obedient dice. According to his master, there were once dark sorcerers who crafted dice from the kneecaps of boys who had passed away before the age of 12, allowing them to mature for 360 days, thus bestowing them with a spirit that could yield whatever number the owner desired. Hence, they were known as obedient dice. To survive, Luo Chuan spent his days waiting at the pawn shop for itinerant sorcerers to arrive and his nights scouring ancient tombs, graveyards, black markets, and mountain temples for traces. He had heard that last year in Yin City, an underground casino had hosted a player who wielded a pair of dice to devastating effect, but by the time he arrived, the person had vanished. Even more regrettably, upon acquiring the 3 dice before him, He realized that while they were indeed made of human bone, they were not crafted from kneecaps. Moreover, the bone was not sufficiently dense and was clearly from an adult. What do you think? Can I exchange them for cash? I have plenty more. The little fellow's face was filled with anticipation. Plenty more? We're a little brat like you get such things. Luo Chuan, feeling a twinge of disappointment, suddenly became hopeful again. My brother and I have no home. We survived by scavenging once. While rummaging through a graveyard on the outskirts of the city, I accidentally kicked a leather bag out of the ground, and it was filled with dozens of dice. Did you bring them all? Hurry, let me see. If they're genuine, you can set any price. No, my brother said I should ask first if they're valuable. Then we can pawn them if you want them. I can take you meet my brother. He doesn't trust me. The boy wore a cunning expression, clearly on guard. All right, he'll go with you, but let me make a phone call first. Luo Chuan squinted and smiled, turning to enter the back room. When he emerged, he handed the little filthy boy 200 yuan as a deposit. He closed the shop door and followed the boy out of the alley. Once outside, the little fellow seemed to transform into a different person, silent and moving swiftly. The sun was just setting, casting a dim light on the street, and streetlights began to flicker on one by one. After crossing 2 streets, the boy showed no signs of stopping. He looked around and turned into an even more secluded alley. Little brother, are we almost there? Where do you and your brother live? Almost there, almost there. The boy finally spoke, though his voice was oddly hoarse. Luo Chuan smirked coldly. If I had to guess, you probably don't even have a brother. You don't even know where you're taking me in reality. You're just plotting your escape route. Am I right? Upon hearing this, the boy panicked and took off running. Unfortunately, the little fox had encountered an old hunter. He had barely made 2 strides when he collided with the figure. Little brother, why are you running? Let me tell you, the moment you entered the shop, I knew the item wasn't yours. I've been on guard against you. De Xiong, bring him over. It's time for him to confess where this item came from. De Xiong was Luo Chuan's friend, who owned a tea house directly across from the pawn shop. In fact, Luo Chuan had just been on the phone with him. Xiao Chuan, something's wrong. This kid, he seems unresponsive. He might be out of breath. How can he be so small? Be gentle. I asked you to catch him, not to kill him. I didn't use much force. I just held him. Who knew it would come to this? Luo Chuan hurriedly rushed over to examine the little boy, and his expression froze. The child's jaw was clenched. His forehead was blue, his body rigid and motionless. Clearly, this was not a typical fainting spell. What should we do? Is he dead? As De Xiong spoke, the boy suddenly rolled his eyes back, a sinister smile flickering at the corners of his mouth as he opened his mouth, as if to bite. Possessed? Luo Chuan swiftly executed a 3-fold maneuver to restrain the boy, then rifled through his pockets. Just as he was searching, he noticed a 2-inch-tall, thin, yellow paper figure scurrying out from the boy's shoe like a mouse making a dash across the street. What the hell is that? De Xiong exclaimed, startled, and stumbled backwards. Little thing, where do you think you're going? With a flick of his wrist, Luo Chuan sent a talisman flying, and with a soft thud, the paper figure ignited in a small flame. No wonder he suddenly stopped talking and moved so quickly, as if his feet barely touched the ground. What does that mean? Clearly, someone has taken control of him. Chapter 2: The Obedient Dice. Who? Where is the person? The bear-like figure of De Xiong nervously surveyed his surroundings. Luo Chuan sneered disdainfully and said, No need to rush. The person is not here. But I know where he is. I'll take my leave first, so you carry this child back for me. After clarifying his instructions, Luo Chuan took a shortcut through the neighborhood, heading straight for the pawn shop. The journey that had taken him over 10 minutes before was traversed in just 3 minutes this time. As the streetlights flickered to life and dust descended, the alley housing the pawn shop, usually devoid of much foot traffic, was even more desolate now. Upon reaching the entrance, he treaded lightly, not hurrying to lift the rolling shutter, but instead moving to the side of the doorframe, where he discovered a concealed rope. With a swift tug, the front and rear windows of the pawn shop clanged shut, reinforced by a heavy layer of steel mesh. Having completed these preparations, he leisurely opened the rolling shutter and stepped inside. The pawn shop was engulfed in darkness, and the air was thick with a mingling scent of cigarette smoke and alcohol. However, Luo Chuan abstained from drinking like a drunken fool, daring to break into my pawn shop. You've got quite the nerve. Have you even considered how long my establishment has been running without any security measures? What's it going to be? Do you admit defeat, or shall I greet you with a flurry of punches? Luo Chuan spoke to the pitch-black interior, reaching to switch on the lights at the tea that moment. A hoarse voice interrupted, "Don't turn on the lights. If you do, you'll see my face, and you won't be able to handle the consequences." "Oh, it seems I've stumbled upon a tough opponent," Luo Chuan replied coldly. "How convenient. I have my own temper. Selecting a courtesan requires a discerning eye. Let me see what kind of wretched soul your raspy voice belongs to." Without hesitation, Luo Chuan flicked on the light, and, as the bright illumination flooded in, a gust of wind surged towards him. The assailant struck fiercely, attempting to choke him. Luo Chuan leaned back, pivoting his body to evade the attack, and countered by seizing the man's left shoulder. "Turn around and let me have a look," he ordered. The man winced in pain, but showed no fear, fiercely writhing his shoulder while flicking his right sleeve. A dagger flying out and narrowly grazing Luo Chuan's neck. "Playing for real, are we? You dare to wield?" He carried a bag on his back from which strands of hair, secured with various colored rubber bands, could be glimpsed. The old man scrutinized Luo Chuan intently, then suddenly bowed his head and clasped his fists. Startled, Luo Chuan smiled and said, "What brings this, sir?" "You are too kind," the old man chuckled, returning to his usual demeanor. Saying little more, he strode in confidently, seated himself, and poured himself a cup of tea from the now-cooled pot, drinking it in one go. "Your master is not here, but it matters not. I seek you just the same." Observing his familiar demeanor, it was evident that he was well acquainted with Luo Chuan's master. Once the old man had caught his breath, Luo Chuan jested, "I just heard you calling for hair." "How unfortunate, for the combined amount of hair between my master and me pales in comparison to your own armpit hair." Upon arriving here, it was clear he would not be collecting hair. He must have considered it trivial. "What do you mean by trivial? Surely it cannot be hair." The old man chuckled and, reaching into his bag, produced a wrapped item, layer by layer revealing a doll. This doll, 1/2 foot long, donned red clothing and green pants, sitting upright, with a white cloth covering its face and black fabric for its eyes. The most striking feature was its hair, each strand glossy as if real. Quite exquisite indeed. Yet at the end of the day, it was merely a toy doll. How could it be considered valuable? "Have you finished looking?" the old man asked, pursing his lips before quickly wrapping it back up in red cloth. Luo Chuan had intended to take it and examine it closely, for surely an item destined for a pawn shop must possess some unique value. However, the old man hurriedly packed it away. "Sir, how do you intend to pawn this? How I pawn it is of no concern to you, nor is the amount of money to be discussed. Simply sign your name on this receipt to acknowledge receipt of the item. The rest has already been arranged between me and Yu Xuanfeng." The old man fumbled through his clothes, producing a pawn ticket. It was indeed peculiar. This man had not pawned anything, yet Luo Chuan saw that his master had already prepared a pawn ticket for him, with a substantial amount of 50,000 yuan listed. Since it had been handled by his master, Luo Chuan felt he had no right to inquire further and promptly signed for receipt. The old man grinned widely and made his way out. As Luo Chuan saw him to the door, the old man suddenly turned back and remarked, "Young man, you look well. Keep living well. Inform your master that I'm diligently searching for the other items and that he should prepare the payment. By the way, just keep that item safe. Do not worry about it specifically." A mist of mystery surrounded this old man. After bidding him farewell, Big Bear returned, carrying the child on his back. The little boy had awakened, timidly gazing at Luo Chuan. After a few inquiries for Big Bear, the child recounted the whole story. That it was much as Luo Chuan had suspected. The boy, named Xiao Wu, was merely a gopher, entirely manipulated by the earlier gambler. That scoundrel was truly despicable, employing sorcery against such a young child. He ought to have been dealt another thrashing. Big Bear explained that this little fellow had no family and spent his days scavenging on the streets. Intending to take him to his tea house, where he could do some odd jobs and have a place to stay, Luo Chuan felt his pockets. He had only a few hundred yuan left, which he handed over. The pawn shop was a peculiar place, unwelcoming to outsiders, unlike a tea house, so there was little else he could do. After Big Bear and Xiao Wu departed, Luo Chuan pulled out the dice and tried his luck a few more times. Indeed, whatever number he called would come up. His master had mentioned that the 12 Yin objects were quite difficult to locate, that T.O. have acquired one so easily left him in disbelief. For instance, coffin nails seemed straightforward. However, he sought not ordinary coffin nails, but copper nails from ancient coffins buried for over 1,000 years. The hanging rope was not merely a noose used for hanging. It was a type of talisman made from such rope, as for the 28 souls, the leaves of women, and the fire within jade. He was still unaware of their precise nature. Despite their peculiarities, there were always individuals dedicated to collecting such items. For once delivered to the pawn shop, they represented a considerable profit. Suddenly, as Luo Chuan became engrossed in his dice game, he heard a peculiar noise emanating from the red package. As if something within was writhing, there existed a rule in the pawn shop. One must suppress their curiosity. Once an item was placed in storage, it should remain undisturbed until the designated period was over. Coupled with the old man's cryptic admonition, Luo Chuan refrained from opening it, instead cradling the entire package and placing it on the shelf behind him. However, just as he turned away, the package fell directly from the shelf. When Luo Chuan bent down to retrieve it, he discovered that it had opened, the doll tumbling out, its round head and large eyes staring straight at him. Most notably, its hair seemed to emit a faint blue glow. In that instant, Luo Chuan felt a wave of discomfort. He instinctively formed a 3 pure ones gesture, yet it seemed ineffective, as an inexplicable vision materialized before him. In a daze, he perceived an ancient woman with long hair running away from him, her tresses billowing like clouds in the wind. Desperate to catch a glimpse of the face concealed beneath those locks, he had no idea that the hair suddenly coiled around him like serpents, burrowing into his mouth, nose, and ears. Xiao Chuan, wake up! In a fog, he lost track of time until he vaguely heard someone calling his name. Instinctively, he recited the 9-character mantra, and in an instant he was jolted awake. He found himself seated before a mirror, cradling the doll in his left arm while using a comb in his right to style his hair, especially with his head tilted and lips pursed in a somewhat bashful manner. He appeared entirely feminine. What a grotesque sight! Luo Chuan shuddered at his reflection, springing upright to find his master gazing at him with a bemused expression. "Master, you've returned." Yu Xuanfeng delivered a light slap to Luo Chuan's head. Chuckling in the dead of night, combing your hair before a mirror, do you wish to bring calamity upon yourself? If you continue this way, you shall be ruined. I don't know how I lost control so suddenly. The item that was just delivered? Yu Xuanfeng took the doll, glanced at it briefly, and turned his gaze away, saying, "How could Ding Laosi stuff such a thing inside a doll? Isn't that bound to accumulate malevolent energy?" With that, he forcefully tore the fabric of the doll apart. Inside the cloth doll were 2 items, with cotton filling the lower half, while the head was stuffed with a cluster of translucent hair. This strand of hair was peculiar, half black and half white, but not just any white. It was crystalline and transparent, resembling strands of jade silk. The black half had been exposed outside the doll. "Xiao Chuan, this is the hair of the deceased you need to find," his master said, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. "Master, why does this hair appear this way?" When a person dies, not all organs perish instantaneously. Take skin and hair, for instance. They may continue to survive for a time in certain environments if buried promptly. Hair may even grow an additional half-foot within the grave. This hair, sprouting post-mortem, possesses no color, being entirely transparent, akin to ice crystals. This item carries a heavy, malevolent energy, and being placed within a doll amplifies the malevolence, which is why you found yourself so easily ensnared. So, that man was acting on your behalf. Luo Chuan asked, "Master, have you been seeking items for me all along?" "Indeed, I do not wish for you to perceive this red thread as a death omen." "Then, master, may I ask you something?" Yu Xuanfeng raised his head, fixing a gaze upon Luo Chuan. "Coincidentally, I too have something to share with you." Chapter 4. I address you as young master. Yu Xuanfeng was never a serious man. He smoked, drank, styled his hair, and adored small animals, often found joking with the neighborhood aunties at the alley's entrance. Though Luo Chuan was aware he was treading a perilous path, he managed to maintain a commendable mindset, largely influenced by the optimism he learned from Yu Xuanfeng. Now, witnessing his master's sudden seriousness, Luo Chuan felt somewhat disconcerted. "Master, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I am simply overjoyed. Yu Xuanfeng replied with a smile. Come, you may pose your question first. Luo Chuan nodded, reaching into his robe to retrieve the 3 dice. Yu Xuanfeng paused, quickly taking them from him, examining them closely before closing his eyes to feel them in his palm. Suddenly opening his eyes with excitement, Xiao Chuan, where did you acquire these? From his master's expression, it was evident that these were significant. Luo Chuan briefly recounted the events of that evening. So, the gambler came to us willingly? Yu Xuanfeng mused, the winds do not blow eternally, nor do storms last all day. Fate has turned, and it seems that the era belonging to our Xiao Chuan is indeed upon you. By the way, where is that gambler now? Can we still track him down? He fled as if possessed, and I couldn't catch him. However, if we inquire with Xiao Wu, the little boy, we might still locate him. Good. If we can meet this person, that would be ideal. But you haven't mentioned your question yet. Luo Chuan hesitated, then softly confessed, this matter has long cast a shadow over my heart. I always felt it was merely my cowardice that led me to accept nightmares as a habit, thinking perhaps that with time and maturity, they would fade. Yet now, having reached adulthood, I still find myself ensnared. Every time I experience a nightmare, a strange female voice incessantly repeats the ghostly rhyme of the 12 ominous items, a sound that both entices and fills me with dread. Just moments ago, as I was momentarily paralyzed by the hair of that corpse, I caught a glimpse of a woman's shadow, for reasons unknown. I vaguely heard the same voice again. Though it was not the ghostly rhyme, the astonishment and oppression I felt were identical. I yearned to see her face clearly. Master, could you enlighten me as to who this person truly is? Is she merely a figment of my imagination, or does she indeed exist? Yu Xuanfeng gazed out at the moonlight, shaking his head as he replied, I understand everything you've said, but I cannot provide you with answers. Some matters must be gradually uncovered by you alone. Perhaps, when you genuinely harbor no fear within your heart, you will be able to discern her true identity. But for now, your singular focus should be on gathering the 12 ominous items to ensure your survival. Everything else is of no consequence. Yes, disciple comprehends. Luo Chuan nodded obediently. By the way, why did this dice, once stained with my blood, instantly become obedient to my command? I recall you previously mentioning that bone dice require nurturing to recognize their master. Moreover, that gambler claimed he performed some so-called sacrifice to control the dice. Perhaps this is merely a fortuitous coincidence, a manifestation of fate. Do not dwell on it too much. In due course, you will come to understand. The master smiled vaguely, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. From childhood to adulthood, the master has been his only kin, his sole elder, and he holds the master's words in unwavering belief. Master, you mentioned earlier that you also had something to discuss with me. Indeed, Yu Xuanfeng turned to face Luo Chuan with a solemn expression. Starting tomorrow, our roles will be reversed. From now on, you shall be the proprietor, and I shall be the attendant. Master, you do not rush. Let me finish. The change pertains not only to our roles in the shop, but also to our titles. From now on, you will no longer be my disciple, nor will I be your master. Master, have I done something wrong? No, it is not that you have erred. It is that you have grown up. You require a new identity and status, and certainly, this will evolve further in the future. One day, your name, regardless of where it appears, will symbolize honor. Luo Chuan looked incredulously at the elderly man before him, utterly perplexed by the master's unexpected declarations. But how shall I address you? In the future, I shall call you young master, and you may call me old you, or refer to me as attendant in public and steward in private. This is absolutely unacceptable. Once a teacher, always a father. How could I do this? Child, remember, this is not mere formality. It is essential for your future, and thus it must be so. Observing the master's serious demeanor, unwavering and resolute, Luo Chuan, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall heed your words. However, when it is just the two of us, I must always call you master. Agreed. I shall abide by your wishes. Just as the master and disciple were conversing, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted them. In establishments such as theirs, which specialize in acquiring peculiar and ominous items, the vast majority of business occurred at night. Luo Chuan instinctively moved to open the door, as was his habit, but this time, the master gestured for him to sit, taking it upon himself to answer. Upon opening the door, a radiant young woman entered. She possessed an elegant appearance, yet a veil of gloom hung over her brow. "Esteemed sir, could you assist me in examining something?" As she stepped inside, it was as though she had grasped a lifeline, her voice trembling with anxiety as she addressed Yu Xuanfeng. "I am truly frightened. So very frightened that why Yu Xuanfeng pointed towards Luo Chuan, stating, "That young man is our young master and the proprietor of this establishment. You may speak with him," perhaps sensing Luo Chuan's youth and inexperience. The woman hesitated as she assessed him. Noticing the master's subtle gesture towards him, Luo Chuan cleared his throat and said, "Miss, have you felt as though something has been shadowing you lately?" The woman's expression transformed to one of astonishment. "How did you know? Especially when alone. Do you feel its presence nearby, even sensing an inexplicable breeze brushing against your face, as if it were exhaling upon you?" "Indeed, precisely." The woman's trust in Luo Chuan solidified, and she quickly added, "I've been told that you specialize in dealing with such unclean entities, correct? I am willing to pay you. Please, you must help me. In this world, what truly constitutes an unclean entity? It is merely a matter of not having encountered the right person. Our establishment has a singular goal, to transform malevolent items into treasures. Thus, you may treat that item as collateral without payment. Within the stipulated time, you can reclaim it at any moment. Should you ultimately choose to abandon it, it shall serve as our compensation. Is that truly the case?" "How wonderful!" The woman hurriedly produced a yellow cloth bag from her purse, carefully handing it over. "This is the item in question. Not long ago, I opened a flower shop, and many friends came to support me, gifting me various presents. This particular item was given to me by my closest friend at the time. I was absolutely enamored with it and wore it immediately. However, ever since then, I have felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as though I am being watched at all times. Only when I return home to see my husband does that feeling dissipate." Luo Chuan opened the yellow bag, revealing a red jade talisman, which, to be precise, was a southern red agate amulet. The talisman was modest in size, but of good quality, classified as a superior crimson hue, likely worth several thousand. My husband, noticing my restless demeanor, speculated whether it was due to this jade talisman. Its vibrant red hue appeared somewhat glaring, and he advised me against wearing it for a few days. To my surprise, I felt much better. Yet, when I wore it again upon returning to work, the discomfort resurfaced. To be honest, my friend and I share a close bond, and I have no idea why she would wish to harm me. Consequently, I sought refuge at a temple, where I obtained a safety talisman to contain it. "So, you believe this item is the source of your troubles?" "Yes, aside from this, I cannot think of anything else that I could destroy it or discard it. But since we have been friends since childhood, I do not wish to sever ties. Therefore, I can only leave it here with you. If I need it in the future, I will return to redeem it. Of course, if you can render it safe. That would be even better. I am willing to pay whatever it takes." The master remained silent throughout, leaving Luo Chuan to make the decisions. He pushed the item back toward her and stated solemnly, "Southern red agate is considered a fine gem among jades. Although this amulet appears simple, it carries profound significance. Your friend wishes for your safety. This item is not malevolent, nor does it harbor any evil energy. Moreover, I observe it has developed blood-red fissures, which, contrary to causing you harm, have likely shielded you from malevolent forces. Therefore, if you intend to pawn it, you need not do so." The woman was left speechless. But why? "Do you carry any other items with you?" "No, I do not favor jewelry. I only wore this because it was a gift from my friend." At this moment, Yu Xuanfeng, who had remained silent, finally interjected, addressing Luo Chuan with utmost respect. "Young master, perhaps you could pay a visit to her flower shop. Oh, and remember to take the dice with you." Chapter 5. The singing woman. The master's repeated address of young master left Luo Chuan feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet with outsiders present, he could only acquiesce. Taking the dice with him, they stepped outside, where a sleek red sports car awaited. It seemed the woman was quite well dash off as they entered the vehicle. They engaged in conversation while heading toward the flower shop. Through their dialogue, Luo Chuan learned that the woman's name was Shi Wanxiu, a local from Yun City. Her parents had passed away, and she had no siblings. Her husband was a high-achieving student from another region, working for a real estate company. They had fallen in love freely, but her husband's impoverished background initially met with disapproval from her parents. "I have no grand aspirations. The inheritance left by my parents is sufficient for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. Opening a flower shop is merely a hobby. I never intended to make much profit. In life, happiness is what matters most," Shi Wanxiu smiled, adding, "My husband, on the other hand, is very ambitious and always strives to accomplish something." Luo Chuan remarked casually, "Your husband must love you dearly. Indeed, after my parents passed, he dotes on me as if I were a child." Shi Wanxiu smiled blissfully, then suddenly asked, "By the way, why do you feel it necessary to visit my flower shop? The premises have been newly renovated, so there shouldn't be any issues. Miss Shi, have you considered that the moments when you felt uneasy coincided precisely with your time spent at the flower shop?" Shi Wanxiu paused, murmuring, "Now that you mention it, I did indeed feel much better during my time at home." Luo Chuan chose not to elaborate further, believing in the principle that a matter must be substantiated by evidence. They would only know the truth upon arriving at the shop. The flower shop was situated on a relatively bustling street. The storefront faced the sun, with no threatening angles or negative energy, indicating that any issues were unlikely to stem from feng shui. Upon entering, a rich, complex floral fragrance enveloped them. Simultaneously, Luo Chuan detected a faint, drifting chill in the air. The master's judgment was not amiss. "There must indeed be something amiss in this shop. Mr. Luo, please feel free to explore. The staff has already clocked out. I shall just change my coat and prepare a cup of coffee for you." Despite Luo Chuan's polite refusal, Shi Wanxiu insisted on turning away to the cloakroom. Alone, Luo Chuan wandered amidst the sea of blossoms, surveying every corner. Unlike typical florists, Miss Shi's establishment was quite spacious, adorned with an array of flowers in vibrant hues. It was evident that the proprietor possessed exquisite taste. Every bloom was arranged with meticulous care, some elegantly arranged in vases, others suspended, bundled, or potted as he strolled. Luo Chuan suddenly felt the dice in his pocket tremble slightly, which took him aback. He hastily retrieved them, only to discover that all three showed the number 4. Shaking them gently in his palms, he opened them once more, and they still revealed 4. This was clearly no coincidence. Within the Taoist framework, 3 pertains to deities, while 4 relates to spirits and misfortune. It was evident that these dice possessed a certain intelligence, indicating something significant. Had the master foreseen the capabilities of the dice, prompting him to instruct Luo Chuan to bring them along? Elated, he returned the dice to his pocket and raised his gaze to the flowers before him. A particularly resplendent sunflower caught his eye. Yet it was the vase that captivated him. A lotus-shaped ceramic jar, yellowish-brown, with a wide belly tapering at the top, its mouth adorned with a lotus leaf motif, exuding an antiquated charm. The untrained eye. It might appear unremarkable, but by forming the 3 pure fingers and pressing his middle finger against his brow, squinting slightly, Luo Chuan discerned that the entire jar emitted wisps of dark energy. Strangely, a fine layer of frost seemed to have formed at the mouth of the vase, hinting at an underlying chill. Lost in contemplation, Luo Chuan was suddenly startled as the shop's lights extinguished abruptly. A cold wind swept through, and shadows flickered ominously in the dark. Yet when he turned, all that remained was a solitary rose swaying gently. He chuckled softly. Amidst the tension, a faint giggle wafted from the direction of the counter. "Miss Shi, is that you?" Luo Chuan inquired. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt rather foolish. The counter and cloakroom were in opposite directions. How could it be Shi Wanxiu? Moreover, with the sudden outage, why had she not reacted at all? After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to make his way toward the counter. Closer to the entrance, the distant streetlight filtered through the glass, casting a faint glow. Even from afar, Luo Chuan spotted the silhouette of a graceful woman, her profile framed against the dressing mirror, where she was preening her hair. Time and again, she would finish a stroke and proudly tilt her neck. letting out a soft, teasing laugh. In the dead of night. The crescent moon shines. The moonlight illuminates the shoes of the one above, untying the heartstrings of the servant. The sultry, seductive tone was disquieting. Enough of this charade. Luo Chuan could no longer contain himself, and approached with haste, scolding her sharply at that moment. The woman finally paused her vanity, her melodic humming abruptly ceasing. She turned slowly, revealing a face so pallid it sent shivers down Luo Chuan's spine. Lacking a nose, eyes, or mouth, merely a blank canvas. Despite his mental preparation, he instinctively gasped at the sight. The woman, like a wisp of smoke, glided closer. The chilling aura seemed to seep into every pore of Luo Chuan's skin. Dust to dust, earth to earth. The yang has the three purities, while the yin follows the paths of the springs. Regardless of your nature, why not adhere to your rightful place? Luo Chuan remained composed, casually tossing a handful of prepared incense ash into the air. The woman's visage instantly appeared as if doused in embers, her face ablaze with pain as she let out a shriek and vanished in a thin air. With such minimal power, you dare to harm others? Luo Chuan dusted off his hands and turned to illuminate the counter. Just as Shi Wanxiu emerged from the cloakroom, to his surprise, she had discarded her trench coat, donning only a sheer blouse, so translucent that the color and contours of her undergarments were vividly apparent. Miss Shi? Luo Chuan stammered, quickly averting his gaze. The peculiar smile curled at Shi Wanxiu's lips as her soft form leaned closer. Simultaneously, as if pushed, Luo Chuan stumbled forward, colliding with her at a uniquely feminine fragrance mingled with the floral aroma invaded his senses, causing his ears to flush. Yet he quickly regained his composure, stepping back to maintain distance. Then waved the three pure fingers in front of Shi Wanxiu, snapping his fingers sharply. Her body swayed as if caught in a spring breeze, and she instantly appeared to awaken, glancing down at her attire and then sidelong at Luo Chuan. She seemed to grasp the situation, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize how lost I had become. I distinctly remember changing my clothes." Luo Chuan replied calmly, "Please turn on all the lights in the shop and dress appropriately before returning, that I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 6. The Lotus Jar After a Brief Wait. Shi Wanxiu emerged, now clad in a different outfit, her cheeks still carrying a hint of blush. The shop was now brightly lit. "I apologize, Mr. Luo. I lost my composure earlier, feeling almost as if intoxicated." Luo Chuan disregarded her explanation, gesturing toward the ceramic jar. "Is this what you purchased? It complements the space beautifully, does it not?" "This was a gift from my husband," Shi Wanxiu exclaimed. "Its antiquity exudes a rich artistic aura, reminiscent of the jars held by maidens in Western oil paintings." "Wouldn't you agree?" Luo Chuan nearly voiced a question about her husband, but swallowed the words, instead asking, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be another smaller jar as well?" "Yes, indeed. It's a small, unglazed jar that came with it. However, it's too petite for flowers, so I've placed it in the cloakroom as a fragrance holder," she replied. As she spoke, an awareness seemed to dawn upon her, and she lowered her voice. "Mr. Luo, you don't think these two jars—" "I've said nothing at all," Luo Chuan interjected coolly. "There is no need for further inquiry. Please bring these two items to me. Tomorrow, you may retrieve the pawn tickets from us. If, after 3 years, you wish to reclaim them, we shall charge you not a single cent. If you choose not to, consider them a token of our gratitude." Shi Wanxiu appeared momentarily stunned, as if struggling to comprehend. Yet a flicker of disbelief danced in her eyes. "But should you tell me what's wrong with them? You did say they were a gift from your husband, and he loves you dearly. As for the rest, it is of little benefit to dwell upon it," Luo Chuan replied. With that, no further words were necessary. Shi Wanxiu, clearly an astute woman, nodded in silence. Luo Chuan procured a bag, placing both jars inside before turning to leave. Shi Wanxiu followed him to the door, contemplatively silent, until she suddenly called out, "Mr. Luo, I've thought it over, and I still wish to know the truth." Luo Chuan paused, turning back with a knowing gaze. "Miss Shi, many matters in the world are akin to consuming silkworm pupae in the dark. As long as they taste good, who cares? If the lights were turned on, half the people would be unable to stomach the sight of those plump little creatures. You make a valid point, Mr. Luo, yet while silkworm pupae may seem unpalatable, they are indeed food, delicious food. What if one were to consume flies or maggots instead? Some matters cannot be left ambiguous. The lights must be turned on, and one must take them seriously. I would rather lose than wrongly compromise. Luo Chuan was taken aback, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. It is rare for you, Miss Shi, to be so perceptive. Thus, I shall be candid. This is a set of funeral urns from the Qing dynasty. AS is well known. In ancient times, most people opted for burial, with only a select few choosing cremation, primarily monks, Taoists, and certain ethnic minorities, as well as those afflicted with grave illnesses who were compelled to be cremated to prevent the spread of disease. The remaining group comprises women involved in the pleasure trade, many of whom lived tragic lives, suffering from illness and dying without any rites, their bodies deemed impure and often cremated. You see, the bottom of the inner urn bears the inscription Pinnacle, which suffices to prove that this is a set of urns for the ashes of a woman from that profession. The inner jar is unglazed, meant to contain the ashes, while the outer jar is fashioned in the shape of a lotus, symbolizing the desire for purity in the afterlife. A shadow of sorrow crossed Shi Wanqiu's features as she clung to a sliver of hope. Could it be that someone mistakenly identified it as another vessel, thinking it an antique vase? My husband claimed he paid a hefty sum for it. Ceramics do not hold the same value as porcelain. And given their age, they are not particularly valuable. Any knowledgeable person would recognize their origin at a glance. Luo Chuan remarked with a solemn expression. Furthermore, although as an urn it is permeated with a heavy aura of malevolence, it poses no direct harm to individuals. Instead, it merely serves to accumulate dark energies, attracting unsavory entities. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I have observed the presence of incense ash within this lotus urn, indicating that someone continues to deliberately nourish these spirits for nefarious purposes. Regardless of whether you were previously in a daze or just now entranced, it is unequivocally not a coincidence. It is a direct consequence of the foul presence within this vessel. This has been clearly articulated. There exists no possibility of a mistaken purchase by Miss Shi Wanqiu's husband. After all, procuring such an urn is trivial, yet the act of covertly offering incense to the malevolence contained within is a far more challenging endeavor. Outsiders simply cannot accomplish this. Miss Shi Wanqiu let out a bitter laugh. It appears I have indeed swallowed a mouthful of maggots. Luo Chuan, having witnessed countless malevolent artifacts and the darker facets of human nature over his years in the pawnshop, recognized that while such artifacts may be vile, they can be transformed into treasures if handled with the right approach. However, human hearts are not so easily swayed. 1,000 pounds of sugar may still yield nothing but bitter gall. Some individuals are simply born with malevolent seeds. Miss Shi, I apologize for having Luo Chuan share the same sentiment. Thus he promptly prepared the pawn ticket and stuffed a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan before stepping out. However, as soon as he exited the shop, an unsettling feeling crept over him. As if someone were watching him, he turned around to scan the vicinity, but saw no one. Instead, he noticed Xiao Wu, the boy taken in by the Xiong yesterday, clad in clean attire, standing in front of the Tuiji tea house, rinsing his mouth and brushing his teeth, perhaps feeling shy upon seeing Luo Chuan. The boy scurried back indoors. Little brat, tell boss Xiong that I'll be coming for tea shortly. Luo Chuan called out, uncertain if Xiao Wu heard him. Upon arriving at the flower shop, he heard a commotion from afar. A flamboyantly dressed man, slick-haired and donning a suit, was shouting and attempting to storm upstairs. Wanqiu, let me explain. You know I love you. Mr. Liang, I apologize, but Miss Shi's not here. Get out of my way. You are merely flower-selling clerks. How dare you stop me? Please refrain from causing a disturbance. It is affecting our customers. You're courting death. The man lashed out at a female attendant, shouting, what happens between my wife and me is none of your business. Wanqiu, did someone speak ill of me in front of you? Do not listen to those charlatans that I am innocent. I merely wish to present you with a gift. This man, pale-skinned with flaccid muscles, possessed delicate features, albeit lacking in depth. An aura of sinister gloom radiated from his brow. His gaze was sharp yet cowardly, revealing him to be a duplicitous individual with a dark heart. Among the 10 men of easy virtue, 8 are likely to resemble him. Luo Chuan approached, intending to hand over the items to the attendant. Please inform Miss Shi that this is delivered from the Lu Pawnshop. She will understand. After imparting this message, Luo Chuan turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the frenzied man charged towards him, barking, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Wan Xiao? I'm asking you. Did you say something to her? You're asking for trouble," he yelled, swinging a fist at Luo Chuan. Chapter 8. An unusual wound. Luo Chuan cast a disdainful glance at this phoenix man with a swift sidestep. The man missed his target, nearly tumbling to the ground. Infuriated further, he turned to retaliate, but suddenly a voice rang from the staircase. "Liang Lan Chung, cease this at once." Everyone turned to see Shi Wan Xiao descending the stairs, her expression frosty. "Wan Xiao?" Liang Lan Cheng's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. "You finally wish to meet me. Let me explain. I was framed, in my heart. You are forever unique, special, cherished, and irreplaceable." Shi Wan Xiao ignored him entirely and walked directly to Luo Chuan. Bowing slightly in apology, "Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance and no need for concern. I merely brought you the pawn ticket. By the way, did you rest well last night? I haven't had such a good night's sleep in ages. This morning, I awoke feeling revitalized, as if reborn. Truly, I am grateful to you. You're too kind. It was merely a transaction. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out." Luo Chuan smiled gently, personally handing the pawn ticket and money to Shi Wan Xiao before turning to leave. Beside them, Liang Lan Chung seethed with jealousy and rage, loudly demanding, "Wan Xiao, who is this person? Did he speak ill of me?" Shi Wan Xiao coldly regarded him and replied, "What does it matter to you? Let me reiterate. The Shi family's finances will no longer support you. You have no say in my affairs. The necessary procedures will be handled through my lawyer. But Wan Xiao, you cannot freeze my bank account. You know I need money. I love you. How can I live without you? Wan Xiao, Wan Xiao." A cacophony ensued. A farcical scene. Luo Chuan had barely taken a few steps when he heard a thud. Liang was unceremoniously thrown out of the flower shop by several individuals. "Stop right there." A disheveled Liang Lan Chung redirected his fury towards Luo Chuan, blocking his path like a rabid dog. Luo Chuan replied indifferently, "What do you want? Tell me, are you the one meddling in this?" Liang Lan Chung growled, "Do you believe I won't smash your face?" "Huh, to want to keep a secret. One must first not do anything wrong. You know quite well what you've done, don't you? What I do is none of your concern." Liang Lan Chung gritted his teeth, muttering, "You've ruined my livelihood. I will ensure your demise." With that, he swung another punch at Luo Chuan. This time, Luo Chuan chose not to be courteous. He slightly tilted his head to evade the blow, seized Liang's wrist, and, with a swift motion, slammed him to the ground as though he were a mere dog, a white-skinned chicken. Luo Chuan scoffed disdainfully, striding away with nonchalance. Liang Lan Chung lay on the ground. Humiliated and furious, he shouted at Luo Chuan's retreating figure, "You wait. If I can't take care of you, someone else will." On his way back, Deshion called him. "Hey, Chuanzi, Xiaowu just informed me that he saw someone lurking outside your shop this morning. The figure resembled that gambler. Be cautious." Luo Chuan acknowledged the warning and hung up tea that moment. He was already aware of someone following him. Having sensed it long ago, he simply chose to ignore it. His master, Yu Xuanfeng, had advised him to remain unperturbed amidst chaos, firmly anchored like a fishing boat in turbulent waters. There was no need to overreact until the other party made a move. Especially in their line of work, who didn't he have a few enemies? Upon returning to the shop, he found Yu Xuanfeng preparing to leave. "Young master, I am heading to the countryside. I heard of a cursed grave nearby, where several deaths have occurred. I suspect something sinister has leaked. Master, didn't we agree that when no one is around, we should refer to each other as master and disciple?" Yu Xuanfeng chuckled. "Indeed, young master, as you wish. Be by the way. Keep an eye on the shop for the next few days. The human bone dice is a beacon for trouble. If someone learns it's in your possession, they won't remain idle." Luo Chuan nodded repeatedly. Personally seeing his master off by noon, he was about to close the shop and head across to a GT house for some tea and snacks with the Xiong when he suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar milky scent. Turning around, He noticed a middle-aged woman in her 50s loitering near the door. She seemed familiar, yet he couldn't quite place her. It wasn't until she clenched her fists and approached with determination that he recognized her as Aunt Fong, a resident of the alley. This elderly woman was over 60, neither a nursing mother nor a child, so why did she carry that strange milky odor? What was particularly odd was that Aunt Fong walked with an ethereal lightness, as if she were tiptoeing, giving the impression that she was wearing invisible high heels. "You must be Chuanzi. I asked your master in." "Aunt Fong? My master isn't here. I asked there's something you need." The old woman glanced around before stepping into the shop. Suddenly, she rolled up her sleeve, panicking. "Look at this!" The bizarre milky scent enveloped him as he gazed at a small wound on her arm, resembling bite marks, which had become inflamed and rotten, yet it emitted a milky odor. This was a first for him. "I need your master to examine me. I don't know what has happened." Luo Chuan gently pressed on the wound. There was no blood or pus, but a milky fluid oozed from it continuously. And Aunt Feng's face contorted in pain, crying out in agony. This peculiar occurrence was indeed a first for Luo Chuan, yet he was certain that this bite mark was inflicted by a child. "Little Chuan, we are neighbors. If your master isn't here, can't you help me with this? It hurts all day long. I feel like dying. I've been to the hospital several times, and the medications are ineffective." Luo Chuan examined the wound closely, realizing this was not something a hospital could remedy. The wound was marked with dark spots, and the old woman emanated a sense of decay. It was clear that she had been harmed by something malevolent. "Aunt Fong, how did this injury occur?" It's nothing much. That my granddaughter was misbehaving, and after I scolded her, she bit me." "Who would have thought it would turn out like this? I heard they say your master has some mugwort powder that can draw out toxins. If you could sell me a bit, I might be able to manage." Luo Chuan rose, replying coldly. "Aunt Fong, we are a pawn shop, not a pharmacy. We are neighbors, and helping is expected, but if you don't tell the truth, I truly cannot assist you. Perhaps you should reconsider." He stood, preparing to escort her out to his pawnbrokers. They heard countless stories daily. Discerning the truth from fiction was instinctual. If memory served him right, Aunt Feng's granddaughter was already in elementary school, and the wound on her arm resembled one inflicted by a teething child. Realizing she could no longer hide the truth, the old woman trembled and said, "This is likely related to the red dress. Would you care to accompany me to take a look?" Chapter 9. The child in the old house, Luo Chuan, was a person who bore no disdain for poverty or misfortune. What irked him was the duplicity of others. The sight of Aunt Feng's hesitant and deceitful demeanor filled him with genuine annoyance. Thus he had no desire to involve himself in the matter. Moreover, as a pawnbroker rather than a practitioner of the occult, he questioned his ability to manage any sinister happenings. Yet, given that they resided in the same alley, it would be somewhat remiss to ignore the situation entirely. Especially considering that his master was regarded as an idol by these middle-aged and elderly women, he feared the repercussions of refusing to assist. "Very well. You return for now and allow me some time to think. I shall come by after dark." "Make certain you do come," Aunt Fong insisted through gritted teeth, enduring the pain as she covered the wound on her arm, reminding him several times before finally stepping outside. Once Luo Chuan closed the shop door, he hurried to the Tuaji tea house. The establishment was not particularly crowded today. De Xiong was seated alone behind a tea table, engrossed in a book. Luo Chuan took a seat without hesitation, grabbing a couple of hazelnut pastries from the table and downing a few gulps of De Xiong's tea. De Xiong lifted his gaze with a look of disdain, remarking, "How many times have I told you? Tea is meant to be savored, not consumed like a beast. Drinking tea is about enjoying oneself." "I find this bowl of tea invigorating," Luo Chuan retorted, surveying the sparsely populated tea house. "Your business here is more lackluster than a 60-year-old woman's monthly visitor. Perhaps you should consider another venture." De Xiong, unperturbed by Luo Chuan's indiscretion, took a delicate sip and replied leisurely, "I am not in this for profit. If I were, why would I open a tea house when I could simply delve into real estate? Given your lackadaisical demeanor, even in real estate, you'd likely end up losing your shirt." Luo Chuan shot back, then added, "By the way, it's been several years since you've arrived here. Why haven't any of your relatives come a visit?" "Why would I have relatives? How convenient. You truly don't have a father." "Indeed, I do not," Luo Chuan responded. "My parents are weary of me. They would rather not see me at all." De Xiong closed his book and gestured to Xiao Wu behind the counter, calling Xiao Wu, "Bring our famished friend some more pastries." Xiao Wu complied, delivering a plate of delicacies. People rely on attire, just as horses rely on saddles. With a fresh wash and new clothes, this little one appears far more spirited than before. "Enjoy the delicacies from Bao Shun Jai," De Xiong declared as he stood, exchanged his book, and settled back on his sofa. De Xiong, whose full name was Xiong, had been in Yuncheng for 5 years, running the tea house alone and seldom interacting with others. Their acquaintance had begun when Luo Chuan frequently experienced dreams wherein a woman recited ghostly rhymes, tormenting him relentlessly. In search of understanding, he visited the library, where he discovered that De Xiong was reading the very book he sought, thus forging their friendship. "Have you still been having that dream?" "Indeed. Almost every few days, the dream recurs. The voice is crystal clear, yet her face remains elusive. Damn it. I suspect she's my harbinger of doom. I'll only see her face when I meet my end," De Xiong remarked. "You needn't dwell on it too heavily." Did not the dream interpretation suggest that some dreams are beyond resolution? Only the future can provide the answers. Their conversation meandered through various topics, from the blossoming daughters of neighbors to the plump wives of others, until evening fell and Luo Chuan lazily rose to his feet. By the way, do you know Aunt Feng from the alley? What? Are you now eyeing elderly women, having exhausted your interest in young maidens? Enough with the jest. I'm speaking of serious matters. De Xiong frowned. Is she the one who frequently quarrels with her daughter-in-law? I recall her often coming here to sample tea bags. She even bought my Shisandra tea, claiming it would help her daughter-in-law conceive. That was enough to scare me from selling to her. Indeed, Aunt Feng's demeanor suggested she was no ordinary woman. Upon leaving the tea house, Luo Chuan returned to his shop, slung his yellow bag over his shoulder, and proceeded down the alley. As he neared the end, he heard a distant call. Looking up, he saw Aunt Feng leaning out from the 3rd floor of the dilapidated tenement, beckoning him. Luo Chuan furrowed his brow upon noticing the swirling dark energy surrounding her plump face, and in the shadows of the setting sun, a pair of small hands clutched tightly around her neck. Ascending the stairs, Luo Chuan felt an unusual sense of trepidation. As the old adage goes, humans fear age, and ghosts fear youth. The older one becomes, the more cunning they are, while the younger the ghost. The more malevolent the door, Luo Chuan knocked softly. Yet Aunt Feng, who had just been calling to him from the window, took her time in answering it. It was only on the 3rd knock that the door creaked open. The familiar scent of a nursing infant wafted toward him, and the lights within the room flickered inexplicably. "Luo Chuan, why have you taken so long to come up? I've been knocking for ages." "Yet you didn't answer." Yes, that's so. I didn't hear you," Aunt Feng stammered, her lips tinged with a bluish hue. "Come in quickly." As she stepped aside, Luo Chuan was taken aback to see a kitchen knife clutched tightly in her hand. "Aunt Feng, what is this?" The elderly woman stared blankly at her hand, equally bewildered, muttering, "This isn't tea right. I was washing clothes. How did I end up with a knife? I'm getting old," truly confused, upon entering and shutting the door. A peculiar chill pervaded the aged house. "Aunt Feng, where is everyone?" "Alas, my husband passed away last year. My son and daughter-in-law are at work, and my granddaughter is at school. They will return shortly." Luo Chuan observed the dust gathering on the desk and candidly remarked, "It seems they have not stayed here for several days." Aunt Feng's expression shifted to one of sorrow as she lamented, "Having a daughter-in-law means forgetting one's mother. These trivial matters are all blamed on me." The mother. That night, I suddenly felt severe pain in my arm and called out. They came to dismiss me as being overly dramatic, using it as an excuse to move out. Is that truly the reason? In my opinion, they must have been frightened. Without further preamble, Luo Chuan's voice turned cold. "Aunt Feng, you best be honest with me. Otherwise, I will take my leave." "Please, don't go." Aunt Feng bit her lip, cautiously surveying the room before whispering. "For some time now, my daughter-in-law and granddaughter have claimed to see shadows moving about at night. They even mentioned hearing a child's laughter when going to the restroom, that I didn't believe it, thinking they simply didn't want to live with an old woman like me. However, that night, I was abruptly bitten while asleep, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a child in red clothing hopping out of my bedroom. My son became even more convinced of his wife's words, saying the house is unclean and detrimental to my granddaughter's studies. So they moved out. How peculiar for a mere girl to be treated like a precious gem. Aunt Feng, you are a woman as well. Why do I sense that girls here are undervalued? Luo Chuan, uninterested in engaging in further conversation with a prejudiced elderly woman, coldly pressed on. Didn't you mention earlier that you believe this matter to be connected to the red clothing? Bring it to me. I wish to see it. Realizing her reliance on Luo Chuan, Aunt Feng nodded submissively and turned to fetch it from her bedroom. As Luo Chuan sat on the sofa, awaiting the garment's arrival, his gaze inadvertently swept across the doorway of the opposite room, where a half-white, small face silently peered at him. It was a youthful visage, yet its lips curled into a shrewd and sinister smile. Chapter 10. The Red Garment to be Candid. Upon glimpsing that half-exposed face, Luo Chuan felt a chill race down his spine, the hairs on his arms standing on end. Yet as saying goes, in the face of spirits, the timid shall falter. Even if one feels a tinge of fear, it is essential not to reveal one's trepidation. With sudden resolve, Luo Chuan rose and strode directly towards the apparition. Of course, that half-visible face flickered and vanished in an instant. This was a secondary bedroom. Those familiar with old tenement buildings know that such rooms are often connected to a small, shadowy balcony, frequently cluttered with discarded items, shoes from 3 years ago, socks from 5 years ago, insoles from 12 years back, and a leather belt from 21 years prior. Upon entering, Luo Chuan was greeted by a musty odor. The bed lay bare, yet on the floor, a ball rolled by itself. A shelf held several animated figurines, all dismantled. Ultraman's head was ripped off and stuffed into the rear of a calabash boy. His gaze swept across the room, landing on a black, old wardrobe that seemed slightly ajar, behind which he could discern a pair of glimmering eyes. Fear not. I am not here to confront you. I am here to listen to your story and, if possible, assist you in resolving your troubles. Luo Chuan initiated the conversation, taking slow, deliberate steps towards the wardrobe. Humans have their joys and sorrows, while spirits have their gains and losses. All grievances arise from injustice. Tell me, who are you, and whence do you come? Luo Chuan reached out to grasp the handle of the wardrobe, poised to open the dark, lacquered door, when suddenly a loud bang echoed behind him, and the door to the room inexplicably slammed shut. Simultaneously, the wardrobe door eerily creaked open on its own. Luo Chuan instinctively took 2 steps back, only to find that the rolling ball had somehow come to rest at his feet. In a moment of carelessness, he stepped on the ball, losing his balance and staggering backward onto the balcony that ate tea that moment. The tattered belt hanging on the wall seemed to loop around Luo Chuan's neck. A mysterious force pushed him violently, and he felt his head drawn towards the door inexplicably. The furniture in the room, the wardrobe, the bench, the toys, began to stir as if in a frenzied celebration, accompanied by strange, mischievous giggles, childlike yet full of cunning. Hee hee. Luo Chuan was filled with urgency. He yanked the tattered belt off and reached into his pocket, retrieving a handful of vermilion powder. With a swift motion, he sent the red powder swirling into the air, and the room fell eerily silent. It was no wonder that mischievous spirits were difficult to deal with from the moment he entered. The door, the wardrobe, the ball, and even the belt on the balcony seemed premeditated, as if waiting for him to take the bait. Luo Chuan said coldly, "It seems that being amiable is futile. You take me for a benevolent soul. From now on, allow me to show you what true means are." Another light laugh echoed, ethereal yet distinctly present, but it was no longer within the confines of the room. It was outside. Luo Chuan hurriedly approached and forcefully opened the door, stepping outside to find a toy bear lying in the middle of the floor. The kitchen knife that Aunt Feng had used earlier was now poised above the toy bear's neck, and a jar of ketchup had spilled onto the ground, bright red, resembling blood spilled across the floor. Such are the antics of children, yet the visual impact was chilling and terrifying. Aunt Feng had been in the room for quite some time without emerging, which filled Luo Chuan with an unsettling premonition. He rushed into the master bedroom, only to find it empty. "Aunt Feng?" he called out anxiously, turning to search the kitchen and bathroom, but an instinctive feeling compelled him to halt. He gazed at the tightly drawn curtains in the master bedroom and strode over, pulling them aside with a sudden jerk, revealing Aunt Fong, the stout old woman, crouched by the window, seemingly in a daze. Peering outside, Aunt Fong, Luo Chuan exclaimed, pulling her back forcefully. The old woman's eyes were glazed over, her mouth stuffed with a foul sock, her face a deep shade of blue, on the verge of unconsciousness. He did not dare hesitate. Forming a specific gesture, he struck her forehead lightly. The stout old woman swayed and slumped onto the floor, finally regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the living room, with winds swirling, cups shattering on the floor, and the chandelier creaking ominously. I'm scared to death. My cup, my fruit plate, Aunt Fong wailed. Let us focus on the essential, shall we? Where are the things? The old woman, having narrowly escaped, dared not stammer anymore and pointed to the corner cabinet. Luo Chuan approached and opened it, discovering an altar inside, devoid of any idol. Only a large white plate holding a tiny red garment, scarcely larger than a palm. This diminutive attire was fashioned from numerous pieces of red fabric, complete with sleeves and a collar, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that the cuffs and hem were sealed, leaving only the collar open, resembling a pocket. Red hunter garment? Luo Chuan exclaimed, alarmed. Where did you acquire such a thing? Stop stuttering. At this juncture, you still refuse to speak. Don't forget, you were just on the brink of death. Aunt Fong trembled as she replied, I spent 3,000 yuan to seek help from Master Yang on Ma Street. Master Yang, the self-proclaimed blind seer? Wasn't he struck by lightning 3 months ago while seeking shelter under a tree? Yes, that's him. My family has had a single line for 3 generations and my son only has a daughter. His father had a wish to have another child, but my daughter-in-law steadfastly refused to have another. The old man died with his eyes still open. That I secretly sought Master Yang, and he provided me with this method. And no wonder he met such a fate. Luo Chuan gazed at the old woman with cold eyes. Did Yang the blind instruct you to solicit red fabric from strangers, to gather 100 pieces to create this tiny garment, and then at midnight to approach pregnant women outside the maternity hospital, begging for their belongings? As long as someone places their intimate clothing, money, or even the bottle of water the V sipped from into the collar of this red garment, the deed would be done. Chuanzi, how do you know this? Immoral. You are profoundly immoral. Luo Chuan shouted. Oh, you not realize that the red hunter garment is a harbinger of doom for pregnant women, capable of seizing a fetus? You are forcibly taking someone's child. I didn't know. I had no idea it was like this. Yang the blind said it was a red blessed garment from the goddess of fertility. And I took him at his word. Why seizing the fetal energy, you are condemning the person you harm to miscarriage, robbing them of the opportunity to become a mother. Luo Chuan shook his head. Speaking coldly, you have committed a grave sin. I cannot assist you. Xiao Chuan, you cannot leave. Aunt Fong was instantly stricken with fear, hastily grabbing Luo Chuan's arm, her voice trembling that I truly didn't mean to. Even if I long for another grandchild, I would never harm another. For the sake of your master, please help me. I may not care for my own life, but my son and granddaughter must return. If this continues, they will be in danger too. Luo Chuan felt a deep-seated aversion towards such a person. Yet to be fair, that little entity was indeed formidable, and if this continued, the entire neighborhood would be disturbed. In fact, a month ago, I sensed something amiss with that small garment, which was enshrined in my cabinet. Who would have thought that one day it would inexplicably find its way into my granddaughter's backpack? That day my granddaughter nearly got hit by a truck. I dared not let my son know and quietly intended to dispose of the garment. But to my shock, when I tossed it in the trash that evening, it reappeared in our home at midnight, hanging from the chandelier, vibrant red, nearly scaring me to death. Chapter 11. I'm just a bit hungry. Folklore has long circulated tales of a cursed book that binds children, teaching methods of perpetuating bloodlines. Among them are numerous insidious techniques, and the red hunter garment is one such method. Thus, pregnant women should avoid interaction with dubious individuals. One can never know what treacherous hearts lie behind their disingenuous smiles. Wait a moment. Luo Chuan scrutinized Aunt Fong. While the method of the red hunter garment is indeed immoral, as long as the pregnancy is secured, the loss is primarily yours to bear. and any consequences would befall you in the afterlife. How could a vengeful spirit emerge? I have disclosed everything. I wouldn't dare lie again. The old woman sobbed, her demeanor irksome by the way. I sent your daughter-in-law pregnant. Sighing, Aunt Fong spat venomously. That wretched hussy. She is indeed pregnant, yet she insists on not keeping it, secretly terminating the pregnancy behind my back. Upon discovering this, I had a fierce argument with her, and my son even blamed me for meddling. Tell me, am I meddling? Luo Chuan instantly comprehended the source of the malevolent spirit's wrath. It was akin to seizing a child from someone while simultaneously discarding your own, effectively ruining their chances twice over. The opportunity for a new soul to enter a body is limited to 3 attempts. It was no surprise the little entity bore such malice. Why daughter-in-law adamantly refuses a second child. And since I found the little red garment unsettling, I no longer wish to enshrine it. Master Yang initially instructed me to return the garment to him after the matter was resolved. However, now that he is dead, I am left without guidance. After the failed attempt to dispose of it in the trash, I considered burning it instead, while lighting a fire in the corner behind the building. A gust of wind flared up, singeing my hair and causing several blisters. Terrified, I dared not move again, leaving it enshrined in the cabinet. Had it not been for the increasing pain from my wounds, I wouldn't have sought you out. Luo Chuan regarded her, for words echoed in his mind. Self-inflicted suffering. Yet the problem remained. This red-clad spirit had already developed a vengeful aura, and if this persisted, it would undoubtedly lead to tragedy. Had he not come today, the spirit might not have dealt a lethal blow to the old woman. Rather, it appeared to be deliberately tormenting her, intending to scare her to death over time. As Luo Chuan contemplated how to address the situation, a sudden loud bang echoed from the bathroom door, which slammed shut with great force. Faintly, he could hear the sound of a baby attempting to speak from within. Aunt Fong trembled in fear, her voice quivering. This has been happening every day. The door closes on its own. The lights turn on by themselves. When I close my eyes, it appears right before me. But when I open them, it vanishes. I have been tormented to the point of sleeplessness and loss of appetite. A phrase of indignation lingered on the tip of Luo Chuan's tongue, yet he refrained from uttering it. With such a person, further discourse would be futile. The pawnshop conducted business, and to be candid, this indeed constituted a transaction. Moreover, he could not bear to watch a child clad in red transform into a vengeful spirit. Consider this red garment as collateral for me. The elderly lady was taken aback, then hurriedly replied, "No need for that. No need. You may take it without hesitation." For her, at that moment, this small piece of red clothing symbolized a death warrant. There was no need for collateral. Simply finding someone to take it was a form of liberation. The pawnshop had its own rules. Items must be appraised against their monetary value, and a ticket must be issued as proof. Otherwise, the item would not leave the premises. Then, do as you see fit, Xiao Chuan. Just one request. Help me dispose of it. My age. I cannot withstand such fright. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Let it be appraised for $3. One for heaven and earth, one for the spirits of the departed, and the remaining $1 to acquire incense, ensuring you find peace of mind." Very well. Then, $3 it is. You have my word. The items can be disposed of at your discretion, and I shall not harbor regrets. Luo Chuan promptly placed $3 on the table, his tone icy as he added, "Come to my shop tomorrow to collect the pawn ticket." The transaction was made, yet the real challenge remained unresolved. How to transport away was of utmost importance. Xiao Chuan, listen. The elderly lady's expression grew tense as she heard the bathroom door swing open outside, and the floor began to resonate with a clinking sound, followed by a glass bead rolling in on its own. "You should sleep now. I will handle the rest." In a matter of the commotion outside. "Do not venture out." Luo Chuan stood up, tossing the elderly lady a mugwort ball to aid her slumber, while in one hand he held the red garment, and in the other retrieved the spinning glass bead. Making his way to the living room. The hour was still early, and he knew that today would be busy. There's a saying, is there not? The 4 greatest difficulties in the world are a drunken man, an empty room for a woman, a wrong child, and a mother dash and dash law to persuade such a being to cease its turmoil requires some ingenuity. Luo Chuan laid the small red garment upon the coffee table, and then extracted incense from his bag. Igniting 4 sticks, in dealings with the supernatural, etiquette comes first. He was not in haste, saying nothing, and began to absent-mindedly play with the glass bead in his hand. Time trickled by, and, as the clock struck 11, the overhead light flickered slightly. Luo Chuan lit a cigarette for himself and deliberately fumbled, dropping the glass bead onto the floor. It rolled out, spinning at the corner of the sofa, abruptly changing direction, and eventually vanished into the shadows of the kitchen. Come now, let us converse, Luo Chuan exhaled, turning his gaze towards the kitchen. I am neither a sorcerer nor a Taoist. I am merely a businessman. You need not be wary of me, nor harbor animosity, for I am neither here to subdue you nor to bring you harm. At the dim doorway of the kitchen, a wisp of mist gradually emerged, obscuring the figure of a small shadow, partially concealed. Even from several meters away, Luo Chuan could sense the chilling aura. Do you wish to preach to me? No. Addressing a wrong soul with lectures is quite uncouth. I despise moral coercion, thus I would never impose it upon another. That is somewhat intriguing. I am keen to hear what you have to say. The diminutive voice was childlike yet devoid of charm, and a chilling wind swept through, causing Luo Chuan's cigarette to dwindle to a mere stub. Reluctantly, Luo Chuan discarded the half-smoked cigarette onto the table, forcing a smile as he remarked, Indeed, it is inappropriate to smoke in the presence of women, children, and the elderly. However, you do not appear particularly courteous yourself. Less chatter. Did you not have something to convey? Speak. In the blink of an eye. The indistinct figure at the kitchen door vanished, while a bone-chilling sensation crept up Luo Chuan's neck, and he could feel a cold, tiny hand gently brushing against his carotid artery. Shoo! Do not move. Just speak. I am merely a bit hungry and would like a sip of milk. The little voice's laughter was spine-chilling. The wind that rushed into his ears felt as if it could pry open his very soul. Soon after, the laughter morphed into the sound of grinding teeth, creaking ominously. Chapter 12. A garment with stains. Luo Chuan smiled faintly and replied earnestly, If you desire milk, you have come to the wrong person. I lack that capability. However, I can certainly find you a place to obtain it. Please continue. The cycle of heaven and earth knows no end. The consequences of good and evil are manifest. Do not say there is no reincarnation in this world. One must understand that cause and effect are never in vain. Although you have been denied the chance to be reborn twice, who can claim that this is not a trial intentionally bestowed upon you by fate? Awaiting your encounter with me? The little voice whispered ominously near Luo Chuan's ear. Could it be that you have taken a wife? Do you wish for me to become your child? Not at all. My wife is yet to be found. She may still be in some mother-in-law's womb, so it is impossible for you to be my son. However, I can certainly help you find a suitable family for your rebirth. With 3 failed attempts, you still have one more opportunity, do you not? This time, I shall ensure you are placed in an excellent family. Why should I trust you? Did I not just mention that trust is built on fate? Among the countless souls in this world, you have fortuitously encountered me. Is that not destiny? Surely, you do not wish to remain a malevolent little ghost, forever forsaken from rebirth, do you? Our pawnshop sees many souls. We know who is good and who is bad, who is rich and who is poor. Should I still refuse? I am aware of your grievances, hence my conciliatory tone. However, should you continue to be obstinate, I must remind you that I possess a modicum of martial prowess. Suddenly, Luo Chuan slammed his palm onto the coffee table, scattering incense ash into the air, swiftly straightening up as he turned, releasing 3 talismans that flew with a resounding thud into the wall behind him. The shadowy figure barely had time to react, stunned for a moment before retreating behind the curtains. Luo Chuan had no intention of eliminating it, yet he needed to make it clear, your existence hinges upon my will. Do you truly believe that hiding behind me grants you any leverage? Should I decide to act seriously, I could ensure your eternal damnation. This principle should be applied to all potential adversaries. Even if you harbor no intent to harm, it is wise to convey that they should refrain from making you their enemy. Do not be alarmed. It was merely a jest, akin to you whispering in my ear. Luo Chuan lowered his voice and added softly, "If you wish to remain a wandering spirit, you may inform me. After all, old lady Feng cannot destroy this red garment, but I can. There is no need for elaborate rituals. A simple bowl of chicken blood would suffice to free you completely." This statement was crystal clear. You have one chance for rebirth, and I can assist you. However, should you take it lightly, and I destroy the red garment, you shall lose your final opportunity. Having reached this point, he had maintained both decorum and strength. After a moment of silence, the small voice finally spoke, devoid of its previous menacing tone. "Now tinged with reluctance that I can accept this. But what of my family? Especially this old woman. Are we to let her go unscathed?" Luo Chuan exhaled deeply and replied earnestly, "The instigator, Yang the Blind, has already met his end by lightning. This is the consequence of his deeds. As for the elderly lady, she is now a solitary figure, destined for a life filled with fear and loneliness. Moreover, the wound you inflicted upon her will not heal for at least a year or more. The daily agony of a gnawing pain counts as a form of retribution, does it not?" After a prolonged silence, the diminutive voice finally conceded, "Very well, I shall accompany you." The Dallo Pawnshop had just completed another transaction, a tattered piece of cloth, stained with red, pawned for $3. Luo Chuan smiled with satisfaction, rose to reclaim his payment, extinguished the lights, and awaited a moment before, with the passing of a chilling breeze, he tucked the red garment into his pocket and prepared to return home. Since Luo Chuan was alone, why shout in triumph? Merely because the business of the pawnshop rested upon the foundation of trustworthiness and integrity. Even in dealings with the supernatural, transparency was paramount. Upon exiting the tenement, it was already the witching hour. Luo Chuan whistled, contemplating whether to indulge in a late-night snack at the street corner. The barbecue shop owner had been absent for several days, known affectionately as Skewered Beauty. She was quite the alluring figure and had recently experienced heartbreak, desperately needing someone to alleviate her woes. The spicy soup stall run by two sisters was also a tempting option. They held a favorable impression of him and would lean in, eager to hear his stories. And then there was the milk tea shop across the street, owned by a true long-legged beauty, who would blush at the mere sight of him from a distance. Alas, time was limited, and with so many lovely ladies awaiting his comfort and encouragement, life truly was beautiful. Luo Chuan hummed a little tune as he approached the entrance of the shop, after hesitating for a few seconds. He finally bent down and pulled open the rolling shutter door. He found a fragrant bamboo box and carefully placed the red 100 garments inside. By the time he emerged from the inner hall, it was already past 12 o'clock. Just a moment ago, he was filled with appetite, yet now he found himself disinterested in any food. Blessings from the ancestral master. It was yet another day of bountiful fortune. Time to put up the sign and close the shop. Today, with his master absent, he was alone and overseeing the store, and once the clock struck 12, he could lock up. However, just as Luo Chuan was bringing in the symbolic sign from the entrance, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if enveloped by the wind. His body grew heavy, and he collapsed to the ground. He struggled momentarily, but his body felt as though it were burdened by an immense weight. And ultimately, he succumbed, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. I thought this little Yunqing had produced yet another promising young talent, but it seems he is no more than that. The main issue is that Master Yuan has personally come out of retirement. This lad is naturally no match for you. When it comes to business, I've accepted your money, so I shall carry out your wishes thoroughly. You two, go and break his limbs for me, and smash his shop while you're at it. It is only because of this SOC arithmetic practitioners calculate the cosmos, contemplate the dualities of yin and yang, and ponder trivial matters such as whether one is clad in undergarments. Yet such inquiries are neither governed by celestial cycles nor dictated by earthly truths. How, then, does one arrive at a conclusion? You see, this exemplifies the chasm that exists between us. To fathom the universe is foundational. To grasp the balance of yin and yang is merely commonplace. It is the ability to compute the minutiae of life. To account for both livestock and wild beasts, that truly exemplifies mastery. But if you cannot lower your pride and wish to abandon such sordid calculations, allow me to take on that burden. Should I be correct in my divination, You shall address me as Master Ancestor and vow never to engage in foolishness again, leading your entourage far away from me. Conversely, should I err, you may dispense with me as you see fit. You speak of discretion. Yuan Tianchong squinted. Indeed, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a four-horse chariot. Should you falter, I shall sever your hands, ensuring you meddle no more. Furthermore, let us swear a solemn oath. Should there be any breach of contract, may heaven and earth exact their vengeance that I concur, and I add another stipulation. The violator shall face annihilation of their lineage. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianchong could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. For he understood that regardless of the branch of arithmetic, one could measure gains and losses, fortune and adversity, but none could stoop to the level of calculating the color of undergarments. And Liang Lanqing, being one of their own, how could a mere pawnshop attendant possibly discern the hue of Liang Lanqing's undergarments? Lo, he sneered, I have already resolved to sever your hands. Yuan Tianchong pointed ominously, as a lackey produced a cleaver from behind his waist. Chapter 14. For the sake of survival, Luo Chuan gazed at the glinting blade with disdain and proclaimed, Allow me to demonstrate what it means to leave no calculation unexamined. Let me recite an incantation. Heavenly spirits. Earthly spirits, 6 deities heed my call. First, I summon the Jade Emperor. Second, Sun Wukong. Third, Zhang Manyu. Fourth, Xie Tingfeng. Fifth, the world-renowned Bachong. And sixth, Linghu Erzhong, sharp as a peach leaf, with willow leaves shading the sky. Yuan Tianchong scoffed, Must you also summon Zhang Yunlei? But Luo Chuan, exhaling deeply, opened his eyes as if he had pierced the veil of fate, articulating clearly, Pink. I surmise that Mr. Liang is adorned in pink undergarments. To this proclamation, Yuan Tianchong burst into laughter, and his lackeys doubled over in mirth. In their eyes, Luo Chuan was merely indulging in theatrics, posturing with empty bravado. Only Liang Lanqing stood frozen, his face ashen. Yuan Tianchong chuckled twice, but, sensing the awkwardness, turned to observe Liang Lanqing's expression and felt a twinge of unease. Boss Liang, could it be that? Luo Chuan interjected with a cold smile. The countenance reflects the heart. The cut reflects the countenance. Just look at Boss Liang, with his slicked back hair and poor dental health. He is clearly destined for a life of dependency. Such a person, with an outwardly flamboyant demeanor, yet inwardly effeminate, would indeed favor pink undergarments befitting his identity and taste. Boss Liang, why the days? Come now, before us all. Remove your trousers for inspection. You cheat. Liang Lanqing protested weakly, his complexion a stormy gray, yet his words inadvertently confirmed Luo Chuan's success in the wager. Cheat? How so? Luo Chuan replied playfully, I am neither your father, thus unable to see what you wear, nor are we allies. You would never divulge such intimate details to me. Therefore, does this not demonstrate my extraordinary aptitude in arithmetic? Yuan Tianchong, who had been laughing heartily moments ago, now wore a face darker than that of Song Xiaobao, filled with resentment as he grumbled, Why would a grown man choose to wear pink undergarments? Mr. Yuan, how was I to know he could truly calculate? Shouldn't you have intervened earlier? As the two began to bicker like dogs, Luo Chuan cleared his throat and sharply interjected, A wager is a wager. You may continue your quarrel elsewhere. Yuan Tianchong, shouldn't you make a show of good faith? Should there be a breach of contract, heaven and earth shall punish you. These were your words, as a practitioner. You wouldn't dare violate such a solemn vow, would you? Yuan Tianchong clenched his teeth in frustration, ultimately stepping forward with clenched fists, his voice deep and resonant as he uttered, Master Ancestor. Luo Chuan grinned widely, waving his hand dismissively. No need for formality, little disciple. Remember, there are those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. When you venture forth, adopt humility and refrain from arrogance, for you never know when you might cross paths with the likes of the Heavenly King. Do you understand? Luo Chuan, I concede that I lost today, yet I refuse to accept it. Mark my words, I shall find someone to teach you a lesson. Our paths may diverge today, but they shall cross again. Yuan Tianchong, his face a mask of defeat, could only mutter threats as he turned to leave. Liang Lanqing, unwilling to relent, called out, Mr. Yuan, a wager is a wager. Revenge is revenge. Are we truly unable to contend with him? I have already endured enough humiliation alongside you. Must I also expose my underwear? But leave now. There will be other opportunities. Luo Chuan smirked, waving farewell to the four men. Jesting, the Pawnshop welcomes your next visit. Should any of you find yourselves in a bind, feel free to come and pawn your goods that I will take properties, land deeds, and treasures. But Mr. Liang's pink undergarments shall remain as a family heirloom. Only when their vehicle disappeared into the night did Luo Chuan recall the presence beside him. The gambler stood frozen, resembling a statue. Hey, wake up! Are you asleep? The gambler startled, regaining his composure, and exclaimed, Mr. Luo, you truly are extraordinary. May I inquire as to the branch of arithmetic you used just now? How could you possibly discern the color of the other party's undergarments? Luo Chuan replied lazily. What sort of arithmetic is so trivial? I did not calculate anything. This morning, I merely knocked that scoundrel down. When he fell, his misfortune was revealed. Are you implying you were following me? Remember, when tailing someone, avoid consuming that low-quality liquor. The wind carries your scent throughout the alley. Speak swiftly. It's late, and I wish to sleep. Mr. Luo Master, might I beseech you to return that die to me? Absolutely not. Why not? Because it belongs to me. That was my die, because you trespassed into my pawn shop and stole it. This die is my compensation, and oh, more excuses. I shall be frank. This die holds great significance for me. Once it is in my possession, it is mine. Call it theft if you will, or imposition if you must. Regardless, it shall not be returned. Alternatively, let us consider this. You may treat this die as a dead pawn sold to me. Name your price, as long as it is reasonable. I shall pay. This would serve as my gratitude for your bravery in standing up to them on my behalf. I don't want money. The gambler lamented loudly. I have seen wealth before. During my time in the casinos of Yinqing, I once filled a bed with money. All I want is the die. Mr. Luo, I implore you. Show mercy and return it. To be candid, I stole this die from someone very important to me, and I must return it. This is my final line of conduct. You stole from someone important to you, and yet speak of lines of conduct? My wife passed away. I have no one left to cherish in this world. Thus, I stole this die, offering my remaining life in exchange for a final gamble. Recently, I have visited several top-tier casinos, winning untold wealth. Yet before I die, I must return this die. I may perish, but I cannot betray that person. Luo Chuan's expression remained impassive. Your tale strikes a chord with me. However, the die cannot be returned. As I stated, what I have acquired is mine, that if you wish to reclaim it, you must seize it from my grasp. Now, go, rest well tonight, and tomorrow you may come to retrieve it. With that, Luo Chuan lowered the rolling shutter. Through the crack, he observed the gambler linger outside for a while, head bowed, before slowly departing. Luo Chuan raised his arm, glancing at the red thread, feeling a pang of discomfort. Throughout his life, though he had engaged in illicit dealings and cunning schemes, he seldom resorted to actions that harmed others for personal gain. While he bore no guilt in this matter, for the gambler had instigated the disturbance in his shop, the origin of this die felt somewhat unjust. Yet there was no alternative. He must survive. He needed to gather 12 items of Yin essence, for he yearned to comprehend the meaning behind that dream, that haunting, ghostly ballad. Chapter 15. The eerie Yin goods. The wind howled ominously. The oppressive clouds hung low, and the dim moonlight filtered through the gaps in the withered branches, startling two red-eyed owls into flight. Luo Chuan struggled to sit up within a grave pit, surrounded by dust and cobwebs. Just as he braced himself to rise, he discovered that his palm rested upon an icy, glimmering human skull. Where am I? Why is it so silent? In terror, Luo Chuan scrambled out of the pit, turning to survey his surroundings, and was instantly rendered speechless. As far as the eye could see, there lay a dense array of earthen mounds, each grave close to another. Between the graves, a few crooked trees grew sparsely. Yet each tree hung with several nooses, some even adorned with weathered corpses that swayed gently in the wind. Nails for coffins, courage in hand, the hair of the deceased, the nooses, the puppets, they have returned. They have returned, like a song, yet reminiscent of an incantation. The haunting melody echoed once again, an incessant background sound that lingered. Luo Chuan stepped onto a grave, scanning the horizon, and in the distance, a figure clad in crimson stood stark against the vast expanse of yellow grass. "Who are you?" he bellowed, his voice tinged with desperation, as he pursued the figure with reckless abandon. The person, facing the setting sun, appeared oblivious to his cries. Only the hem of her red garment danced in the wind. Akin to delicate hands waving, he dashed over one ridge after another. And as he drew closer, he could discern the intricate embroidery of flowers adorning her flowing red dress. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air, and the earth began to collapse chaotically beneath him. He ran ahead, watching in horror as the path, graves, and trees behind him gradually vanished. The rumble of the earth splitting echoed like the sound of an endless chasm. Finally, he needed but a leap to reach the elevated ground beneath the woman's feet. Yet abruptly, the ground beneath him lost its support, the soil crumbling away like sand slipping through an hourglass. He looked up, watching in despair as the figure in red plummeted. In that moment of hopelessness, a length of crimson fabric suddenly descended like an endless rope, entwining around his AR. It seemed she was attempting to pull him up. A surge of emotion coursed through Luo Chuan as he grasped the red hem with fervor, striving to ascend to the fractured edge. Finally glimpsing her face turned toward the distance. Just then, a violent flurry of sounds erupted, and the fabric snapped, the sky vanished, and the earth disappeared. Luo Chuan awoke in a cold sweat, sitting up in bed. Breathless and drained, he reflected on the myriad dreams he had experienced over the years, all leading to a frustrating moment of near realization, always slipping away at the last instant. That moment, the door to the shop was pounded upon, the sound echoing loudly. Damn that noise. I was just about to see who that person was. Who is it? Knocking at this hour. Do you have hemorrhoids on the back of your head preventing you from sleeping? Or did your wife's aunt flood your bed with her monthly visitor, forcing you to escape here and bang on my door? Don't you know that a moment of morning slumber is worth its weight in gold? Is there no sense of public decency? Luo Go, it's me, Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the timid voice of Xiao Wu, Luo Chuan glanced at the clock. Damn, it's already 10 o'clock. How did I sleep so long? It's all Yang Lansheng and Yuan Tianchang's fault. Those two bastards. What's wrong, kid? Luo Go, you need to hurry. Something happened at the tea house. Xiao Wu's voice trembled, indicating that the situation was dire. Luo Chuan hastily donned his clothes, not even pausing to wash his face before rushing out the door. What is going on? He asked urgently while making his way to the tea house. Someone died. Who died? De Xiong. My poor De Xiong. No, Brother Xiong isn't dead. It's a customer who has passed, you little brat. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I was just about to think a eulogy. Two customers came in this morning, chatting over tea in a private room. One of them left, and the other asked us to bring some snacks. When I went in with the refreshments, I found him sprawled on the floor, heaving green liquid. And then Brother Xiong heard my shout and rushed over, completely startled. He wanted to call an ambulance. But the man on the ground, with wide eyes, forbade him from calling or reporting to the police. After saying that, he closed his eyes and breathed his last. Luo Chuan was momentarily speechless, muttering, "That bookworm Xiong. If someone forbids you from calling the police, you just don't. If he truly died in your establishment, it would be quite the trouble. This guy is more suited to star in Bears than as Brother Xiong." Who would he play? Well, obviously Brother Air, the dim-witted one. Bursting into the tea house, Luo Chuan found Xiong standing outside the private room, arms outstretched, frozen in shock, his hands covered in a green, sticky substance. The stench wafted through the air from afar. Where is he? Is he all right? Luo Chuan called out. Xiong opened his mouth but could not speak, merely gesturing with his chin toward the room. Ignoring the foul smell, Luo Chuan approached and found a man lying at the entrance. The floor slick with a green, algae-like substance. Most astonishingly, despite the tea house being a typically clean establishment, swarms of flies buzzed about as if drawn to the scene. Without a moment to spare, he crouched down to check the man's pulse. Though faint, it still beat, indicating he was alive. Rolling the man over, Luo Chuan was taken aback to recognize him. It was Dong Daming, notorious for selling counterfeit antiques on Mall Market Street, known as the Big Bright of the antique trade. specializing in peddling fakes to foreigners under the guise of earning foreign currency for the country. Given that he was big bright, one could easily infer another term. Big clevered IT was unclear when it had begun, but any term prefixed with big often took a turn for the worse. His presence here could only mean one thing. He had come for business, seeking to conduct a transaction in this secluded locale. Dong, Luo Chuan smacked the man's face, calling his name several times without response, and the color drained from Dong Daming's face. Luo Chuan had no choice but to disregard the filth and pry open his grimy mouth. His teeth were clenched tightly, tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, and while nothing was visible in his throat, the pronounced Adam's apple suggested something was lodged there. Dong, I'm sorry. I'm only doing this to save you. Please bear with me. Luo Chuan lifted Dong Daming, prying his mouth open with one hand and delivering a series of forceful punches to his chest with the other. Dong Daming convulsed violently, the green liquid erupting from his mouth like a torrent. After several heaves, a few black, quail egg-sized objects emerged, chilling to the touch, and melted upon exposure to the air, leaving the room frigid. What on earth is this? The malevolent energy has coalesced into icy shards. What on earth is this oppressive chill? Dong, open your eyes and see if you can recognize me. Luo Chuan thrust a mugwort pill into Dong Daming's mouth, while simultaneously urging Brother Xiong to ignite one that the foul stench permeated the room. He needed to suppress it or risk losing his own stomach. Gradually, Dong Daming regained consciousness, blinking as if struggling to focus. Finally recognizing Luo Chuan after what felt like an eternity. Chuanzi, is it you? Quickly call your master. I've been possessed. His voice was weak like a long, castrated eunuch, trembling and hoarse and why master SNT home. What's wrong? Tell me what happened. Dong Daming hesitated visibly. Luo Chuan pressed. What? Are you afraid I'll learn about your dealings? Let me tell you, you're not out of danger yet. If you want to die, keep it a secret. No, nephew, how could I? I'm close friends with your master. Close friends? My foot? Luo Chuan scoffed inwardly, bemused at Dong's feeble attempts at camaraderie. And who is your nephew, anyway? This is nothing but a scheme. Actually, I didn't do much. I just licked an ancient jade piece. Ancient jade? Yes, a recently acquired piece, a jade buckle, white-green jade, 3 inches long, a hexagonal prism, resembling the buttons of ancient garments that I licked it to verify its authenticity. And suddenly my throat turned cold, as if a little hand had grasped my throat, leaving me gasping for air. Luo Chuan furrowed his brow and asked urgently, was there a hole in the middle of that jade buckle? No hole, just smooth, one end thick, the other thin. Before Dong Daming could finish, Luo Chuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, turning abruptly toward the restroom to retch violently. Chapter 16. Don't lick anything carelessly. Thank goodness he hadn't eaten breakfast, or he would have surely expelled his duodenum. Xiong, observed Luo Chuan, bewildered. This usually refined tea connoisseur stood with hands outstretched, cold sweat beading on his brow. Chuanzi, what's wrong? He thought the green, viscous substance might be poisonous. Otherwise, how could the typically unflappable Luo Chuan appear this way? Is it toxic? Wouldn't I be in danger too? Luo Chuan stood, rinsed his mouth, waved his hand, and managed a bitter smile. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. You want die? Then what's this about? It's just plain disgusting. Dong Daming beside him, rinsed his mouth and smacked his lips, exuding an air of bravado. Little shopkeeper. Don't fret. If it were truly toxic, I'd be done for by now. We're all from the same world. What's there to fear? As the saying goes, when little ghosts come, I stroll leisurely. When the king of hell arrives, I simply observe the clouds drift by. However, I must thank you for not calling the police. Upon seeing Dong Daming's mouth, Luo Chuan couldn't help but retch again. Luo Chuan, I didn't expect your skills to rival your master. You've truly helped me today. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Dong Daming clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave. Suppressing his nausea, Luo Chuan waved his hand. Big Bright, wait a moment. I must tell you, although you're not dead, you're still endangered. Do you believe that once you step out that door, you can make headlines tomorrow? What do you mean? Xiao Chuan, don't scare me. Scare you? Do you think you are in such a state because you have consumed too much gutter oil? It is evident that you are afflicted by malevolent energy. In our line of work, We have encountered numerous antiques, and it is often the case that a particular item, recently unearthed, has been tainted by such dark forces that Lo Chuan glanced at his abdomen, which was bulging as if it contained a watermelon, still quivering, but he couldn't help but frown. 5-4. What do you mean, Lo Chuan? 3-2-1. Hurry to the restroom. Dong Daming opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly his eyes bulged like copper bells, and with a howl of despair, clutching his belly, he dashed into the bathroom. A cacophony of sounds erupted, followed by a foul odor. But Lo Chuan quickly shut the door, covering his nose as he and Xiong, along with Xiao Wu, retreated to a safe distance. That Xiong's face turned green, and he muttered, "This is it. With this stench, I doubt I can conduct any business today." "Fear not. With me around, this day's revenue will surely be yours, no matter what." After a considerable wait, Dong Daming finally emerged from the restroom. However, he appeared utterly transformed, looking as if he had shed a significant amount of weight in an instant. His complexion was ashen, his lips chapped, and he hunched over like a prawn. Lo Chuan, what is happening to me? It feels as though I have expelled my very intestines. Lo Chuan, suppressing the lingering odor, teased, "Aren't you the great expert of the Yunqing antique business? Can't you discern what this is? You've been poisoned by a corpse's energy, and malevolent forces have infiltrated your system." "Surely not. I haven't even ventured into the countryside these past few days. I merely collected a few items from the roadside. I ask you, did you not mention that you licked that jade ornament?" "Yes, I did lick it." "What of it? I studied this. Ancient jade is smooth to the touch, and the tongue is the most sensitive tool to discern the age of jade. Have you seen those treasure appraisal programs on television? Those masters do it too. You truly are a self-proclaimed expert, only half-informed yet pretending to know it all. While jade can be licked, not all jade is suitable for such treatment. The jade ornament you touched is a pillar, hollow with a passage, serving as an accessory for the affluent. I ask you, did the one you licked have an opening in the center?" Dong Daming scratched his head. "Well, no, but what does that matter? If it's a jade ornament, isn't it merely an accessory for the wealthy of ancient times? Just because it is a jade ornament does not mean it is safe to lick. First and foremost, you cannot ascertain how long it has been unearthed or the extent of its malevolent energy. It is absolutely inadvisable to ingest it. Secondly, there are many methods for appraising jade. Licking is an extremely niche approach, and there is no need to take such risks unless absolutely necessary. Lastly, the jade ornament you touched is a pillar with 6 edges, lacking a central opening, and is likely a remnant of the 9 orifices jade, not merely a button for clothing as you suggested. What is 9 orifices jade? How foolish for him to trade in antiques." Lo Chuan was about to elaborate when Xiong interjected. "The texts say that 9 orifices refers to the communication points between heaven and earth among the 6 realms, namely the mouth, nose, eyes, ears, and the lower openings. The ancients believed jade to be a conduit to the spiritual world, allowing the souls of the deceased to communicate with the energies of heaven and earth. In simpler terms, it was believed that the nobility sought to retain their privileges even after death by using jade products to seal these 9 orifices, in a bid to converse with the divine. Look at you, even a bookworm surpasses you in understanding. I still don't grasp the meaning of these 9 orifices." "What is K? Oh," Dong Daming, clutching his belly, inquired, "could it be the navel?" "To be frank, K-O refers to the rear, and the rear is K." "Oh," Lo Chuan exclaimed, suppressing his disgust. "The item you licked is actually a jade object used by the ancients to seal the rear of the deceased." The 9 orifices jade refers to the jade used for this purpose. Before the Song dynasty, such items were typically in the shape of 6 or 8-edged pillars, symbolizing connectivity to all directions. After the Ming and Qing dynasties, various forms emerged. Jade, especially ancient jade, is not something one can simply lick. As soon as Lo Chuan finished speaking, Xiong and Xiao Wu could no longer contain their nausea. However, they were unable to reach the restroom in time, as Dong Daming's face had fallen, and he appeared on the verge of collapse, one hand covering his mouth and the other clenching his rear as he rushed back inside. A cacophony ensued, accompanied by the sounds of retching and distress. It was not until more than 10 minutes had passed that Dong Daming finally opened the door a crack, looking sorrowfully at Xiong. "Boss, do you have a toothbrush?" Xiong waved his hand, speechless. "Help yourself to the cupboard." There are 3 types of toothpaste on the shelf that, if that S not enough, they're S toilet cleaner beside the toilet. I certainly don't need any of it. Another round of tumultuous sounds echoed from the restroom, and when Dong Daming finally emerged, his gums were raw from excessive brushing. Strangely enough, even from several meters away. The 3 of them could still detect the lingering odor emanating from him. Lo Chuan, Boss Lo, do you think I should go for an enema or stomach wash? I feel an icy chill swirling within me, as if there are a multitude of insects crawling in my intestines. That is unnecessary. Looking at your mouth makes me want to vomit. Lo Chuan turned his face away. When you return home, boil some water with multicolored beans and drink it at every meal. When you can drink it without retching and have no more green diarrhea, you'll be fine. By the way, where did you acquire that item? Though I haven't seen it, I feel a heavy aura of malevolence surrounding it. Did it come from a recently excavated site? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Is that so? You fainted yet still remembered to tell the Xiong not to call an ambulance or the police. Are you truly unaware? Since that is the case, De Xiong, you should call the police. After all, something has occurred with our teacher Dong here, and if you were to succumb to this ordeal, you would bear the responsibility. Please no, Dong Daming exclaimed in a panic. I have a long-standing friendship with your master. You cannot betray me. I will tell you everything. This item is not mine. It was brought to me by my nephew from the countryside for me to examine. Oh, the one you met with this morning? Where did he acquire it? Beishan Township. Lo Chuan paused. You wouldn't be referring to the recent notorious tomb discovered in Beishan Township, would you? I cannot say for certain. I merely heard that a Liao tomb was unearthed, and a group of inexperienced tomb raiders broke into it, resulting in 3 out of 6 meeting their demise inside. Later, the villagers discovered the tomb passage and went in to scavenge. But by the time they were caught, the burial goods were gone, leaving only a few corpses that I heard those corpses were all mottled black, as if they had been afflicted by some great evil. And many villagers' livestock perished as well. That I feared that this jade might have belonged to that tomb, which is why I was hesitant to have you report it. The sense of unease washed over Lo Chuan. His master had indeed gone to Beishan Township. He hoped nothing had gone awry. Chapter 17. The great evil Xiao Wu blinked nervously and timidly asked the Xiong, "What is a tomb raider?" "Those who steal from tombs." "Oh, you know about that." Lo Chuan expressed surprise. De Xiong replied, "It's written in books. Tomb raiders are colloquially referred to as Lingli. They believe that pangolins excel at digging and tunneling, hence associating them with the act of tomb raiding. Legend has it that the mock Jin officers would wear amulets made from pangolin claws for protection. In the past, there existed a faction in the Yinqing and Yunqing areas known as the Ling Li Society, which specialized in grave robbing. Impressive. Bookworm. Which book contains such information? A novel. The six-fingered mysterious doctor mentions it. Xiao Wu then asked, "What is the great evil?" "I'm not certain about that." De Xiong looked at Lo Chuan. Lo Chuan chuckled. "Those who write novels often cannot articulate it. It is said that the afflictions of the malevolent can be categorized into great evil, great corpse, and lesser corpse. The great corpse refers to entities like the drought demon, which can cause droughts, fires, and plagues. Lesser corpse pertains to ordinary forms of resurrection that are easily dealt with. Lesser evil refers to what we commonly call unclean things, such as restless souls or ghosts, which can cause headaches, fevers, and even illness. The great evil, however, is formidable. It often manifests as unseen malevolent forces, such as calamity energy or ghostly winds, so potent that mere contact can be fatal. The great evil typically arises after significant disasters." As he spoke, Lo Chuan suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Dong Daming. "Where is your nephew? What do you need him for?" Dong Daming replied, realizing Lo Chuan's intent. His expression turned fearful. "You mean, oh no, this is serious? I told him to take the item back. Tomorrow he is supposed to sell it to 2 regular customers. Lo Chuan, you must hurry and come with me." Dong Daming took off running. But Lo Chuan grabbed him, pointing at the disarray around them. "Are you leaving just like that?" Dong Daming was notoriously stingy. Getting him apart with money was akin to drawing blood. De Xiong. "My apologies. I'll return shortly with my wife to help clean up. Don't bother coming back." "Where'd I find you later?" Lo Chuan mocked. "You are a businessman. Do you not realize that this too is a trade? With your current state, the odor will linger for days. What should I pay?" Dong Daming hesitated, pulling out a bundle of cash. Lo Chuan snatched it from him and tossed it to the Xiong. Hey, that's over 2,000. Not even enough for a day's business, Lo Chuan retorted. This is how it is. Convincing you to part with money is more challenging than extracting your precious lawn Xianzi. Hurry, do you not care for your nephew's life? Luo Chuan cast a sidelong glance at the Great Bear, pushing Dong Daming out of the tea house. They first returned to the pawn shop to retrieve his yellow cloth bag before finally boarding Dong Daming's vehicle. Once inside, Dong Daming attempted to reach his nephew multiple times via phone, yet his calls were met with silence. Inquiring further, Luo Chuan learned that his nephew resided alone in the suburban areas, clearly indicating a foreboding omen. Yes, they traveled. Dong Daming's complexion grew increasingly grim, and soon the car was pervaded by a foul odor. They stopped by the roadside twice, and with no time to find a restroom. He was forced to cover his face and squat behind some greenery to relieve himself. Luo Chuan, go check the greenery. I feel as if my duodenum has been expelled. If you find it disgusting, then so be it. If it were truly out, could you retrieve it? Though Luo Chuan remained speechless, he retrieved 2 red pills from his bag and handed them over. Take these. What kind of medicine is this? Just take it. It won't kill you. That it's Hong Lian Miao Xian Wan, used to dispel evil and toxins that I would part with it if you weren't in such dire straits. Each pill costs 500. Settle up later. How generous. Why, Master and I are close friends, but let us keep it between brothers for now on. As for the money, forget it. Who charges a brother for a pill? Dong Daming awkwardly swallowed the medicine while still trying to avoid paying. Of course, Luo Chuan had no intention of demanding payment, but sought to solidify their bond. Say, old Dong, do you know what we do at the pawn shop? Yes, I've heard. You mainly handle cursed objects. That's right. That I in the future do refer some business my way, that I transform evil into treasure, and I assure you, there will be a share for you. All right then, with your word, I'll definitely keep you in mind. During their conversation, they had already arrived at the suburban village. They could see this point. Dong Daming appeared significantly better than before. Zhuzi. Dong Daming called out as he stepped out of the car and into the yard. The heavy iron gate was tightly shut, and no sounds emanated from within. After several knocks, silence persisted. Ignoring the circumstances, Luo Chuan delivered a swift kick, forcing the iron gate open. Once inside, he noticed the door to the inner room ajar. And as Dong Daming was about to lift the curtain and enter, Luo Chuan halted him, gesturing toward the ground inside. There amidst Dong Daming, this fellow is quite crafty, thought Luo Chuan, secretly cursing, since you're aware that my master is searching for the Shaozongdan. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Bringing it up now is simply a fishing tactic. However, truth be told, even if I recognize this as a ploy, I still have to seize the opportunity. Let me be frank. I can only do my utmost, but if I fail to save him, do not hold it against me. Naturally, if I cannot trust you at this moment, who else can I trust? Luo Chuan bent down and tested the man's breath. He was still alive. However, having pressed the philtrum and the feng qi point, there was still no sign of reaction. Pressing down on the throat with one hand, which was severely swollen, it seemed there was something lodged in his throat. Much like Dong Daming's obstructing his ability to breathe. Go, bring me some fragrant white alkali. Fragrant white alkali. What is that? Oh, it's the white urine scale found on the walls of public restrooms outside. Dong Daming responded repeatedly, rushing to the kitchen to fetch a shovel. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan propped up Ertsuzi, leaning him against a chair, tilting his body forward and stretching his neck as straight as possible. He then found 2 bamboo chopsticks, patted them with a napkin, and pried open Ertsuzi's mouth just enough to create a gap. Here it comes. How do you use this? Dong Daming sprinted back, holding a large handful of pungent white crystals. Pour it in, Luo Chuan pointed at Ertsuzi's mouth. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry up. This stuff is a remedy for throat abscesses and sores. It is a powerful substance, used to dispel evil and is a common remedy. With that, Luo Chuan pried open Ertsuzi's mouth while Dong Daming stuffed a large handful of the alkali into it, followed by a bit of cold water. After waiting a few seconds, the lifeless Ertsuzi suddenly began to convulse and struggle as if he were having a seizure. Luo Chuan signaled to Dong Daming to hold him down firmly, and they watched as Ertsuzi's abdomen swelled as if filled with gas, rapidly resembling a woman about to give birth to, oh my goodness. Chuanzi, is this going to explode? Relax. Have you ever seen a balloon burst when it has a mouth? He has openings above and below. After a moment of struggling, Suzy ceased to move, yet his belly continued to expand. Luo Chuan listened to the cacophony of sounds emanating from Suzy's stomach and quietly loosened his grip, stepping back. Dong Daming noticed something was amiss and turned to ask why Luo Chuan had let go. Just in time to hear a loud pop. Suzy shot up like a liquid-fueled rocket. A stream of green liquid mixed with gas burst forth from below, and simultaneously, his mouth opened wide, as if breaking free from a seal. Spewing forth green slime along with what appeared to be icy debris. Dong Daming screamed in despair, overwhelmed by the stench and the vomit that rained down upon him. Chapter 19. The Jade Pig Luo Chuan hid outside for several minutes, waiting for the dust to settle before re-entering. What a sight! The room was a complete mess. Can you imagine? The ceiling was splattered with excrement, and liquid was dripping from the light bulbs. Suzy had survived. But he appeared nearly dazed, sitting amidst the filth with a blank stare. Dong Daming stood to the side, looking utterly despondent. The stench was unbearable, especially from his head, where hair had been pulled away, leaving it covered in a layer of green residue. Luo Chuan, you rascal. Why didn't you call for me when you left? It was like a torrential downpour in there. I nearly suffocated. Luo Chuan feigned innocence. You are his uncle. Surely someone had to hold him down. Dead friends or dead Taoist. One must be sacrificed. I had no choice but to let you take the hit. Indeed, it seems the disciple trained by Yu Xuanfeng has surpassed the master. This old fox certainly has a clever little fox beneath him, Dong Daming said, somewhat begrudgingly. But I must admit, I am truly impressed. You managed to use even the urine alkali to your advantage. Enough flattery. Let's get down to business. Luo Chuan reminded him. You promised to help me find the Shao's Hongdan. What? I don't recall that. Don't tell me you're going back on your word. Dong Daming, don't forget, your nephew is poisoned. He'll need to detoxify. Hey, come on, it was just a joke. I'll call my family to take care of him, and then I'll take you to a good place. Luo Chuan wasn't being petty. He knew Dong Daming well, a businessman. He was always filled with schemes, and only if you could keep him in check would he be sincere with you. After a while, Dong Daming's family finally arrived. Luo Chuan stepped outside to smoke, while several members of the family busily cleaned up, taking over an hour and using several tons of warm water to rid Dong Daming and his nephew of the foul odor. Once they finished, Dong Daming changed into fresh clothes, looking rejuvenated, and took Luo Chuan back to the city. On the way, he carefully pulled out a small yellow cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Luo Chuan. What is this? Luo Chuan asked, feigning ignorance. What else could it be? The J-plug. I mean, what does this mean? Dong Daming sighed. This thing is so sinister that I have no way to dispose of it. My nephew has been through such an ordeal. He is probably terrified and will have to change careers. Your Dala Pawnshop specializes in collecting cursed objects, right? Just give it a fair price. Luo Chuan did not hesitate and accepted the item. Through the cloth, he felt its chilling aura. With such heavy energy, it might indeed have significant uses elsewhere. Based on the price of ancient jade, I'll give you 3,000 yuan for it, treating it as a pawn at our shop. Later, you can go to mine for the pawn ticket. We need 2 copies. Everything must be clear. All right, I knew you wouldn't let me suffer a loss. Dong Daming smiled mysteriously. To thank you, I'll take you to a place for some entertainment. Dong Daming seemed enigmatic, and Luo Chuan didn't press for details, assuming it would be something simple like a meal. However, upon arrival, he hesitated. It turned out to be a bathing center. Daming, what are you bringing me here for? I said it would be a place for entertainment. Luo Chuan immediately waved his hand. No, I'm not interested in that. Look at you, so like those common folk. The moment someone mentions a bathing center, you think of something so unseemly. Come on, don't you want to learn about the Shao's Hongdan? This is the opportunity. Unable to resist, Luo Chuan was dragged inside by Dong Daming. The bathing center was luxuriously decorated. Upon entering, it was not a bathing area, but a massive entertainment complex filled with a variety of arcade games, an array of restaurants, and various movie rooms. They passed through, and Dong Daming confidently headed straight for the elevator, going upstairs. Previously, he only knew that going upstairs seemed to hint at some unspeakable services. And indeed, as the elevator passed the 2nd and 3rd floors, one could glimpse the even more opulent decor within. The attendants standing there were all dressed in uniforms, and the lighting and color schemes created a somewhat sultry and ambiguous ambience. However, Dong Daming was headed for the fourth floor. When the elevator doors opened, the atmosphere shifted. Gone were the enticingly dressed attendants, replaced by two young women clad in traditional Tang attire. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please come inside." The more the young women smiled and acted politely, the more embarrassed Luo Chuan felt he could joke around, but when faced with unfamiliar women, his face turned redder than a monkey's bottom. Fortunately, he was overthinking. Once inside, he discovered it was simply a different form of massage. All the service staff wore traditional clothing, and the techniques employed were all traditional methods like acupressure, guimo, and moxibustion. Dong Daming went to the service desk, got a number, selected a package, and was then led to the service area. The service area consisted of low wooden platforms. The two lay on them with a traditional steaming basin in the middle. A variety of fruits and teas were laid out in front of them, and two slender women in kipeos began to work on them according to ancient acupressure techniques. To his surprise, it was indeed quite comfortable. "Hey, today is particularly fortuitous. The person I wanted you to meet is right here." "Who? Where?" Dong Daming gestured quietly and whispered, "We're on the 588 package, but that person is on the 988 package." Luo Chuan followed his gaze and saw a space resembling a private room, akin to an ancient pavilion surrounded by water, with gauzy curtains on all sides and in the center. A golden platform lay a heavily tattooed individual. The thick mist and steam obscured the person's face, but it was clear to see that a woman weighing at least 200 pounds stood on the platform, giving him a back massage. Luo Chuan whispered, "What determines the price of this package? It can't be based on the weight of the masseuse, can it?" He truly worried that if it were his petite frame, he might get crushed. The two women massaging them found his comment amusing. Meanwhile, Dong Daming whispered, "Don't say that. It would be troublesome if he hears you." "That's Zhao Jinxin." "Zhao Jinxin? That name sounds familiar." Luo Chuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly recalled, wasn't Zhao Jinxin the most renowned gray market businessman in Yinqing? It is said that this individual once mingled with the underworld in his early years, but later ventured into business and became wealthy, developing a passion for philanthropy, having donated to several primary schools, gradually transforming into a figure of prominence in the sunlight. Just then, a man clad in a black suit and wearing glasses hurriedly approached, whispering something in the pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxin suddenly sat up, rising to leave. However, at that moment, he staggered, as if his body could no longer bear the strain, collapsing to the ground, causing whatever he was holding to roll away. "President Zhao," the bespectacled man shouted, and instantly, a dozen individuals, all dressed in black suits, surged from all directions in a protective manner. Is it really necessary to have so many guards for a simple shower or massage? Luo Chuan squinted through the mist and noticed that the item on the ground was an intricately carved jade pig. Chapter 20. The confident individual the opportunity had arrived. Dong Daming winked at me and rushed over in his bathrobe. "Oh dear, I SMT this President Zhao. What happened? You didn't fall, did you? Look at this wretched floor. Why is it not cleaned properly?" Observing his hunched running posture and the tone of his incessant clucking. He resembled a modern-day Su Peixiong or Li Lianying. Had it been ancient times, Dong Daming would have been perfectly suited for the palace. However, a bachelor with a rubber doll is merely infatuated. Dong Daming, filled with concern, rushed forward, but before he could reach Zhao Jinxin, he was restrained by two burly bodyguards, his oily face pressed against the floor, arms pinned behind his back, reminiscent of a captured spy. "Ouch, that hurts. Don't misunderstand. I know President Zhao. I truly know him." Hearing this, the two bodyguards slightly eased their grip and turned to drag him closer to Zhao Jinxin. This moment, Zhao Jinxin furrowed his brow. His expression grim, leaning against the wooden platform, panting heavily, he glanced at Dong Daming without any reaction, clearly failing to recall who he was. "President Zhao, I am Dong Daming, Little Dong." Zhao Jinxin was a significant figure in Yin City, encountering numerous people daily, both officials and business persons, each of whom was noteworthy. It was evident he still did not remember this man with the sycophantic grin. "You might recall, at the last auction, I was sitting right behind you. You intended to purchase a Qing Dynasty official kiln multicolored dragon and phoenix pattern bowl, and I mentioned to you that there was a flaw on the foot of the bowl. Do you remember now? Oh, little Dong. Zhao Jinxin finally nodded slowly, saying, You are here for massage as well. Is there something you need from me? With that, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to release him. Dong Daming stood up, hunched over, and bowed, saying, No, I just noticed you seemed unwell and was quite worried. How are you feeling? It's nothing serious, is it? A person like you, who handles so many affairs daily, must take good care of your health. Thank you for your concern, but it's nothing that I might just be a bit fatigued due to the overwhelming tasks recently, Zhao Jinxin replied calmly, devoid of any domineering attitude. Little Dong, I have a pressing matter at home, so I must take my leave. When you have the chance, do visit my villa for a chat. Afterward, Zhao Jinxin glanced at the man beside him, who appeared to be his secretary. The secretary nodded and promptly handed a business card to Dong Daming. Dong Daming, clutching the golden card, was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly nodding in gratitude and attempting to assist. However, Zhao Jinxin propped himself on the wooden platform, tried to rise, but grimaced in pain, his body stiffening, nearly collapsing again. Luo, hurry, help President Zhao. Dong Daming winked at me, bending down to introduce Zhao Jinxin. President Zhao, this young man is my dear friend, the young manager of the Pawnshop. The Pawnshop? Zhao Jinxin cast a glance at me, his expression tinged with indifference. After all, a man of his stature did not take to forming casual acquaintances. Even Dong Daming had merely just received a business card. Moreover, in his eyes, I likely appeared as nothing more than a naive youth. Little Dong, I am not at a point where I require a pawnshop, so I shall not keep you both any longer. Oh, dear President Zhao, please don't misunderstand. Although he is merely a pawnshop attendant, my young brother is actually a master of medicine. His wisdom of qi and huang benefits all, and he is remarkably mature for his age, renowned in Yun City. Just the other day, he saved me from a bout of negative energy. Dong Daming exclaimed, his words flowing exuberantly. I felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. It was one thing for him to curry favor, but must he drag me along? I, a mere pawnshop owner, could hardly claim to be a distinguished physician. Oh, Zhao Jinxin scrutinized me again, nodding. This young brother possesses an impressive stature, with profound insight reflected in his gaze and elegance apparent in his demeanor. May I ask your name? Given the circumstances, I could not simply undermine Dong Daming's face. I wrapped my bathrobe tighter and replied earnestly, President Zhao, my surname is Luo, and my given name is Chuan. I am just a pawnshop owner. What old Dong mentioned was an exaggeration. With that, I bent down to retrieve the jade pig from the ground and handed it to him. Continuing, however, I did notice that you seemed unwell just now, and I do have some observations. Little Luo, is it? Please do share, Zhao Jinxin urged. Have you been feeling constantly exhausted lately, as if burdened by hundreds of pounds yet unable to rest? Zhao Jinxin's eyes brightened. Luo, please continue. There are times when you inexplicably feel as if your body is ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move. When alone, you feel an intense burning sensation, as if your very insides are ablaze. Precisely, so that I have been coming here daily, feeling an intense stiffness in my back, hoping that through massage, I could relieve some tension. Yet there has been no effect, and each day feels heavier, as if I have toiled for an entire day, even upon waking. Luo Chuan glanced at Zhao Jinxin's bare upper body, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, President Zhao, you must have passed 60 years of age. I advise you to have the fire wheels, auspicious clouds, and the dragon tattoo on your back removed. You can no longer bear it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinxin's face turned ashen, while the secretary exclaimed sternly, Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Dong Daming was equally alarmed, hastily attempting to soften the situation. President Zhao, I apologize, my young brother did not mean it that way. He was saying. Zhao Jinxin interrupted him with a wave of his hand, coldly fixing his gaze on Luo Chuan. Young man, I shall not entertain further remarks. I only wish to stand and leave here with dignity. Do you have a solution? Luo Chuan hesitated, but turned to the cabinet, retrieved his clothing, and produced the jade talisman wrapped in a yellow cloth, presenting it to him. President Zhao, exchange the jade pig in your hand for this. Holding it will allow you to stand. Dong Daming was alarmed, recalling the torment he had endured from the jade talisman, fearing that if Zhao Jinxin experienced the same, both men would be a loss. Yet he cast several warning glances at Luo Chuan, who remained unfazed. Dong Daming had no choice but to witness as the secretary accepted the item. "Young man, are you certain? Holding this will enable me to stand." Zhao Jinshin squinted, his expression grave. "Indeed, if you cannot stand, then allow me to collapse." "Very well, I appreciate a confident individual." Zhao Jinshin grasped the yellow cloth pouch, clenching in his left palm, propped himself up with his right hand, and with a sudden exertion of strength, astonishingly managed to stand. Chapter 21. No payment for unwarranted gains. Everyone was left in awe. Zhao Jinshin twisted his neck and waved his arms, experiencing a rare sense of relief. "Incredible, truly incredible." Dong Daming gaped, his mouth agape for a long moment before finally exclaiming, "A miraculous healer, a master of rejuvenation, silent until now, but suddenly astonishing. What did I tell you? My young brother is a hidden dragon of Yun City, possessing numerous skills, though he has not had the chance to showcase them." Zhao Jinshin nodded appreciatively, reflecting, "The youth is indeed formidable. I did not expect such talent in our modest Yun City." "Luo, what treasure is contained within that pouch? Name your price. I shall purchase it." "President Zhao, the price is not high, since it is beneficial to you." Then Dong Daming was about to voice his intentions, hoping to forge a connection. However, Luo Chuan interjected resolutely. "President Zhao, I apologize, but I do not wish to sell this item." A momentary silence enveloped the atmosphere. Zhao Jinshin was taken aback, offering an awkward smile. Indeed, such a treasure is unlikely to be easily parted with. "Nevertheless, even treasures must have a price, correct? Please understand, President Zhao, my refusal to sell is not due to an exorbitant price, but rather because it cannot genuinely resolve your issue, while it may provide temporary relief. To restore your health, those 3 tattoos must be removed. However, I am willing to let you take it home for now, and you may return it to me tomorrow." Luo Chuan, maintaining an air of composure, added, "Moreover, I must emphasize one point. Under no circumstances should you open this yellow pouch, nor allow it to come into contact with your skin or anyone else's. Otherwise, unforeseen troubles may arise." His somewhat unfeeling remarks left Zhao Jinshin feeling somewhat embarrassed. The secretary beside him bluntly interjected, "Mr. Luo, you seem rather arrogant. Do you even know who President Zhao is? He is merely a trifle. For President Zhao to take an interest in you is a stroke of fortune for you. At the very least, it can only bring you benefits, not detriments. If you desire any sum of money, feel free to state it directly. We can afford it." Silence. Zhao Jinshin snapped at the secretary. "It is already a favor when others help me. How can I demand anything further?" He then nodded at Luo Chuan and Dong Daming, saying, "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave for now. I will have someone return the items." Luo Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and reclined back onto his wooden couch. Zhao Jinshin, with a sullen expression, exited the 4th floor amidst a throng of followers, with Dong Daming closely trailing behind him until he saw him off in the elevator, returning with a dazed expression. "I say, Master Luo, do you truly understand who he is? Wasn't that item merely worth 3,000? Just sell it to him. Irrespective of the money, fostering this connection will undoubtedly benefit us in the future. Dong Daming, remember, that item you have is now considered as a dead pledge to me. Only I have the authority to dispose of it. That I am fully aware, but I am not acting solely for your benefit. Regardless of whose benefit it may be for, I neither wish to curry favor with others nor to harm anyone. I have stated it before. That jade plug is only a temporary solution. Over time, it will lead to greater issues. Do you understand?" Yet, how astonishing it was. The moment you intervened, he stood upright, truly remarkable. "What do you understand?" Zhao Jinshin possesses a fierce demeanor, with pronounced cheekbones and a ruddy complexion. His temples are round and prominent, a clear indication of a formidable presence. In his youth, he engaged in confrontations and bore tattoos of fire clouds, wind wheels, and a fiery dragon, all symbols of extreme yang energy. Few could withstand such potency. His success in his endeavors is undoubtedly intertwined with these tattoos. However, as he enters middle age, his internal organs begin to weaken, and his vitality can no longer withstand the overwhelming yang energy surrounding him. Do you remember the jade pig in his possession? Of course, isn't that the reason we are here today? It is his talisman. It may be termed a talisman, yet it is not the talisman I seek. In truth, That item is called a jade grip, similar to your jade plug, both being funerary object for the deceased. The ancients believed that although the physical body perishes, the soul endures. Hence, one cannot depart this world empty-handed, but must possess essence and dignity, leading to the creation of the jade grip, which symbolizes seasonal vitality. Consider this. Who would dare to casually handle an object that belonged to the dead? Only a person whose yang energy is so robust that they are impervious to malevolent forces would do so. Utilizing this grip serves to harmonize the fire and yang energy within one's body. Thus, I hold considerable admiration for the individual who bestowed that jade pig on him. That person is quite formidable, so that is the case. But why is it ineffective now, even with the jade pig? It is quite simple. For an ordinary individual, the jade grip may suffice to dispel malevolent energy. However, for one whose fate is inherently linked to intense yang and adorned with 3 significant yang tattoos, over time, it becomes inadequate. The jade pig I observed earlier has seemingly lost its malevolent aura, leaving him increasingly unable to withstand the fiery energy surrounding him. The jade plug I provided can only serve as a temporary measure to mitigate the overwhelming malevolent energy. In the long run, it will prove ineffective. Moreover, given the jade plug's heavy malevolent essence, even if Zhao Jianxin remains unperturbed, what if someone in his vicinity inadvertently touches it? As they conversed, the bespectacled secretary returned unexpectedly. "Ah, Secretary Jean, what brings you back? Is there something amiss?" Dong Daming promptly stood to greet him. The secretary, however, disregarded him and approached Luo Chuan directly, stating earnestly, "Mr. Luo, you rendered President Zhao a tremendous service earlier," in his haste to return home. "He neglected to express his gratitude, and I have come back to relay his thanks and present you with a small gift." As he spoke, he extended a gold card towards Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan declined to accept it, responding lightly, "I have done nothing of great significance. I have received President Zhao's gratitude, but I must decline the gift, as it feels undeserved." Secretary Jean smiled, insisting, "You should accept it. This card is a gold card from our group, granting you unrestricted access to our hotels, clubs, and entertainment venues." "All right, I thank President Zhao on behalf of my brother. I shall accept it for now." Dong Daming joyfully took the card. After bidding farewell to Secretary Jean, Dong Daming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother, do you realize that possessing this card is akin to entering President Zhao's social circle? How could you refuse it? In the pawnshop, we adhere to our principles. What is rightfully ours, we take. What is not, we do not accept a single coin. That if you desire it, take it. And as I have mentioned before, simply keep an eye out for that jade grip in the future. Additionally, you shall bring back the jade plug tomorrow." "Absolutely. I knew it was the righteousness of brotherhood at play. Rest assured, I will diligently inquire about the jade grip." Upon exiting the bathhouse, Luo Chuan returned directly to the shop. He opened the door and hung the open sign, reverting to the solitary state of guarding the shop. Days had passed without a word from his master, leaving him uncertain of the old man's whereabouts. Just as he settled in, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up outside, and a middle-aged man entered, holding a banner. "Professor Su, what brings you here?" Luo Chuan quickly rose to greet him. The man was a guest of Yu Xuanfeng, a university professor. It was unclear how he had met Luo Chuan's master, but he had recently taken a statue of the green sandalwood Bisha Yuanjun from a shop. Originally, this statue had been a deity in the Dragon King Temple of Dongying Village. The villagers believed that constructing the temple was a prayer for bountiful harvests. However, after its completion, the winds became unseasonable. The rains erratic and several wells dried up. Villagers reported seeing flickering blue and yellow lights in the temple at night, resembling fireflies. Rumors spread that the Dragon King enshrined there was malevolent. Upon visiting the temple, Yu Xuanfeng observed both the interior and exterior, ultimately discovering the statue among a group of minor deities. The green sandalwood Bisha Yuanjun statue had become entirely blackened, as if it had been self-ignited. Bisha Yuanjun is a deity of Mount Tai, revered as a protector of women across the land, traditionally occupying a principal position that it is illogical for Bisha Yuanjun to be relegated to a subordinate role in any temple. The villagers, unaware of the underlying relationships, had carelessly filled the temple with deities, inadvertently causing disharmony, and the temple's main deity was merely the Dragon King, unable to contain such a significant figure. After elucidating the matter's importance, Yu Xuanfeng temporarily brought the troublesome statue to the pawnshop. Eventually, the statue was taken by Professor Su and his wife. Professor Su's wife had long suffered from poor health and often experienced visions of things that should not be seen, leading to her mental disarray. Luo Chuan, is your master absent? Professor Su inquired, his spirit high. That I have come specifically to express my gratitude to him. To be honest, I consider myself an intellectual and previously dismissed concepts of yin and yang, as well as the 8 trigrams, as mere superstitions. However, I am truly convinced now. Ever since bringing the statue home, my wife's health has significantly improved, and she no longer experiences those disturbing visions. As he spoke, he unfurled the banner he held, which read, "Compassionate Pawn, win-win for all." That he also did not forget to slip a red envelope into Luo Chuan's hands. Luo Chuan accepted the envelope without resistance. "My master may be absent, but I shall accept this banner on his behalf." Luo Chuan smiled. "May I also share in the joy. May fortune smile upon you." After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Su prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, Luo Chuan recalled something. "Professor Su, I remember you mentioned that you and your wife had not yet been blessed with children." Professor Su forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "My wife's health has made it difficult for her to conceive. Over the years, we have indeed wished for a child, but success has eluded us. I prefer not to dwell on this matter, as I fear it may put pressure on her." "Wait a moment." Luo Chuan hurried to the back room and retrieved the fragrant bamboo box containing the red silk garment from a few days prior. Professor Su and his wife were genuinely good people, with stable finances, truly a commendable family. If this little one were to be born into Professor Su's household, it would fulfill a promise of sorts. "Professor Su, take this box home, but do not open it. Simply place it in a quiet corner of your home. After a month, you may return it to me." "This is," Professor Su inquired, perplexed. Luo Chuan merely smiled. Professor Su's eyes widened in realization, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Luo Chuan, how can I express my gratitude to you? Matters of a sensitive nature should remain undisclosed. It is too early to discuss them now. You need not do anything nor inform anyone. After a month, if there is good news, you can give me a red envelope. And by the way, during this month, please place the statue of Bisha Yuan Jun in another room. It cannot be kept together with this box." Teacher Su expressed his gratitude repeatedly, carefully cradling the box as he departed. Luo Chuan solemnly hung up the banner, smoking a cigarette, repeatedly gazing at it, and felt immensely pleased. He believed that while making money in the pawnshop was undoubtedly paramount, the sense of accomplishment derived from transforming cursed items into treasures was equally gratifying. After a hasty dinner, Luo Chuan found himself daydreaming behind the counter alone. With nothing to do, he took out the pair of dice once more. These dice were increasingly exquisite. Although made of bone, they shimmered with a jade-like luster. The harmonious sound of the 6 tones, the grand note of the dalu. Ah, what a splendid name for a pawnshop. Just as Luo Chuan was engrossed in throwing the dice, he suddenly heard someone speaking at the entrance. Upon looking up, he saw a modestly dressed yet spirited elderly man gazing up at the shop's plaque. The old gentleman held 2 aluminum cans in his left hand and a cardboard box in his right, as if scavenging for recyclables. However, Luo Chuan did not recall encountering this individual in the alley. "Young man, are you playing?" The elderly man smiled faintly, revealing a set of white teeth, his gaze immediately falling upon the dice in Luo Chuan's hand. Luo Chuan returned the smile politely, instinctively putting the dice away. His master had once warned him that such items attracted trouble. The old man cheerfully entered, surveying the room's layout, and exclaimed, "It has been a long time since I have seen such a standard old pawn shop. This establishment must have been around for a number of years." Luo Chuan nodded, courteously responding, "Yes, it has been a while. Uncle, do you need anything?" "Oh, nothing much. I just felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing this pawn shop." The old man squinted and smiled. "In my younger days, I also ran a pawn shop called Huangzhong Pawnshop. Look at that, Huangzhong Dalu. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Is your surname Huang? I am not surnamed Huang." "Young man, are you perhaps surnamed L?" "I am not surnamed L either." "Well then, that settles it. It is merely a name. The old man chuckled, his eyes squinting as he reminisced. Ah, in those days I was just like you, spending all day leaning over the counter. After exchanging a few words, Luo Chuan realized that the man was quite knowledgeable about the pawn industry. He indeed seemed to be a senior in the field. Those who share the same profession often find common ground for conversation. However, Luo Chuan could not help but wonder why someone who ran a pawn shop would end up in such a state as to be scavenging. You enjoy playing with these too, the old man smiled, gesturing with his lips, and surprisingly produced 3 dice of his own. However, they were merely the most ordinary plastic dice. What do you say, young man? Shall we play around? The conversation circled back to the dice, causing Luo Chuan to become alert. He shook his head and replied earnestly, "No, I am not interested in that. The dice I had earlier were merely a pawned item. Let us wager on a pack of cigarettes instead. Forget it. I truly have no interest. Even a pack of cigarettes counts as gambling." "All right then." The old man gave Luo Chuan a thumbs up, sighing, "Good lad. You have self-control. Unlike me, I lost everything back in the day because of this." After saying this, the old man suddenly clenched his fist, and a cracking sound echoed from his palm to his side and exited the shop. Luo Chuan was somewhat astonished. Had the old man crushed the dice? He quickly stood up to see him off. "Master, you, please wait." The old man waved his hand dismissively. Luo Chuan was taken aback and chuckled. "Grandfather, my surname is not you." "Is that so?" The old man glanced at the shop door, tossed the items in his hand onto the ground, and with a smile, looked at Luo Chuan while muttering to himself as he descended the steps. "Not being surnamed you is for the best." What did that mean? Luo Chuan was left in confusion, chasing after him to the door, but the old man had already vanished. Looking down, he noticed the shards of the dice embedded in the green brick pavement. Chapter 23. The Red Thread. My goodness, this is a formidable master. No wonder people say that true experts can easily blend into the crowd. Luo Chuan had never been one to judge by appearances. Yet he had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable old man scavenging could possess such remarkable prowess. Those 3 dice were merely ordinary plastic, and while he could crush them, embedding the fragments in the ground was no feat for an ordinary person. Luo Chuan incredulously bent down to touch the shards. They were indeed embedded within the green bricks. When he applied slight pressure, a sharp pain shot through his fingertip as the skin was cut open. Ouch! Luo Chuan winced, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the shards of the dice were quite peculiar. Regardless of their shape, each edge was as sharp as a blade, embedded densely in the brick ground. They resembled a layer of small knives akin to fish scales. Who on earth was that person? While astonished, Luo Chuan felt a sense of unease. The old man had left behind a remark, saying that not being surnamed you was for the best. What did that imply? Did it mean that if he were surnamed you, the fragments would not be dice? Yet it was known that he was not surnamed you. His master, however, was. Luo Chuan glanced at the time. Although it was somewhat earlier than usual, he decided to close the shop, but he felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. But regrettably, he was unable to contact his master. Yu Xuanfeng was indeed a peculiar person. He had always refused to use a phone. In his words, telephones were akin to eyes planted beside oneself. Since sound could travel, anyone wishing to find you would undoubtedly do so, just as sound travels. Thus, he had never used a phone. "Master, where on earth are you?" Luo Chuan could not comprehend why. Despite being merely pawnbrokers, they were not poor yet also not exceedingly wealthy. His master was so cautious, as if perpetually fearing someone was plotting against them. Now he found himself unable to reach him. Fortunately, after closing the shop, everything seemed normal. Tea was not until late at night, after Luo Chuan had checked the doors and windows to ensure absolute safety, that he finally fell asleep. That night he experienced a restless slumber. Upon waking in the morning, his arms felt somewhat sore, particularly the finger that had been cut, which still ached and itched. Luo Chuan inspected the wound, noticing it appeared slightly red and swollen. He hurried to the clinic next door, run by Old Ma. Old Ma frowned at the wound, remaining silent. Upon seeing his serious expression, Luo Chuan felt a surge of anxiety. "Old Ma, could you at least say something?" "I'm contemplating whether to give you a Band-Aid or a bottle of iodine," he replied. "Or should I sing you a song? Little baby, don't cry." "Damn, you scared me. I thought my hand was in serious trouble." Old Ma rolled his eyes. "And you still have the audacity to be startled?" It's just a tiny cut. The amount of blood is less than that of mosquitoes, Annie. You ran over here for this? Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Here, take a Band-Aid. Just stick it on for a while. After being ridiculed by old Ma, Luo Chuan returned to the pawn shop, intending to wash his face when Dong Daming arrived. This fellow appeared exhilarated, bursting through the door and exclaiming, "Chuanzi, great news! President Zhao has invited us to his manor." When did this happen? Luo Chuan asked nonchalantly while rolling up his sleeves. This morning, Secretary Jean called me, saying President Zhao mentioned an important matter and requested our assistance. Requested? Where did you get this idea of request from? Secretary Jean personally called me. Doesn't that count? Is that a request? It's an order. To put it bluntly, it's a summons, akin to calling the doorman at your own home. Requesting my foot. Luo Chuan waved his hand dismissively. I spent all day yesterday chatting with you. Today, I have matters to attend to. I must watch the shop. You can do whatever you want. Just remember to bring back that jade pendant for me, Dami. What do I look like going solo? Dong Daming chuckled and leaned in. Chuanzi, let me be honest. They primarily want you to go to IT. Seems they have something important to discuss, and I can't manage it alone, did I say, old Dong. When did you become my agent? I haven't. Then how could you dare to agree that I would go to Zhao's manor? Luo Chuan waved his hand. Let me tell you, I am a pawnbroker. Watching over the shop is my job. Even if I were to go, it would be to reclaim the cursed items I desire. Beyond that, no one has the right to summon me, understood? If you wish to go, hurry up and don't waste my time. Your temper is even greater than your master's. Dong Daming sighed, but still patted Luo Chuan's shoulder ingratiatingly. But to be fair, which capable person doesn't have a bit of character? All right then, I'll go check what's about. If there is profit to be made, I'll call you later. By the way, why did you also get a tattoo like those young punks? Tattoo? Look, I sent that it. Luo Chuan tilted his head and realized that Dong Daming was referring to the red line on his left arm. Nonsense! Who would tattoo shrimp lines on their arm? Luo Chuan shot Dong Daming a glare, just as he was about to wash his face. When he suddenly felt something was amiss, he hastily rolled up his sleeve and let out a startled cry. Damn it! The red line on his arm had inexplicably moved forward by a full centimeter. Since he could remember, in the past decade, this red line had only crawled forward by 10 centimeters from the bend of his arm. Yet in just one night, it had progressed the length of 1 to 2 years. What on earth is happening, Chuanzi? Dong Daming asked, noticing the sudden change in Luo Chuan's expression. Luo Chuan rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things and hurried to the counter. Retrieving a ruler he specifically used to measure the length of the red line, that IT had indeed grown by 1.2 centimeters. To think that last year it had barely increased by 1 centimeter in a whole year. If it continued to grow at this rate, he estimated he wouldn't last even half a month. What was going on? This had never happened before. Since he had memory, although the length of the red line had varied each year, the deviation had always been within 3 to 4 millimeters. IT seemed something significant was afoot. Master, please come back quickly. I can't bear this any longer. Luo, Chuan? Chuanzi, what is wrong? The master had said that the secret of the red line must not be disclosed to outsiders. Luo Chuan could only force himself to remain calm, shaking his head in feigned nonchalance that it's nothing. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night, and my neck is a bit uncomfortable. Well then, you rest for now. I'll go check with General Zhao to see what urgent matter he needs you for. I see through it all. To get rich in the future, I must stick close to you. After sending Dong Daming away, Luo Chuan slumped into a chair, feeling as though he was on the verge of breaking down. That damned red line felt like a noose tightening around his throat. Until he unraveled this knot, he would forever remain subservient to its oppressive might. Chapter 24. Scheming Luo Chuan sat despondently in the chair, his gaze vacant. He had no idea how much longer this torment would last. Once the master returned, he intended to lay all his cards on the table, but he was unwilling to continue guarding the shop like this. He needed to take the initiative and seek out those 12 Yin goods. Time passed, and suddenly the landline at the counter rang. Luo Chuan sprang up and rushed to answer it, thinking it was the master. Each time the master was away and needed to contact him, he preferred to use this landline, that he missed the master dearly at that moment. However, upon answering, he was met with the voice of Old Xiao. Old Xiao was the owner of a small recycling station, often acquiring various forms of ancient coins. Every so often, he would call for Yu Xuanfeng to come by. Why Yu Xuanfeng would sift through the collection for valuable and useful coins, purchasing them at slightly inflated market prices. Luo Chuan calculated the time. It seemed the master had only visited Old Chiu a little over 20 days ago, while typically it would take 2 to 3 months for a return visit. Old Chiu, do you have goods so soon? My master isn't in the shop right now. Would you prefer to wait for his return? Chuanzi, since your master isn't here, just come yourself that I've received a few strings of unsealed clay coins. If you don't want them, I'll call someone else. The so-called clay coins are those unearthed from the soil, still clinging together in strands. Such coins, unpicked by others, often yield more valuable ancient coins, making them a sought-after commodity in the market. Apart from their cultural value, these ancient coins could also be crafted into 5 emperor coins, burial money, or even talismans for warding off evil spirits, categorizing them as prized items among yin goods. Given the morning's incident with the red line, Luo Chuan had no desire to run the shop anymore, so he decided to pay Old Chiu a visit. After agreeing, he hung up the phone and locked the shop's door. Taking a taxi to the outskirts, Luo Chuan disembarked at a footbridge and spotted a vacant lot surrounded by colorful steel panels. This hour, the elderly scavengers would typically be lining up to sell their wares. However, today, it was eerily quiet, with the recycling station's door ajar. Old Chiu, Luo Chuan called out cautiously before entering, aware that this was someone else's domain. Although it was merely a pile of junk, any missing item could be worth a fortune, and one could hardly articulate the value. Upon hearing Old Chiu's response, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. To his surprise, the room was empty. As he turned to leave, he found Old Chiu standing dazedly in the corner, staring at him. What are you doing? Where are the items? Let me see. Old Chiu remained silent, his dark face etched with helplessness, and then Luo Chuan saw 7 or 8 figures slowly emerge from behind him. These individuals bore unfriendly expressions, wearing cold smirks, and a few brandished hefty clubs. Luo Chuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just as he was about to turn around, several people appeared behind him, blocking his escape. Simultaneously, 4 or 5 others emerged from behind the pile of junk. In an instant, he was surrounded by nearly 20 individuals. Chuanzi, I'm sorry. I have no choice. They're forcing me. Old Chiu lamented. Trembling, misfortune often strikes like a series of fateful events. If one misfortune befalls you, you must tread carefully, for a greater calamity might be brewing. Luo Chuan forced a bitter smile. It was indeed a funeral home in the living room, utterly dispiriting. Liang Lancheng, I curse your fragile white skin. Are you not capable of doing something a man ought to do? Oh, you know it's me. It seems you understand which people you should provoke and which you shouldn't. Liang Lancheng pushed Old Chiu aside and stepped out from behind the wall, arms crossed. Luo Chuan realized that he was doomed today, but he had no one to blame but himself for being careless. First, he had come to Old Chiu's at an inopportune time, and he should have been alert. Secondly, the lack of business in the recycling station was quite abnormal. Lastly, Old Chiu's voice had trembled slightly during their earlier conversation, indicating something was off. The master had said that whenever 2 anomalies appeared, one should retreat entirely. If 3 appeared and you still pressed on, you could only blame your own foolishness. Liang Lancheng, Luo Chuan, admit defeat, but even if I fall here, it won't change the fact that you are a wolf-hearted, dog-lunged, soft-handed phoenix man. Besides, we are all just 2 shoulders and 1 head. You haven't harmed me yet. Have you? Luo Chuan bent down to pick up a PE pipe, gripping the mountain ghost flower money in his left hand, beckoning Liang Lancheng with his fingers. If you dare, come forward. Today I will surely cut off your soft-handed ways. Liang Lancheng had fought with Luo Chuan before and knew he was not his match. Instinctively, he covered his groin and took 2 steps back, saying, 20 against 1. Do you think I'm foolish? Why should I go forward? Brothers, get him! Break one of his legs, and I'll give you 200,000. The group did not move, clearly not heeding Liang Lancheng's orders. Mr. Liang, my men don't need your commands. When it's time to act, I'll act naturally. At this moment, Yuan Tianchong finally emerged. However, he was merely following a white-haired, white-bearded elder, hands downcast, appearing as humble as a grandson. Behind the 2, 4 others worked together to carry a large scythe used for cutting fodder. Yuan Tianchong waved his hand, and with a thunderous sound, the scythe was thrown into the center of the crowd. Luo Zhang, let's not come to blows. Luo Chuan scoffed, saying, if I remember correctly, we just met 2 days ago. Spare me the pleasantries. What's the matter? The lotus flower jar has failed you, and now you can't even play arithmetic against me, so you've resorted to dirty hands and personal involvement? Yuan Tianchong clenched his fist and proclaimed loudly, after returning, I couldn't comprehend how you were able to calculate such despicable matters. It's simply unreasonable to I admit defeat, but not without understanding why. Today, I want to duel with you. I've invited my master here. He has expressed interest in you. Two individuals nearby brought in a pair of black lacquered armchairs, and the elder silently sat down. Squinting at Luo Chuan, a dozen disciples, clad in traditional garb, knelt and collectively called out, Master Lu. The white-clad elder nodded slightly, and only then did the crowd dare to rise. Good heavens, what an imposing presence. I am Yancheng's Lu Buchan. Young sir, I greet you. The elder exuded an immense aura. Remaining still, with just a flick of his toe, the scythe slid to Luo Chuan's side. Lu Buchan? Luo Chuan seemed to have heard this name before. This individual was said to be quite renowned in Yancheng, having trained at the Jiuzhen Temple, and was considered a master in arithmetic. Many wealthy families regarded him as an esteemed guest. The former richest man in Yin City had reportedly once invited him to assess the feng shui of his ancestral grave, but the elder had dismissed him entirely, looking down on such provincial wealth. Yuan Tianchong turned out to be this man's disciple. Chapter 25. A startling act, so it was Lu the elder. Luo Chuan smiled faintly and clasped his fists. As the saying goes, among the 10 practitioners of the Xianmen, 9 are deceivers, and most wandering sorcerers are nothing but charlatans. However, those with a reputation like his often possess some genuine skill. I have heard of the esteemed name of Mr. Lu, whose predictions in Yin City are said to be astonishing. As if summoning winds and storms, it is said that in a certain year, when Yin City constructed the Baiyun Temple to honor the 3 pure ones, they neglected to invite you to preside over the grand ritual. Consequently, you were angered, calculated with your fingers, and proclaimed that Yin City had lost its virtue, foreseeing a calamity of ice and snow. Unexpectedly, in August of that year, a sudden heavy snow fell, causing a disaster not seen in a century. I wonder if this tale holds any truth. Old customs are best left unspoken. Lu Buqing's expression was as frosty as ice, his demeanor indifferent as he said, You need not fear me, nor flatter me. My visit today is solely to witness the young master's remarkable skills. Mr. Lu has misunderstood, I replied. What I meant to convey is that while your prowess is indeed formidable, you seem to harbor a rather petty disposition. Is it not merely a grand ritual that faced some neglect? How could it provoke you to curse an entire city with snow in August? Such a limited perspective explains why you would travel all this way to challenge me over a worthless disciple. Luo Chuan's hand had not clenched at all, yet the dice seemed to have taken root in his palm, refusing to fall away. Hong Bo was taken aback, standing frozen in place. The gambler whispered, Hong Bo, look. I was not lying as I said, those dice appear to be favoring him. Nobody anticipated that Hong Bo would perform an astonishing act as he knelt on one knee and prostrated himself before Luo Chuan. Chapter 26. The twist, not only Luo Chuan, but even he found himself momentarily at a loss. He did not recognize the man before him, and the brief exchange of blows had already demonstrated that his opponent was clearly more powerful. It made no sense for someone who had the upper hand to bow so deeply before him. Certainly, Luo Chuan was not the only one stunned. Liang Lancheng, with a broken leg, Yuan Tianchong, who had lost teeth, and even the imperious Lu Buqing were all left speechless by this scene, after a few seconds of bewilderment. Lu Buqing finally could not contain himself, and quietly addressed Hong Bo. You must be Mr. Hong, the steward of the Yin family from the 6 Domains Villa. I have sent my name card multiple times, but never had the honor of meeting you. To encounter you here today is truly a stroke of fortune. However, I cannot fathom why you would bow to this nameless brat. Hong Bo did not lift his head, merely replying in a low voice. Lu Buqing, when has the 6 Domains villain needed to explain anything to you? And no, I would never presume to inquire. I am simply curious. Curiosity should be kept in check. There are certain matters that are not yours to question. Furthermore, were you not just attempting to sever this young gentleman's hand? I, indeed, made such a move, but it was he who first mocked my disciple. As the saying goes, the virtue of a teacher protects his students above all, aids the populace as a middle ground, and tolerates enemies as a last resort. I cannot forsake my disciple. Hong Bo's voice turned cold. Now, I demand that you apologize to this young gentleman. What, you refuse? Hong Bo still did not lift his head, but his tone had suddenly grown considerably stern. Yuan Tianchong, who had been hiding behind with his mouth covered, could no longer contain his anger and shouted, I have erred, and my master has already reprimanded me. It is time to deal with this Luo fellow, and yet you expect my master to apologize to him. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, regardless of who you are, no one in this corner of Yun City dares to issue commands to me, Yuan Tianchong. You scoundrel! Before Yuan Tianchong could finish, Lu Buqing delivered a sharp slap across his face. I am still alive. What, is it now your turn to step forward? Disciple, I dare not. I am merely expressing my master's grievances. Please do not embarrass me in public. It would bring me great distress. Though Lu Buqing's face was pale and his beard trembled, he gritted his teeth and did not dare to defy Hongbo. Instead, he approached Luo Chuan and lowered his head, as if his neck were made of steel. Manager Luo, Lu, acted inappropriately. I apologize to you today and hope you can show magnanimity so that my heart may find peace. Luo Chuan stood there, still confused about the situation, yet he understood that he would not perish today. The thought of how this old man, previously looking ferocious and intent on severing his hands, made him unable to remain calm, regardless of whose power he currently relied upon, or whether there would be future reckoning. At this moment, he had to assert himself. Luo Chuan smiled slightly and suddenly reached out, grasping Lu Buqing's white beard. Lu Buqing was taken aback, his eyes wide, teetering on the edge of rage. Mr. Lu, does your beard hurt? It does hurt, indeed. Then it seems I was correct. My hands not only remain intact, but have also touched your beard. Lu Buqing clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale with anger. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he could only close his eyes and concede. Yes, I have lost. Luo Chuan released his grip on the beard and stepped forward, stating earnestly, You just said that my greatest error was to touch your people. Now I must say, as long as I am alive, I will intervene against those like Yuan Tianchong who resort to murderous schemes. Today, you are unable to kill me. Tomorrow, you may certainly try again. Remember this, I am at the DL Pawnshop, but I hope you will refrain from such underhanded tricks next time. They are rather unrefined. I could see that moment. Hong Bo spoke. Lu Buqing, you may take your people and leave. This year, you will receive an invitation to the July Half Festival of the Six Domains Villa. Upon hearing this, Lu Buqing's face, previously ashen, transformed from gloom to exuberance, a blend of shock, joy, and disbelief. Thank you. Mr. Hong. Thank you, Six Domains Villa. I am immensely grateful, and I shall certainly attend to hear the doctrines and techniques of the world's diviners. But he then turned to Luo Chuan and bowed deeply, saying, Manager Luo, I sincerely apologize to you, and I express my heartfelt gratitude. Without you, I would not have this opportunity. Should you require anything in the future, just call upon me, and I shall come at once. This unexpected turn left Luo Chuan somewhat bewildered. Setting aside who Hongbo truly was, what allure did the July Half Festival of the Six Domains Villa possess that could so excite a septuagenarian? Lu Buqing, with a flourish of his whisk, radiated vitality as he led his group away. Only then did Hongbo slowly rise. Luo Chuan, disinterested in further pleasantries, directly inquired, Earlier, in a moment of peril, I am grateful for your intervention. Yet I do not believe we are acquainted. Your actions just now were quite overwhelming for me. My young sir, there is no need for concern. This is merely our family's custom. Your family's custom? Indeed, my master has long stated that anyone who can make these 3 dice rotate deserves a bow from the Six Domains Villa. May I ask, who is your master? Hongbo smiled. Rest assured, I will soon convey this good news to my master. When he emerges, he will certainly pay a visit to you. Luo Chuan thought to himself, was such formality necessary? Wasn't it because he had taken their dice that they came to confront him? Then let me ask, as you mentioned, are there many who can make the dice rotate? How many? Aside from my master, you are the first. Hongbo replied with a meaningful smile. Thus, I may have been a bit overly excited earlier. I hope you do not take offense that I shall not impose further. In any case, we will meet again soon. Please take care. Then please keep the dice. As for the remaining matters, we shall discuss them when my master arrives. Hongbo clasped his hands together with a smile and gestured to the gambler, both hurriedly departing the recycling station. In an instant, the once boisterous scrap station was left with just 3 individuals: the dazed Luo Chuan, the remorseful old Xiao, and the stunned Liang Lancheng. Chuanzi, I truly owe you an apology. Old Xiao choked out softly. I was cowardly. They forced me. Luo Chuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Most people in the world are ordinary, and cowards are plentiful. Furthermore, he and old Xiao were not particularly close. Such reluctant betrayal held no bitterness for him. That it was Liang Lancheng, lying there like a broken-legged dog, who was truly detestable. Chapter 27. The Zhao family mansion. Old Xiao glanced at Liang Lancheng and asked, Xiao Chuan, how shall we deal with this person? Liang Lancheng, with a panic-stricken expression, still managed to speak defiantly, cursing Luo Chuan, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, let me go and I will still seek revenge on you. Xuanxia no longer wants me. I have lost so much money for nothing. I will not let this go. Luo Chuan chuckled, walked over, squatted down, and coldly scrutinized Liang Lancheng. Old Xiao, isn't there a can crusher here? You throw hundreds or thousands of cans into it, and when the machine starts, they're instantly compressed into a block of aluminum a few centimeters square. TSK, I wonder what would happen if we tossed someone in. I have not tried that. Old Xiao replied nervously, but a steel rebar the thickness of a thumb can also be compressed into a lump. What are you implying? What do you think I intend to do? Please, I no longer dare. I was merely speaking out of anger. Luo Chuan, spare me. I do not wish to die. I will not seek trouble with you again. Liang Lancheng broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as he frantically begged for mercy, to the point that a large patch of yellow liquid soaked through his pants. That if you had just held your tongue a little longer, I might have considered you a man. Ha ha. I was merely joking. You think too highly of yourself that I couldn't care less about you. You'd best fend for yourself. Luo Chuan stood up, turning away with disdain that a person like Liang Lancheng had already been discarded like a rag by Xuanxia. And with his leg now broken, he likely would not stir up any further trouble in the future. Due to the eccentric actions of such individuals, it could only be said that Luo Chuan's judgment was clouded. Although it was said that the danger had passed, on the return journey, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, Luo Chuan felt an oddity lingering in his mind. This typically tranquil small town seemed to have suddenly gained a multitude of wandering souls, and each one appeared to be a master in their craft. It seemed he would have to exercise greater caution in the future. Unable to resist, he stole another glance at the red thread wrapped around his arm. Whether it was merely an illusion or a psychological effect, today the thread appeared more vibrant than usual. Upon returning to the pawnshop, he was taken aback to find several black sedans parked outside. As he approached, Dong Daming rushed out of one of the cars. Chuanzi, you're back. Where in you supposed to meet with President Zhao? What brings you here? Luo Chuan, feeling somewhat flustered, had no desire to engage with this boisterous character. However, to his surprise, the Secretary Jean also emerged from the vehicle, nodding and greeting from a distance. This demeanor was markedly warmer than the previous day. Dong Daming, what is going on? President Zhao truly wishes to see you. He sent someone to fetch you, and you didn't return his call. That we've been waiting here for over an hour, Dong Daming whispered. Look, that President Zhao's car. It's a sign of his sincerity. Luo Chuan checked his phone and indeed found several missed calls. That moment, his life had been hanging by a thread. Who had the time to pay attention to their phone? Just then, Secretary Jean approached, politely stating, Mr. Luo, greetings. President Zhao intended to come personally to fetch you, but due to family matters, he was unable to do so and sent me in his stead. I sincerely hope you will grant him this favor. If his earlier refusal was due to the lack of respect shown, declining again now would seem rather ungracious. Very well, let me change into something more appropriate, Luo Chuan replied, signaling Dong Daming to accompany him into the pawnshop. What is truly happening here? Upon entering the pawnshop, Luo Chuan immediately inquired, "Is it that Zhao Jianxin's health has worsened?" "No, I've heard that he wishes to meet you because of Madame Zhao. Zhao Jianxin's mother. What has happened to the elder? She has gone mad." Luo Chuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a retort. "How many times must I tell you? I am not a doctor. I merely run a pawn shop and deal with some cursed items. Please refrain from acting as my agent in public, making such reckless promises." Dong Daming innocently replied, "This time it's genuinely not my doing. It's President Zhao. After returning home yesterday, he felt relieved and believed you possess extraordinary abilities, hence the urgency in seeking you out. That I went on your behalf this morning, but they were not interested in me. They specifically wanted you to avoid any shortcomings in etiquette. I brought numerous gifts for you. They're all in my trunk." With that, Luo Chuan had no choice but to change his attire, taking a yellow cloth bag as he stepped outside. He bore no aversion to interacting with Zhao Jianxin. Rather, he resented the condescension others held towards him. Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the jade pendant that Zhao Jianxin possessed. A jade pendant is a form of talisman, and he wished to discover from Zhao Jianxin who had given him such advice. After all, having served in the pawnshop for many years, he had seldom encountered individuals well-versed in the art of talismans. Perhaps this person could assist him. As the convoy left the alley and made its way out of the old city, it headed directly towards the foot of Wanshou Mountain. Wanshou Mountain is a modest hill located to the north of Cloud City. Nestled alongside the Cloud River, boasting picturesque scenery and lush greenery. Following the grand development of Cloud City, real estate developers quickly set their sights on this prime location near the mountain and water, leading to the rapid construction of villas and estates. The Zhao family's estate is among the most impressive of them all. Upon entering, one is greeted by a serene lake, with an artificial river flowing continuously to the right, while a rocky garden planted with evergreen bamboo stands to the left. The layout exudes a sense of ancient grandeur reminiscent of the four symbols of the celestial realm. The vehicle navigated through a garden before coming to a halt in front of the main courtyard. This was a quintessential garden within a garden, a 3-entry, 4-sided courtyard, all designed in an ancient architectural style, with intricately carved beams and pillars adorning the exterior, while the interior exuded modern luxury, as soon as the car stopped. Secretary Jean hurried over to open the door himself, ushering Luo Chuan and Dong Daming into the grand hall. "Please, take a moment to sit. I just spoke with President Zhao on the phone. He will be home shortly. He has quite a bit on his plate, both at work and at home," Jean said. Luo Chuan nodded, took a sip of tea, and then rose to observe the decor of the room. Truly, wealth was evident here. The chair beneath him was made of Wangwali wood. The cabinets on the walls were crafted from sandalwood, and several pieces of porcelain displayed on the cabinets were genuine Qing official kiln artifacts. Even the teacup he had just used was a bespoke creation from a master in Jingdezhen. Guests have arrived, as Luo Chuan was lost in admiration of the exquisite wooden carvings on the screen. A girl of approximately 16 or 17 entered the room. Clad in a long dress, she stood in the sunlight filtering through the window, radiating an innocent charm. The fading of her youthful features, coupled with an unrefined aura, was something no amount of adult adornment could replicate. Upon entering, the girl wrinkled her fair nose and frowned slightly. Dong Daming quickly extinguished the cigarette in his hand, offering a flattering smile. "This must be President Zhao's daughter. Truly a beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight. Her features are like a painting." Luo Chuan found himself at a loss for words. While he appreciated the compliment, he wished Dong Daming would refrain from being overly effusive in front of a young girl. The little girl glanced at the portly guest, merely nodded, and addressed Secretary Jean. "When will my father return? I'm hungry. Have the kitchen prepare something for me." Secretary Jean scratched his head. "Say, miss, didn't you just eat lunch? Your father has mentioned you've been eating quite a bit recently. He has concern about your health, but I'm still hungry." The girl snapped, raising her voice. Is it too much to ask for food? I'll go tell my grandmother to no. Please don't disturb the elder. I'll instruct the kitchen right away." Secretary Jean quickly assured her, but the girl turned and made her way towards the back courtyard, passing through the screened eye. Tea was in that very moment. As she stepped out of the sunlight and into the shadow, that Luo Chuan was astonished to see dark clouds of energy swirling around her, a sinister mist enveloping her form. Simultaneously, the atmosphere behind the screen grew dim as an unsettling chill enveloped the room. "Wait!" Luo Chuan involuntarily called out. The girl turned her head, slightly tilting it in confusion, as if to say, "Did you call me?" Luo Chuan opened his mouth, realizing that this ominous mist was visible only to him. He could not disclose his discovery in front of everyone, especially not in the presence of the girl. "Who are you? Do you need something from me?" the girl inquired when he remained silent. Her voice was clear and gentle, seemingly polite, yet Luo Chuan could see her features twitching slightly, her eyes betraying annoyance and hostility. Yet upon closer inspection, they transformed back in her lovely visage that I was saying, just as Luo Chuan was about to respond. A sudden crash interrupted him. A piece of blue tile had fallen from the eaves behind the girl, shattering into pieces. Everyone was startled, and Secretary Jean involuntarily shivered, rushing forward to console the girl. "Mr. Luo, you truly are remarkable. It's fortunate you called out to the young lady, or that tile would have surely struck her." Throughout the entire incident, Luo Chuan noted that the girl displayed no change in her demeanor. "Miss, it would be best if you return to your room, that I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." "Fine, but remember, I want to eat spicy blood clots," the girl pouted, casting one last glance at Luo Chuan before she exited. Luo Chuan stared at her retreating figure, realizing with alarm that she walked silently, and most importantly, she was tiptoeing, her heels never touching the ground. The body bends, the spirit rises. This is not good. This girl is likely entangled with malevolent forces. "Cough, cough!" Dong Daming cleared his throat, tugging at Luo Chuan's sleeve, whispering, "My young master Chuan, you've lost your composure. Do rein in your gaze. She is still but a young girl." Luo Chuan was incensed, wishing he could slap that greasy nose of his into a pancake. After Secretary Jean finished his call to the kitchen, he sighed, "Lately, I don't know what has been happening. Everyone in the house seems a bit off. The old lady rambles on about incomprehensible nonsense. The master is inundated with endless tasks, his health deteriorating, while the madam has inexplicably broken her leg and is confined to the hospital. This young lady is also a cause for concern." "What is wrong with Miss Zhao?" Luo Chuan inquired. "Oh, it's not much, really. It's just that our young lady has suddenly developed a voracious appetite. Since finishing breakfast, she has been claiming to be hungry. Wanted to eat 5 or 6 meals a day, and she insists on spicy blood clots for every meal. The master fears she might overeat and become unwell, yet she gets angry." Dong Daming chuckled. "Ah, it's typical of children in their teenage years. I could eat 4 bowls of rice at 14 or 15. Luo Chuan, however, appeared pensive. "Has your young lady been associating with anyone recently?" "She has been on holiday, and hasn't he gone out at all. As for companionship, she is closest to the old lady. By the way," Jean added in a hushed tone, "Miss Zhao is the daughter of the master and his first wife, so she doesn't particularly like the current madam. Hence her close bond with the elder. Please, do not mention this matter here. The old lady will become furious. However, has the old lady not been unwell recently? The elderly matron is indeed ill and occasionally speaks nonsensically. Yet she seems to maintain her composure in front of Miss Zhao. Thus, every day, the young lady still spends a few hours with her." Luo Chuan, lost in thought, pondered aloud. In other words, Miss Zhao is unaware of her grandmother's illness. Or perhaps she has simply never paid it any mind. "That seems to be the case," Secretary Jean, puzzled, inquired. "Manager Luo, what is the matter?" "Have you?" Luo Chuan waved his hand and leaned closer to Secretary Jean. "Tell the kitchen to add a sprinkle of Chinese tune powder to the spicy blood clots dish that your young lady loves." "Mr. Luo, have you discerned something? At present, I cannot divulge anything to you. Just carry out the task." Secretary Jean understood that Luo Chuan was a guest that Zhao Jianxin insisted on inviting and had witnessed the power of that yellow bag last night, which was primarily about heeding advice. He promptly called the kitchen. Before long, Zhao Jianxin returned, looking wearied. "My apologies, gentlemen. There was an issue at the construction site that required my presence." "You are too courteous, Mr. Zhao. We have only just arrived." Deming quickly replied with a cheerful smile. Once both hosts and guests were seated, Zhao Jianxin got straight to the point, pulling out the small yellow bag containing the jade amulet from his pocket. "Manager Luo, to be honest, I underestimated you yesterday, that I thought I had once again encountered charlatan. Additionally, my pride got the better of me when you remarked that I was too old to withstand the tattoo. It irked me, prompting my abrupt departure. However, after a night's reflection, I realized that this little item you provided is indeed quite effective. My stiff body feels considerably better. I have come to understand that I am no longer in the prime of my life. The days of being a brash hero are behind me. One must learn to accept aging and recognize what one should do at this stage of life. Therefore, I am now preparing to have this tattoo removed. Luo Chuan accepted the jade amulet with a smile. Mr. Zhao, your magnanimity is commendable. It is indeed a rare feat to express such sentiments, and my refusal to sell you this item yesterday was not intended to manipulate you. In fact, it genuinely should not be used frequently. By the way, Director Lao mentioned that you requested my presence due to the old lady. Zhao Jianxin sighed. My mother was in relatively good health until a few months ago when she suddenly began to act strangely. She often shouts in the yard at night and sometimes sings incomprehensible tunes that frighten us all. On one occasion, when I advised her to return indoors, she actually bit me, as if she did not recognize me. A few days ago, my wife brought her some supplements, only to find her brandishing a knife in front of our sleeping daughter. My wife was startled and screamed, only to be pushed out by her. On the way back, my wife inexplicably broke her agent. You suspect something is amiss with the old lady's health. I have consulted numerous doctors, and they all claim my mother is physically fine. Examinations revealed no signs of dementia. I cannot help but wonder if there are other inexplicable reasons behind her behavior, especially since my wife mentioned that my mother was smiling while holding the knife, which was entirely uncharacteristic of a woman approaching her twilight years. She resembled a butcher. You are indeed he. As the two conversed, they reached the courtyard, where they spotted Zhao Jianxin hastily rushing through the foyer. The esteemed Zhao was drenched in cold sweat, his countenance betraying a palpable anxiety. It was evident that this daughter was his precious heart's delight. What has happened? What is the matter with my daughter? Zhao, do not worry. Your daughter is perfectly well. Luo Chuan whispered. Once we enter the room, do not approach. Simply call her name, and only when she responds will it be over. Remember, you must wait for her to answer. Zhao Jianxin swallowed hard, nodding vigorously. When the three of them arrived at the young lady Zhao's chamber, Secretary Jean was already stationed there, and a middle-aged maid trembled at the door, her body quaking uncontrollably. Where is the young lady? Inside. Young lady, please do not despair. The gentleman has arrived. Secretary Jean trembled as he turned, stammering, Sir, it is dire. The young lady is wielding a knife, and just moments ago, she attempted to strike Sister Lu. Upon my arrival, she drew the blade across her own neck. What is going on? Zhao Jianxin's rare fury erupted. Sister Lu, nearly in tears from fright, hastily explained, I had prepared a meal in the kitchen and was bringing it to the young lady. But after setting it down, she only took a bite of the spicy hot pot and suddenly screamed, overturning all the food. What happened to her? The young lady was screaming and vomiting, appearing to be in great distress, expelling only white matter that resembled oil, before inexplicably pulling out a knife, threatening me. Zhao Jianxin, driven to desperation, could no longer bear to listen to the maid's further explanations and rushed towards the doorway. The once bright-eyed young lady now cowered in the corner, her eyes darkened and fierce, clutching a dagger in one hand while shielding herself from the light streaming through the window with the other. Emitting a low, beast-like growl directed at the assembled crowd. Daughter, father is here. Do not be afraid. Zhao Jianxin was eager to enter. Luo Chuan calmly interjected. Mr. Zhao, I have cautioned you against entering. Adhere to my instructions. Though Zhao Jianxin was somewhat beside himself, he had come to trust Luo Chuan's words implicitly. He quickly halted, calling out gently to his daughter, Muyun, it is I, your father. Zhao Muyun, can you hear me? Initially, Zhao Muyun gazed blankly, her expression fierce, utterly indifferent to her father's pleas. She even growled and bared her teeth like a frenzied beast. Yet, after Zhao Jianxin called her name dozens of times, the emotion in her eyes visibly settled. The hostility dissipated, replaced by a child's innate fear and helplessness. Child, please awaken. Zhao Muyun, can you hear me? Respond to me. I am your father, just as Zhao Jianxin. Tears streaming down his face began to choke on his words. Zhao Muyun finally parted her lips, as if testing the waters, or perhaps breaking free from her restraints, and weakly uttered, "Father," with a clang. The knife fell from her grasp, and Zhao Jianxin swiftly enveloped his daughter in his embrace. At that very moment, a wisp of dark mist ascended from her nape, heading towards the illuminated window, as if to escape. Luo Chuan, quick-witted and agile, leapt forward, employing a prepared piece of yellow paper to ensnare the black mist, akin to catching a small fish, without a moment's hesitation, before igniting it. Chapter 30. The concept of luck, although it was a plume of black mist. Once the yellow paper ignited, the onlookers were met with a pungent odor reminiscent of singed fur. Zhao Jianxin, cradling his daughter, wore a look of deep concern, furrowing his brow as he inhaled sharply. "Luo manager, what on earth is happening? What was that foul stench we just burned? We shall discuss that later. For now, you should inquire of Miss Zhao if she feels any unusual sensations or discomfort," Luo Chuan suggested, signaling to the others. "The crowd creates a chaotic atmosphere, detrimental to those in a weakened state. Please step outside." Everyone nodded in agreement and made their way to the doorway. After a brief wait, Zhao Jianxin emerged, visibly anxious. Hemyun claims she feels nauseous and still wishes to vomit. Moreover, her back is extremely stiff, accompanied by a chilling sensation, as if ice resides beneath her skin. Nausea is to be expected, for Miss Zhao has ingested a considerable amount of grease these past few days, now that I have employed the fragrant chives to dispel the malevolent influences. Her body is regaining control, which naturally may lead to discomfort, and she will likely experience persistent nausea and diarrhea in the days to come. Ingested a substantial amount of grease? Zhao Jianxin turned to Sister Lu, inquiring, "Is that true?" Sister Lu hesitantly replied, "The young lady has had a hearty appetite these past few days, finishing her meals quite cleanly, so I did not pay much attention. What on earth were you serving her?" Secretary Jean reprimanded sharply. How much oil was in that spicy hot pot? Even if she were starving, could she possibly consume every morsel, leaving not a trace of grease behind? You were tasked with caring for Miss Zhao's needs. And this is how you fulfill that duty. Were her monthly allowances and bonuses ever in arrears? Zhao Jianxin, however, waved his hand and sighed, stating, at this juncture, what is the use of blaming anyone? Moreover, it is not appropriate to place the blame on Sister Lu. I, as her father, have also been neglectful, so who can I fault? By the way, Luo manager, what is the cause of the pain and chill in her back? Surely it cannot be akin to my own condition. She bears no tattoos. Luo Chuan did not rush to explain. Instead, he turned to the maid and politely instructed, "Sister Lu, please assist in examining Miss Zhao's back." Sister Lu cast a cautious glance at Zhao Jianxin, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she ventured inside that in matters of servitude, without the master's command, the servant must not act. When trouble arises, the responsibility lies with the master. It is evident that while Zhao Jianxin is rumored to have been ruthless and domineering in his early years, he possesses a reputation as a caring father in the confines of his household. The assembly waited anxiously for a significant time before Sister Lu emerged, her expression fraught with worry, without waiting for her to speak. Luo Chuan interjected, "Miss Zhao, is there a line along her spine, precisely in the center?" "Indeed," Sister Lu hurriedly affirmed, "sir. Just as Mr. Luo stated, for some unknown reason, there's a bluish line running along the young lady's spine. From a cervical vertebrae to the tailbone that I attempted to wipe it with a warm cloth, but it would not come off at all." Zhao Jianxin appeared visibly haggard, tugging at his tie, filled with regret as he murmured, "What have I been busy with every day? I cannot even care for my wife and daughter properly." "Mr. Zhao, you need not be overly self-critical. Your daughter is largely out of danger," Luo Chuan reassured him, advising that for the next few days, Miss Zhao should refrain from venturing outside and consume only light meals. However, there is one thing to consider. You must include the ingredients I prescribe in her meals. If she feels nauseous, let her vomit freely. The fragrant chives are a powerful remedy, purging impurities and countering malevolent forces, and the toxins within her body must be expelled. As for that bluish line, It will heal after being wiped with mugwort leaves for 3 days. Zhao Jianxin listened intently, turning to Secretary Jean and Sister Lu to declare, "Have you all heard Mr. Luo's instructions? We must be diligent over the coming days. With Mu Yun's mother absent, if I fail to care for her as her father, I would deserve 1,000 deaths." Sister Lu received her orders and went to accompany Miss Zhao, bringing this matter to a temporary conclusion. Zhao Jianxin, while bowing to invite Luo Chuan to the main hall, urgently inquired what had transpired in their household and why it had involved his young daughter in the affairs of the world. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as well as gains and losses, according to Taoist philosophy, are all intertwined with 2 words: destiny. Destiny is predetermined by the heavens and cannot be altered. Fortune, however, is subject to change and flows with circumstances. To simplify, destiny pertains to the cycle of cause and effect, while fortune involves the interplay of yin and yang. The troubles within the Zhao household stem from an imbalance of these forces. Upon entering this estate, I felt the air was fresh and gentle, yet upon stepping into your courtyard, a chilling atmosphere enveloped me. Observe my pores, they are still standing on end. Your mother, wife, and daughter are all afflicted by malevolent energies. Zhao Jianxin furrowed his brow and queried, "Why then am I unaffected?" Luo Chuan smiled, replying, "Have you forgotten that you possess a pure yang constitution? Even now, you must rely on items imbued with yin energy, like jade, to balance your yang vitality. Thus, you're naturally unharmed. However, the 3 ladies are not so fortunate. Females inherently embody yin, and combined with that peculiar item in your household, which is exceedingly sinister, it has disrupted the peace of your residence." "What on earth is that item?" "The painting in the old ladies' hall. The Thanka of the shepherdess." Dong Daming quickly interjected, Yes, that painting, it exudes a malevolent aura. The moment I entered, I felt as if I were under a spell." "Mr. Zhao, you must act swiftly to dispose of that painting. What is wrong with my painting? Who dares to suggest I get rid of it?" Suddenly, an irate voice resounded from outside the main hall, followed by the heavy bang of the intricately carved wooden door being pushed open at a slender, dark-complexioned, elegantly dressed elderly woman adorned with jewels strode in with poise. Upon entering, she surveyed the assembly with a sweeping glance before taking her seat at the head of the table. Zhao Jianxin hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Mother, what brings you here so unexpectedly?" "Ah, so it is the esteemed matriarch of the Zhao family." Dong Daming stepped forward, bowing, his face adorned with a broad grin, stating young Dong pays his respects to the matriarch. "Look at you, after all these years, still so light on your feet, your demeanor exuding elegance. Upon seeing you, I finally comprehend what it means to embody the grace of a pine breeze and the poise of a crane, akin to the charm of an orchid." Alas, Luo Chuan felt a bead of sweat forming. This conspicuous fellow seemed poised to speak of enduring grace. But what of the pine breeze and crane bones? Old age has set in, and utility has waned. Even the sun has strayed from the path, leaving no semblance of maternal dignity. "Mother, what are you saying? When did I ever suggest disposing of my painting?" The old lady interrupted Zhao Jianxin directly, fixing her gaze on Luo Chuan and Dong Daming, saying, "In this day and age, there are increasingly more pretenders masquerading as gentlemen, like a 3-legged toad assuming the role of a deity upon the incense table." "Who said that? Which of you has spoken of something we did not hear?" Dong Daming, with his head bowed, anxiously tugged at Luo Chuan's sleeve. Luo Chuan smiled gently and replied, "Dear matron, please do not be angered. I assent this a time when you ought to be resting. Is it you who offer my granddaughter the fragrant greens?" The old lady fixed her gaze on Luo Chuan, her expression sharp and predatory. Luo Chuan, unfazed, replied calmly, "Matron, having come from the back courtyard, you haven't yet visited Miss Zhao's chamber, so how did you know she consumed the fragrant greens?" Chapter 31. Human skin thank of the old lady was evidently unprepared for Luo Chuan to find a breakthrough in her words. Momentarily at a loss for words, she let out a cold laugh. "Though I may be a deaf and blind old woman, I am still Zhao Jianxin's mother, am I not? Is it surprising that I know my granddaughter's circumstances? Of course not, but the issue lies in the fact that only the kitchen staff, Lu Saw, and Secretary Jean were aware of this. Even Mr. Zhao learned of it only recently. Which servant took it upon themselves to inform you of this? A silence fell over the room. Secretary Jean blinked and stepped forward, whispering, "Matron, the gentleman is in discussion with Manager Luo Chuan. Let me escort you back. It's time for your medication." Medication? Am I unwell? Jin Xin, tell me, am I unwell? The old lady seemed to adeptly manipulate her son, first feigning indignation as she sniffled, her eyes reddening, then suddenly raising her voice to a pitch that brought a look of distress to Zhao Jinxin's face. Secretary Jean, indeed a good aide, quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Yes, today the matron appears quite spirited and well. Perhaps, as the servants mentioned, the lotus flowers in the front lake have bloomed. Would you like to go and see them first? I shall go nowhere. The old lady shot a sidelong glance at Luo Chuan and Dong Daming, her tone heavy with disdain. Jin Xin, who are these two individuals? I recall you once had discerning taste. While not all your acquaintances were high-ranking officials, they were at least cultured gentlemen. How is it that you now bring home such company? Zhao Jinxin could only shake his head apologetically and soothe his mother. Mother, you see, these two are my friends, particularly this young M.R.Lu from the Dallo Pawnshop, who has even helped restore my health. I welcome them into our home, partly for a casual visit and partly to address the antics of my madwoman wife. Correct? The old lady, sharp-tongued and critical, pressed on with her fierce gaze, which belied the demeanor of an elderly woman. Given the circumstances, Zhao Jinxin could only nod, explaining with a friendly demeanor, "Mother, I've genuinely noticed your health has been less than optimal, and with so much happening in the family lately, I invited Manager Lu to assist. Please, harbor no concerns." Concerns? What concern could I possibly have? You are the head of the household. As your mother, should I not heed your wishes? The old lady stood and walked over to Luo Chuan with a smile, saying, "My only passion in life is painting. I relish viewing others' works, yet you would use this to sow discord between me and my son. What is your intention? Are you merely seeking to vex an old woman? Very well, I shall indulge you. Everyone follow me to the studio. I wish to see which painting offends your eye. Since that is the case, I could not ask for more." Luo Chuan did not decline, and the group followed the old lady directly to the courtyard studio. Upon reaching the studio door, the old lady turned to Luo Chuan and said, "You allege that the paintings I brought back are flawed. I'm willing to let you see them, but what if, after viewing, you find no fault? Old lady, what do you suggest?" "Ha! It is not that I am a harsh old crone, but I cannot tolerate deceit. I have encountered many charlatans like you. Should there be no issue, you too shall leave our Zhao family on your knees." Dong Daming chuckled awkwardly from the side. "Old lady, you are being too harsh." Yet Luo Chuan remained unperturbed, stating, "So be it, as the matron wishes," for he was 100% certain that the painting in question harbored a problem. The old lady, receiving this affirmation, briefly flashed a sinister smile. Abruptly pushing open the door and leading the way into the studio, Dong Daming hastily cautioned Zhao, Jinxin, and Secretary Jean, instructing them not to focus on the painting nor take a deep breath, but to remain alert at all times as the group entered. The studio was serene and harmonious, with no signs of disturbance. The classical hanging paintings and exquisite decorations created a rich artistic atmosphere. The thick velvet carpet felt soft underfoot, as though stepping onto clouds. The old lady snorted in amusement, stepping forward to draw back the heavy curtains. The beam of sunlight streamed in, instantly enriching the colors of the paintings within the studio. "Son, these paintings are all by renowned artists, quite valuable. Would you have this M.R.Lu explain what is amiss with my painting?" Luo Chuan felt a sense of oddity. The foreboding aura he had sensed previously seemed to dissipate. He walked directly to the painting on the rear wall, gazing intently at the figure depicted, finding no abnormalities whatsoever. Secretary Jean gazed at the portrait of a young girl, repeatedly praising, "The matron's taste is truly unparalleled. Observe how the colors are perfectly applied. The depth and dimensionality of the composition are striking. The distant sheep and the nearby maiden form a seamless whole. I can almost feel the winds of the highland meadows." Zhao Jinxin circled around, frowning slightly. He too felt no sense of negativity. Dong Daming subtly tugged at Luo Chuan and whispered, "What is going on? It seems quite different from before. The painting appears unproblematic. Luo Chuan raised his gaze to the painting before him, momentarily at a loss. The so-called Thanka is, in fact, a unique form of painting originating from the highlands. It employs lines of gold and silver threads. Utilizing precious minerals and gemstones such as pearls, agate, coral, turquoise, malachite, and cinnabar, along with plant pigments like saffron and turmeric, creating vibrant and dazzling colors. Most Thankas possess religious significance, depicting various deities of esoteric Buddhism, and such simple portrayals of landscapes and folk characters are indeed rare. The girl in the painting is innocent and carefree, her expression serene. Truth be told, she bears a striking resemblance to Zhao's daughter when they first met, both in that exquisite age, embodying pure beauty. "Young man, do you find something amiss?" The old lady coldly smirked, deliberately stepping in front of Luo Chuan to taunt. A lack of understanding of art is forgivable, but if you engage in trickery, our Zhao family cannot tolerate it. You too? Will you kneel and leave on your own, or shall I have someone assist you? "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhao Jianxin whispered. "I SNT it better that there is no issue. After all, it was merely a nuisance that it is not that I am at odds with them. Rather, their actions are distasteful to me. Not kneeling simply isn't an option." Dong Daming patted Luo Chuan on the shoulder and stepped forward. "Old lady, please do not take offense. This was my idea. I have always been accustomed to a carefree life, speaking without restraint, and if I have upset you, I shall kneel and leave. However, my young brother here should be spared. His livelihood depends on his reputation." As Dong Daming spoke, he prepared to kneel that moment. Luo Chuan, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his hand and helped Dong Daming back up. The old man's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "My manager Lu, my dear Chuanzi, have you discovered something?" Luo Chuan replied calmly, "Secretary Jean, I must trouble you to draw the curtains. Old Dong, go and light a stick of incense beneath that painting." The composed old lady's face instantly contorted upon hearing this, shouting, "This is my studio. What business do you have lighting incense?" No, you must not. Jianxin, are you still my son? Drive them out. You are merely stirring up trouble." The old lady's hysterics left Zhao Jianxin momentarily at a loss. Dong Daming, however, thumped his thigh, adding fuel to the fire. "Indeed, I just recalled that beneath that painting, incense was originally offered," he spoke. He extracted a stick of incense from Luo Chuan's yellow pouch, preparing to ignite it. "You madmen, you wretches deserving of 1,000 cuts, do not light it. Put it down." The old lady's voice was high-pitched, her demeanor a far cry from that of an elderly woman. She charged forward, trying to snatch the incense. Zhao Jianxin understood that enduring prolonged pain was worse than swift suffering. He gritted his teeth and embraced his mother tightly. "Mother, please do not cause a scene." With a sudden rustle, the heavy curtains were drawn aside, and Dong Daming swiftly lit the incense, placing it upon the blue bricks beneath the portrait. As the fragrant smoke began to waft into the air, the elderly lady froze abruptly, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her eyes filled with malice, her mouth agape, resembling a stone statue. Simultaneously, a chilling and eerie atmosphere enveloped the room, causing Jean's secretary, clad in a somewhat thin shirt, to shiver involuntarily as she wrapped her arms around herself. The incense smoke rose directly, swirling around the youthful Thanka, and to the onlookers' astonishment, the woman depicted in the painting sprang back to life. Vivid and lifelike, as if a real person had been embedded in the wall. Dong Daming's eyes widened, and both Jean's secretary and Zhao Jianxin displayed expressions of devout reverence, captivated by the scene. Luo Chuan pinched his fengqi point to maintain his composure, retrieving a small glass vial from his bag, dipping it into the liquid inside, and applying it to his eyelids. In an instant, the delicate and graceful young woman transformed into a terrifying, ghostly visage. Her eyes wide, teeth sharp, mouth half open, revealing a portion of her tongue, a sight both grotesque and chilling. In the exchange of glances, Luo Chuan discerned wisps of black mist, reminiscent of those that had previously escaped from Zhao Muyun, now drifting towards Zhao Jianxin, Jean's secretary, and the others. Indeed, it was precisely as he had surmised. This was no ordinary Thanka. It was a human-skinned Thanka, a malevolent spirit Thanka crafted from the skin of a young girl. Chapter 32. The great breaking of the barrier. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, mingled with myriad forms, regardless of your origins or the nature of your malevolence. While upon this land, whether you are a dragon or a deity, you must obey. Luo Chuan glared at the ghastly visage and, in a swift motion, intended to tear the portrait from the wall. Yet, despite the apparent emptiness before him, it felt as though an invisible wall constrained him, an intangible force holding him back, rendering him immobile. Glancing at Dong Daming beside him, who appeared utterly entranced as if lost in a cinematic ecstasy, his signature lewd grin plastered across his face, his hands groping like the tentacles of a squid. Jean's secretary was even more exaggerated, having plopped down on the ground, a melancholic smile adorning her face as she clutched a mop by the wall. Breaking into song that I in that distant place, there lived a fair maiden. As people passed by our tent, they would turn back, lingering in nostalgia, that I wished to transform into a little lamb. Her performance was overly theatrical, immersed in her own world, yet the song itself was a jumbled mess of lyrics, as if she had choked on a ball of sheep dung and fled to the southern mountains. Zhao Jinshin fared better, lacking such flamboyance. He held on to the elderly lady, remaining motionless, though his expression was equally dazed and bewildered, clearly entranced as well. Meanwhile, the elderly lady's eyes darted erratically, baring her teeth like a famished monkey. Struggling to break free from Zhao Jinshin's embrace that you think you have succeeded? Luo Chuan coldly addressed the old woman that not forget, with this, her son, family, and everyone will become aware of your disgrace. The elderly lady remained silent, an eerie smile spreading across her face as she suddenly opened her mouth and lunged at Zhao Jinshin's neck. Luo Chuan could not ignore the situation. He abandoned the idea of seizing the Thanka and turned to intercept, using his forearm to firmly block the old woman's mouth, protecting Zhao Jinshin's neck. However, this provided the old woman an opportunity. She twisted and slipped free from Zhao Jinshin's grasp. Once liberated, the old woman bent down and retrieved a slender knife from the edge of the wooden stool's cushion. Her eyes wide and her body hunched, turning back with a sinister grin. It was evident that this knife had been concealed here for quite some time. Luo Chuan scoffed, quickly dousing Zhao Jinshin. Jean's secretary and Dong Daming's eyes with the liquid from the small vial, if awakening from a dream, or being doused with icy water, the three of them simultaneously cried out, jolting awake. The vial contained a renowned cow S-tier. Unlike typical tools for opening the yin-yang eye, this substance could awaken even the most entranced individuals in an instant, allowing even the weakest of constitution to perceive the tormenting entities. Zhao Jinshin opened his eyes to see the old woman in his thieving gaze, knife in hand, and could not help but exclaim in shock. "Mom, what is wrong with you?" "Ah, Zhao General, quick, look! The painting has changed," Jean's secretary exclaimed as she lifted her eyes, horrified by the ghostly Thanka, letting out a scream. The group exchanged anxious glances, instinctively drawing closer to Luo Chuan. Jinshin, perhaps due to the revelation, the elderly lady's eyes suddenly clouded, her spirit diminished, weakly calling out for her son. Zhao Jinshin, filled with concern, quickly responded. "Mom, I'm here. I'm here. You've finally awakened? It's me, Jinshin. Jinshin, I'm scared. I'm afraid. Where are we? Why is it so dark?" The elderly lady, as if she had lost her sight, trembled as she groped at the emptiness. Jinshin, filled with love for his mother, moved forward to grasp her hand. Luo Chuan intended to caution him to be careful, but it was too late in that instant. As Jinshin approached, the elderly lady, who had been feigning blindness, revealed a sinister smile, her knife twisting in her wrist, striking fiercely. Fortunately, Jinshin, being accustomed to the underworld, reacted swiftly, avoiding a strike to his artery, but the knife's tip grazed the back of his hand, drawing blood. Before the elderly woman could strike again, Luo Chuan was already upon them, seizing the knife's handle with his left hand while his right hand prepared a peachwood talisman, replacing the pin in her hair. The elderly woman trembled, resembling a robot that had lost its winding, her eyes closing, her taut body relaxing as she began to collapse. Ignoring the blood streaming from his hand, Zhao Jinshin hurriedly caught his mother. At this moment, a scene similar to the previous one unfolded. A thick black mist suddenly surged from the elderly lady. Luo Chuan employed the same technique, using yellow paper to cover the mist before igniting it, finally putting an end to the chaos. "Zhao General, you're bleeding." Jean's secretary, pale with fright from the earlier scene, hastily produced tissues to bandage Zhao Jianxin's wound. "But I'm fine. Just leave me be." "Quickly, call an ambulance for my mother." "Do not worry, the old lady is fine," Luo Chuan assured. "She simply expended too much energy and has fainted for the moment. In half an hour, she will awaken." However, given her age, being entangled with malevolent forces has likely been a long-standing issue. She may require a period of recuperation. As Luo Chuan spoke, he glanced at the Thanka. "Zhao General, I must state, I need to take this item with me." "Of course, no problem." Zhao Jianxin nodded vigorously. "Not just this painting, but all of them. I will personally deliver them to you, and I must express my gratitude and own need for thanks. After all, I am a businessman. Once the old lady awakens, you may inquire about the price, and it shall be settled then. Truly, no payment is necessary. I would rather discard such a malevolent object. A deal is a deal. Otherwise, I cannot proceed." "Very well. As you wish." Once their agreement was reached, Luo Chuan lowered his voice. "You all should leave first. Once I have dealt with it, I will explain the origins of this item to you." "Take care." Manager Luo, Zhao Jianxin urged, cradling his mother as he and Jean's secretary hurriedly exited. Dong Daming scratched his head and quietly remarked, "Chuanzi, I'm not skilled in this matter. I'll step out too. I'll cheer you on from outside." Once everyone had departed, Luo Chuan did not rush towards the Thanka, but instead sat down facing it from a distance of 3 or 4 meters. He crossed his legs, focused his mind, placing peachwood nails before him, a stone for Mount Tai behind, a talisman on his left, and vermilion powder on his right, creating a formation of offense and defense, support and deterrence. With everything arranged, he fixed his gaze upon the Thanka and ceased all movement. This was a method taught to him by his master, known as the Great Breaking of the Barrier. Most malevolent entities in this world are like specters or demons, visible and tangible, capable of being vanquished with blades or talismans. However, some are perceptible yet cannot be eradicated by conventional means. These include grievances and similar entities. These entities may seem easy to destroy, yet in reality, they are not easily subdued to control them. The Great Breaking of the Barrier is required. The so-called breaking of the barrier refers to dismantling this asymmetrical time and space. Compelling the adversary to yield under your aura. It resembles a state of physical stillness while the soul departs, engaging in a battle of consciousness. Luo Chuan sat there, first reciting the righteousness song, then reading the Taoist verse. Concluding with the golden light spell, he repeated this thrice, without pause. In an instant, winds surged around his ears, clouds formed beneath his feet, and he and the painting seemed to be transported to another realm. Luo Chuan beheld a girl, at times ethereal and at others malevolent, approaching step by step, her head bowed, her eyes glaring fiercely, a menacing confrontation between them. Just gazing, as if doing nothing, yet it felt as though everything was happening. He hazily perceived a knife slicing gently along the girl's spine as the girl writhed in agony, her features grotesquely contorting, transforming a full figure into a horrifying human skin. "Ah!" the flayed woman screamed, lunging toward him. The peachwood nail shot forth with a swift velocity, piercing through her chest like a sharpened arrow. The woman, with a wretched cry, transformed into a swirling mass of blue light. Charging fiercely towards him, Luo Chuan staggered backward repeatedly, and with a resounding thud, the towering stones behind him suddenly rose into a formidable mountain, serving as his most substantial support. Then, talismans clashed against the vicious claws, vermilion against the swirling black mist. Though no blood was shed, the battle raged on, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and eventually, as Luo Chuan sat in place, his body trembled, and the scene before him transformed into an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The eerie aura enveloping the Tanka had entirely dissipated on the wall. The painting revealed itself merely as a work of art, adorned with gold, silver, pearls, and gemstones, radiating infinite beauty. The terrifying visage had vanished without a trace. Luo Chuan gathered his belongings and rose with ease, removing the tonka and covering it with yellow cloth as he exited the gallery. Chapter 33. The Black Bond Sorcery. Outside the gallery, Secretary Jean sat quietly on the steps, her head bowed in silence, while Dong Daming paced anxiously. Miss Luo Chuan emerged. Both of them sighed with relief and hurried to greet him. "Chuanzi, how are you? Are you all right? Did you lose any parts?" Dong Daming scrutinized Luo Chuan from head to toe, and upon seeing him unscathed, he immediately turned to Secretary Jean and declared, "See, I told you my little brother could handle anything." Secretary Jean nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Master Luo's prowess is extraordinary. He truly is a master of the mysterious arts. Please, my esteemed sir has taken an elderly lady to the parlor and said he would inform me as soon as he has news." The three of them proceeded to the parlor together. Eager to please Luo Chuan, Dong Daming offered to carry the tonka's frame. However, Luo Chuan promptly declined. The barrier of the Great Variation was confined to the aura between two individuals. In other words, at this moment, the resentment emanating from the painting was submissive only to Luo Chuan. For anyone else, it remained an exceedingly dangerous object. Upon reaching the parlor, Grandma Zhao had already regained consciousness, and Zhao Jinxin was busy serving her tea. Upon seeing Luo Chuan, Zhao Jinxin seemed to shed a heavy burden, exhaling in relief. "Master Luo, you have finally returned." Luo Chuan carefully placed the tonka beside him, offering a calm smile as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Zhao. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. How is the elderly lady faring?" Zhao Jinxin sighed. "My mother woke up and doesn't remember at all what transpired earlier. I apologize. She spoke harshly to you, son. One must not harbor anger. I had no choice but to let you endure that. Oh, it's all right. That was not the elderly lady's true intention." Luo Chuan replied composedly. "By the way, is your injury all right now?" "It's merely a superficial wound," Zhao Jinxin said, glancing at his mother. "Master Luo, can you now explain what exactly happened?" Luo Chuan approached the wooden bench, examining the elderly lady. Given her age and the tumult she had just endured, she appeared visibly drained, her eyes clouded with confusion. When she eventually realizes that she nearly caused her granddaughter's demise, it will undoubtedly be another heavy blow. "Elderly lady, what was your original intention in purchasing this tonka?" "I love paintings, appreciate art, and when I saw it, I simply wanted to bring it home." There was no special motive. The elderly lady's gaze shifted uneasily. Revealing her insincerity, Luo Chuan smiled and speculated. "Let me guess. The person selling the tonka must have told you that hanging this painting in your hall and gazing at the maiden depicted within would help preserve your beauty and even rejuvenate your body." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady, perhaps already in a fragile state, suddenly broke down, grasping Zhao Jinxin's hand and sobbing, "Son, I'm so sorry. I truly have become muddled in my old age. How could I have harmed you? This painting truly captivated me because I adore the vibrant colors employed by the people of the plateau. However, when I learned that it cost 100,000, I hesitated. A hobby is merely a pastime. There's no need to spend such a fortune." But when that dark-faced seller, resembling a border dweller, told me that regularly viewing this tonka could bring joy and prolong life, I was swayed that I am old. But it's not death that I fear. I simply cannot bear to leave you. I am nearing 80, yet my thoughts are still consumed by those years when you fought and struggled, that I fear that if I were to pass, there would be no one to look after you. But who could have foreseen that after hanging the painting in our home, I became more obsessed with it day by day. Whenever I could not see it, I felt a pang of distress. These past few days have been a blur. It seems I have no memory left, and my mind is completely dominated by a girl's voice. How could I be so wretched as to harm my own son with a knife? Mother, no one blames you. How could I ever blame you? Upon witnessing his mother's tears, Zhao Jinxin was unable to contain his own emotions, lamenting, "It's all my fault for making you worry all these years. But rest assured, I have already reached the age of understanding. I have come to terms with things. There are no more grand gangsters. I am simply your son, the father of Muyin. I have good news for you. In a few days, I will have that tattoo, which you have loathed for decades, removed. After this heartfelt exchange, Grandma Zhao finally managed to regain her composure. Fearing further distress for his elderly mother, Zhao Jinxin hurriedly arranged for her to be taken to the backyard for care. Master Luo, do you think my mother should have some Chinese tune powder as well? No need. Then why should my daughter have some? Quite simply because your mother is merely possessed, while your daughter is the intended victim. Zhao Jinxin's face fell in shock, his expression turning to one of terror. I implore you, Master Luo, please elaborate. How much do you know about tankas? I only know that in Tibet, this is a common form of painting, primarily depicting figures from the esoteric tradition. In truth, before the dominance of the esoteric sects on the plateau, the people there followed the Black Bond tradition. The tanka had already emerged during the era of Black Bond. Black Bond is a sect that is much closer to witchcraft, involving many bloody rituals, the most notorious of which is human sacrifice. Skinning is one such method, serving both as a form of punishment and a way to appease the deities. Those ancient sorcerers believed that human skin was a medium to communicate with the divine, and they thought that painting protective deities on human skin could subdue malevolent spirits. Transcribing scriptures would enhance the likelihood of divine perception. Naturally, the human skin used during this period was typically from the bodies of deceased sorcerers. However, as time passed, various heresies began to proliferate, including a legend that claimed using the skin of young boys and girls to create tankas and depicting their likenesses in life would allow one to gradually attain their beauty if offered proper reverence. The very thought is chilling. The rationale behind selecting the skin of young boys and girls lies in its delicacy and elasticity, making it more suitable for painting. Before using the knife, they would feed the intended victims butter and animal blood for several days to enhance the luster and translucency of the skin to be harvested. Prior to skinning, they would force-feed them some opium to numb their nerves, ensuring the skin remained fresh and viable. The first incision would be made along the spine, reaching the tailbone. Secretary Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the reason the young lady consumed so much spicy blood stew and fatty substances was to fortify herself? How fortunate we are, Zhao. How fortunate we are to have encountered Master Luo. Just think, when the lady went to the gallery, she happened upon the elderly lady in a daze, holding a knife in front of the young lady, if she had arrived even a moment later." Zhao Jinxin was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that had it not been for Luo Chuan's timely intervention, the Zhao family might have faced utter ruin. Master Luo, despite my polished attire, I am but a rough man. You may have heard of my past, so I shall refrain from flattering you that I will simply say this. You are my benefactor, Zhao Jinxin. From now on, whatever you need, just give a call, and I will risk my life to assist you. Zhao, you are too courteous, Luo Chuan responded nonchalantly. There's a saying I've always held dear. A man's greatest dignity lies in the value he possesses to others. While it appears I am helping you, I'm also seeking sustenance for myself. Moreover, in my view, this is merely a transaction, for I intend to take this tanka with me. Very well, very well. Dong has already informed me of your rules. Since you cannot accept it as a gift, please name your price. As a pawnshop, the loss is halved. The elderly lady spent 100,000, so I can only offer you 50,000. The term is 6 months. And should you have second thoughts, you can redeem it, but you must provide another cursed object as collateral. After 6 months, I will dispose of it at my discretion. Agreed. Zhao Jinxin readily accepted, extending his hand to take a card from Secretary Jin, stating solemnly, "You have your principles, and I have my ways of conducting business. This card holds 100,000. It is my gratitude to you and Dong. You must accept it." Luo Chuan intended to refuse, but Dong Daming had already chuckled and taken it. That I'll hold it for Chuanzi. It is said that wealth begets wealth, and relationships blossom from kindness. We cannot blind ourselves to Zhao's goodwill. Seeing that Luo Chuan was about to leave, Zhao Jinxin quickly instructed Secretary Jin to personally arrange transportation for him. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment before advising Zhao Jinxin, "Zhao, let me offer one more piece of advice. Regarding what I mentioned earlier about the human skin tankas, it is best not to let your mother, daughter, or wife know. Some matters, when shrouded in ignorance, elicit no fear, guilt, or suspicion." Zhao Jinxin was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in admiration. Indeed, it appears that Manager Luo has considered everything thoroughly. Let this matter cease here and never be mentioned again. Chapter 34. The master has returned. Upon returning from the Zhao family estate, Secretary Jean first escorted Luo Chuan, followed by Dong Daming. Luo Chuan alighted from a vehicle, carrying a thanka, and made his way back to the shop. As he passed by the Tuji tea house, he noticed that although the door was ajar, a sign declaring temporarily closed was hanging. Several vehicles with the Yen license plates were parked outside, among which one proudly displayed a small golden figure atop its roof. The sun had set in the west. Had this bookish fellow from Yen City finally welcomed friends and family? Straining to listen, he heard a cacophony of voices inside, akin to an argument. Luo Chuan's interest was piqued. Usually, our bear of a boss seldom raised his voice, and when angered, merely rolled his eyes and delivered a couple of sarcastic remarks. What could possibly have provoked him to engage in a quarrel today? He hurriedly dashed inside, placed a thanka in the shop, grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, locked the door, and rushed to the tea house. There are 4 great spectacles in the world worth witnessing: literati cursing in the streets, generals hanging up their boots, elderly gentlemen performing tricks with monkeys, and young ladies gossiping dada. It seems I have stumbled upon one such occasion. Upon entering the tea house, he spotted Xiao Wuzi sitting nervously in a corner, his expression tense. The remaining patrons were all imposing men, arranged in 2 rows, clad in dark suits and white gloves, standing solemnly. One might mistake this gathering for a ceremony of succession. Xiong stood by the window, his expression dull as he gazed outside, silent as a statue. In truth, the name Xiong hardly suits him. Upon hearing it, one might envision a hulking brute with a rugged face and a hint of sinister cunning. Yet aside from his height, he was rather fair-skinned, with delicate features that bore a slight melancholic charm, almost endearing. Luo Chuan often mused that Panda would be a more fitting name for him. I ask you, will you return with me or not? The speaker was a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair, exuding an air of confidence and authority. This, presumably, was what people refer to as a successful individual. I will not return. What significance does your staying here hold? Are you merely intent on opposing me? The significance is not for you to define. I like it here. Is that not enough? You are hardly my son. I, Xiong Wanchun, raised in the mountains, built my fortune from scratch, and have achieved what I have today. Surely I am a dragon among men. Your mother, cultured and refined, possesses unparalleled education and insight. She may not be a queen, but she certainly stands as a phoenix in Yen City. Yet how is it that this dragon-phoenix pairing has produced a child like you? Producing a child like me is precisely the point. The dragon and phoenix soar together, so consider me merely a nuisance. Luo Chuan could not hold back a chuckle. Meanwhile, the elder Mr. Xiong nearly fainted, grabbing a box of tissues and hurling it at Xiong. Xiong retorted defiantly, "What?" Mr. Xiong cannot articulate a counter-argument and resorts to throwing a tantrum. I, Xiong Wanchun, have merely produced a nuisance, and you don't even allow me to clean up after myself. The old man pointed angrily at Xiong, utterly speechless, before turning on his heel and leaving. The others in the room wore tense expressions, closing in on the scene. Do not worry about finding someone who understands you. In this vast world, who does not know you? Then do not come back. You will remain here in this small place, living off your own wits until you grow a patch of dog urine moss. This father-son duo was indeed amusing. Even as the crowd dispersed, they continued to exchange barbs from a distance. Outside, the convoy roared away, and only then did Xiong slump onto the sofa, visibly dejected. Luo Chuan stuffed the remaining sunflower seeds into his pocket, exclaiming, "Your biological father. Forgive me for saying, but what is there to argue about between father and son? You do not understand. I do not understand. For I have no father. Without experience, one lacks the right to speak. Without a biological father, there is no authority to discuss paternal issues. Thus, I shall refrain from advising you. However, one thing is certain. Now that he has departed, you should not have shouted that last remark. He is bound for Yen City, and throughout the journey, your words will echo in his ears." Xiong paused, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Yet he stubbornly replied, "But he insulted me." "Ah, I do wish to experience the feeling of having a father. Though I have a master who is akin to a father, it remains different." Xiong glanced at Luo Chuan and consoled him. Do not dwell on it too much. Each has their own merits. Look at the protagonists in those novels. They either begin as orphans or have lost their parents. Without the right buffs, how could they possibly thrive? Luo Chuan scoffed. Do not compare life to novels. Is there truly any similarity? By the way, is your family wealthy? Your father's demeanor is certainly impressive. I do not know. Perhaps somewhat, but it has no bearing on me. TSK, to be unaware of one's fortune. How many people, like me, dream of being an aimless, rich second generation, basking in wealth without any pursuits? As the sun neared the horizon, Luo Chuan lazily made his way back to his shop. Upon arriving at the entrance, however, he discovered that the lock had been smashed to pieces. Having only intended to visit the tea house across the street, he had neglected to close the rolling shutter. Never anticipating that in broad daylight, such a thing could occur, he hurried inside. His heart sank as he immediately checked the counter. To his dismay, the human skin Thanko was missing. Blood rushed to his head. This was no trivial matter. That Thanka, in anyone's hands, would spell trouble. Momentarily stunned, he dashed towards the back room. The shelves were lined with an array of peculiar and dangerous items. Xiao Chuan. It might be best for you not to know who he is for the time being. And what happened next? Did he take action against you? How did you manage to escape? Luo Chuan felt increasingly perplexed. Why would Master think that person would resort to violence against him? He had not attacked me, but he seemed quite intrigued by the dice in my hand and even expressed a desire to gamble with me. I declined, and he did not press the matter, but he crushed his own dice, uttering, "It's best if your surname is not you," before departing. But that doesn't make sense. If he didn't attack you, why did your red thread extend so rapidly? Luo Chuan pondered, hesitantly voicing his suspicion. Master, when that person left, he scattered the pieces of the dice on the ground. Upon inspecting them, I found they had embedded themselves into the bluestone slab. Out of curiosity, I reached out to touch them, resulting in a cut on my finger. Do you think this injury could be related? You foolish boy, why didn't you emphasize the critical points? Such a serious matter should have been reported to me sooner. Yu Xuanfeng urgently took Luo Chuan's hand, examining it closely. Luo Chuan smiled and said, Master, there's no need to be so anxious. It's already healing. Old Ma next door checked it for me. You are still young. There are many things you do not understand. Yu Xuanfeng scrutinized the wound on Luo Chuan's hand. His expression grave, he turned and poured a bit of clean water into a basin, then retrieved a small bottle from the cupboard, extracting 2 dried leeches from within and dropping them into the water. Finally, he took some mugwort leaves, steeped them in boiling water, ground them into a paste, filtered out the residue, and poured the light green liquid into the basin. Now, place your hand inside. Luo Chuan complied without hesitation, submerging his palm. Initially, the unhealed wound throbbed with pain, but after a moment, the discomfort shifted to his palm, resembling a worm burrowing into his flesh, gradually inching toward the cut. After a good 7 or 8 minutes, the pain had become unbearable, causing Luo Chuan to break into a sweat, until finally, a substance akin to black ink oozed from the wound. Master, what is this? Luo Chuan exclaimed in terror. Yuni Zhang, a type of malevolent spirit. Yu Xuanfeng instructed. In the coming days, you must follow my method each night. Only when the wound no longer aches or itches can you consider yourself safe. Luo Chuan felt enlightened. He had always thought he had witnessed enough wonders in the world. Yet each time, Master managed to make him feel still uninformed and naive, be exceedingly cautious. You must not fall victim to poison, or else the red thread will extend perilously to be by the way. Where are the fragments of the dice? On the bluestone slab at the entrance. Luo Chuan opened the door and quickly pointed out the slab to his master. This object left here is a calamity and must be removed. Yu Xuanfeng went behind the cupboard to fetch a dagger, preparing to extract the sharp shards embedded there. Master, let me do it. Luo Chuan took the knife, ready to act, when Yu Xuanfeng suddenly rolled his eyes and said, Young master, let us not remove them. Didn't you say this thing is a menace? I've realized something, Yu Xuanfeng stated seriously. This person will undoubtedly return in a few days. Why embedding these fragments here? He is actually testing us. If we remove them, it would only reveal our trepidation. These shards must remain. We cannot change the name of the shop, and you must act as if nothing has occurred. By the way, did he inquire about your surname? No, he merely remarked that it's best if I'm not surnamed you. It seems he is unaware of your existence. He is searching for me. Thus, for the next few days, continue to manage the shop as usual, that if he returns, speak to him with a calm demeanor as before, should he ask if anyone else is in the pawn shop. Say that you are alone and never mention me, that if he inquires about your family background, simply state that your parents are engaged in business abroad, often away from home. You must feign ignorance regarding any martial or magical arts. As long as he doesn't bring up the fragments of the dice on the ground. Act as if you've never seen them. Seeing the seriousness with which Master spoke, Luo Chuan could only nod in agreement. Although Master still refused to divulge who this person was, it was evident that he posed a threat to both Luo Chuan and his master. Luo Chuan felt that recent events had been exceedingly bizarre, prompting him to recount the incident at the recycling station, where he was rescued by a stranger. Are you saying that the person who helped you was actually there to demand the human bone dice? But when he saw the dice in your possession, he not only ceased his pursuit, but even knelt before you? Yes, that Hong Bo mentioned it was a rule set by their master. Did he mention the surname of his master? He did. A rather peculiar surname that I can't quite recall at the moment. Is it Een? Yes, it's Een. The diviner named Lu Buchan seemed both astonished and fearful of this surname. Oh, they also mentioned the July half-conference at the Lu Yu Villa, which Lu Buchan was overjoyed to be invited to. Upon hearing this, Yu Xuanfeng couldn't help but smile. Finally, there is some good news. For all these years, I thought the Een family had no one left. Master, do you know this person as well? Yu Xuanfeng did not answer, merely patting Luo Chuan's shoulder and saying, soon. It won't be long before you understand everything. Since Master chose not to elaborate, Luo Chuan refrained from pressing further. This was the tacit understanding they had developed over the years. Luo Chuan knew that whatever Master did was for his benefit. Yet he also sensed that their tranquil days might soon be a thing of the past. A storm is brewing. The winds are already upon us. It's only a matter of time before the rain arrives. That evening, Luo Chuan prepared a simple meal, and the two of them enjoyed a rare moment of peace together. As night fell, a voice echoed outside, calling for hair, long hair, white hair from the earth. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan quickly peered outside and confirmed that it was indeed the old man who had brought them the corpse's hair last time. Master referred to him as Ding Laosi. Upon hearing that voice, Yu Xuanfeng immediately rose, changed into a pair of cloth shoes, and slung his bag over his shoulder. Master, are you leaving again? There has been a malevolent tomb in Beishan town, and several evil spirits have escaped, along with some Een goods still roaming outside, that a few days ago I encountered a hairy zombie and couldn't subdue it. I need to go again. Luo Chuan pursed his lips, glancing outside and murmuring, Master, that person is a Lingli thief. ISNT. How did you figure that out? Didn't you say before that a Lingli thief has a foul odor that can't be washed off no matter how much water you use? I caught a whiff of that distinct corpse stench from him last time. My young master has a keen eye. You are ready to take on the world. But remember, not all thieves are bad people. At least Ding Laosi is one of yours. Point one of mine? Yes, like me, someone who is under your command. All right, I'm off now. And by the way, that Tonkai you retrieved this time is quite impressive. A true gem among malevolent objects. It can fetch a good price. Just be careful. This item must not be touched by others. As soon as Yu Xuanfeng stepped outside, he vanished like the wind, disappearing into the alley in the blink of an eye. Luo Chuan tidied up the dishes and organized the shop, deliberately placing the human skin tonka in the most secluded corner of the back room. At that moment, the phone rang. He picked it up to find it was Shi Wanxiu. What could she want at such a late hour? Liang Launching's leg was broken, and he was likely incapacitated for a while. Miss Shi, Mr. Luo, could you come to see me? In her voice, Shi Wanxiu sounded unusually gentle, almost too soft. Chapter 36. A unique ailment. Though Luo Chuan was still a young man, he was not an ascetic, and he keenly sensed something amiss. Miss Shi, is there something you need at this hour? I do have something urgent, but it's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Could you come in person? As the saying goes, if one cannot control their mouth, they must control their legs. If they cannot control their legs, they might end up in trouble. Matters between men and women are the simplest yet most complex in the world. If handled well, one could end up with a child. If mishandled, one might have to start afresh, becoming a child once more. To put it bluntly, Shi Wanqiu was quite beautiful. Although she was a few years older than Luo Chuan, she still exuded grace and poise. Thus, when faced with such beauty, one must exercise utmost caution. As the saying goes, a word of desire carries a deadly blade. Miss Shi, my suggestion is that if you're not in a rush, I could come by tomorrow, but I truly am in a hurry. Please. Shi Wanqiu's voice on the phone was soft, yet it carried a hint of impatience. Faintly, there seemed to be another woman's voice in the background. The presence of another person somewhat assuaged Luo Chuan's concerns. All right, I'll head over right away. Thank you. I'll send you the address. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chuan pondered for a moment, yet found himself unable to venture forth alone. The boundaries between men and women can sometimes resemble the vermilion mark on a maiden's arm, primarily for the gaze of others. When it is present, one might not feel its significance, but if it were to vanish, it could become a monumental issue. Reflecting on this, Luo Chuan decided to call Dong Daming. This fellow had been reaping benefits alongside him these past few days. It was high time for him to shine. Upon hearing there was something to attend to, Dong Daming readily agreed without hesitation and insisted on coming over immediately to drive Luo Chuan. In truth, Dong Daming had long wished to attach his small wooden boat to the fishing vessel of the L's pawnshop, but after several attempts at probing, he found that Sun Feng had been indifferent to him. Now that he realized Luo Chuan was no less capable than his master and was willing to take him along to cast nets, he knew he had to seize this opportunity. 20 minutes later, Dong Daming arrived outside. Luo Chuan gathered his belongings, locked the shop door, and got into the car. Dong Daming grinned widely and handed over a large envelope. What's this? Money. The 100,000 from General Zhao. I've exchanged 50,000 in cash for you. I told you not to. How could that be? A deal is a deal. You are the great sage who captures demons, and I am merely the one beating the drum from the sidelines. I know my own worth. What people wish to see is the performance of the great sage, and the money is merely a reward for your skill. However, the sage has his dignity and cannot easily stoop to accept the money of common folk. Therefore, this is where my role comes in. Zhu Beiji is greedy for food. He has no qualms about accepting money. Once the money reaches me and is handed to you, it is no longer a reward from others, but merely a friendly exchange between comrades. Point one cannot deny that while Dong Daming may be somewhat greasy, he is indeed perceptive. Being around such a person is quite comfortable. Of course, at his core, he remains greedy. He is fine as a supporting character, but one must not be led astray by him. Chuanzi, what good fortune is this? In the gentle rain of pear blossoms, with a lovely maiden in a red tent. The cool breeze of the half-moon. Ah, you're going to meet a woman. Dong Daming chuckled. Are you bringing me along to avoid suspicion? Choosing me is indeed the right decision, as the saying goes. The great sage and his companions spent the night at the goddess temple, and by dawn, a handprint appeared on the goddess statue's delicate face. The great sage didn't even need to defend himself. The passing worshippers would automatically assume it was Zhu Beiji's doing, for he was indeed the fool if he isn't lecherous. Who is? Luo Chuan found himself speechless, feeling a bit guilty. Although it wasn't he as heavy as Dong Daming had implied. It was true that inviting him along revealed less than pure intentions. The two quickly made their way to the address given by Shi Wanqiu. Their destination was an upscale residential complex. Following the door number, they arrived at the building and rang the bell. After a moment, Shi Wanqiu's face appeared on the video screen, and she immediately noticed the chubby face behind Luo Chuan. Mr. Luo, who didn't come alone? He is my driver, secretary, and agent. Dong Daming interjected, eager to introduce himself. Don't worry, aside from looking a bit out of line, I'm basically a decent citizen. Shi Wanqiu glanced at the two on screen, hesitated briefly, and murmured, All right, you may come up. Upon entering the apartment, the door was ajar. Shi Wanqiu stood at the threshold, visibly anxious, her eyes misty. She was dressed in thick clothing, but was barefoot, her cheeks slightly flushed. The buttons of her attire were fastened up to her collar, yet two buttons were mismatched, giving her an awkward appearance. She leaned against the wall, gripping her thigh tightly. Hello, Miss Shi. I am Dong Daming. A friend of Chuanzi, Dong Daming, ever the extrovert, stepped forward for a handshake. Observing Xu Wanqiu's evident nervousness, Luo Chuan swiftly pulled him back and addressed her. Miss Shi, are you feeling unwell? Xu Wanqiu pursed her lips. Hesitating, her expression awkward and uncomfortable, Luo Chuan seemed to understand and quickly said, Here's what we'll do. Take a deep breath, hold it in without exhaling, then cross your arms, pressing your thumbs on the Chuzi point and your middle fingers on the Tuchi point. Apply pressure in sets of 3 until you can no longer hold your breath. Xu Wanqiu nodded and followed suit, biting her lip and holding her breath, her body trembling slightly. Dong Daming, observing from the side, secretly wondered, in this season, wearing such thick clothing, is it really that cold? Could she be having a fit? As nearly a minute passed, Xu Wanqiu finally exhaled, the flush on her face having dissipated. Oh, you feel better? Thank you, much better. Xu Wanqiu sighed in relief, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Luo Chuan then offered her a simple mugwort incense, saying, Light this, and take a whiff. It might help clear your mind. Dong Daming interjected, What game are you two playing at? I don't quite understand. Luo Chuan and Xu Wanqiu exchange an awkward smile without elaborating. In truth, Luo Chuan had quickly discerned that Xu Wanqiu was exhibiting signs of yearning, her body somewhat uncontrollable, with flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes. The heavy clothing she wore was hastily donned, as she struggled to maintain distance from both Luo Chuan and Dong Daming. Is there anything else troubling you? Xu Wanqiu nodded vigorously, glancing around the room, and whispered, Actually, it's not primarily me. It's my cousin who is still in the room. She is gravely ill, and I feel something is off. I'd like to ask for your help to take a look. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry inside. Dong Daming inquired, Is it hysteria? Or symptoms of suppressed energy? If it were just a common cold or fever, you and T have sought out Chuanzi. Cough, cough. Luo Chuan cleared his throat and said, Why don't you go in first, light the mugwort, and then call us in. All right, thank you for your understanding, Mr. Luo. Xu Wanqiu turned and entered as the door opened. A sultry voice drifted from within. Come here, hold me. What was that sound? Is Miss Shi into this sort of thing? What are you thinking? It's not like that. Luo Chuan rolled his eyes. Dong Daming's eyes widened in shock, and after a few seconds of realization, he stuttered, Could it be? Chuanzi, oh Chuanzi, see? It's a good thing you brought me along. Otherwise you, a young man without restraint, would surely fall into this trap. Chapter 37. A scandal, you may come in. After a while, Xu Wanqiu opened the door once more. Luo Chuan exchanged glances with Dong Daming and cautiously stepped inside. The interior was a spacious duplex apartment, with a living room adorned with antique furnishings that exuded understated luxury. Having already learned of Xu Wanqiu's affluent background from her previous interactions with Liang Lancheng, Luo Chuan was not surprised by the opulence of the residence. However, Dong Daming was taken aback by the walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings by famous artists, as well as shelves filled with exquisite porcelain collectibles. Hey, Chuanzi, look, all authentic. A jar from the Jiaqing era. A bowl from the Daowang era. Works by Ren Bonian and Wu Changsha. This miss, she is quite the discerning eye. How did you meet her? Introduce me, and in the future, if I come across anything good, I can discuss it with her. Just look with your eyes. Keep your mouth shut. Luo Chuan surveyed the room. Despite the abundance of items, the space was bright and clean, and the atmosphere felt harmonious. He sensed no abnormalities. Thus, it seemed Xu Wanqiu's residence was indeed in order. However, he noticed that the air conditioning was set to a very low temperature, making the room feel somewhat chilly upon entry. Miss Shi, is this? Oh, I thought being colder might help me stay more alert. Xu Wanqiu pointed upstairs and whispered, My sister is upstairs. Her mind seems a bit unclear. I initially thought she was simply ill and wanted to take her to the hospital. But just as I was about to leave, I began to feel it too, and then I realized something was amiss. Dong Daming, noticing Xu Wanqiu's hesitant speech, chimed in, Why all the ambiguity? You can't shy away from the truth. Plainly speaking, she is experiencing a bit of spring fever. The situation that had been awkward became even more so. The blush that Xu Wanqiu had just managed to suppress returned, making her cheeks resemble ripe peaches. And you, Dong Daming, Luo Chuan retorted, No need for your translation. I understand. By the way, can I see your sister now? Before Wancho could respond, a soft moan echoed from upstairs as a bedroom door creaked open, and a figure stumbled out. Hee, come here, come hug me. I miss you. Luo Chuan and Dong Daming were left utterly dumbfounded. The woman stood tall, her cheeks flushed, with a dazed expression, straddling the line between sleep and wakefulness. She wore a fluffy pink rabbit-themed robe, but the collar was gaping wide open, revealing a delicate silk nightgown beneath, as thin as a cicada's wing. Barefoot, her long, white legs were straight and alluring, the robe ample enough yet still failing to conceal her enchanting waist. What are you doing out here? I'm so sorry. Wancho was taken aback and hurriedly scrambled up the stairs, attempting to forcibly carry her cousin back to the room. Yet this woman appeared dazed, her peach blossom-colored eyes catching a glimpse of a man standing downstairs. Instantly, she bit her lip and extended her neck, a smile gracing her lips, her alluring demeanor rising to the surface. Just a hug. She pouted, breaking free from Wancho's grasp, heedless of the steps beneath her, lunging forward. Luo Chuan was utterly bewildered, standing there like a foolish boy, dazed and confused. After all, a young monk who had spent 18 years in the deep mountains. Suddenly encountering sizzling lamb skewers would leave anyone flabbergasted. Just as the situation seemed critical, a booming voice rang out. Don't make things difficult for Chuanzi. Let me handle it. Dong Daming resolutely positioned himself in front of Luo Chuan. Bang! The girl collided into Dong Daming's embrace. Dong Daming, wide-eyed and animated, found that Wancho had followed closely behind, exerting all her strength to pull the woman away from old Dong's arms. However, the woman seemed oblivious, still biting her lip and pouting, intent on lunging back into old Dong's embrace. Seeing this, Luo Chuan stepped forward, forming a palm strike aimed at the nape of her neck, and the woman let out a moan. Fainting instantly. It was a last resort. Perhaps letting her sleep for a while was the best course of action while we discussed the matter at hand. Dong Daming remarked from the side. Will that slap leave any aftereffects? There's really no need for such trouble. You two can discuss the main topic while I keep her under control. Luo Chuan shot him a glare, warning in a low voice, if you're going to be with me, tone down that lecherous demeanor a bit. Wancho placed her sister on the sofa, took a thin blanket, and covered her. Then turned to the two men. My sister recently got engaged to her fiancé, and they went to South Asia for their engagement trip. This afternoon, she suddenly called me to pick her up from the airport, saying she wanted to stay with me. I was puzzled. Wasn't she with her fiancé? Why was she coming to stay with me? It was only after I picked her up that I learned they had a quarrel over trivial matters at their final stop in Baroduo and were ignoring each other. So she could only come here and wait for her fiancé to apologize. Dong Daming chuckled wryly. An engagement trip, and she dared to go to Baroduo. Your sister certainly has some guts. Stop interrupting. And then what? Then I brought her here. Actually, on the way, she kept complaining about the heat. Once we got home, she changed into a nightgown, and I thought she would feel better, but she continued to complain about feeling hot. I assumed she was ill and was about to take her to the hospital when she started calling out her fiancé's name and saying some rather ambiguous nonsense, almost as if she were delirious. At first, I worried that she'd been drugged or accidentally inhaled something, but after a while, I found myself feeling similarly, a fiery sensation coursing through my body, as if 3 little ants were scurrying inside. Old Dong murmured, why 3 little ants? Because 3 signifies a single entity. What is unattainable is forever in turmoil. Luo Chuan frowned. Did your sister bring anything back? Luo Chuan deduced that since Wancho had been fine at home until her sister arrived. The issue likely did not stem from the house or Wancho, but rather from her sister. Noticing her sister's fiery state, clad only in a nightgown and pajamas, it seemed the problem did not lie in her physical state. The only consideration left was whether she had brought back something unusual. She returned with a bag that I haven't opened yet. If it's convenient, let us take a look. Wancho nodded and hurried upstairs. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chuan quietly vented to Dong Daming. Can you be more serious? What cheap thrill are you chasing? You blocking me earlier was one thing, but why take the opportunity to grope her? Did I? Dong Daming naturally denied it, adding with a teasing tone, are you upset because I blocked your romantic encounter? You old fool. Just then, a loud bang echoed from upstairs. Miss Shi? Luo Chuan called out urgently. There was no response, but then another sound followed, as if something had fallen to the ground. I'll check it out. Luo Chuan dashed up the stairs, facing two opposite bedrooms. The left door was open, revealing an empty room, while the right door was ajar. Without giving it much thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Miss Shi, are you all right? The room was empty, with only an open suitcase on the bed. But amidst his astonishment, he heard the door creak shut behind him. Miss Shi, Luo Chuan turned sharply to see Shi Wanxiu standing in the corner, her eyes glazed with a peachy hue, staring directly at him. Mr. Luo, Shi Wanxiu's voice trembled, her hands clutching her nightgown as she staggered toward Luo Chuan. I like you. As Luo Chuan watched her lurch in his embrace, their bodies tilted, collapsing onto the beat in that moment. While uttering the first half of her sentence, Shi Wanxiu still retained some semblance of rationality. But by the time she reached the latter half, she was completely lost in a daze. Chuanzi, are you okay? Do you need my help? Coincidentally, at that moment, Dong Daming arrived, and upon pushing the door open, he was instantly dumbfounded, but he quickly shielded his eyes, feigning innocence, repeatedly saying, I have a needle in my eye, I saw nothing. Heard nothing. You two carry on your grandpa. Luo Chuan fumed. Get over here and help. Is your brain only half greedy and half lecherous, devoid of any intellect? I thought I had stumbled upon something. Dong Daming retorted. Attempting to excuse himself, he hurried over, grabbing Shi Wanxiu's flailing arms, pulling her away from Luo Chuan. Seizing the moment, Luo Chuan rose, pressing 3 fingers to Shi Wanxiu's forehead, reciting a mantra. Heaven and earth are clear. Originally without intention, encompassing the void and silence. All things return to one, to separation and reunion abruptly scatter. Emotions return to the lamp. I am like Bodhi, transforming back into the void. After chanting the incantation, he snapped his fingers. Shi Wanxiu opened her eyes in confusion, seemingly regaining clarity instantly. I'm sorry, she said, her face flushed, hurriedly fixing her attire, apologizing to Luo Chuan while murmuring, I couldn't control myself just now. Luo Chuan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. It's all right. After all, it wasn't your intention. That be by the way. Did you find anything? The statue, a pitch-black statue. Shi Wanxiu anxiously glanced at the ground. My sister's bag contains many travel souvenirs, and I discovered a particularly peculiar statue. Just one glance made me feel unsettled and lose control. You found it. It's over there. Shi Wanxiu nervously indicated toward the corner. Luo Chuan quickly said, since this object seems so malevolent, you shouldn't look at it. Let me handle it. Shi Wanxiu obediently turned her face away, unwilling to glance again. Luo Chuan cautiously approached, discovering the statue lying in the corner, palm-sized and dark, with a hint of copper-green sheen to prevent himself from becoming dazed. He intentionally performed the 3 purities technique to maintain clarity in case of emergencies. However, after observing it for some time, he found no abnormalities. He decided to reach out and pick up the statue. The statue depicted a figure seated in a cross-legged position, with its upper body bare, a human skin belt around its waist. The face was split down the middle, the left side resembling a handsome South Asian man, while the right side depicted a fierce creature with bared fangs. It bore a resemblance to a protective deity from Tibetan Buddhism, but was clearly not of domestic origin. What particularly caught the eye was the central part of the statue's lower body, which was disproportionately large compared to the rest of its form, awkwardly termed a third leg, standing out distinctly. Dong Daming leaned in for a closer look, instantly breaking into a grin. What on earth is this? The people of Broduo are quite similar to those from the East. The less they have, the more they flaunt. Does this even resemble a human? It looks like a donkey. Miss Shi, what does your cousin mean by bringing back such a thing? Shi Wanxiu, of course, was at a loss for words, unable to respond, only turning her face away in silence. Luo Chuan retrieved a piece of fragrant yellow cloth, wrapping the statue carefully before leading both of them downstairs. At this moment, although Shi Wanxiu's sister was still asleep on the sofa, the flush on her face had faded, leaving only beads of sweat dotting her forehead and neck. Mr. Luo, why was I able to regain consciousness so quickly with your help, while my sister cannot? Luo Chuan replied, I cannot say for certain. We'll have to wait for her to wake up and ask to know. The only thing we can ascertain is that her condition is related to this statue. Chuanzi, have you discerned what this object is? I don't know much about the things from Baroduo, just some hearsay. There are a few cults there that place significant emphasis on reproductive worship and androgynous concepts. The statue indeed exudes an aura of malevolence. However, it appears to have no effect on me or Lao Dong. Therefore, I boldly speculate that this statue must have a counterpart. Shi Wanqiu immediately shook her head, stating there's none. I have thoroughly inspected my bag, and this is the only statue. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment, vaguely recalling that during his last conversation with De Xiong regarding Tibetan Buddhism, De Xiong had mentioned Barodo. According to his account, Tibetan Buddhism indeed has certain connections to some sects from Barodo. Thus, he promptly dialed Xiong. While Luo Chuan was on the phone, Lao Dong seized the opportunity to engage Shi Wanqiu in casual conversation. Miss Shi, the items in your room can be considered as a collection from renowned masters. They asked for me. I don't know much about it. These are left by my parents. There used to be more, but mysteriously, some of them have vanished. It was only recently that I discovered they were secretly sold by my ex-husband. So, Miss Shi is single now. He inquired, "Hey, what do you think of Chuanzi? This little brother of mine possesses good character, charming demeanor, and capability. He doesn't engage in frivolous antics, and he is still a young bachelor." Shi Wanqiu couldn't help but smile, glancing at Luo Chuan's silhouette. Observing this, Dong Daming smirked mischievously and quickly added, "I see that your room is filled with paintings and calligraphy and gold and jade. What it lacks is a screen. That a good screen wards off malevolent spirits and attracts wealth, and coincidentally, I have one, a beautiful late Qing dynasty rosewood screen. Perfect for this room, and reasonably priced." Cough, cough, Dong Daming, Luo Chuan shouted, glaring at him fiercely as he pretended to be on the phone. "That I consulted De Xiong, and he said this should be the dual deity from the Shakti sect, resembling the Tibetan Buddhism's Yabyum form, though their meanings differ significantly. In other words, this is indeed two statues. Precisely, he confirmed in their terminology. One is called Kali, and the other is called Kar, representing absolute submission and unwavering loyalty to each other. De Xiong also mentioned that there are times in a locality when a so-called blood oath is held to express reverence for the deities, an ancient and mysterious ritual, reminiscent of the heart sorcery or peach blossom sorcery from our southwest. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanqiu couldn't help but scoff. "Are you implying that my sister and Lazy participated in a blood oath? This child, how could she be so reckless? And Lazy, who is quite astute, would engage in such foolishness? When they said they were going on a trip, I advised Lazy against it, but they went anyway. Why did they have to buy a statue? Isn't that the truth?" Dong Daming chimed in. "The local female lizards are trembling with fear, yet our people willingly walk into danger. And this ridiculous fiancé of hers, if a woman is foolish, does he not also lack sense? Engaging with these absurd statues is worse than worshipping a pile of dog excrement." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a shoe sole struck the bald head behind him. Shi Wanqiu's cousin, unaware of what had transpired, suddenly sprang up, eyes fierce, and began to yell, "Defiling the deities! Do not insult my husband!" Her demeanor was entirely reminiscent of a deranged individual. Dong, you're awake. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people?" Shi Wanqiu hurriedly pulled her back. However, the woman suddenly threw her shoe aside, her expression shifting to one of flirtation as she rushed towards Luo Chuan, pressing her face against his. "Big Lei Ge. I was wrong. Hug me, kiss me, I won't get angry anymore." She began to tug at her clothing. Chapter 39. The other half of the statue. Dong Daming exclaimed in astonishment, "Chuanzi, you have a nickname." "Big Lei? Go away. Can't you tell? That's her fiancé," Luo Chuan retorted, furious. Thankfully, with Shi Wanqiu's assistance, he managed to extricate himself from the woman's grip. In her current state, she displayed no self-awareness, oblivious to her surroundings, acting as if she were completely deranged and immensely strong. Luo Chuan, left with no choice, resorted to a familiar tactic, delivering a sharp slap that temporarily rendered her unconscious. Shi Wanqiu looked at the panting Luo Chuan and hurriedly apologized. "Mr. Luo, I sincerely apologize for the trouble this has caused you. But you must understand, during that state, one cannot exert control. Why are you apologizing to him? Dong Daming remarked, scratching his head in confusion. I'm the one getting hit, yet he's the one being embraced. How is he more wrong than I am? Is there such a disparity in treatment? Why is it that when you and your sister lose control, your target is always young Master Chuan? Am I not a man? Do I only deserve to be a target for shoes? That's not the issue. It's not a good thing at all. What are you being jealous about? Luo Chuan found the situation both frustrating and amusing, tossing the statue covered in yellow cloth to him. You should take this statue to the car. I have a feeling as long as it remains here, Miss Dong Dong may never regain her senses. Moreover, it also disrupts Miss Shi. Dong Daming accepted the item and inquired, and what about you? I must wait for her to awaken and inquire about the specifics. Luo Chuan replied. You take it, wait for me in the car. All right, hurry up. I'm worried that with this thing nearby, I might also become dazed. What if I inadvertently want to embrace someone? Mr. Luo, I like you too. Dong Daming winked at Luo Chuan, leaving with a cheeky grin. Luo Chuan could only smile helplessly at the awkward Shi Wanxiu beside him. He just like that. His mouth is both sharp and hurtful. Please don't take it to heart that I'm not offended. How could I be offended? She replied. Well, why don't you try waking your sister up this time? Shi Wanxiu nodded, wetting a towel to wipe her sister's forehead, calling out several times before the girl finally opened her eyes. Still in a daze, given the prior experience, Luo Chuan took a few steps back, only approaching when he saw her sitting up, her gaze relatively normal as she called out to her cousin. Chin Dong Dong, what's the situation with that statue? What exactly did you do in Barodo? Shi Wanxiu asked sternly. Do you realize that you nearly got me into serious trouble? Chin Dong Dong glanced at Luo Chuan, clearly feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Luo. It seemed that Shi Wanxiu's words were indeed true. Although they appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, they were aware deep down, but unable to exert control over themselves. When we were traveling there, the guide mistook us for a couple and mentioned a blood oath ceremony, claiming it would bless us with love and devotion. We didn't think much of it, assuming it was just another tourist activity, and went along. However, upon arrival, we were told we needed to pay 20,000 yuan up front. You fell for such a despicable scam? I didn't want to participate. I wanted to leave, but suddenly, a group of naked men and women emerged, surrounding us and preventing our escape. Left with no choice, we had to pay. The ceremony was terrifying. They first brought in a couple, whipping and burning them, leaving them in excruciating pain. The guide told us these two were being punished for their infidelity. Afterward, an elder-like figure approached, knife in hand, and said something to us that I was so scared I nearly cried. The guide explained that they needed to collect our blood. Only then would the blood oath be valid. I told you long ago not to let you two go there, but it was too late for regrets. We had no choice but to extend our fingers for him to cut. After the elders smeared our blood on the statues, he and the followers began to dance around us. I don't know what kind of divine dance it was, but they were all wearing terrifying masks. Once the dance concluded, the guide told me that from then on, Big Lei would be devoted to me. He then gave us the statues, me with the male deity and him with the female deity, so that we would be inseparable. You clearly do not understand other cultures. Why would you accept such things blindly? Especially in the realm of foreign cultures involving deities and shamans, items like amulets, holy water, and statues could potentially be fatal. Shi Wanxiu said, exasperated and frustrated. Moreover, the human heart is fickle. Someone who once loved you might merely be calculating. What gives you the right to think you can bind him with a deity? It was evident that Shi Wanxiu was also mocking herself. Luo Chuan interjected, so, the other statue is in your fiancé's possession? Where is he now? Why should I care? Chen Dongdong huffed. Unless he comes to apologize. I will never forgive him. Shi Wanxiu was at a loss for words, exclaiming in anger, can you not be a bit more rational? What time is it? Yet you're still lost in love. Don't forget, the blood oath binds both parties. Just because you two quarreled and separated, you're in this state. What about him? Lazy could very well be in danger too. Only then did Chen Dongdong sit up abruptly. Astonished, sister, are you saying he might be in the same predicament as me? Quickly tell me, where did he go? He probably returned to the new house we were preparing. I'll call him, Chen Dongdong exclaimed. Her voice frantic, yet she took her time to put on her socks and shoes, then searched for her phone. This slow demeanor left Luo Chuan feeling exasperated. The phone rang for quite some time, but no one answered on the other end. In a state of distraction, one cannot control oneself. Luo Chuan declared. He may have encountered an unfortunate incident by now. We must hasten to his aid. Shi Wanqiu concurred. Where is the house? Do you possess the key? Is it far? If so, I shall escort you. You need not accompany us. Maintain your distance from that statue. Moreover, I sense that this matter could prove rather convoluted. Should you arrive and become disoriented, I fear I may struggle to manage the situation, she added. Miss Shi, I implore you to remain here as well. That is not an option. You are my guest. And I cannot permit you to venture forth alone. Dong dong, stay at home and await our return. Mr. Luo and I will investigate, she instructed. Very well, sister, but please exercise caution. Chun Dong Dong rummaged through her bag, searching through layers until she unearthed the key and relayed the address to Shi Wanqiu. With a sigh, Shi Wanqiu accepted the key and followed Luo Chuan out the door. Upon entering the vehicle, they quickly set off after informing Dong Daming. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, although this concerns my sister, I shall cover the feed. We are old acquaintances. Are you not aware of the customs of our pawn shop? If successful, the object shall return to me. Let us dispense with the formalities. In my opinion, a reward is warranted, albeit a modest one. Dong Daming remarked. Confucius once said, to take the gold is not to harm the journey. To forego the gold is to forfeit redemption. Behind the curtains of the apartment building, a figure slowly emerged. As she watched the car speed out of the community, a glimmer of coldness crossed her face. Chapter 40. Something feels amiss after driving for over half an hour. They arrived at a new development in the economic zone. Despite the well-lit community, the low occupancy rate rendered the entire area somewhat dim. The trio parked the car and instructed Dong Daming to wait below, while Luo Chuan and Shi Wanqiu ascended to investigate. Following the unit number, Luo Chuan had thoughtfully prepared a reviving incense beforehand and knocked on the door. Before long, calm footsteps echoed from within, unhurried and orderly. The two exchanged surprised glances, relieved to find that the occupant appeared to be unharmed. However, as the door swung open, they were greeted by an elderly lady. Luo Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but it was Shi Wanqiu who quickly regained her composure. Good evening, ma'am. Is this not the residence of Chiu Zhilei? The elderly lady, equally perplexed, pondered why two strangers had arrived at such an hour. Who is Chiu Zhilei? You must have the wrong address. Is this not Unit 803? Luo Chuan inquired. Indeed, but our family surname is Zhang. The elderly lady shook her head. On this floor, only my home has been renovated. The other units remain unoccupied. Have you perhaps entered the wrong building? Once the elderly lady closed the door, Shi Wanqiu promptly called Chun Dong Dong back. The address and unit number had been explicitly stated by Chun Dong Dong herself, which Luo Chuan and she had both clearly heard. How could they possibly be mistaken? Was it possible that she had not been entirely lucid at the time? Despite calling twice, Chun Dong Dong did not answer. Perhaps she fell back asleep after we departed, Shi Wanqiu mused. Let me call Zhilei's mother. This time, the call connected, and Zhilei's mother informed Shi Wanqiu that it was indeed 803, but not in Building 8. Rather in Building 9. Unit 2, what a muddled situation. Shi Wanqiu lamented, shaking her head. As they descended, Luo Chuan contemplated the events of the evening, sensing that something felt amiss. Miss Shi, may I inquire how you came to possess your sister's fiancé's mother's phone number? Oh, I mean no offense. I just found it curious that you refer to him so familiarly as Zhilei. Well, I did not elaborate. Chiu Zhilei and I have known each other for quite some time. We grew up in the same factory district, and our parents were close to. In fact, I am somewhat closer to him than my sister, as we grew up together. Dong Dong is the daughter of my father's cousin. And I only met her a few years ago. That I actually introduced the two of them, making me something a matchmaker. What of it, Mr. Luo? Nothing. I suddenly felt that something had been overlooked. By the way. Did you mention me to your sister? Yes. How did you know? Because when she awoke, she called out to me as Mr. Luo. Ah, I see. Shi Wanqiu sighed ruefully that why divorce has been quite the topic of discussion within the family. With my parents gone, several of my uncles have come to check on me, concerned I might be taken advantage of. When Dong Dong called, she mentioned this situation, and I spoke of you. She expressed admiration for your prowess, and even mentioned wanting to meet you. And here we are, albeit in a rather awkward manner, I see. Luo Chuan nodded thoughtfully. It seems I've garnered a bit of a reputation. Upon arriving at Building 9, Luo Chuan invited Dong Daming to accompany them. Securing the statue in the vehicle at the entrance, Shi Wanqiu prepared to knock, but Luo Chuan stopped her, taking the key and unlocking the door himself. As the lock clicked open, a peculiar odor wafted from within. Shi Wanqiu instinctively covered her nose, exclaiming, "What is that strange smell?" Dong Daming and Luo Chuan exchanged glances, hesitantly responding, "Miss Shi, do you recall the white flowers that bloom along the roadside in early summer?" "That is the scent of Phatinia." Shi Wanqiu still seemed puzzled, but Luo Chuan had already stepped inside, gesturing for the others to remain at the threshold. "Mr. Chiu, are you home?" There was no response, yet the sound of rapid, shallow breathing echoed from within, akin to a coiled bear. Luo Chuan fumbled for the usual switch by the entrance, but found none. That he opted instead to pop an herbal pill into his mouth and proceeded cautiously. In the dimly lit room, amidst the familiar male scent, an eerie chill permeated the air. Shadows lurked in every corner, and with each passing moment of suspicion, the sense of lurking terror intensified, guided by instinct. Luo Chuan navigated toward the sounds of breathing, which he felt were directly ahead. As he passed the hallway, he suddenly slipped, as if stepping onto something viscous. There was no time for contemplation. A figure of such size could hardly expect to expel phlegm in the middle of the path. In the distance, he discerned a shadow draped across a sofa. In his haste, Luo Chuan instinctively reached out to pat what he presumed was Chiu Zhilei's leg. However, as his hand made contact, he realized his error. It was merely a plush pillow, obscured by a black suit jacket. Just as he registered his mistake, a wave of pressure descended upon his neck. In such a moment, turning back could be perilous. To merely twist his neck would invite danger. So he pivoted swiftly. Time and air seemed to freeze. Before him stood a pallid figure draped in bloodied gauze, its eyes resembling gaping voids, while the corners of its mouth were grotesquely stretched back by bloodied hooks. Its visage a twisted mockery of humanity. However, as those inky hands reached toward him, Luo Chuan reacted swiftly. He propelled himself off the ground, executing a Taoist technique, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the specter's crown. With a resounding thud, it felt as if he had struck something solid, sending it hurtling away. Yet, Luo Chuan could not discern its whereabouts afterward. Upon retracting his foot, the space before him was shrouded in darkness. Heavy breaths returned, and this time, Luo Chuan was able to discern their source. He promptly retrieved his phone, activating the flashlight to illuminate a door ajar. As the light flickered over, it appeared the door was still trembling. Having caught a glimpse of the entity, Luo Chuan steeled himself and charged forward. He kicked the door open. The scent of Phatinia intensified from within. Under the yellow glow of the flashlight, he discerned a sticky residue smeared across the floor. Walls and bed, with traces of what seemed to be blood. Crumpled blankets on the bed formed a peculiar shape, as if someone had recently occupied the space. With his back against the wall, Luo Chuan turned his gaze toward the wardrobe opposite the bed. "Are you all right?" Just as he was about to pull open the wardrobe door, Dong Daming's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "You startled me. What are you doing here? I told you to wait outside. I was worried about you. This situation is so sinister. I feared you might not manage it alone. While I may lack skill, I can at least serve as a shield." Luo Chuan could only shake his head. Gesturing toward the wardrobe, "Since you are here, I shall leave it to you." "Really? You want me to handle it?" Dong Daming merely sought to express loyalty and righteousness, yet upon the arrival of Luo Chuan, he found himself gripped by trepidation. "Hurry, there's no need to fear with me here," he declared. "That a true gentleman stands steadfast while a coward fears for his life. Luo Chuan, I am doing this for you." With a resolute determination, Dong Daming yanked open the cabinet door, a wave of pungent odor assaulting his senses. There, huddled in the corner, was a man, bare from the waist down, emaciated and lifeless in appearance. His countenance gaunt and devoid of vitality. Had it not been for the frothy sputtering from his mouth, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. Chapter 41. The Scent of Conspiracy Buddy. "You scared me to death. What are you doing hiding here?" Dong Daming shouted, instinctively reaching out to grasp Xiao. "Don't move. Let me handle this," Luo Chuan quickly interjected, handing his flashlight to Old Dong and bending down to grasp Xiao's arm. The young man, barely in his 20s, had skin that sagged, his arm feeling as fragile as a piece of straw. Alarmingly, he exhibited no warmth whatsoever. "Xiao, can you hear me? If you can, just move your eyes." Luo Chuan urged to the sound of his voice. The man stirred slightly, and his tightly shut eyelids parted just enough for a narrow slit, the eyeball laboriously shifting. His evident will to survive suggested that his mind remained lucid. Luo Chuan supported Xiao's shoulder, preparing to assist him from the confines of the cabinet, but despite exerting effort, the man remained unyielding, as if held in place by an unseen force. "Let me take over. You, with your delicate scholar's frame, cannot manage this," Old Dong declared, squatting down as best he could, positioning Xiao's body across his back, gripping the young man's arms tightly, and with a grunt, he summoned all his strength. At that moment, Luo Chuan distinctly observed a small idol, no larger than a palm, tumble from Xiao's back. Before he could process this, a sudden eruption of green smoke billowed from the cabinet, and a multitude of grotesque faces surged forth. The room was instantly filled with the chilling laughter of women. "Hee hee, ha ha, come on, let us have some fun." At the sound of the piercing yet mocking voices, Xiao reacted instinctively, his body convulsing as he emitted whimpers that resembled desperate pleas. "What the hell? Something sticky on my back," Dong Daming yelled. "Stop shouting and get him out of here," Luo Chuan urged, indicating for Dong Daming to move ahead while he brought up the rear. The flickering green figures danced and flitted about, their sharp and enticing voices overwhelming their senses, rendering Luo Chuan's mind a whirlpool of disturbing visions. He recited a cleansing incantation to maintain his composure. He utilized various hand gestures to shield Dong Daming. However, upon reaching the living room, Dong Daming began to spin in place, refusing to budge toward the door. "Daming, move! Quickly!" "Hee hee, how intriguing!" Dong Daming responded not at all, instead gazing into the void with a foolish grin. Xiao, too, seemed lost in delirium, laughing in a manner reminiscent of a novice lost among enchanting courtesans, having studied the arts of tranquility and soul-soothing from his master since childhood. Luo Chuan possessed formidable mental fortitude, rarely succumbing to the influences of malevolent entities. Yet at this moment he found himself faltering. This torment was a dual assault on both spirit and body, should he allow his mind to falter. He too would succumb. Previously, within Xu Wanqiu's abode, he had felt no ill effects. Yet now he felt as though his heart were ablaze with anxiety, pondering the secrets of the dual idols, one that entranced women and another that ensnared men. "I refuse to believe I cannot withstand you," Luo Chuan declared, retrieving a handful of cinnabar powder from his bag and casting it over the three individuals. The wandering green light recoiled several feet, but soon retaliated with greater fervor. As disfigured specters emerged, clawing and thrashing about, "I can't hold on much longer." Luo Chuan realized that while he could momentarily shield himself, he could not protect the two men. They could not remain here. He kicked the dazed Dong Daming to the ground and hurled 3 protective talismans towards the rear, seizing the opportunity amidst the anguished wails of the strange specters to drag both men toward the door. With each step, they neared the exit, the glow of the safety lights in the corridor becoming visible, yet suddenly the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. "Mishi!" Luo Chuan shouted, his heart sinking, when he attempted to pull the handle. It proved unyielding, as though obstructed from the outside. Indeed, upon entering, Luo Chuan had suspected this might be a conspiracy, for no woman would misremember the address of her new home. Such a notion was too simple. In that fleeting moment, a more sinister theory struck him. Could it be that Xu Wanqiu had intentionally closed the door, implicating her in this scheme? Yet he quickly dismissed this dark thought. There was no enmity between them. In times of despair, one is prone to maudlin musings, especially when engulfed by shadows. Base, sordid, and malicious thoughts may lead one to doubt everything. Yet one must remember that the more terrified one is, the more one must strive to maintain rationality. If one does not falter, the world shall not crumble. Surely, this was not Xu Wanqiu's intent. There must be circumstances beyond their control. "Miss Shi, are you out there?" a layer of security barred his voice. But he could distinctly hear heavy breathing in the corridor, echoing the sounds Qiu Zhilei had made earlier. Simultaneously, the woman with the blood-soaked veil reappeared, her mouth opening amidst the cacophony of laughter. Emitting a series of chilling, feline-like cries, both Qiu Zhilei and Dong Daming, upon hearing this sound, seemed entranced. They slowly rose to their feet. Qiu Zhilei, already bare from the waist down, was joined by Dong Daming, who inexplicably began to loosen his trousers. This was intolerable. Luo Chuan, relying solely on his strength, found it impossible to restrain two men while fending off the phantoms of women in a fit of rage. He removed the yellow cloth pouch he carried, casting out the remaining cinnabar, talismans, and spirit restraining papers, retaining only a peachwood nail for protection, whether due to geographical differences or the formidable nature of the malevolent spirits. The previously effective talismans seemed weak at this moment, particularly against the blood-veiled woman, who appeared and vanished at will, indifferent to the protective measures. Miss Shi, are you still out there? Have you encountered danger? If you cannot speak, just recite my words in your heart. Luo Chuan clung to the two men, wielding the last wood nail defensively as he called out. Heaven and earth, disperse the impurities. The cave is mysterious. Bright as the primal source. Gods of the 8 directions, empower me. He was unsure of the situation outside, but he could only place his hopes in Shi Wanqiu, reciting each word with fervor. Strangely, the woman before him suddenly vanished. Just as Luo Chuan believed that his invocation had frightened her away, a foul stench wafted from the wall. Turning his head, he beheld dark red blood seeping through the wall, coalescing into the grotesque figure of the woman, now alarmingly close, nearly face to face. Luo Chuan watched in horror as the hideous visage split into a grin, a scarlet tongue slithering toward him when, with a resounding crash, the door swung open, revealing Shi Wanqiu. Trembling and shouting, Mr. Luo, come quickly. Chapter 42. The reckoning in a moment of dire peril. The door swung open, and, as the light flooded in, the weight upon Luo Chuan's heart finally lifted. Yet, as he endeavored to drag Dong Daming and Qiu Zhilei out, he was astounded to discover a shadowy figure loomed behind Shi Wanqiu. Shi Wanqiu's face drained of color, her breath coming in rapid gasps, as she beheld the phantoms swirling within the room. Clearly unaware that the danger had yet to dissipate, be careful, Luo Chuan shouted, gripping the wood nail tightly as he leapt forward, aiming for the figure's neck. A piercing shriek echoed through the empty corridor, and the shadowy figure vanished in a gust of wind at the hallway's end. Luo Chuan scrambled to his feet, exerting every ounce of effort to pull Dong Daming and Qiu Zhilei from the room. With a resounding slam, the door shut behind them, and he could hear the cacophony of shrill laughter echoing from within. Miss Shi, are you all right? Luo Chuan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. It was a rare occasion to emerge from such chaos. Albeit in disarray. Shi Wanqiu, still shaken, opened her mouth to speak but turned away upon noticing Qiu Zhilei's disheveled state, his lower half exposed and sullied. Luo Chuan, glancing at the scene, silently removed his shirt and draped it over him. With a swift motion, I delivered 2 resounding slaps to Dong Daming's plump face. Wake up! Have you truly fallen into an endless slumber? Dong Daming whimpered softly, groggily opening his eyes, and suddenly clutched Luo Chuan in terror, exclaiming, Chuanzi, where are we? Save me, there are women everywhere. But you were quite fond of women, weren't you? Bah! What kind of women are these? Monstrous and grotesque, each one either headless or with their insides exposed. They do not regard me as a human. They are tormenting me. Enough, stop your lamentations. It's all right now. We have escaped. Shi Wanqiu interjected. Just now, I too was unaware of what happened. Something suddenly embraced me from behind, rendering me speechless and unable to struggle. Thankfully, upon hearing your incantation, I recited it in my mind, which offered me a semblance of relief. I summoned all my strength to force the door open. But Miss Shi, weren't those vile creatures entangled with us inside? That is precisely what perplexes me. Luo Chuan stood up, withdrawing the key from the door. He glanced at Qiu Zhilei and said, Let's discuss this downstairs. This fellow may need to be rushed to the hospital. For now, he still clings to life, but if we delay, he may truly meet his end. Thus, they hurriedly assisted the barely conscious Chiojile away. However, upon reaching the elevator, the three of them were astonished to discover that the statue they had previously left in the car had inexplicably appeared here. Albeit shattered, its head, hands, and body in disarray. Strangely, bloodstains akin to those of a living being flowed from the fragments of the statue. "What in the world is happening?" Dong Daming exclaimed. "I personally placed it in the passenger seat. Wrapped in yellow silk imprinted with the bagua, it should not have appeared here. The silk, known scientifically as FHO and colloquially as Gui Meng Tian, signifies that any malevolent spirit, when covered with it, is rendered powerless, as if obscured from the heavens. Therefore, this statue's presence here is certainly not of its own doing." "Miss Shi, did someone come up earlier? I was so preoccupied with the situation inside that I did not notice anyone coming up. However, now that I think of it, I believe I did hear the sound of the elevator doors opening. I even turned to look, but saw nothing." Luo Chuan nodded, his mind now fully grasping the situation. Descending the stairs, they indeed found the car window shattered, and the yellow silk discarded on the ground. "Damn it! What a malevolent entity! Such formidable power!" Dong Daming murmured. "Chuanzi, it seems we have encountered a formidable foe this time." The three of them hastily stuffed the critically injured Chiojile into the car and sped towards the nearest hospital. As they entered, the duty doctor sprang to his feet, mistakenly believing someone had wheeled in a corpse from a morgue. As a throng of white-coated staff surrounded and ushered the patient into the emergency room, the attending physician couldn't help but chide Shiwanshio. "Young people should practice moderation. It can lead to death." Shiwanshio was on the verge of tears, furious enough to call Chun Dong Dong once more. "Forget it," Shi-Wan-Ti answered. "You should call the Chiu family instead." Luo Chuan instructed Shi-Wan-Chio to wait there while he and Dong Daming exited the emergency area. The more he thought about it, the more enraged he became. When had he ever been so toyed with? It was one thing to have no part in the malevolent entity, but to be manipulated like a puppet by a mere girl was intolerable. Dong Daming, drawing on a cigarette, clicked his tongue repeatedly. "This guy is truly unfortunate that I used to think that yang damage and energy depletion was merely a metaphor, but today I have witnessed firsthand what a truly tragic near-death experience looks like. That room was filled with horrors. Chuanzi, thank goodness you were here today, desperately pulling me out. Had you abandoned me, would I not have ended up in the ICU as well? He is still a young man, managing to hold on until now. You, on the other hand, having squandered your vitality on wine, women, and wealth, would have long since perished. Chuanzi, are these foreign evil deities truly so formidable? Even you are at a loss for how to confront them? Who says I have no means?" Luo Chuan contemplated for a moment, crushing his cigarette but with determination. "Today, I shall engage them with a ferocity of my own that I intend to see who truly reigns as the divine in this land. Old Dong, how well do you know the temples and Taoist establishments in our Yun city?" "Very well, but why do you ask? To what extent? Let me put it this way. Xin Chung of the City Taoist Association is my tea companion, and the monk Miao Gao of Qingshan Temple is my client. The he wears around his neck was sold to him by me. Why was Qingming Temple able to expand? Because they had a bronze-gilt Jiao ear Schwanda censer that I helped sell, and I replaced it with a replica, which provided them with a substantial sum. All right, you need not divulge your personal affairs with them. Thus, you should borrow something from them." "Borrow what?" "A statue." "A statue? Can such an item be borrowed?" "That is why I inquired about your relationship with them. You often boast that the Jade Emperor is your uncle and Buddha is your distant relative. Today is the time to leverage your connections. What kind of statue do you desire? I can find one for you at the antique stall on the market at this hour of the night. Where would you go to search? Moreover, I require one that has been consecrated and has endured 10 years of incense offerings." Dong Daming pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, in light of your valiant effort to drag me out today, preserving my 30 years of reputation, I shall sell my face for you." The two men, taking advantage of the night, left the city for Shishan and knocked on the door of Qingming Temple. The old Taoist, bleary-eyed, grasped their intent upon hearing it and immediately waved his hands in refusal, saying, "I say, Dongju, have you heard of any temple that lends out its statues?" "Absolutely not. Well, if you choose not to lend, then so be it. Oh, by the way, your bronze Giljiao Earschwand censer seems to be a cultural relic. Does it not? My mouth tends to run wild, so don't let it slip out when I'm drunk one day. Infinite Tian Sun, I say, old Dong, I considered it, and since the Taoist realm is one of compassion, you must have urgent matters to attend to at this late hour. I, Xin Cheng, am a disciple of the Three Pure Ones, and it is my duty to assist those in need. Come, aside from the 3 pure statues in the main hall. You may borrow whichever you wish. Now that is settled, Dong Daming winked at Luo Chuan and stepped inside. Luo Chuan, unceremoniously, headed straight for the Guandi Hall and picked up a small, knife-wielding statue of Guandi, over a foot tall. The two men then hastily made their way to Qingshan Temple. This was straightforward. Dong Daming strolled in with 2 jars of Taiping monkey kuei, and after a short while, emerged with a statue of Wei Tuo in one arm and a jar of incense ash in the other. The old monk laughed heartily, even bowing to see them off. I promised Master Miaogao that I would procure him a Qing dynasty wooden fish to strike. Without hesitation, he lent us this. So, what do you think? Chuanzi, your old brother still holds some influence, doesn't he? Fine, with this matter settled, you shall take the lead in credit. Luo Chuan looked at the 2 statues, a cold smile playing on his lips. It is said that enemies do not gather unless they are fated to clash. And formidable foes do not rise unless they are destined to confront each other. 2 foreign evil deities, running rampant. I shall see just how powerful they truly are. Chapter 43. The human heart is hard to gauge. A decisive victory is undoubtedly glorious, yet a comeback is even more stirring. This time, as Luo Chuan surged back, he was filled with pent-up anger and hatred. Dong Daming drove, curiosity etched on his face, with so many statues in the temple. Why did you choose these 2? Logically speaking, there are countless powerful deities, many more renowned than these 2. What constitutes a god? For those of us who make a living from this, whoever proves useful is a god. Just like if you want an operating permit for a small stall, the mayor can certainly intervene, the county head can also get involved, but if you want to expedite the process, just go directly to the market regulation office. In essence, it's about which mountain you ascend and which god you worship. For dealing with malevolent spirits and thugs, the Second Lord and Lord Wei are the most suitable. I see that it's a matter of specialization then. There are numerous statues of the Second Lord in the Guandi Temple. Why choose this one? Who is the Second Lord? The martial sage of Confucianism, the emperor of war in Taoism, and the Itagarba Bodhisattva in Buddhism. Each different posture signifying different meanings. The knife-wielding Guandi and the halberd-wielding Qin Xiong embody the essence of exorcism and combat prowess. If one must choose, of course, one would select the knife-wielding Second Lord with the highest combat power. By the time the 2 returned to the neighborhood, it was already 3 in the morning. Upon arriving at the entrance, Dong Daming felt a twinge of anxiety. He instinctively tightened his belt, having witnessed Xiao Zhilei's horrific state. He did not wish to expend his limited energy here. What is there to fear? This time we are well prepared. Luo Chuan was resolute, carrying the statue of Guandi as he swung the door open. A palpable chill rushed forth, yet it was a feeble wind, dissipating as if it had lost its strength midway. Luo Chuan casually moved a chair, placing it respectfully at the entrance, gesturing to Dong Daming. Come, let us place Lord Wei here, facing inside, with the incense burner before him. The Wei Bodhisattva can guard a temple, yet cannot subdue such a small room. The incense has been lit, and, as I mutter a prayer, Wei Tuo Tianjiang, the embodiment of the Bodhisattva, reigning supreme over the 4 corners of the world, endowed with boundless power and virtue, adorned with a phoenix-winged helmet and clad in golden armor, wielding a Vajra pestle, with an array of 84,000 manifestations. After reciting the incantation, I carry the statue of Guan Yi inside. I bring a table and place the deity's image directly in the center of the living room. With a single strike, all malevolence is banished. Loyalty and righteousness endure through the ages. Guan Yi, we, your descendants, pay homage to the holy Emperor Guan. We bow 3 times. First, to honor Guan Gong's valor. Second, to commend his righteous heart. And third, to praise his ability to quell evil. The 2 of us present incense offerings to Guan Yi and perform 3 grand bows. upon entering this time. Indeed, all seems well. Despite the sinister winds that howl, nothing dares approach. Encouraged by this, Dong Daming gathers his courage. After the worship, he does not forget to remind Holy Emperor Guan, the reason we audaciously invited you here is that this venture pertains not only to the dignity of our brotherhood, but also to the millennia-old legacy and reputation of the divine land. Those who dare infringe upon our central plains shall face divine wrath. It is said that when the gods do not show themselves, evil takes form. With someone like you present, many inconveniences are avoided. Thus, after paying our respects, we confidently stride out. The previous departure was fraught with ghostly disturbances, pressing in at every turn. This time, however, as we leave, the room is enveloped in an eerie silence, not even the slightest sound. This is what one calls a suppression of aura. Closing the door, we descend the stairs and sit in the car, sharing a smoke while conversing. Chuanzi, do you think it will work? In the movies, even with a deity's statue presiding, one still needs to conduct rituals, right? Put your heart into the matter. Some things require rituals, while others, despite their fierce appearance, are far more fragile than they seem. All right, I will follow your lead. After all, you're the expert in these matters. But have you noticed something? What is it? It's about Chun Dongdong. Logically, after narrowly escaping death and experiencing a calamity, she should recognize the power of the dual deity. Yet, when we came to rescue her fiancé, she didn't even make a single phone call. Even if she were weak, shouldn't she check on her man's safety before resting? Well, who said you only had greed and lust on your mind? You seem rather astute. You said it. Who else would dare insult me like that? However, I only just thought of it. The early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer is but a fool that I lack spirit and vision. I have simply witnessed too many hearts of men that I believe Chin Dong Dong is either wicked or foolish, and no more either, or, to put it plainly, she wishes for her fiancé's demise, as for why she employed such a method. I speculate there are several reasons. Firstly, to absolve herself of guilt, she must test the waters. Additionally, the timing must be just right. She can save me, but not Xiao Zhile. Secondly, she may be conflicted or once contemplated dying together, but later regretted it. Thus, she used her cousin as a means to find me. There's also a possibility. What possibility? That it relates to Shi Wanxiu. I am still uncertain. Goodness, how explosive. I sent Shi Wanxiu just reeling from her husband as betrayal. Could it be that she herself is not innocent? Hey, did I say that? I mentioned that such matters are always two-sided. It cannot simply be unrequited love, can it? Luo Chuan glanced at the sky. It was past 5, and in just over 2 hours, dawn would break. All right, let us go take a look. If neither Guan Er, Yi nor Wei has succeeded, I am prepared to throw away over 100 pounds of flesh and confront him. Oh, do you possess other skills? Of course, but those are my trump cards. I cannot reveal them lightly. The two ascended the stairs once more, cautiously opening the door. Just before the door swung open, Luo Chuan felt a twinge of nervousness. But as the door opened and a rich, fragrant aroma filled the air, he immediately felt at ease. Inside, the place was a complete mess. Tables and chairs were shattered, appliances and sofas were riddled with holes, and the walls bore streaks of blackened flames. Yet, the statues of Wei Tuo and Guan Di remained steadfast in their positions, proud and unmoving. Upon closer inspection, however, the Vajra pestle of the Wei Tuo statue bore intricate markings, as if it had been sliced or hewn. Strangely, there were 2 red dots above Guan Di's eyes. Guan Er Yi, Wei Yi, what majesty you possess! I humbly greet you, Dong Daming exclaimed, bowing excitedly. Luo Chuan directly entered the room where Xiao Zhile had been tormented, and there, still within that cabinet, he found the once mighty, absurd statue. However, it had now fractured into 3 pieces, and this goddess, with her half-beautiful and half-ugly visage, oozed a dark crimson substance from the break, to prevent any lingering issues and to eradicate any threat entirely. Luo Chuan tossed the shattered statue into the incense ash she had brought from Qingshan Temple. After 10 years of refining incense ash, even if it were resilient enough to survive, it would inevitably meet its end. The two wasted no time and delivered the 2 statues back to the temple that very night, vowing that whenever they had the chance, they would return to offer incense and fulfill their promises. Upon returning from Qingshan Temple, Shi Wanqiu called to inform them that Qiu Zhilei had been rescued. However, while his life was saved, he suffered from kidney failure and severe damage to his external reproductive system. Moreover, once he regained consciousness, he babbled incoherently. Lost in a daze, the two sighed deeply and, on their way to the hospital, picked up Shi Wanqiu before returning to their residence. When the three weary souls pushed open the door, the aroma of coffee wafted through the air. Chun Dongdong set down her cup, her eyes filled with trepidation, and staggered toward them. "Sister, Mr. Luo, how is Zhilei?" Shi Wanqiu, frustrated and angry, retorted, "Why didn't you answer your phone when I called? I was feeling unwell and fell asleep. When I woke up, my phone was dead. Sister, has something happened to Zhilei? Please tell me. What is his condition?" Luo Chuan replied softly, "Miss Chun, do you wish for him to be in trouble or to be safe?" "Mr. Luo, I don't understand what you mean." Chen Dongdong's eyes glistened with tears, her lips trembling in fear. "What I mean is, you may be disappointed. Qiu Zhilei is not dead," Luo Chuan declared, reaching down to toss the shattered statue from the incense ash onto the ground. Coldly asserting, "Don't you think you owe us an explanation? Not dead." Chen Dongdong was momentarily stunned before breaking into a laugh, her earlier sorrow vanishing as she plopped back onto the sofa and picked up her coffee. "Mr. Luo, what do you want me to say?" Chapter 44. A heavier chill. What does a grand life entail? It means being shrewd before actions, ruthless during endeavors, and bearing responsibility afterward. You have accomplished the first two, so why not take responsibility? Luo Chuan said coldly. "I am merely a pawnbroker. I do enjoy business, but I strongly dislike being used by others. Even if I am to be used, it should be at a price. And I must see whether I am willing, correct? Mr. Luo, what is it? Has Dongdong done something wrong? If there is an issue, please tell me." She is still young. Shi Wanqiu, bewildered, could not help but defend Chen Dongdong. Dong Daming, impatient, interjected, "Miss Shi, don't protect her. Let her speak for herself. How is she still young? In terms of age, size, or intelligence. She is not small in any aspect, especially her audacity. She could swallow the heavens." Chen Dongdong continued to sip her coffee, unperturbed. "What do you mean by that? I know you'll work hard to save me, but why does it feel as if I have done something wrong?" Luo Chuan, unwilling to beat around the bush, directly asked, "Why did you give us a false address?" "What false address? How could I possibly give a false address? It's Building 9, Room 803. Did you go to the wrong place?" "Haha, fine. Let us pretend we all misheard. Now tell me, how did that male statue move from our car to the elevator on its own?" "Mr. Luo, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." "I've been following my sister's instructions, just waiting at home for you." Luo Chuan barked coldly. "You may deceive us, but you cannot deceive yourself. Let me inform you that the female statue has been destroyed, and the evil spirit has been subdued by Guan Er Yi and Wei Yi. Yet the male statue's spirit eluded my peach with nails and still exists, since you have made a blood oath. Following the logic of men manage women, women manage men, it could return to seek you at any moment." "Huh. Mr. Luo, you are trying to trick me. Do you think that if I am frightened, I will comply and reveal the truth?" "Dongdong, are you hiding something from us? What riddle are you playing with, Mr. Luo?" Facing Shi Wanqiu's inquiry, Chen Dongdong continued to sip her coffee, ignoring her entirely. Luo Chuan disdainfully stated, "Do I even need to trick you? Don't forget, Qiu Zhilei is not dead, and the truth will soon come to light. What exactly did you do? Everyone will know that a person who designs the death of their fiancé is no different from a beast. They will ultimately not be forgiven. What does it matter if they know? What does it matter if I am not forgiven?" Chen Dongdong, provoked by Luo Chuan's words, finally erupted, violently smashing her coffee cup to the ground. Laughing maniacally, "What? Do you think you can use these ethereal sorceries to report me for murder? Do you think anyone would believe in a statue killing someone or a blood oath of dual deities? They would consider you a lunatic, so you admit it? I confess, huh? It was indeed my doing. What's the matter?" Shi Wanqiu exclaimed in utter astonishment. "Dongdong, what are you talking about? Why would you do such a thing? Why would I do such a thing? Do you not know? What do I know? A man who is engaged to you during a joyous honeymoon trip gets drunk, ends up in bed, and suddenly calls out your sister's name. Tell me, is this person not a scoundrel? Does he not deserve to be condemned? In that instant, Xuanqiu stood frozen, clearly unable to comprehend the entirety of the situation. Dong Daming then tugged at Luo Chuan's arm. Clicking his tongue in admiration, "Young Master Chuan, it truly is you. Your insight is remarkable. Just a glance at the urine stains on the ground, and you can discern the blood type of the person who did it." Later, I inquired of him, and he shamelessly admitted to having harbored feelings for you in the past, claiming it was merely a bygone era. Yet when I asked him to choose between one person living and another dying, whether to choose me or you, he refused to decide. That moment, I realized I could never possess a love that was pure. For someone who aspires to perfection, such a reality is utterly intolerable. Dong Daming remarked, "My dear girl, engaging in relationships is akin to purchasing livestock. There are plenty of animals in the market, some with good teeth, others with poor, and if you find one unsuitable, you simply replace it. You cannot resort to killing it just because it does not meet your expectations." I had given him opportunities as well. I told him that if he followed me wherever I went and treated only me well, I could forgive him. That he agreed. Confused, he swore an oath to the duality deity, thinking it was merely a form of entertainment. Haha, such a fool. However, at the last sight, I demanded he swear never to be alone with Xuanqiu again. And he audaciously claimed I was being unreasonable, even refusing to comply that he was guilty. He was evasive. He still betrayed me. Thus, I returned home with the deity's statue that I could never tolerate someone unwilling to be solely devoted to me. Absolutely not. Xuanqiu sat despondently on the sofa, expressing her frustration. "So, your visit here was part of your plan all along." Initially, I had intended to perish there, to drag him down with me. But then I suddenly thought, what if he was not the only one with unrequited feelings? What if you also harbored affections for him? Wouldn't that be a boon for you? Hence, I returned directly to you. Yet to be honest, seeing you at the airport, your concern for me, made me somewhat regretful. However, I also knew that with Mr. Luo as your friend, it was enough to ensure my survival. Yet despite my calculations, I still underestimated Mr. Luo. That curse guide, Barodo, clearly told me that the duality deity is the most formidable of gods. Once the taboo is breached, the main deity's power cannot be undone. In other words, this blood oath was initiated by you. Thus, this statue represents the main deity, while the other is merely a secondary deity, posing little threat to you. That is how it is. When I saw you manage to locate the new house through other means, I felt quite resentful. So I smashed the windows of your vehicle and sent the statue up. I thought, with you besieged on all sides, it would create more trouble for you, ensuring his complete demise. Insidious, oh so insidious, Dong Daming exclaimed in frustration. I've never encountered a girl so malicious and treacherous. Did you grow up eating pufferfish? How can you be so poisonous? Enough, the three of you need not be so agitated. Did you not wish to hear? I have divulged everything, satisfying your curiosity, right? Sigh, tell me, is he not in utter disarray, like a dog that has been drained of its vigor? Qin Dong Dong stood up, addressing Xuanqiu. Sister, thank you for your hospitality, but I must say, you ought to be grateful that I have shown mercy. Wait a moment, Luo, Chuan interjected. What is it, Mr. Luo? You do not intend to take me to the police station based on my account. Do you think they would believe such fantastical tales? Or do you wish to beat me up? I must inform you, if you lay a finger on me, I shall ensure you are sinning as well. Gazing at this woman's shameless and triumphant demeanor, Luo Chuan shook his head in disgust. I merely wish to inform you that my friend clearly stated over the phone, the duality deity, one thrives. One perishes that if this so-called main deity is slain, the other secondary deity will vanish as well. This is indeed the truth. However, before its disappearance, it is highly likely to seek you out, although you may not be worthy of my sympathy. I must still warn you of this danger. Very well, Mr. Luo, the statue has already been destroyed, so cease your cat-and-mouse games. Besides, I am not a mouse. I am but a little fox, beautiful, yet with a hint of cunning. Haha! Chun Dong Dong hummed a tune and departed to Xuanqiu, utterly exhausted, stood and said, Mr. Luo, Master Dong, I apologize. I did not anticipate such a conclusion, akin to an ugly prank. However, rest assured, I will cover the expenses that I shall decline. The rest is for you and old Dong to discuss. Luo Chuan felt inexplicably nauseated. There are myriad types of people in the world, each with different hearts. It is rare to glimpse a fraction, and yet it chills the soul further. From now on, it would be best to handle the malevolent artifacts carefully. Solving others' puzzles is far less crucial than preserving one's own life. The two exited. Dawn was beginning to break that. I received a transfer notification. Miss, she has indeed paid 50,000. Quite generous. As per usual, half for each. Come, I shall treat you to breakfast. Forget it, just take me back at AS for my half. Please procure some fine incense for me. I shall visit the second master and masterway one day. The tumult of the night left Luo Chuan somewhat irritable. He longed to return home for a good night's sleep and then focus on his own affairs. Yet, unexpectedly, Dong Daming, following his instructions, dropped him off at the alley. Upon exiting the vehicle, he was met with the sight of someone seated on the steps. It was the elderly man who scavenged for scraps. Chapter 45. Retribution unfulfilled indeed. My master was correct. This man has returned once more. The mere thought of his methods sent a shiver of fear through Luo Chuan. However, after so many years of serving in the pawnshop, he had learned to mask his emotions well. To possess a tempest within while maintaining a calm exterior, to stand amidst the tumult without faltering. What good is fear? Little master, we meet again. The old man, upon spotting Luo Chuan, slowly rose, his eyes squinted, a broad smile illuminating his face, resembling a harmless old gentleman. Luo Chuan feigned composure, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, I recall now. You are the old man who visited my shop that night. Please wait a moment. I have something for you." "Something for me?" "Indeed. I have been preparing it for several days." Disregarding the old man's astonished look, Luo Chuan hastily opened the shop door. The old man silently followed him inside. Casting a sidelong glance at the shattered dice fragments he had previously left on the blue bricks, his brow furrowing slightly, Luo Chuan strode directly to the back room, inhaled deeply, and forced a smile, emerging with 2 mineral water bottles and a stack of discarded paper boxes. "Here you are, dear sir. I've been saving this for several days. This is what you prepared for me." The old man's lips twitched, shaking his head. "Yes, that day, I saw you collecting things on the street. It seemed quite arduous, so I gathered a bit for you, wondering if you would return, that I never expected you would come today." "Young man, you have a kind heart. This is nothing. It was a mere act of kindness." The old man chuckled, accepting the items and tossing them behind him before sitting down again, continuing to fixate on Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan, undeterred by the old man's unwavering gaze, retorted with a smile, "Sir, it is still early. You have not eaten yet, have you? I have nothing substantial, just some bread. Would you like a piece?" "You need not trouble yourself. I'm not hungry. I simply found you intriguing and wish to have a chat. By the way, in such a large pawn shop, are you the only one here? No one else?" As predicted, the questions emerged. "Am I still considered a child?" "Haha, I am nearly 20. My father was already having children at my age." "Indeed. Where is your father at present?" "Why have I not seen him on both occasions?" "My parents have always been engaged in business elsewhere. We see little of each other, perhaps only a few times a year." "By the way, sir, where do you reside? Do you have any children? At your age, you should be enjoying life at home. Why are you out scavenging for scraps?" "Me? I have no children, no relatives. I have lived my life without kin." Luo Chuan attempted to change the subject, but the old man seemed to have run out of patience. Standing up and murmuring, "Is your father's name Yu Xuanfeng? I am quite familiar with him. We had quite a bit of interaction in our youth." "Where is he now?" "Where? Sir, you must be mistaken. My father is by Zhan Tong, and my mother is Tong Xiangyu, both locals of Yunqing. Besides, they are quite a bit older than you." That's so. It seems I truly mistook him. I thought I had encountered an old acquaintance." The old man pouted, rising and turning to leave. Luo Chuan swallowed hard, unwilling to relax, and feigned ease as he reminded, "Sir, are you not taking the plastic bottles with you?" "Who knows?" The old man suddenly turned around with a swift motion, and with a flick of his sleeve, the 2 plastic water bottles came hurtling towards him with a buzzing sound. Luo Chuan's instinctive reaction was to dodge, but a flash of insight struck him, and he restrained his body's reflexes, standing there like a wooden post, solidly taking the hit. Ouch! The empty plastic bottles at that moment felt as hard as bricks, and with a loud thud, they sent him stumbling back 2 steps, his head striking the shelf behind him, causing him to stagger and collapse to the ground. His neck askew as he lost consciousness, but a profound silence enveloped the pawnshop. After a full half-minute, a voice of disdain and contempt echoed from the entrance. "Truly a useless fellow. I overestimated you." Luo Chuan lay there, eyes shut, feeling a large bump slowly forming on his head, yet unable to react in the slightest, enduring the moment. And it wasn't until a full half-hour later that he finally opened his eyes and stood up, only to find that the old man had long since vanished, and at least he had managed to deal with this old man. Luo Chuan knew the man was formidable, yet truthfully, he was quite curious to test just how profound this old man's ultimate techniques were. After all, his master's martial prowess far surpassed his own. Why then did the elder harbor such fear of this individual? Of course, this was merely a passing thought, since his master had instructed him to evade confrontation and remain inconspicuous. All he could do was feign timidity, in his heart. His master's words were the ultimate law. After a night of frantic activity, he was now so fatigued that he could barely keep his eyes open. Yet Luo Chuan persisted in guarding the shop until 10 o'clock. When no customers had arrived, he dared to close the shop and hurriedly catch up on sleep. Business at the pawnshop typically thrived in the morning and evening. Who frequents a pawnshop? Those who find themselves in dire straits, forced to part with their belongings. The items pawned are either gold and silver trinkets or valuable heirlooms, unless one is truly at their wit's end. No one wishes to visit a pawnshop. Those individuals endure a night of hunger and cold, contemplating their gains and losses until dawn, only to rush to the pawnshop to exchange some cash. Or perhaps they have spent the entire day suffering humiliation outside, lacking funds to return home, unwilling to let their wives and children down, thus seizing the opportunity to convert a little money before the shop closes, seeking some semblance of peace of mind. Therefore, during these 2 time frames, Luo Chuan seldom closed the shop, for a pawnshop often serves as the last bastion where one can reclaim a shred of dignity. Of course, business is business. But who says one cannot possess a touch of sentimentality in their trade? He lost track of time and was awakened by a phone call. "Chuanzi, have you seen the news?" Dong Daming asked urgently over the phone. "What news? You've disrupted my beautiful dream. My goodness, you've slept all day." It was only then that Luo Chuan noticed the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. That nap had indeed left him feeling dazed. "Let me tell you, someone jumped from a building in the Chiyuan community. They reportedly fell onto the railing, shattering their body. It's causing quite a stir online. Some claim to have seen the woman on the roof, seemingly fighting with the air before inexplicably leaping down. Others said they spotted a shadow on the rooftop. You, a grown man, how can you be so morbidly curious? It's a city. How many peculiar deaths happen each day?" At this, Luo Chuan suddenly sat up with a jolt. "Which community are you talking about? Look at you. So slow to realize, it's the same community where we went to rescue Qiu Zhilei last night. Because the news had blurred the video, I wanted you to ask Miss Shi if her distant cousin was all right." Just as he was speaking, another call came in, and it was Shi Wanqiu. Luo Chuan told Dong Daming he'd decall back, and then answered Shi Wanqiu's call. "Mr. Luo, Chen Dong Dong is gone." Shi Wanqiu's voice cracked with emotion. Chapter 46. A Night Visit to Beishan Town. In any endeavor, loving deeply and hating fiercely is not a fault. But one must not go overboard, or the backlash will surely come. Shi Wanqiu informed Luo Chuan that just an hour ago, Chen Dongdong had jumped from the rooftop of her and Qiu Zhilei's marital home. Her body was broken into 3 segments upon striking the landscaping below, resembling the shattered statue before the elevator that morning. Although witnesses attested that there seemed to be a struggle on the rooftop before her fall, the surveillance footage from the building showed that no one else had been on the rooftop at that time. Thus, it was initially classified as suicide. Luo Chuan had considered the possibility that she might be in danger, but he never anticipated it would happen so swiftly and brutally, without even waiting for the night to pass. Da Xiong had mentioned to him over the phone that the Shuanghe deity was inherently a sinister form of witchcraft, previously used by locals to bind their slaves. Only by being loyal to their masters could they survive. The moment they entertained thoughts of escape, they would meet death. Later, The cult reformed it, and it was misleadingly termed the Shuanghe deity that fosters a century of marital bliss in the realm of love. No one is anyone else's slave. If it's not suitable, parting ways is the solution. Indeed, Qiu Zhilei could not be described as an upright man, but he was not deserving of death. Moreover, Chen Dongdong's murderous intent was not confined to this one individual. When she secretly transported that statue upstairs, her list of intended victims already included Shi Wanxiu, Dong Daming, and Luo Chuan. Even the greatest deities could not save a doomed spirit. I did my best. Mr. Luo, I apologize for causing you such trouble. However, I never anticipated that I would still bear such burdens. Shi Wanxiu confided in Luo Chuan that too much had transpired recently, leaving her emotionally drained. She had thus closed her flower shop, entrusted her home to her relatives, and was preparing to travel out of town for a while. Before her departure, she intended to gift Luo Chuan a bouquet of flowers, both as an expression of gratitude and an apology. After hanging up, Dong Daming promptly called back. "Why did you hang up on me? I still have things to discuss." "Hey, you little rascal, admit it. Was it Shi Wanxiu who called you? You've prioritized her over your friends. Enough with the nonsense, what else is there? By the way, I was just on Mashiji listening to Tang Zhonggui and the others from the antique business chatting. They said 2 people died in Beishan town last night, both not very young, likely from the Lingli Dao, and it was rumored they were mangled by something unclean, their insides completely hollowed out. But when the police arrived, the bodies had vanished. Didn't your master say he went out to collect goods a few days ago? Has he returned?" Luo Chuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his mind instantly racing 2 individuals, resembling those from Lingli Dao. This perfectly matched the characteristics of his master and Ding Laosi. Furthermore, recalling that his master had mentioned engaging with a malevolent entity and sustaining some injuries. Could it be? "Lao Dong, I must go to Beishan town. Chuanzi, it's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Besides, how capable do you think your master is? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Moreover, I have a deal tonight with a major client from out of town. No need for you to come. Can you lend me your car? That's no problem. I'll bring it over right away." Luo Chuan pondered for a moment. He asked him to stop by Shi Wanxiu's flower shop on the way. Regardless of the circumstances, it was her heartfelt gesture, and he was glad to accept it. Before Lao Dong arrived, Luo Chuan hurriedly packed his belongings. Since his yellow cloth BA, yellow roses, bellflowers, lavender, and baby's breath, do they not seem rather incongruous together? The essence of the matter lies precisely in this dissonance. The baby's breath symbolizes a willingness to play a supporting role. Lavender conveys the sentiment of waiting for love. The bellflower signifies an everlasting remembrance, while yellow roses speak more directly, expressing an anticipation of a response. The meaning is unmistakable. It conveys, "I cherish you and am willing to be your other half, yet I remain uncertain of your feelings towards me. Thus, I await your reply." Believe it or not, if you were to call immediately and inform him that you have booked a room at the Yun City Grand Hotel, she would undoubtedly come to find you. Lo Chuan placed the flowers on the counter and quickly pushed Dong Daming out. Hurriedly getting into the car, he had no mind for idle chatter. His thoughts were solely occupied with his master. "Hey, I've inquired. The incident occurred near to Miao Village. Be careful," Lo Chuan remarked, waving his hand as he exited the alley. Beishan town is located in the northern part of Yun City. Historical records indicate that the original site of Yun City was indeed at Beishan town, but it was relocated to its current position following floods in the Yuan dynasty. In recent years, archaeological teams from the province have unearthed several ancient tombs from the Tang and Song dynasties in Beishan town, with artifacts that have set records for Yun City, leading to an influx of treasure hunting groups from both the north and south to this area. After driving for over 2 hours, Lo Chuan munched and sipped on snacks along the way. Old Dong was indeed attentive. He had accurately guessed that Lo Chuan had not eaten for an entire day. Once satiated, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the vehicle entered the territory of Beishan town. Although he had visited this area several times before with his master to collect goods, it was his first time at night. On either side of the road loomed dark forests, the howling wind causing branches and leaves to rustle, creating an ominous atmosphere enveloping the speeding car. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating everything around, followed by a rumbling thunder, suggesting that a torrential downpour was imminent. However, the weather forecast had not indicated any rain for the day. Ahead lay a Miao village. Lo Chuan recalled a T-junction leading to the village where a store catered to passing trucks. Unable to resist, he pressed the accelerator a few more times, wishing to buy a pack of cigarettes. Primarily desiring to see some lights at that moment, as the car rounded a bend in the mountain, he suddenly spotted a white figure lying in the middle of the road, illuminated by the headlights. Instinctively, Lo Chuan slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. The white figure abruptly turned around, revealing a face resembling a man, but possessing a peculiar three-part mouth typical of a beast. Chapter 47. The rabbit hangs from the tree in an instant. The white figure leapt and vanished into the woods, whether due to the abrupt breaking or the loose tie of the package inside. A butcher's knife inadvertently revealed its handle. Lo Chuan glanced over, coldly remarking, "What has to hurry? Who said you were needed? You are merely suitable for slaughtering pigs." He opened the car door and approached the front of the vehicle to inspect. In the center of the road lay a plump squirrel, unsure if it had been crushed by a passing vehicle or bitten by a wild beast. Its belly was ruptured, and much of its innards had spilled out. It appeared that the earlier creature might have been indulging in a feast. Lo Chuan gazed skyward. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Surrounding him was utter darkness, the wind causing the scraggly trees to sway desperately. The car's headlights cast elongated shadows of the gnarled trees, resembling great hands reaching out from the forest. Listening closely, he could hear rustling sounds emanating from the underbrush, moving this way and that, akin to numerous pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows. Lo Chuan speculated that the earlier creature was still nearby. Never mind, finding my master is paramount. He returned to the car, deliberately steering clear of the squirrel's corpse, and continued onward. In the rearview mirror, darkness engulfed everything when suddenly a loud thud echoed as something struck the car's trunk. However, Lo Chuan did not stop. In the desolate wilderness, one could never lack for malevolent entities. As long as no one was harmed and nothing impeded him, he thought to let them be. After another 10 minutes, he finally reached the intersection for the Miao village. From here, a 3-mile trek along the mountain path would lead him to the village, while heading west would take him to the center of Beishan town, and south led to a valley surrounded by dense woods. At the valley's entrance stood a temple dedicated to the god of hail from the Qin dynasty, which lent its name to the Miao village. According to the rumors Dong Daming had heard, 2 individuals had perished near the temple the previous night. That Lo Chuan intended to stop by the small shop at the intersection to gather information. But to his surprise, the area was shrouded in darkness, seemingly closed for business. He parked the car and approached to knock on the iron gate, but there was no response. Turning to the side, he noticed a wooden sign standing nearby, hastily scribbled with words. "The owner is frightened. Closed at night. Passers-by, please leave. There are dogs in the yard." The sign was painted in glaring red with a pungent smell, and when he touched it, his hand became smeared with red paint. It seemed the sign had been written not long ago. Likely, as soon as the sun set, the owner hurriedly retreated home. He decided to park his car in the empty space outside the store, slung his bag over his shoulder, and headed south along the mountain path. Earlier, lightning had flashed incessantly, and thunder had roared, yet now, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, with the clouds hanging ominously in the sky, showing no signs of dispersing. One need not fear the blood moon hanging in the sky, but rather the thick clouds obscuring the mountains. One need not dread torrential rains, but rather the stillness of trees swaying without wind. It seemed that this night was destined to become a sinister, ghostly evening. As he ventured further into the valley, the path grew increasingly dark. Eventually, the underbrush encroached, leaving the road barely 2 meters wide. As he approached an incline, a massive dark object appeared ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an old Jeep without a license plate. Lo Chuan approached and touched the hood, finding it still warm, indicating that the vehicle had not been abandoned for long. Continuing onward, the road narrowed to a series of winding paths. Lo Chuan chose one that seemed slightly wider, recalling that the ancient temple lay directly ahead. The ground was thick with decayed leaves, soft and yielding, devoid of any real sensation. That he stumbled, feeling as though he could fall at any moment. Just as he climbed a steep slope, and sat beneath the roots of a large tree to catch his breath and determine his next direction. A sudden thud echoed nearby as something leapt from a half-broken tree trunk. Lo Chuan glanced over, startled to find it was a large-eared wild rabbit. An old saying goes, when a rabbit climbs a tree, there must be a reason. Either it has become enchanted or it faces calamity. It was Lo Chuan's first encounter with such a sight, and he felt a surge of curiosity. The rabbit bounded and paused, glancing around as though searching for something. Lo Chuan felt an inexplicable urge to follow. However, before he could move, he noticed two figures emerging from the nearby bushes. There are others. Could they be from the vehicle earlier? Since he had company, it was preferable to navigate together rather than alone, especially as he was keen to discover what the rabbit was up to. The large-eared rabbit leapt over a ridge and headed straight for a ravine. Traversing a path riddled with potholes, the two individuals ahead stumbled several times into concealed depressions, muttering curses under their breath. Yet the rabbit seemed oblivious, perhaps deaf or lost in its own thoughts, continuing unperturbed. As he drew closer, Lo Chuan could see that the two individuals carried equipment. The one with the towering shoulder definitely wielded a Woyang shovel. Goodness, several fatalities have occurred in this vicinity, and they dare to come here to explore tombs. They must value money over their lives. Finally, they emerged from the ravine into a gently sloping forest. All around, dark oil pines loomed. The rabbit appeared to have reached its destination, squatting down, raising its front paws, and began vigorously rubbing its face. Lo Chuan was astonished to witness a rabbit washing its face like a cat for the first time. Even more surprising was that after cleaning its face, it began to emit a series of plaintive sounds. One must understand that both domestic and wild rabbits typically do not vocalize much. Even when they do, it is usually a brief whimper or a soft grunt. Rarely does a rabbit sound like a puppy, emitting such vocalizations. What unnerved Lo Chuan further was the increasingly mournful tone of the rabbit's cries, resonating with a sorrowful lament that tugged at the heartstrings. One could hardly exaggerate the sentiment. In the desolate wilderness, where silence reigned, a solitary rabbit wailed in despair. After a while, the rabbit moved forward once more. However, this time, it kept its front paws lifted, walking solely on its hind legs. After approximately 100 meters, it halted, advancing directly toward a fallen, crooked tree. Upon that pine tree grew a wild grapevine, wrapping around it tightly, about a foot off the ground. The rabbit trembled uncontrollably, as if gripped by an overwhelming fear, and suddenly leapt, hanging itself from a section of the grapevine, kicking its hind legs, and remaining motionless, awaiting death. Such a bizarre scene caused Lo Chuan's heart to race. He held his breath, eyes wide, and instinctively reached for the knife handle in his pocket. Beneath the dim sky, the entire pine forest began to rustle ominously. Ancient sages have said, when the great serpent approaches, the grass and trees shudder. Luo Chuan could distinctly sense an impending, unknown peril surrounding him. Chapter 48. Strange occurrences in the forest. Luo Chuan followed the two men and the rabbit, stealthily traversing over 2 or 3 li, until they ventured deep into the woods. The rabbit's wretched cries echoed incessantly, hanging from the vines, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Observing the surroundings, dark streams gurgled softly, ancient trees towered like giants, and the gnarled roots sprawled like colossal serpents. The clouds above remained thick and heavy, while ethereal mist rose from the ground, as if some malevolent spirit were exhaling mist within the mountains. A chilling aura enveloped Luo Chuan, yet the two men appeared unusually exhilarated, leaping from the thicket with fervor. "Ha! You wretched rabbit, we've finally tracked you down," one exclaimed. "In this empty mountain, a two-legged rabbit must surely reside in wealth. Brother, it seems tonight we shall reap our rewards." The two men tumbled and rolled, hastening towards the rabbit. Strangely, the rabbit, which had been motionless, seemed to have finally cast off its restraints. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, it struggled free from the wild grapevines, rolling and scrambling away, not daring to glance back as it raced towards a clearing in the woods. "You clever little thief, do you think you can monopolize the fortune of this place? If only you were not so swift, you would have been our midnight feast." The two men ceased their pursuit of the rabbit, grumbling and cursing as they began to unload their packs. wandering around the spot where the rabbit had previously hung. The more Luo Chuan observed, the more perplexed he became. What were these two men searching for? Could it be that the location where the rabbit had hung held some significance? Inquisitive, he edged forward, concealed by two small pine trees at the tea that moment. One of the men produced a compass, gesturing left and right, pointing towards the roots of the grapevines. The other quickly bent down to explore, using his Luoyang shovel to probe the ground. With a clang, it seemed he had struck something. "Brother, there's movement," the man exclaimed, kneeling and digging frantically, excitement radiating from him. "Look, a monument. It's made of granite, adorned with cloud patterns. What did I tell you? This rabbit is certainly extraordinary. I've heard it said that encountering a two-legged rabbit either brings wealth or calamity. Behold, a granite stele. In ancient times, tombstones were stratified, first flowers, then patterns, and lastly, the green. Beneath this, there must be a grand tomb. Wealth awaits us? Brother, it's all thanks to you. Rest a moment. I shall investigate where this tomb path leads." Indeed, they were a pair of grave robbers. Luo Chuan shook his head, disinterested in their affairs, and prepared to take another route towards the Grand Temple. However, just as he was about to quietly turn away, he unexpectedly noticed a pair of green glimmers near the base of a large pine behind the two men, resembling eyes. Initially, he thought it was merely the mist playing tricks on him, but upon squinting intently, terror surged through him as he discerned a distinct human face outline behind those green glimmers. In other words, since the rabbit had come to this place to hang, these two men had been under scrutiny all along. Even his every action might have been under their watchful gaze. Luo Chuan was unaware of the entity's nature, but he understood that it posed a significant threat to the two grave robbers. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to alert them. Though they were not of the same ilk, they were nonetheless human, better than being prey to some malevolent spirit. Was it not? He picked up a small stone, intending to throw it in their direction to warn the two dreamers of fortune. Yet before he could act, he witnessed the man with the compass, who had been smoking nearby, suddenly mimic a Jackson-like dance move, his body convulsing, before discarding the compass and seizing a sizable rock. Without hesitation, he brought it crashing down onto his companion's head. The partner, crouched and probing with a Luoyang shovel, didn't he utter a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. This assailant showed no signs of stopping, pouncing upon the now bloodied head, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Luo Ch upon reaching the realm of flying corpses, one encounters the formidable great corpse, a being that poses a challenge even for the most formidable of individuals. This cunning grass fox, having exerted all its wits to ensnare a rabbit and lure two desperate souls, met a swift and tragic demise before it could savor its triumph. Its meager skills, sufficient to toy with mountain fowl and mock rural passers-by, were woefully inadequate against the black-haired corpse. After slaying the fox, the black-haired corpse sniffed disdainfully at it, perhaps repulsed by the fox's pungent scent, and cast it aside, approaching the shattered remains of another corpse to greedily seize a handful of its crimson and ivory contents, devouring them with ravenous delight that a thick, rancid odor pervaded the forest. The skies stubbornly withholding rain, while the mist upon the ground thickened ominously. The shadows of the already dim woods grew more foreboding, accompanied by the grotesque sounds of the black-haired corpse feasting. Luo Chuan gripped his knife tightly, gazing at the grotesque creature feasting upon flesh, a fierce urge to confront it surging within him. Yet, deeper concerns for his master overshadowed his thoughts. This place was disturbingly strange, filled with beast-faced humans, hanged rabbits, cunning foxes, greedy grave robbers, and this murderous black-haired corpse. Could his master truly be in peril? As Luo Chuan wavered between action and indecision, a commanding voice suddenly resonated through the forest, imbued with righteous authority. This voice was rich and powerful, each word resonating with a cadence that exuded the essence of Taoist mastery. Upon hearing this proclamation, Luo Chuan felt a jolt of energy surge through him, particularly as his knife vibrated in his hand, as if it too comprehended the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the ravenous black-haired corpse abruptly shifted, its head spinning as it attempted to discern the source of the sound. In an instant, a figure appeared before it, adorned with a bamboo hat, and clad in a deep blue robe, who had traversed the air with remarkable agility. The black-haired corpse sprang to its feet, roaring in fury, yet the newcomer did not advance directly. Instead, wielding a red cord, he darted through the trees with the speed of a monkey, encircling the black-haired corpse with a cord, effectively trapping it. When he finally halted, he brandished a peachwood sword, pointing it menacingly at the creature's throat. What remarkable skill, Luo Chuan mused, observing the man's youthful face, striking features, and eyes that sparkled with both valor and authority. It seemed that this man and the corpse were no strangers, perhaps having crossed paths before. The black-haired corpse, upon sighting the newcomer, erupted in fury, leaping 2 feet into the air as it charged towards the wandering practitioner. Yet upon contact with the red cord, it was instantly met with a cloud of white smoke, forced back to its original position. "You wretched beast, where do you think you can escape?" the practitioner declared, his feet firmly planted on the tree trunk, channeling his energy as he executed a swift strike with his sword. Though the black-haired corpse had attained considerable strength, it was not without its defenses. It crossed its arms to block the peachwood sword, its eyes glinting with an eerie red light, its fangs bared as it twisted its head to bite the practitioner's arm. The creature's foul roar echoed, reminiscent of the anguished cries of the damned, sending chills down one's spine. Yet the practitioner remained undaunted, leveraging his core strength to leap and clamp his legs around the creature's waist. Tipping it over with sheer force, as the black-haired corpse fell, it lashed out viciously, its claws shredding the practitioner's leg bindings, blood gushing forth and staining his garments crimson. Seizing the moment, the practitioner swung his peachwood sword, pressing it against the creature's throat. However, the black-haired corpse, fortified by malevolent energy and possessing a tough hide, resisted the onslaught, leading to a stalemate in their brutal struggle. Witnessing this, Luo Chuan realized he could no longer remain a passive observer. In the face of adversity, one must act decisively. "Fear not, brother, for I shall lend my aid," he shouted, rolling down the slope and swiftly drawing his knife, charging towards the fray. Both combatants turned their gaze towards him, the practitioner's eyes reflecting a glint of gratitude. Luo Chuan leaped into the trap of red cord, reversing his grip on the knife, and aimed for the black-haired corpse's throat, sensing imminent danger. The creature swung its powerful arm, hurling the practitioner away, then turned to confront Luo Chuan. With a swish, the knife missed the intended target, instead plunging into the creature's right shoulder, releasing a torrent of thick green liquid that splattered over Luo Chuan. The black-haired corpse howled in anguish, its claws retaliating and sinking deep into Luo Chuan's arm. Each sharp talon piercing his flesh, in pain and shock, he hastily withdrew his weapon, only to find it caught in the creature's skeletal joints, vibrating violently, yet refusing to budge. Meanwhile, the wandering practitioner had regained his footing, without hesitation biting his fingertip and smearing the blood across his peachwood sword. With the sun rising from the east, "I bestow upon you this talisman to vanquish ill fortune," he intoned, reciting an incantation, causing the sword's blade to shimmer with a golden light. "Thank you for your timely assistance. Behold my might," he proclaimed as he executed a sweeping strike, the sword slicing through the air to pierce the black-haired corpse's chest. The hideous creature emitted a blood-curdling scream as dark energy surged forth from its heart, severely weakened and attempting to flee. Luo Chuan seized the opportunity, coordinating seamlessly with the practitioner, drawing his knife to cleave towards the retreating black-haired corpse. With a decisive strike, he severed the creature's arm, causing it to howl in agony, its voice mingling with the wails of tormented souls, a cacophony that pierced the air. Realizing the red cord would thwart its escape, the black-haired corpse charged headlong into the thinnest of the 3 pine trees. Snapping in half and breaking the cord's binding to it, leaped onto a gentle slope, making haste to flee. "Brother, I thank you for your valorous assistance. What is your name?" the wandering practitioner inquired as he pursued the fleeing creature. "Luo Chuan from Yun City." Luo Chuan. Such a rare surname. In the region of Yin City and Yun City, I have yet to encounter another bearing the name. It is not that the surname is uncommon. Rather, my father once advised me to assist any wanderer bearing the surname Luo. Little did I expect to receive such significant aid today, Luo Chuan replied. While traversing the world, it is only right to support one another. Let us subdue this black-haired beast before we continue our discourse. The two allies raced forward, hot on the heels of the black-haired corpse, determined to bring it to heel. Chapter 50. The coffin nails the mountains appeared hazy. The silhouettes of shrubs and pines outlined against the misty backdrop. Beneath their feet, a stream babbled softly, sending frogs, snakes, birds, and insects fleeing in panic. The black-haired corpse raced ahead, its speed hindered by the loss of an arm, resulting in a somewhat awkward gait. With the two companions closely pursuing, the creature stumbled into a narrow ravine. Seizing the opportunity, the wandering practitioner fearlessly leaped, grasping the black-haired corpse's leg and pulling with all his might. In its desperation to escape, the creature turned and bit down hard on the practitioner's forearm. Unfazed by the intense pain, the practitioner utilized the moment, elbowing the creature's maw to keep it at bay. Luo Chuan arrived just in time, wielding his knife and plunging it into the creature's chest. The knife's fierce intent proved effective, piercing through the hardened skin and delivering a chilling blow to the black-haired corpse. With a furious roar, the creature retaliated, using its brute strength to knock both men aside, continuing its frantic flight despite the knife embedded in its chest. Luo Chuan was hurled several meters away, and by the time he recovered, the wandering practitioner had already pursued the creature. This time, the black-haired corpse's speed had noticeably diminished. The knife that had pierced it continued to emit wisps of black smoke. Yet unbeknownst to them, their relentless chase had led them to a vast graveyard, dotted with numerous mounds of earth, each a grave bearing witness to the passage of time. The oppressive aura of the burial ground sent shivers down their spines, each crooked tombstone resembling a head emerging from the earth. The wind rustled through the cypress branches, creating a mournful sound akin to whispers of lamentation. Wretched beast, your end is nigh. The itinerant monk moved with the grace of a swallow. Completely unaffected by his surroundings, he pursued the creature for several meters, then raised his arm, releasing another crimson thread that struck the black-haired zombie squarely on the ankle. The zombie lost its balance, tripped over its own feet, and fell to the ground with a thud. The monk, like a horse leaping over a swallow, stepped onto a towering tombstone and delivered a powerful knee strike to the back of the zombie's neck. In a flash, he drew forth a glimmering implement from his sleeve, driving it into the zombie's skull. The black-haired zombie let out a deafening howl that echoed through the heavens in that moment. The entire forest fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. Luo Chuan observed clearly that the final weapon used by the monk to slay the black-haired zombie was a 6-inch coffin nail, tinged with a verdigris hue. This coffin nail, a symbol of bravery, was made from the hair of the deceased. What a ferocious beast! For you, I have starved in this forest for 3 days, the itinerant monk exhaled deeply. And only after the zombie lay motionless did he extract the coffin nail, carefully wiping away the filth with yellow paper before stowing it away in his sleeve. Luo Chuan's gaze remained fixated on the coffin nail until the monk bent down to retrieve the slaughtering knife and handed it to him, bringing him back to his senses. Brother, what remarkable skills you possess! Oh, had it not been for your timely intervention today, I might not have succeeded. The itinerant monk clasped his fists in greeting and introduced himself. I am Linghu Chu, hailing from Jizhou, 4th in my clan's lineage. Everyone calls me Linghu the 4th. You may simply address me as 4th. I came here to investigate reports of malevolent entities in the vicinity. So, you've been keeping a watchful eye on this black-haired zombie for several days. Indeed, for 3 full days. This beast is ferocious. It has claimed 6 lives in just a short span. Yet, it is peculiar. Typically, a black-haired zombie feeds on blood, but does not consume corpses. I wonder what became of the bodies of the victims. Speaking of the victims, Luo Chuan interjected, by the way, do you know who the 2 individuals that perished last night were? Where did the incident occur? It was near the Great Temple, reportedly involving 2 elderly men. The scene was chaotic, with remnants of a Woyang shovel, similar to the tools used by the 2 who died today. They were clearly grave robbers. Luo Chuan nearly burst into tears. The night before last, when Master and the others set out, he noticed the fourth bag was stuffed to the brim with a cylindrical shape that unmistakably resembled a Woyang shovel. "Brother, what troubles you? Did you come to hunt down this vile creature out of urgency upon hearing the news? Damn it, you should have seen the children of those two men. They were wailing in despair." "What? They had children?" "Yes, each had 2 sons, and they were crying as if their hearts were shattered. But if you truly honored your elders, you should not have allowed the 2 old men to venture forth to rob graves." "The deceased are not my master." Luo Chuan felt a slight relief. It seemed both his master and Ding the Fourth were still alive. Ling Hu Chu squatted down, using his knife to extract 2 sharp fangs from the black-haired zombie, one for himself and one for Luo Chuan. "Since we both hunted this creature, you shall have 1 fang, and I shall keep the other." Luo Chuan accepted without hesitation. In truth, extracting the fangs of zombie is a necessary rite for Taoist exorcists. Each fang represents honor, signifying that one has slain a zombie. Moreover, zombie fangs are considered talismans. Children who wear them are shielded from malevolent spirits, even when walking through graveyards at midnight. Luo Chuan intended to steer the conversation toward Ling Hu Chu's coffin nail, but was interrupted by a rustling sound nearby, reminiscent of the black-haired zombie colliding with a tree. Instinctively, he glanced at the fallen zombie, fearing it had returned to life. Yet the creature's head was punctured by the coffin nail. It was undoubtedly dead. Ling Hu Chu also heard the sound, surveying the area warily. Their eyes met, and they silently agreed on the direction of the noise, which came from behind a cluster of nearby graves. "Shall we take a look?" Ling Hu Chu suggested. Luo Chuan nodded and grabbed the slaughtering knife, moving stealthily to the side. The sound persisted, strange and unsettling, accompanied by a smacking noise. Crouching by a large tree, they navigated through the underbrush, treading lightly over mounds riddled with rat holes. Peering through the thin mist, they spotted several shadowy figures in the center of 4 graves, feasting on something. Just as it happened, Ling Hu Chu's foot stepped onto a hollowed grave, causing him to stumble and fall. The shadowy figures, engrossed in their meal, suddenly looked up, their eyes wide with alarm. The 2 men felt a chill run down their spines. They were confronted by 4 ghastly figures with green faces and protruding fangs. Engaged in a gruesome banquet over a dismembered corpse, one of them bore a striking resemblance to the deceased black-haired zombie, clad in an ancient ceremonial robe, albeit male, and similarly covered in dark hair. In an instant, while the 2 stared in shock, the male corpse leaped forward, covering 7 to 8 meters in a single bound, standing directly before them. With a green face, red fangs, and hollow eyes, it was adorned with a layer of fish-like black scales. Ling Hu Chu raised his hand to unleash a talisman, but the dark figure swatted it aside with ease, unfazed by the flame of the talisman, its murderous intent evident. "This one has transformed into a flying zombie." Ling Hu Chu's pupils dilated in alarm, but he remained composed enough to shout, "Brother, we cannot defeat this one. You must flee while I hold it off. In this moment, there's no time for heroics. Let's run." Luo Chuan urged, seeing the 3 other zombies bearing their bloody fangs, closing in from behind. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the quiet forest was only disturbed by the chilling wind and the rustling of fallen leaves as the 2 fled, drenched in sweat. However, the flying zombie's speed was astonishing. With a leap, it blocked their path. When it spotted the female black-haired zombie on the ground, it stomped in fury. Its fish-scale-like armor bristled with menace. A male and a female. They must have emerged from the same grave. This way, with a tiger in front and wolves behind, Luo Chuan tugged at Ling Hu Chu and turned to flee down a gentle slope. Yet the enraged flying zombie, bloodthirsty and relentless, closed the distance in mere moments, its massive paws swiping at them, sending both tumbling into the creek below. Luo Chuan landed amidst a mouthful of leaves, while Ling Hu Chu's ear was nearly torn off by a vicious scratch. Expecting the creature to pursue them to the bitter end, they struggled to rise, only to find the 4 zombies had not followed. Instead, a hauntingly beautiful yet eerie melody of a flute resonated through the dense forest. The 2 exchanged wary glances, cautiously climbing the slope to peek out, and were astonished to see a grand procession approaching in the clearing ahead. Leading the way were 4 women dressed in ancient attire. each holding a lantern, one flickering with yellow light, the other with blue. Following them were 4 masked warriors in black, accompanied by a colorful palanquin carried by 4 bearers, its red veil billowing, obscuring the occupant within. Behind the palanquin, for attendants played the shao, dizzy, sheng, and trumpet, while a dozen individuals in white formed 2 lines, each holding black and white avoidance talismans. In the wilds, who could muster such a procession? It was as if a ghostly official were passing through or a demon king returning to his domain. The 2 men crouched low, hardly daring to breathe. Chapter 51. The eerie procession. Luo Chuan was uncertain of Ling Huchu's thoughts, but he himself was utterly taken aback. Observing the procession, he could not determine whether they were human, given their ancient garb. They moved with an ethereal grace, closing the distance of several hundred meters as if riding on the wind. Yet if they were spirits, their lack of overwhelming malice and negative energy, coupled with the faint shadows they cast on the ground, suggested otherwise. Furthermore, the women's garments fluttered in the breeze, and the musicians swayed gently to the rhythm, something that spirits could not achieve. His attention was drawn to the figure concealed behind the palanquin's veil. This individual was undoubtedly a woman. Though her form was shrouded, it was clear she was not merely a lifeless entity. She appeared to be keenly observing every detail of the forest. If she were merely a forest spirit or a pompous demon, she would lack such human-like attentiveness. As the leaves danced in the wind and mist swirled, the procession glided ever closer. The 3 ravenous zombies, now aware of the approaching figures, turned with their jagged teeth bared, charging toward the procession. Anticipating chaos, the 2 were astonished when the leading lantern-bearer displayed no change in expression. With a gentle wave of her hand, beams of light shot forth from the lantern, illuminating the 3 zombies. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosive impacts rang out as the zombies' bodies erupted in red sparks and white smoke. Their limbs rendered motionless by the time the procession reached them. The 3 creatures lay lifeless, hollowed out and unrecognizable. My heavens! 2 individuals inexplicably uttered the same exclamation. Such a method of attack, not to mention having witnessed it, is truly unprecedented. The remaining flying corpse seemed to sense fear as it emitted a series of deep, muffled growls, first retreating a few steps, then suddenly leaping forward as if it had sprouted wings, swirling with a mass of black mist, hurtling towards the sedan chair adorned with flowing red silk. The aura of the flying corpse was exceedingly formidable. Just moments ago, the 2 had joined forces, yet they could barely contain it even for a moment. Even the agile Ling Huchu was sent sprawling several meters away by a gust of sinister wind. Luo Chuan felt a twinge of concern for the few lantern-bearing maidens. However, the leading lantern maiden remained serene, her steps as graceful as a lotus flower. With a gentle leap, she ascended into the air, retreating to the flanks, one hand grasping a tree branch, suspended mid-air, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. The 4 black-clad warriors in front of the sedan chair swiftly took a stable stance, clasping their fists above their heads. That moment, a mesmerizing figure clad in red emerged from the flowing silk, captivating all as she advanced towards the flying corpse. She danced upon the fists of the warriors, as graceful as a butterfly, her red garments flowing like the wind and snow, ethereal as the dawn breaking over the mountains. In but a fleeting second, adorned in hues of sunset, with a celestial grace. She spun and returned to the sedan chair as Ling Huchu blinked in astonishment. Before he could comprehend the scene, the flying corpse fell with a thud, its body instantly withering, the accumulated aura of a millennium dissipated. Its enormous head seemingly severed by some divine weapon, rolling forth to rest at the feet of the 2 men. Ikati still bore a ferocious grimace, yet had not managed to unleash a single strike before meeting its demise. This was beyond mere elegance. It was an instant obliteration, a sweeping stroke of the sword that could alter the heavens. Luo Chuan's breath quickened, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. It was strikingly reminiscent of a dream he had yet to fulfill after years of yearning. The red attire was so vividly splendid, the figure so compelling yet elusive to gaze upon directly. He clenched his fist, ready to pursue. Ling Huchu firmly restrained him, covering his mouth and gesturing for him to remain still. Luo Chuan struggled briefly against the restraint, but ultimately calmed himself, breathless and shaken. Indeed, he had acted impulsively. How could he have linked this to that absurd dream? He knew nothing of their origins. Recklessly exposing himself could endanger not only his own life, but also implicate Ling Huchu. He grasped the earth tightly, resolutely remaining in place, torn between reluctance and fear. After a few solemn notes of music, the procession resumed its original formation, moving away into the depths of the forest. For some reason, he felt that when the head of the flying corpse fell before him, the woman within the sedan seemed to acknowledge their presence. Ultimately, he could not contain himself, leaping to his feet. From a distance, the billowing silk seemed to unfurl slightly, as if a pair of eyes were watching him. Yet, the moment was fleeting, the mist swirling erratically, and with a blink, the sedan and the ghostly procession vanished into the woods, leaving only a lingering melody in the wind as they drifted into the distance. "Buddy, you startled me." Ling Huchu dusted off his clothes and chuckled. "Aren't you afraid of alerting them and having them come back to kill us?" "Why should I be afraid?" Luo Chuan murmured, somewhat dazed. "Because we have no idea who they are, right? They seem neither celestial nor demonic. Heaven knows what visage that enchanting woman possesses. Did you not see her face?" "Not at all. I blinked, and she was gone." "What about you? Did you see her?" Luo Chuan grinned foolishly. "I couldn't bear to blink." "Then what did she look like?" "I can't describe it." Luo Chuan shook his head. "Pondering, though it was but a glimpse, I now wish I could see her again in this lifetime." "Well, who would have thought, buddy, that you're such a romantic?" Ling Huchu, adhering to his usual practice, extracted two sharper, larger teeth from the flying corpse, handing one to Luo Chuan. Feeling uncomfortable discussing such matters in a graveyard, the two began to retrace their steps while engaging in light conversation. Learning that Luo Chuan was in search of his master near the Grand Temple, Ling Huchu readily agreed to accompany him, as he had not rested or eaten for 3 days and nights and needed a place to recuperate. "Brother Ling Hu, you mentioned you hail from Jeju. What brings you here? Are you perhaps a professional exorcist?" "Please just call me Lao Sidot. In truth, I am not an exorcist. I merely happen to pass by. However, my profession does have some relation to these foul entities." "Have you heard of Inyu Xing?" "Inyu? I know of Kanyu, those who traverse the land in search of dragon veins and treasure sites." "Close enough, but I do not seek out residences for the living. Rather, I dispel malevolent feng shui. My purpose here is to rectify the land's feng shui after hearing reports of ominous entities emerging in this vicinity over recent years." Luo Chuan was taken aback, realizing such arcane practices existed in the world. "Wait, does that slope resemble the place we encountered the rabbit hanging from the tree? Now that you mention it, it does look increasingly familiar. Let us go take a look." The two hastened back along the path they had come, and indeed, the fox's corpse remained, along with the vine that had hung the rabbit, yet the bodies of the two grave robbers had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 52. Roasting meat. The two exchanged wary glances, instantly alert. Logically, the time since the two had perished was barely half an hour. Natural decomposition was improbable. Moreover, there were no large predatory animals like wolves or bears in these woods to drag the bodies away. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that some creature had trampled over the corpses, causing a resurrection. Luo Chuan donned his backpack, brandishing his pig-slaughtering knife, meticulously scanning the shadows surrounding them. In the dimness, something seemed to writhe. The faint rustling sounds disorienting him, creating a terrifying atmosphere that made it difficult to relax. Ling Huchu remained relatively calm. Having traveled extensively, he often spent nights in the wild and had encountered corpse transformations before. "Luo Gu, there's no need to panic. The bodies are no longer nearby." "Why do you say that?" "Look." Ling Huchu pointed to the disturbed leaves on the forest floor. These chaotic marks were indeed left by the two corpses. They moved in this direction. However, the leaves have dewdrops on them, indicating these traces were disturbed sometime 8G8T this season. With the overcast sky and high humidity, it's likely dew forms within half an hour. Half an hour ago was precisely when we were pursuing that black-haired corpse. So, as soon as we departed, the two corpses resurrected. Exactly. At this pace, they could have already fled 5 or 6 miles away within half an hour. What should we do? Should we pursue? If we don't subdue those two resurrected corpses, there may be more casualties tomorrow. Don't worry. They won't escape. As Ling Hu Chu spoke, he began observing the surrounding environment, mumbling incantations that sounded numerical and quite convoluted. Finally, he descended into the creek and crouched atop a bare black stone opposite the mudslide. The fire dragon must not create water to conquer. The wood formation must assist the fire dragon's rise. However, if the wood energy is too abundant, the earth's yin will clash too violently. This is the spot. What spot? The location of the feng shui calamity is right here. Have you forgotten? I told you I deal with yin, which is all about patching up and relieving blocks. Ling Hu Chu smiled, producing a copper coffin nail. He began to feel around on the stone, seemingly searching for a suitable position. However, this nail was noticeably shorter than the one he had used to slay the black-haired corpse, and it bore a non-circular nail cap with cloud patterns. It could only be considered an ordinary coffin nail. Are you planning to embed this nail into the stone? Luo Chuan shook his head. Copper nails have pure properties and can ward off evil, but their toughness is no match for steel nails. It may be difficult to drive in. Ling Hu Chu fumbled for a while, finally confirming his position. He looked up with a smile and said, Brother Luo, let us make a wager. If I could drive this nail in, when I go to Yin City tomorrow, you shall treat me to a feast of hot pot. Agreed. I've been craving a hot pot meal, Luo Chuan replied eagerly. Just watch. Ling Hu Chu positioned the sharp end of the nail against the spot he had chosen, pinched it with his left hand, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he brought it down forcefully. With a soft poo, the nail embedded itself entirely into the stone. The sound was not sharp at all. Rather, it resembled the puncturing of a drum skin, and a plume of brownish-black gas erupted from the head of the nail. The difference between professions was as vast as the mountains. It was an eye-opening experience. Beneath the surface was a malevolent energy outlet. The cold and dark aura had surged forth from the black stone, and I merely pinpointed the opening in the realm of the dead. The principle of utilizing the 5 elements to counteract each other, and the pathways of the 8 directions, allows the human art to dismantle the natural forces. Now, this place shall remain free of corpse transformations for the next 10 to 8 years. Ling Hu Chu smiled slightly and said earnestly, Brother Luo, you owe me a hot pot meal, and no problem. Luo Chuan admired this man from the depths of his heart. In Yin City, he had yet to encounter anyone of such age who possessed the demeanor of an old-school figure. Brother, I see you're inseparable from the coffin nails. Is there a deeper significance to them? Ling Hu Chu opened his mouth, but suddenly chuckled silently, saying, Forget it. No need to discuss it further. Let us chase after those 2 who have risen from the dead. It was evident that Ling Hu Chu was reticent about this matter and did not wish to elaborate. Out of politeness, Luo Chuan refrained from pressing further. The 2 of them followed the meandering traces through the forest, pursuing their quarry. However, after crossing 2 streams and 2 low ridges, they suddenly came upon a vast area of flooded land. Although the ground was devoid of water, it was covered in thick, plush moss. The moss was quite resilient. When stepped on, it would create a depression, but within a few moments, it would return to its original form. This meant that the 2 who had risen from the dead had effectively lost their tracks upon reaching this spot. Luo Chuan glanced back at the woods they had just emerged from, furrowing his brow. Could it be that these undead possessed some form of intelligence? Logically speaking, the area ahead was a dense black pine forest, flat and easy to traverse, and closer to the distant village. Given that the undead had the ability to sense the living, should they not have moved in that direction? Why had they aimlessly wandered into this low-lying area? To deliberately take a longer route seemed more characteristic of a sentient being. Ling Hu Chu sniffed and frowned. This place is windy. The breeze has swept away the scent of the corpses. It seems I have indeed underestimated them. The 2 of them meticulously searched the surrounding area again, but found nothing. Reluctantly, they decided to leave for the time being. Fear not. We shall root out the problem. At worst, I will remain here for another day tomorrow. I will not leave until this trouble is resolved. They had now ventured deep into the forest, and Luo Chuan had to rely on his instincts as he led Ling Hu Chu towards the direction of the temple. Originally, they had come to find their master, but instead, they had encountered so many unforeseen events. As they departed from the low-lying area, sporadic raindrops finally began to fall. and the sky darkened to its utmost gloom. When Luo Chuan had set out, he had only worn a t-shirt, and now, with the wind blowing, he felt chilled to the bone. There's light. Ling Hu Chu suddenly pointed into the distance in such a dense forest. Amidst the uneven branches of the pines, a beam of light was visible. Though it flickered in and out of sight, it was unmistakably not the will-o'-the-wisp. It must be a bonfire. Could it be that the source of light indicated the temple? With the light as a beacon, they finally had a direction. The two, braving the sporadic raindrops and enduring the chill of the forest, sprinted toward the glow of the fire. The thought of warmth from the bonfire spurred them to quicken their pace. However, the mountains seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Though the light appeared close, after running for 2 miles, they found that the flickering flames still seemed quite distant. Perhaps we should find a sheltered spot to rest for a moment. Luo Chuan felt increasingly cold. Logically, the weather in June and July should not be this frigid. In the pitch-black forest, the withered branches swayed in the biting wind, resembling numerous shadows lurking in the darkness. Beckoning. After a few calls from a cuckoo, it suddenly startled and took flight from some hidden spot. As he scanned the area, Luo Chuan couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of blood-red eyes were lurking behind those trees. Thick as a person's torso, perhaps it's best to move on. With the rain falling, stopping could lead to hypothermia. Let us reach the temple first. Ling Hu Chu pulled a jacket from his bag and tossed it to Luo Chuan, saying, "Put this on. It's a bit worn, but it will at least shield you from the wind." Thus, the two continued on for over 3 miles, finally catching sight of the slightly tilted ancient temple. The grand temple was situated at the center of the mountain pass, surrounded by towering ancient trees. In its heyday, it must have been a place of great reverence, as evidenced by the enormous brackets and intricately carved wooden windows beneath the eaves. However, nothing withstands the ravages of time. The mottled stone walls, the crumbling spire, and the overgrown weeds at the entrance all bore witness to its desolation. The bonfire was lit in the very center of the temple hall, its yellow flames pushing back the surrounding darkness into a circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Is anyone there? Out of courtesy, Luo Chuan called out as he stepped inside. To his surprise, the temple was empty, devoid of any presence. However, the bonfire blazed brightly, with 2 iron spikes on either side, each skewering large chunks of meat that sizzled and oozed oil over the fire, filling the air with the aroma of roasted meat and charred scents. Ling Hu Chu's face was illuminated by the firelight, glistening as he gazed longingly at the meat, his stomach growling with hunger. Is anyone here? Luo Chuan called out again as he surveyed the temple. The place was too dilapidated. The incense altar had vanished, the incense bowls lay shattered, and the statue of the land deity had long lost its head, leaving only the gleaming pillars standing tall. Let us warm ourselves first. The person who lit the fire must have stepped away. The meat is cooked. They should still be nearby, probably gathering firewood. Ling Hu Chu rubbed his hands together before the flames, unable to resist licking his lips as he murmured, "Let us eat a piece of meat. If we pay a bit, they shouldn't mind." Although Luo Chuan had eaten something while driving after running through the night, he too felt a pang of hunger. Coupled with the chilly rain earlier, he was in urgent need of some warmth. That he checked his pocket and found some money left, but eating someone else's food before paying felt rather impolite. "How about this? You eat first, and I'll step outside and call out a few times to inform the owner that I'll cover the cost." Luo Chuan pursed his lips, wrapped himself in the jacket, and stepped to the door. Outside, the rain had stopped, but it felt even colder. Standing in the original courtyard of the temple, he called out a few times, but no one responded. It seemed that the person who had kindled the fire had ventured quite far. Reluctantly, Luo Chuan turned back to re-enter the temple, only to find that Ling Hu Chu, who had been roasting by the fire moments earlier, had vanished. Chapter 53. Bewilderment. The bonfire continued to flicker with its orange flames, the pine oil in the wood crackling rhythmically. Aside from a missing piece of roasted meat from the iron spikes, everything in the temple appeared normal. Yet Ling Hu Chu had completely disappeared, along with his backpack. Ling Hu? Luo Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping in. He was just outside the temple's main door. Certainly, Ling Hu Chu had not exited through the front. Could it be that he had slipped out the back? But it had only been a minute or two, And how could such a large piece of roasted meat have been consumed so quickly? Moreover, even if he intended to leave, wouldn't he have at least said something to me? It made no sense for him to sneak away, unless he had something to hide. The more Luo Chuan pondered, the stranger the situation seemed. He circled around the altar and made his way to the back of the main hall. This area was even more dilapidated, filled with broken bricks and tiles. The back door had vanished, and cobwebs adorned the space. The layer of red moss had grown over the blue bricks, speckled like blood flowing through the ground. "Old Four," Luo Chuan called out softly towards the door, when suddenly a shadow darted past. It was difficult to make out, grayish-white, and appeared somewhat furry, hopping along and seeming to grin at him. There was no time to think. He hurriedly pursued it. He was uncertain if it was Ling Hu Chu, but this figure moved with incredible speed, unlike an ordinary person. Upon exiting the door, a chilling wind struck his face. The surrounding crickets, grasshoppers, and all the frogs and insects seemed to sense a looming danger and fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the air. Though they were still within the same forest, the pines visible from the back door were all crooked and misshapen, none standing tall and straight. The wild grass and bushes emitted a faint blue glow, resembling a fantastical world detached from reality. "Ling Hu, can you hear me?" Just as Luo Chuan's words fell, a chilling giggle echoed from the left corner of the wall. "Hee hee, ha ha." The laughter resembled the ghastly cackle of a dying old woman, sending shivers down his spine, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. Luo Chuan quietly drew a knife from his bag, lightening his footsteps as he approached. Unbeknownst to him, a thin sheen of cold sweat had the sinister visage was perfectly aligned with his direction, their gazes locking in a confrontation that bridged the chasm between life and death, evoking an indescribable sense of shock and dread. Alas, Luo Chuan could no longer suppress his emotions and let out a piercing scream. His body trembled, his eyes glistened with moisture, and a surge of hatred surged through his mind. Meanwhile, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corner ahead. The murderer! It must be the fleeing killer. Luo Chuan yearned to advance and place Ling Hu Chu down, yet he could not turn a blind eye to the assailant. At this moment, nothing was more paramount than apprehending the murderer. He pressed himself against the ancient temple's wall, hastily making his way forward. As he rounded a corner, he found himself in the front courtyard. The yard lay in eerie silence, devoid of any figures, though within the temple, he could distinctly hear the sound of heavy breathing. Who? The adversaries seemed to be taking deep breaths, as if preparing for a final counterattack. Luo Chuan swallowed hard, gripping the cleaver tightly and positioning it defensively in front of his chest, inching forward cautiously. The two parties were merely separated by a wall. Luo Chuan could sense that the adversary lurked just behind the door, preparing for the ultimate hunt, just as he was. Either he would dispatch the foe with a single blow, or he would meet the same fate as Ling Hu Chu. His heart raced like a drum, threatening to burst from his chest. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and a wave of inexplicable fear and agitation threatened to drive him to madness. At last, he stealthily reached the threshold of the main entrance. Luo Chuan clenched his sweat-drenched hand, gearing up for a desperate struggle. Yet at that very moment, a tremor emanated from his bosom. Instinctively, he reached to feel, discovering that the 3 dice in his pocket had begun to roll on their own. It seemed they too sensed the impending danger. Luo Chuan mused internally, yet the arrow was knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. He had to act now. Otherwise, Ling Hu Chu's death would be shrouded in incomprehensible obscurity. Though they had known each other for merely 2 hours, the bond of gentlemen is forged in mutual respect, and he owed the deceased an explanation. "Damn it, I shall see who you are. I shall fight you to the end." Luo Chuan roared as he brandished the cleaver and leaped forth. Simultaneously, from behind the wall, a creature with a rabbit's face sprang into view. This vile being wore a sinister grin, its wrinkled face coated in gray fur, and 2 large fangs protruded from its 3-slit mouth, marred by traces of blood. Fury surged within him like a raging torrent, and Luo Chuan bellowed, swinging his cleaver toward the creature. But just then, a gust of wind swept past his ear, followed by 3 sharp cracks. 1 coin struck the cleaver, another hit the window's frame, and the last landed on the rabbit-faced creature. The cleaver rang out sharply, clattering to the ground, while the window frame buzzed ominously. Luo Chuan felt a tremor coursing through him, as if awakening from a nightmare. He suddenly felt drained of strength, his eardrums ached, and his vision blurred. After a moment, his focus gradually returned to his astonishment. The figure before him was not the rabbit-faced creature at all, but, in fact, Ling Huchu. After being struck by the coin, Ling Huchu was in agony, clutching his head and wailing. Who struck me? You wretched beasts! Why do you seek to slay an innocent person? If you have the courage, come at me. Ling Huchu! Ling Hu! You're not dead? Luo Chuan shook his head vigorously, striving to regain composure. How can it be you? Luo Chuan. In his agony, Ling Huchu staggered slightly and finally opened his eyes. The moment he laid eyes on Luo Chuan, his expression mirrored Luo Chuan's own disbelief. His eyes were bloodshot, akin to a lion just calming down from a fit of rage. Luo Chuan. How can it be you? Weren't you hanged from the tree outside? Did they not kill you? At that moment, Luo Chuan realized that both he and Ling Huchu had been ensnared in a trance that it was utterly astonishing, beyond belief that he recalled that the Pawnshop often dealt with malevolent artifacts. And long ago, his master had instructed him in the art of mental fortitude, aimed at preventing him from falling prey to the charms of evil spirits. Thus, over the years, he had encountered many sinister entities, but had never succumbed to their enchantments. He never anticipated that today he would be made a fool of like a jester. He glanced up at the temple. There was no bonfire, only a pile of ancient ashes. Additionally, there were 2 wooden sticks with struggling toads impaled upon them. Is this roasted meat? Ling Huchu slapped his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment. So it seems we've been ensnared in an illusion since we first spotted the fire. What manner of sorcery is this? So potent in its allure. And where did the coins come from? Had it not been for the sudden attack of these coins, we might have ended up slaughtering one another. Luo Chuan reached out to retrieve the coin embedded in the window frame. The Shangui coin bore an inscription of slay demons and dispel evil, along with a series of characters, while the reverse showcased a Bagua design. In that moment, he felt both astonished and elated. Master, my master has arrived. The various uses of talismans in folklore, such as invoking good fortune, averting disaster, and dispelling malevolence, were well known to him. From a young age, Luo Chuan had adeptly wielded these coins, entirely learning from his master. Each year, the Darel Pawnshop would receive a batch of these coins, serving as both weapons for the master and apprentice, as well as tools to suppress the many malevolent entities within the temple. Luo Chuan was entirely convinced that this Baguashan Gui coin was indeed his master's personal possession. Chapter 54. Second rank Yuangfi Master. Where are you? The moment he saw the Shangui coin, the weight in Luo Chuan's heart finally lifted, and he felt a sense of ease wash over him. Outside the courtyard, an ancient pine swayed gently, and a figure leaped down from it with the agility of a monkey. Young master, you have committed 3 errors. Despite his age, Yu Xuanfeng moved with remarkable agility, traversing low walls and tall trees, as if walking on flat ground. Upon entering the courtyard, he stated, First, your original position in the depression meant you could not see the temple's fire through the dense foliage. Second, in the depths of the mountains, you should not have ventured out of the courtyard alone. Third, and most importantly, when you consistently sense that events are developing in a peculiar manner, you must first recite the purification incantation to ascertain your own clarity of mind. Never allow yourself to drift into a state of subconsciousness, overly trusting in your own perception, that I have reminded you of this many times, yet your impetuous nature has led you to neglect it. Luo Chuan felt a twinge of shame upon hearing this. Indeed, the oddities he had encountered earlier, returning to find Ling Huchu missing, hearing strange laughter, and witnessing Ling Huchu hanging from a tree, should have raised suspicions. With so many irregularities, why had he not contemplated the possibility of being ensnared in an illusion? Your master is quite remarkable. Ling Huchu praised Luo Chuan in a whisper. Indeed, my master is the most meticulous person I have ever encountered. Luo Chuan replied with pride. Once, a man came to sell ancient coins, bringing a small cloth bag brimming with them, and my master instructed him to pour the coins onto the table for inspection. assessing their quality and pricing. After determining a total of 217 coins, he calculated the price and requested the seller to return the coins to the bag for safekeeping at the counter. I held the bag while the seller packed it, and my master fetched the money from the inner chamber. Just by the sound of the coins being packed, he deduced that 3 coins were missing from the bag. Later, when I emptied the bag to count, lo and behold, 3 Xuan de Tongbao coins were indeed missing. The seller had no choice but to retrieve them from his sleeve. It turned out he had attempted to stealthily pilfer the coins while we were distracted. Counting coins by sound is a skill beyond the capabilities of ordinary folk. It is a testament to one's keen auditory perception. Ling Huchu murmured, "A master produces excellent disciples. No wonder Luo Gu is so valiant." "Master, does this mean you have been following us all along?" "It was merely a chance encounter in that depression," Yu Xuanfeng replied, his gaze falling upon the coffin nails in Ling Huchu's hand. Ling Huchu hurriedly tucked away the nails, smiling as he said, "My apologies, senior. I was momentarily dazed and nearly used this nail to injure Luo Chuan. I am Ling Huchu, traveling northward. I am grateful for your assistance just now, which averted a grave mistake." "Ling Huchu, are you from Jiaozhou?" No, I hail from Jizhou." "Oh." Yu Xuanfeng nodded, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at Ling Huchu. Then suddenly spoke. "The 3 rivers once flowed from ancient times, moving south and north, meandering about. The mountain passes are all dragon headlands, and the swirling winds open 100 veins." Ling Huchu was taken aback and instinctively responded, "The mountains of Daitong and the 4 symbols count. The heavy passes subtly align with the Bagua cards, seeking the blessing of the dragon's land, turning evil into good. Heaven embraces it. Old sir, could it be you also possess knowledge of the art of yin and yang?" Yu Xuanfeng shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I cannot claim to understand. I merely know a thing or two. If the young brother is interested, you are welcome to accompany us back to Yun City for a conversation. We would be honored to extend our hospitality. That would be most delightful, and it would be an honor indeed." Ling Huchu clapped Luo Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Just in time, Luo Gu owes me a hot pot meal. I must experience the culinary delights of Yun City." Luo Chuan regarded his master with curiosity. His master was typically cautious and seldom initiated social interactions with strangers. However, it seemed that he regarded Ling Huchu with a certain favoritism, and he had been fixated on Ling Huchu's coffin nails not long ago. Yet, as the master had mentioned, they required coffin nails that were 8 inches long, while Ling Huchu's were at most 6. Just as they were speaking, a loud thud echoed as something was tossed into the courtyard. They then witnessed Ding Laosi vaulting over the dilapidated wall and leaping inside. Yu Xuanfeng, accompanied by 2 others, approached, and Luo Chuan was astonished to discover that the creature Ding Laosi had thrown in was the very same bizarre entity, resembling a rabbit that he had encountered on his journey to Beishan Town. Now that it was in close proximity, he realized that it was indeed a person, albeit one of diminutive stature, with limbs resembling those of a human. Yet its face bore an unsettling grin. Reminiscent of an ugly rabbit. "It's him," both Luo Chuan and Ling Huchu exclaimed in unison. The figure that had appeared as a murderer in their eyes during their earlier conflict now had this very visage. This was actually a grave robber who had been killed by a flying corpse and subsequently had his body desecrated, resulting in this grotesque transformation. Such a desecration is most feared by 2 types of animals, the black cat and the yuanfu, which refers to a rabbit. Have you heard of the infamous cat-faced old lady incident in Harbin? It involved an elderly woman who had passed away, and due to her family's negligent she resorted to divination using tiger bone dice. And the result revealed the Lin hexagram 3 consecutive times, indicating that it was ill-advised to venture outside. Consequently, his confidant Yang Xiao advised him to exercise patience, suggesting it would be wiser to close the doors to guests. However, after indulging in drink, Chao Ji forgot the omen and recklessly drove out, leading to an incursion at Sima Gate, which sparked gossip throughout the court and incurred the wrath of the returning Wei King, resulting in his loss of proximity to the position of heir apparent. Did these dice move just now? Luo Chuan pondered, recalling the moment earlier when he and Ling Huchu were entranced, nearly turning against each other. Indeed, the dice had spun in his pocket. A quality talisman is akin to a cat or a dog. Upon the first realization of its owner's foolishness, it might dismiss it as an anomaly. However, upon the second and third instances, it would lose interest in play. By the fourth or fifth occurrence, it may even join the ranks of mockery, or seek to abandon its master in search of a new one. The interpretation of 3 6s is abundant, and in the context of the lesser 6 run, 6 signifies an omen of emptiness, already foretelling great misfortune, as, oh, it is. Luo Chuan caressed the dice, silently wishing that this talisman had yet to perceive him as a fool. The 4 of them, having satiated their hunger and warmed themselves, retraced their steps along the incense-laden temple path. After an hour, they reached a fork in the road and found their carriage by the time dawn approached. They had entered Yin City. The master and Ding Shishu proceeded directly to the horse market street, where they intended to transact some items. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan returned to the shop with Ling Hu Chu. As he opened the shop door, before he could invite Ling Hu Chu to sit, a feeble voice called from behind. "Hello, could you take a look at this item? Would you be willing to purchase it?" Chapter 56. The one who carries ghosts. The voice was extremely weary, and from its timbre, Luo Chuan initially assumed it belonged to a middle-aged man of at least 50. To his surprise, upon turning around, he encountered a gaunt young man in his 20s, clad in denim and worn travel shoes, with long hair yet maintaining cleanliness. The boy appeared disheveled. However, upon closer inspection, Luo Chuan instinctively took 2 steps back. In broad daylight, the young man bore a wisp of dark mist upon his shoulders. Ling Hu Chu, who stood before the counter assessing the pawnshop, was equally taken aback, frowning and exchanging a glance with Luo Chuan. "Hello, could you help me ascertain the value of this?" The young man's voice snapped Luo Chuan from his momentary daze. Luo Chuan reached out to take the item from the young man, casually inquiring, "Buddy, you look a bit worn out. Why not come in and have a seat?" The boy hesitated, scanning the pawnshop's counter before politely declining. "I'm not tired, so I won't go in." Luo Chuan examined the object in hand, a jade longevity lock. No larger than a quail egg. The craftsmanship was decent, yet the material was rather ordinary, merely common sheen by jade. "Honestly, this isn't worth much. What did you intend to do with it?" The young man licked his cracked lips and replied with a bitter smile. "I know it's not worth a fortune. I just wanted to exchange it for a few meals. But I must clarify, I'm not selling it, nor am I pawning it for good. I plan to redeem it in a few days when I have the funds." Ling Hu Chu, pulling out a cigarette, offered one to the boy, remarking, "Your accent is quite distinctive, a blend of Central Plains with a hint of Northern Shandong." The boy thanked him, waving off the offer. "To be honest, you guessed correctly. I hail from the Central Plains and have spent quite some time in Northern Shandong. I arrived in Yin last year and am now in Yin City." "Traveling all these places? Was it for work?" The boy shook his head and remained silent. This item could fetch 500 to 600 on the market, but at a pawn shop, it would be halved. Observing his travel-worn appearance, Luo Chuan had no desire to profit off such a trivial item, so he prepared to offer 500 yuan. Just as he was about to retrieve the cash, he noticed a small symbol above the jade pendant, an intricate flame motif carved shallowly and minutely, easily overlooked if not examined closely. "Have you been to Yin City before?" "No, it's my first time." "Then where did you get this jade pendant?" "This is a keepsake from my mother," the boy replied, suddenly struck by realization. "Did you see something?" Luo Chuan did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "Did you notice the flame motif?" This was the emblem of He Bai Fong from years past in Yin City. The boy snatched the jade pendant back, exclaiming in excitement, "Yes, it must be Yin City. No wonder it feels so familiar since I arrived here." Thank you. I won't pawn after all." He bowed repeatedly to Luo Chuan and dashed away. "Hey, aren't you still hungry? I have some bread. Want a bite?" But the boy was deaf to his words, bouncing away with the exuberance of a child released from school. "Interesting fellow," Luo Chuan remarked, watching the boy disappear into the alley. "Interesting, what normal person would dare to carry a ghost around?" Ling Hu Chu chimed in. "Do you think he knows he's being haunted?" "Of course. What leads you to that conclusion?" Luo Chuan shrugged. "When I invited him into the shop, he glanced at my counter and noticed the statue of the wealth god and the 3-legged golden toad, which made him hesitate. This indicates he is aware of the presence of the supernatural and wishes to avoid conflict." The two exchanged a few more words, then dismissed the incident from their minds. People in this world are of all sorts, and the affairs of the world are equally varied, especially in a pawn shop where the fervor of any event seldom lingers beyond 30 minutes. By noon, Yu Xuanfeng and Ding Shishu returned. From the master's demeanor, Luo Chuan discerned that they had fetched a good price for their items. Indeed, the master proposed a gathering to treat everyone, and the group called upon to Xiong and Xiaowu, heading to the lamb hot pot at Sanyang. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the conversation flowed, and Luo Chuan finally seized the opportunity to recount the most bizarre encounter from the previous night, the mysterious group they had encountered deep within the forest. Master, what do you think those people were? Human or ghost? You encountered them yesterday. Lao Ding frowned. We were also in the woods. How did we miss them? I sensed they were there for the flying corpse. Swiftly dispatching it and departing. They came and went like a dream. Could it be them? Lao Ding glanced at Yu Xuanfeng, hesitating to speak. Why Yu Xuanfeng maintained a stoic expression, asking, what was peculiar about their arrival? Ling Hu Chu interjected. The forest was astir, the wind swirling the mist, creating an atmosphere as if the entire woods were suppressed. Oh, and they were playing a simple yet memorable tune as they came. Was it this melody? Ding Shishu tapped the table with his chopsticks, humming a few notes. Luo Chuan was taken aback. This grave robber, Ding Shishu, possessed a keen ear for music and a lovely voice. Though he merely hummed, it was imbued with a distinct charm. Indeed, that est the melody. Luo Chuan and Ling Hu Chu exclaimed in unison. Huang Zhongjiao, Ding Shishu blurted out, his expression a mix of excitement and something else. Master, what is Huang Zhongjiao? Do not ask. Yu Xuanfeng suddenly appeared displeased, pouring half a cup of wine into the trash bin, coldly stating, Young master, keep your distance from such individuals in the future. At least for now, you should steer clear of them. The master, usually affable, must have had a strong reason to garner such fervent concern for Luo Chuan. The latter rarely witnessed his master in such a serious moment, especially in the presence of Ling Hu Chu and Xiong. Nevertheless, he nodded obediently. He did not dare defy his master, for he had been cared for more meticulously than a father since childhood. After their meal, Lao Ding and Yu Xuanfeng whispered to each other, seemingly with other matters to discuss. Allowing Luo Chuan and the others to leave first on the way back, Ling Hu Chu murmured, Don't you think your master reacted a bit excessively? You merely asked a question, whether he knew or not. Why the anger? Ah, my master is simply that kind of person. He never hides his emotions from me, that he is mostly concerned about my well-being. No, I think your master likely knows who those people are, Luo Chuan mused. He was not naive. He understood his master was withholding information from him. Yet he believed that his master refrained from revealing everything because the timing was not right. As they conversed, they arrived at the shop's entrance. Their astonishment. The young man they had seen that morning was once again seated outside. The sun was setting, and as Luo Chuan squinted, he could finally discern what the boy was carrying on his back. A severely burned girl. Her expression hauntingly chilling. Chapter 57. She is my sister. Though the young man appeared exhausted, a polite smile betrayed his helplessness, yet it also reflected sincerity. In stark contrast, the girl on his back was not only hideous but bore a fierce gaze. Crouched upon the boy's back, she resembled a singular body that sprouted two heads. As Luo Chuan and the others approached, she menacingly extended her scarred neck, glaring at them with such ferocity that it sent chills down their spines. A few of them instinctively halted, yet the young Wu, merely 7 or 8 years of age and still a delicate child, perceived the unseen without the aid of any mystical sight. Remarkably, he felt no fear. Instead, he foolishly ambled over to greet the young man. Big brother, is that your sister? Is she unwell? Why, isn't she coming down to play? Luo Chuan shot a glance at Daxiong, who appeared utterly bewildered. Having no inkling of the situation, he hurried forward to pull Wu back into the shop. The tall boy, feeling somewhat awkward, huddled beneath the eaves of the pawn shop, whispering, Big brother, may I stay here for the night? Though not absolute, Luo Chuan sensed that this person was not inherently malevolent. However, a pawn shop is no ordinary place. It shuns the living, the sinister, and the unknown, and no one could ascertain his origins, especially considering he bore a ghost upon his back, an unsettling reality that Luo Chuan could not ignore. Brother, I must apologize, but this is a pawn shop that it is neither proper nor permissible for you to sleep beneath my window. How about this? Come inside and rest on the sofa at the counter for a while. Upon hearing Luochuan's offer, the youth awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Yet after glancing inside the shop, he shook his head, lifting his tattered satchel in resignation, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Ling Hu reached into his pocket, producing 100 yuan and handing it over. The ground is damp. This should suffice for a modest inn. However, the young man did not hesitate, expressing gratitude while firmly declining that I appreciate your kindness, but I am not a beggar. I cannot accept money without reason. You continue your business. I can find another place to sleep. Though Luochuan harbored reservations about the girl he carried, he felt a pang of compassion for the young man. If you wish not to accept this money freely, you may leave the jade pendant with me as collateral for the time being. When you have the means, you can return to redeem it. Unexpectedly, the young man refused once more. He placed a hand over his heart, shook his head, and turned to depart. Luochuan watched the ghostly figure behind him, which turned menacingly, baring its teeth in a threatening manner, and could not help but murmur, what binds this ghost to him? They say that spirits cling to the living for a reason. Could she be tied to him in some way? I, for one, prefer not to dwell on the worst possibilities. Ling Hu replied with a smile, in this world, the unpleasant often outweighs the pleasant. Thus, when envisioning a scenario, one should endeavor to think positively. This way, one can find solace. Take this man and his ghost, for instance. Perhaps their bond is simply one of profound closeness. Yet the dilemma remained. What kind of closeness could exist between a 20-year-old man and a girl of merely a few years? Furthermore, to traverse the world with a ghost on his back could not bode well. Even if his vitality remained intact, his luck would surely dwindle. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted at the alley's entrance. Luochuan instinctively rushed forward, discovering a delivery truck had crashed into a lamppost. The young man stood trembling beside it. The truck billowed black smoke, as if on the brink of exploding, while the driver and pedestrians fled in panic. He had narrowly escaped death. Was this misfortune or perhaps a stroke of luck? Luochuan dashed forward, grasping the boy and pulling him away, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and move." In an instant, the ghost on the boy's back transformed into a fearsome visage. Elongating its neck and snarling at Luochuan, it bore a striking resemblance to the mythical head snake, weaving back and forth as it tested the air around the boy's shoulder. This time, Luochuan did not relent. He glared back, his eyes cold and resolute, fingers poised to unleash the 5 thunder talisman at any moment. Seconds later, the grotesque girl, appearing both sinister and timid, retracted her neck but continued to glare at Luochuan with disdain and vigilance. "Come with me," Luochuan commanded, pulling the young man toward a shop that I am not one to meddle in others' affairs. But since you have approached my door twice today, I must inquire. Who are you? And who is she? Seeing Luochuan's serious demeanor, Ling Hu assumed a supportive role, gesturing for the boy to sit on the steps. "Brother, don't be anxious. Sit down and speak slowly we are looking out for your best interests." As they say, being entangled with stolen goods is akin to feeding a tiger with one's own flesh. It is only a matter of time before disaster strikes. If you can clarify your situation, I could easily help you rid yourself of that ill fortune. "Please no," the young man exclaimed, his face filled with worry. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly sat down and whispered, "Can you see her?" "Of course. Is she all right?" Luochuan furrowed his brow, retorting, "What do you mean you cannot see her? How do you know there is something malevolent about you? I could see her before I turned 12. After that, she vanished from my sight, but I know she is still here. Who is she? Why does she cling to you? After all this time, hasn't she harmed you? Or do you possess some kind of sorcery that binds her to you?" The young man shook his head, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. "None of that. She is my sister." Both Luochuan and Ling Hu were taken aback, their instinctive response a mixture of disbelief. After all, the ghost appeared to be but a small girl. However, upon reflection, the boy had mentioned seeing her before the age of 12. Perhaps she had perished in her youth? She would never harm me. She is my sister, though we inhabit different realms. We are each other's only kin. Please do not trouble her. I beg you. Why do you carry her with you everywhere? You must realize that even if she means you no harm, Your untrained body may still suffer from her negative energy. That is inconsequential. It pales in comparison to the suffering she has endured. She is no one but me. If I abandon her, she will drift like the wind without a home. Luo Chuan found himself utterly perplexed. What could he possibly hope to achieve? Who would not desire peace for their deceased sister? What sister would not wish for her brother's well-being? Suddenly, recalling the boy's earlier remarks, a thought crossed his mind. Brother, you wouldn't be searching for your family, would you? The young man sat there, rubbing his hands together, a benevolent smile gracing his face. However, upon hearing the question, his tears flowed freely, and in an instant his face was drenched. Ling Hu Chu timely offered him a cigarette, which this time he accepted. Yet after just one puff, he erupted into a fit of coughing. Brother, take it easy. The world's scenery varies for everyone. What shall I call you? I actually don't have a proper name. I vaguely recall my mother calling me Abeo, but that was many years ago. After a moment of silence, the weary young man began to recount his story. Chapter 58. The past experience as the young man held the cigarette, gazing into the distance, as if striving to unearth the faded memories in his mind that on the evening of the incident. I cried for a treat called donkey rolling that my father then sent my sister out. She scolded me for being greedy, insisting that if I wanted something, I should fetch it myself, that I was 5 years old. And my sister was 7.5. I felt proud, knowing that my father favored me slightly more, so I often teased my sister. After she left, I followed her outside, laughing and making faces at her from the alleyway. Just as I was about to return home, I suddenly saw a van pull up beside her, and someone grabbed her at the same time. A man, heavily bundled in a scarf and hat, dashed out from a nearby alley, scooped up my sister, and threw her into the van. I shouted for them to let her go and rushed toward them. The two men, startled, attempted to flee in the vehicle. But upon noticing my pursuit and cries, the well-covered man jumped out and struck me hard. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Only one man remained in the van. The man in the hat had vanished. At that age, my memories became somewhat muddled. All I recall is that whenever we cried, he would hit us and even jab us with a pin. We traveled for over a day before finally stopping in a village. When the door opened, a crowd had gathered outside. Two mourning figures pulled my sister from a van. She held me tightly, crying while they struck her face. That was how my sister and I were separated, but I made sure to remember the village's entrance, where a grinding stone stood beside a large locust tree. After driving for another half hour, we arrived at another village. Later, I learned that my abduction had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the people who bought me were also found in haste. Their home was little more than a cattle shed, lacking windows, filled with straw, and so impoverished that we only had watery rice porridge for every meal. Yet they paid 3,000 yuan for me. That night, while they slept, I managed to escape. Guided by my dim recollections, I raised my voice, crying and causing quite a stir. My sister, clad in a vibrant red outfit yet wearing a white hat, rushed out. Upon seeing me, she shouted, "Brother, save me! I do not wish to marry a dead person. I long to return home." Yet, she was swiftly captured and taken back by that family. That I, too, was bound with ropes and brought back to my foster family. From that moment on, they tethered me, only releasing my hands and feet during meal times. That a long time passed, perhaps 2 or 3 months. They noticed my silence and assumed I had become obedient, so they set me free. However, that very night, I ran away once more. Yet, when I reached the place where my sister had been sold, the house lay in ashes, and my cries echoed like thunder. When my buyer arrived, he informed me that my sister had set the fire, taking her own life along with her in-laws. Urging me to abandon all hope, and I pleaded with them to allow me to stay there for a day and night to bid farewell to my sister, promising that I would never run away again. The buyer consented and even purchased incense and joss paper for me. That night, as I burned the paper, I saw my sister. Though her appearance had deteriorated, I felt no fear. She remained silent and motionless. Later, I learned that her buyer had purchased her for a posthumous marriage to their deceased to prevent her from escaping. They had broken one of her legs and stuffed a piece of charcoal in her mouth to keep her from reporting them. My sister, though young, possessed a fiery spirit, and she ignited a blaze. After that, She followed me to the age of 10. Both my foster parents passed away, prompting me to leave and search for my true home. I vividly remembered my sister's last words to me. She wished to return home, but I was still too young, retaining only the memory of my original home, where it would snow in winter. Not far from our door stood a railway track, and we lived in a dark tiled house tucked away in an alley. From the Central Plains to northern Shandong, and then to Shaanxi, I traveled to Yan City. At first, my sister did not speak, yet I could see her and felt accompanied. However, after I turned 12, I could no longer see her, though I knew she remained with me. Luo Chuan felt a heavy knot in his heart, while Ling Hu Chu beside him had already used an entire roll of tissue. Old for, who would have thought that when confronting the black-haired zombie, you appeared as a butcher, yet in reality, you are a man of sentiment. What do you mean by that? Something has gotten into my eyes, he replied, that a tearful Bao smiled and said, since arriving in Cloud City, I have felt a sense of familiarity, especially during last evening's thunderstorm, which struck me as oddly reminiscent. Later, the gentleman recognized that my jade pendant came from a renowned craftsman in Cloud City, which delighted me, as it suggested that my home might very well be Cloud City. After so many years, I finally felt close to home. By the way, since I mentioned that the pendant originated from Hebai Fong, did you not inquire about it? When I went there, they assumed I was a buyer. Upon realizing I merely wanted to ask about the pendant's origin, they became somewhat displeased, stating it was an item from years ago, and they had no knowledge of its provenance. It seems this lead has been severed. I shall continue my search slowly. Wait for me. I will take you along. Luo Chuan turned and entered the pawn shop, hastily retrieving something from the back room before rushing out to his surprise, just as he emerged. His master and Ding Shirshu returned. Master, I went out to handle a matter. Go on. Yu Xuanfeng nodded and suddenly called out to Ling Hu Chu. Ling Hu, you need not accompany him. Let us have a chat. There are some matters regarding the underworld that I would like to consult you about. Ling Hu Chu had intended to go with Luo Chuan, as he was quite concerned about Bao's background. But since his elder had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to refuse and decided to stay. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan drove Bao directly to the flagship store of Hebai Fong in Cloud City. Using Dong Daming's car, Bao entered first, and 4 salespeople immediately surrounded him. But upon recognizing him, they displayed impatience. Did I not tell you? If you are not buying anything, do not come in to inquire. One of them huffed, and standing there looking so shabby, you are affecting our store's image. What image does your store have? Luo Chuan parked the car, opened the door, and retorted coldly, is it the image of sycophancy or arrogance? Dressed in your little suits, who knows if you're not just covered in animal fur underneath? Who are you? How dare you insult us? What's wrong with insulting you? You say if you're not buying, do not come in, and one might think this business belongs to you lot. Luo Chuan scoffed, choosing amphibians for a beauty contest, and you frogs think you're the champions? Your vision is quite limited. With you at Hebai Fong, it will surely go bankrupt one day. Upon hearing themselves referred to as frogs, the salespeople were furious. Who is making a racket? Those causing trouble. Get out. Oh, it's you again. At that moment, a large man with a thick neck and hands in his pockets emerged. When his gaze fell upon Luo Chuan, his expression instantly changed. Oh, isn't this Mr. Luo? What brings you here? My father has been mentioning you lately, saying you haven't visited in a while, that I'm not causing trouble. I was just about to leave. Luo Chuan replied, a smirk on his face as he glanced at the saleswoman. What do you mean by that? The stout man scratched his head. I would never dare to say that about you. You can come and go as you please. In fact, I welcome you wholeheartedly. Luo Chuan wasted no breath, gesturing for Bao to take out the jade pendant. Can you help me check if this item is yours, what year it might be from, and if there is a possibility of tracing the original buyer? The stout man suddenly wore a troubled expression. Mr. Luo, I've seen this piece. It indeed belongs to our shop, but with that design and symbol, it clearly dates back many years that's difficult to trace. Is it difficult or impossible to trace? It is indeed impossible to trace. Really? Well, then I won't trouble you any further. I shall turn to Mr. Yin instead. No, Mr. Luo, please don't go to my father. This item truly cannot be traced. Luo Chuan ignored him and walked away. Just then, an elderly man with white hair pushed the door open and entered. All the salespeople and staff quickly stood up, collectively greeting him as Old Yin. Yet the old man immediately spotted Luo Chuan, his face lighting up with delight. "Chuanzi, my young friend, it has been ages. What brings you to my store? Come, let's have a drink in the back. I have something interesting to show you." The old man took Luo Chuan's hand and personally led him to the reception room behind the store. The scene left the salespeople dumbfounded, exchanging glances and wondering who this person was to receive such hospitality from Old Yin. The stout man quietly scolded his colleagues. "Whom did you offend? Why provoke him? Not just you, but even I must treat him with courtesy, for he is a close friend of my father. They are quite fond of each other. Furthermore, he speaks the truth. You all have such high aspirations but lack the skills. One might truly think He Bai Fong was established by you." Once in the reception room, the old man hurriedly requested that his two newly crafted pieces be brought to him. The larger piece was a pine and crane sculpture carved from an entire block of jade, while the smaller was a concentric ball made from mutton fat jade. The old man was in high spirits, pouring tea for Luo Chuan while encouraging him to appreciate the craftsmanship. The bond between Luo Chuan and the old man stemmed from a chance encounter where the old man discovered Luo Chuan's exceptional talent for jade. These two pieces were the epitome of meticulous artistry. The pine and crane, symbolizing longevity, was exquisitely crafted, with every stroke vividly brought to life. The design was impeccable. However, if asked which piece I preferred, I would say the delicate concentric ball was even more impressive. The essence of jade carving lies in subtlety, revealing intricacy. This is true mastery. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary concentric ball. But upon closer inspection, when the inner and outer spheres align, they reveal the character for home. The theme of home resonates perfectly. It is simply a masterwork. From the old man's expression, it was evident that Luo Chuan's words had struck a chord with him. "Chuanzi, oh Chuanzi, among all the jade connoisseurs who have visited, you are the first to grasp my intention. At my age, I no longer care for fame or fortune. Only home holds significance for me, I have often said. If you were not working in the pawn shop, I would gladly pass the He Bai Fong signboard to you." Luo Chuan chuckled. "Old sir, you jest. I'm hardly fit for such a role. The banner of He Bai Fong should still be held by your young master Yin." The stout man, overhearing Luo Chuan's words, felt a surge of gratitude. "Excuse me, who is this young man? I do not believe I have seen him before." The old man, having concluded his excitement, finally noticed a bow in the room. Luo Chuan introduced a bow. "This is Mr. Yin Wenjua, one of the most renowned jade carving masters in Cloud City, and even the entire North. We need to consult him about your situation. Oh Chuanzi, do you have something to discuss with me?" Luo Chuan produced the jade pendant, stating solemnly, "This young man is a new friend of mine. He was abducted in his childhood, and this jade pendant is the only proof of his identity. For years, he has traveled far and wide in search of his true home. You see, it aligns perfectly with the theme of your concentric ball. The jade carvings from He Bai Fong, if they could lead a kidnapped child back home, would truly embody the original intention behind your establishment of the Jade Workshop, harmonizing as a family. Just now, young Master Yin mentioned he would gladly assist me in tracing the origins of this piece." Upon hearing this, the rotund man beside us, who had been drawn into the conversation, was visibly frightened, fearing that Luo Chuan would cast him in a negative light. However, upon hearing Yan's words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, the elder Yin promptly rose, eagerly examining the jade pendant as he exclaimed, "Oh, indeed, it appears to be from our family. If this can aid in the search, would that not be a fortuitous opportunity for He Bai Fong?" Turning to his son, he added, "I am delighted that you have agreed to help. It shows progress. Quickly, go and investigate our old accounts. Over the years, everything we sold, regardless of size or value, is meticulously recorded. Make sure to look closely. Old master, how is your leg injury these days?" Luo Chuan did not rush to attend to his own matters, instead helping the elders sit down again. This ailment will likely accompany me to the grave. In my youth, I was reckless, playing with gunpowder, and inadvertently shot myself with a sulfur-laden shot in my calf. Now, I suffer from excruciating pain every few days, and sometimes I must use a wheelchair." The elder gently rolled up his pant leg, revealing a dark red scar on his calf, from which a greasy yellow fluid oozed. "This is the poison from the gunshot. There is a remedy. It requires something extremely cold to draw out the poison. Luo Chuan casually extended his hand, retrieving a jade pendant wrapped in yellow cloth. The elder curiously accepted it, glancing at it with astonishment. A jade pendant. This craftsmanship must date back to before the Liao and Yuan dynasties. Nearly 700 or 800 years ago. Chuanzi, such an item is rare indeed. Most have found their way in museums, and those few remaining are seldom disturbed. Experience speaks volumes. You recognized it at a glance. Well, I know this item is beneficial to me, yet I have no means to acquire it. Chuanzi, I am deeply grateful for your thoughtfulness. Name your price. Luo Chuan stood up, stating, "What talk of money? This is a gift for you. However, I must insist on one condition. This yellow cloth must remain unopened. Just as it is, when the poison is gone, you may return it to me. My leg is indeed saved. If only you were my son." Chuanzi, yes, they exited the reception room. The corpulent young master, Yin, repeatedly bowed to Luo Chuan. "Young Master Chuan, it is indeed you who possesses such generosity. In comparison to you, I find myself lacking. In the future, should you require anything, just say the word, and I shall see it done. Young Master Yin, you are far too courteous. However, I am curious if this jade pendant can aid in my inquiry." "Absolutely, it must." The rotund man strode in the front hall, calling out, "Close the shop and ask all staff to assist me in searching the old accounts." Thus, over 30 individuals from He Baifeng diligently combed through the record from 15 to 20 years prior. In those years, over 3,000 small jade pendants made from spare materials had been sold. Each item bore a unique identification number, and through the position of the flame pattern, they ultimately confirmed that this particular piece had been sold to a woman named Yu Kaiwa. According to the records, her address was in the Chezhan Hudong on Qingguan Street. Mr. Luo, this is a record from 18 years ago. I wonder if the address is still accurate, the rotund man inquired. "Shall I investigate tomorrow and update you with any news?" "Never mind. You've already worked hard enough that I will handle the rest." Luo Chuan took the address and hurriedly left with a Bayo. Outside, dusk had fallen. And considering a Bayo might not have eaten, Luo Chuan purchased 2 baskets of buns, eating as he walked. "Mr. Luo, am I causing you too much trouble?" Luo Chuan glanced at him, then at the ominous shadow above him, still vigilant and menacing, and replied, "Who told you to engage with a rogue merchant? No need for formality. I consider it an act of accumulating virtue." Qingguan Street, located in the suburbs, had seen little change over the past decade. After driving for over half an hour, they located the old Chezhan Hutong. The old brick buildings remained, albeit in dilapidated condition, with no streetlights in sight. Abayo gazed outside, increasingly agitated, and even the shadow on his back grew silent. They looked out the window, as if searching for something lost. As Luo Chuan parked the car and applied the handbrake, he suddenly heard a knock on the window. Not paying much attention, he instinctively glanced over, only to find no one outside. However, just as he turned his gaze back, a face, grotesquely bloodied, suddenly appeared from the car roof. Chapter 60. The eerie family. Luo Chuan was indeed startled by this unexpected apparition, involuntarily leaning back in his seat. Yet the ghastly visage merely grinned maliciously, casting a sidelong glance at Abayo before vanishing. Meanwhile, Abayo's sister, the shadowy figure, surprisingly displayed a rare smirk. It seemed that the foul entities outside had sensed her presence, prompting them to investigate further. "Mr. Luo, thank you immensely. I have dreamt of this alley countless times, though the details have grown increasingly hazy. Now that I am here, I am absolutely certain it was here that my sister was taken from the street." Abayo exclaimed, visibly excited, his lips beginning to tremble. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment and replied calmly, "Abayo, I am pleased to assist you in finding your family. However, after 15 years, while some things may remain unchanged, many may have transformed. Prepare yourself psychologically. This world is rife with imperfections, and perfect scenarios are exceedingly rare. That I shall not accompany you inside. That alone fills me with gratitude. Thank you, on behalf of my sister and myself." Luo Chuan was uncertain whether Abayo grasped the weight of his words, but he stepped out of the car, preparing to watch him enter the alley. To his surprise, as soon as he exited the vehicle, he discovered that, despite it being only 6 or 7 in the evening. The narrow alleyway, merely 2 or 3 meters wide, was already shrouded in ghostly fog with eerie figures flitting about. Moreover, the air was thick with the kind of frost typical of late autumn, indicating a heavy presence of malevolence. Looking at Abeo, he noticed that his ghostly sister appeared increasingly alert, baring her teeth and adopting a fierce demeanor. Warning off the lurking spirits, it was evident that this place was far from peaceful. Abeo, wait, I will accompany you inside. Luo Chuan quickly shut the car door and walked alongside Abeo across the street into the alley. It was still early, with pedestrians present both inside and outside the alley. The spectral figures drifted about, avoiding interference with one another. Yet they were drawn to Abeo and his sister, either scrutinizing them or playfully probing. Abeo seemed oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, while his sister remained vigilant, fiercely defending him against any encroaching spirits. Though merely a wandering soul without any real power, her fearsome visage indeed deterred a significant number of malevolent entities. The alley was deep and shadowy, with a mixture of old and new buildings causing Abeo to struggle to recall his family's home. Luo Chuan asked several passers-by if they knew of a woman named Yu Kaiwa in the vicinity, but none recognized the name. Standing at the street corner, they felt a sense of aimlessness. The home was so close, yet the path remained elusive. Luo Chuan scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed an old shop with a hand-painted red sign, prompting him to enter. Inside, the shop featured an antiquated counter, dimly lit and filled with shadows. Behind the counter sat an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, casually cracking sunflower seeds while listening to a small speaker playing Peking opera. Initially, she greeted the newcomers warmly, but upon hearing Abeo's inquiry about a person, her expression shifted to one of reluctance as she waved her hand dismissively. It's getting dark. This is quite ominous. Despite Abeo's earnest attempts to engage her, she remained unresponsive. Observing this, Luo Chuan casually pointed to the most expensive cigarettes on a shelf, signaling his intention to buy a pack. The old woman chuckled as she handed it over, but upon hearing the payment, she pointed to a dilapidated door in the distance, saying, "That's the family you're looking for." Upon hearing this, Abeo dashed away. However, he did not catch the old woman muttering, "That family has been dead for over 10 years. Who would still be looking for them?" A chill ran down Luo Chuan's spine. Yet, watching Abeo race ahead, he remained silent. Upon reaching the dilapidated door, Luo Chuan was utterly stunned. This did not resemble a home, but rather a site of malevolent spirits. An overwhelming aura of dark energy engulfed the courtyard, with a thick black mist coiling above the roof, resembling a terrifying ghostly hand reaching from the ground, as if to drag the entire house into an endless abyss. A bone-chilling cold permeated the air, rendering it difficult to breathe even from outside the door. Outside the courtyard stood 2 dark elm trees, their gnarled branches swaying in the biting wind, while the main characters were a dozen or so grotesque figures, each more sinister than the last. They lurked on the eaves and walls, their menacing gazes fixed on the courtyard, exuding an intensely evil aura akin to vultures waiting to descend upon carrion. Beneath the eaves, however, lay a profusion of mugwort, peach tree branches, and dogwood twigs, with no fewer than 4 door god images affixed to the door. Was this not Abeo's home? How could there be so many malevolent spirits? Could it be that the overwhelming malice pervading the alley originated from this family? Even though it was Abeo's ghostly sister, she now shrank back, her spectral form quivering with trepidation as she surveyed her surroundings. Abeo, filled with a sense of unease, approached and timidly knocked on the door. After a prolonged wait, the gate finally creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol, his face flushed and ruddy. "Who is it?" "I'm in the middle of a meal." "What do you want?" He glanced at Abeo and Luo Chuan, his expression unchanged, indicating that Abeo had lost any semblance of significance in his eyes, in stark contrast. Abeo's eyes brimmed with tears, his lips quivered momentarily before he softly uttered, "Dad." The man paused, scratching his head in confusion, frowning as he replied, "No, who are you?" "Dad, I am Abeo," Abeo exclaimed. The man pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Abeo with newfound clarity, as if a realization dawned upon him. Just then, a brilliantly dressed woman approached, speaking animatedly. "Hey dear, who are you talking to?" Luo Chuan observed keenly as A Bao, on the verge of tears, nearly lunged forward to embrace the man, but instead was met by the face of a woman with a protruding jaw and excess flesh. Even Luo Chuan could discern that she could not possibly be A Bao's mother. There was not a single resemblance between them. A Bao stood frozen in disbelief at that moment. A boy of about 15, gnawing on a chicken leg, ambled over, grumbling, "Dad, are we eating or not? This person clearly has no sense." Knocking on the door during mealtime. The man was momentarily taken aback, his excitement flickering to life, but upon glancing at the woman beside him, he cleared his throat and said, "They say A Bao is long gone." "You claim to be A Bao. What proof do you have?" By now, A Bao had lost the fervor he once had. Mechanically, he produced the jade pendant from around his neck and stated flatly, "This was given to me by my mother. I have a sister named Hua Hua. We were both abducted together." The woman, now fully comprehending the situation, abruptly turned and stormed into the courtyard. The man rubbed his hands together awkwardly, gesturing, "Come inside to talk." Luo Chuan contemplated his presence and decided it unnecessary to enter, so he patted A Bao on the shoulder and said, "Cheer up. I must take my leave, Mr. Luo. Thank you, that I will express my gratitude properly another day." A Bao replied, his demeanor despondent as he stepped through the door at that moment. A sudden flash of white light burst forth from the center beam of the house, instantly striking A Bao's ghostly sister with an invisible force, sending her tumbling out of the courtyard. Luo Chuan then noticed that beneath the beam hung a formidable Bawa mirror. Each window's folding shutter was adorned with 8 small Taiji mirrors, which explained the presence of malevolent spirits swirling about. Yet none dared to intrude upon the premises. That it appeared that a skilled practitioner had arranged an exorcistic formation. Simultaneously, another man stumbled out of the house, appearing flustered as he made his way toward A Bao, his legs seemingly buckling beneath him, nearly causing him to fall several times. A Bao, you've returned? You're really back. What about your sister?" As he stood in the courtyard, every sinister entity around him grew agitated, baring their fangs and rushing forth, a chilling wind howling and an aura of malice radiating. Yet not one could approach, as the mirrors of the formation repelled them with beams of light, causing them to retreat with anguished cries. Luo Chuan intended to call out a warning to A Bao, but he had already entered the house. Exiting, Luo Chuan beheld A Bao's sister, now rendered mute and immobile, resembling a character from a video game, clinging to the threshold with her hands, her gaze filled with terror and resentment as she fixed her eyes upon the panicked man, emitting guttural growls akin to wild beasts. At that moment, her expression and stance bore a striking resemblance to a ghostly figure with an excess of limbs. Chapter 61. The master with a knife. Luo Chuan felt a chill wash over him, though it did not emanate from A Bao's sister, but rather from the home itself. What sort of family would establish an exorcistic formation beneath their eaves? He sighed and turned back. Ling Huchu had once said that the world was predominantly filled with repugnant elements. Thus, when envisioning a situation, one should strive to imagine it positively, for one's own peace of mind. Luo Chuan found merit in this notion, yet he was incapable of doing so. On his way back, he returned to the same old shop. As per his usual routine, he purchased the most expensive pack of cigarettes and gestured toward the distant gatekeeper, asking, "Andy, who is that knife-faced man in the courtyard?" "I just adore chatting with sensible folks like you." The sunflower seed munching ant handed Luo Chuan a handful of seeds and countered, "Are you related to their family?" Luo Chuan shook his head. "I suspected as much. That a handsome young man like you could hardly be linked to that family. For what you suggest, their character is not admirable. Indeed, the only decent person there is the lady of the house, Yu Kaiwa. Alas, 18 years ago, both of her children vanished without a trace, causing her to weep day and night. She first lost her sanity and later took her own life. Such a significant event must have caused quite a stir, I presume?" "Absolutely. Moreover, losing 2 children simultaneously sent the entire neighborhood into a frenzy, with parents keeping their children indoors for fear of the same fate. Yu Tsaiwa's husband, that Zhao Laoda, initially searched for them. But after 2 months without success, he gave up, drowning his sorrows in drink and taking it out on his wife. After Yu Tsaihua's death, merely 2 months passed before he found this current woman. What a rapid succession! Indeed, one might liken it to a stray dog which, after losing its pups, would still mourn for half a year. Yet one cannot entirely blame Zhao Laoda. It was mainly Zhao Lao'er who was the real scoundrel. Zhao Lao'er, the very knife-faced individual you just mentioned? Yes, that Zhao Lao'er has barely attended school and fancies himself a fortune-teller. Lazy and gluttonous, he used to make a living predicting fortunes for others. Births, deaths, weddings, funerals, you name it. He was the one who convinced his brother that Yukaiwa was a harbinger of misfortune for the Zhao family, asserting that the loss of the two children was entirely her fault. He told his brother not to grieve, claiming that a woman could be replaced and children could be born at what point one must wonder, can such a person even be considered human? This individual can predict fortunes? Who knows the truth of it? A few years back, people sought him out, but soon they abandoned him, citing his poor character. For the past few years, it's said he has fallen ill and has not left his yard. Despite living off his past, he seems to be doing well, enjoying ribs 3 times a week and fish twice. Luo Chuan nodded, extinguishing his cigarette, and inquired, aside from their 2 missing children, have there been other disappearances in this area over the years? Ah, young man, had you not brought it up, I wouldn't have realized. Just considering our alley alone, there have been 4 children gone missing over the years, and counting those from the front and back streets. Oh dear, if we include young women, the total would exceed 20 or 30 that are adults missing too. This is Qingwan Village, where many live in rented accommodations, making it a crowded and chaotic area. This figure doesn't even account for the transient tenants. To put it plainly, even disregarding the living, 10 years ago, when cremation was not yet mandated, old Lady Yang from the front street died and was buried in her family's orchard. The very next day, her coffin was opened and the body was gone. Would you not find that strange? Such occurrences are certainly bewildering to ordinary folk, yet for Luo Chuan, he had heard of such things before. Every person has their purpose, and corpses have their uses. Sometimes even ashes are stolen. When venturing out, one must be cautious, for their birth date and time should never be disclosed to irrelevant strangers. One might find themselves unwittingly marked as a ghost betrothed in the afterlife. Luo Chuan pocketed 2 packs of cigarettes and exited the store. He glanced at the courtyard, still illuminated, pondering whether Abao, having endured hardships for so many years, would finally find a good night's rest. He drove back to the pawnshop. As he entered the alley, he spotted Ding Shishu standing at the entrance. Ding Shu, what brings you here? Where is my master? Ding Shishu gestured for Luo Chuan to pull his car to the side and smiled. They're still drinking. I stepped out for some fresh air. Young master, shall we have a word? Luo Chuan realized that Ding Shishu was intentionally waiting for him, assuming Ding Laosi had something urgent to discuss privately. He parked the car and stepped forward, offering a cigarette. However, after a lengthy conversation, Ding Shishu spoke only of trivial matters. Luo Chuan found himself somewhat bewildered, but out of politeness, he refrained from interrupting. Yet, this also presented an opportunity, and he took the chance to voice his lingering questions to Ding Shishu. Ding Shu, regarding the encounter I had last night in Beishan Town with those figures, why did my master react so strongly? You seemed hesitant to speak. Do you know who they are? Ah, your master was only looking out for your well-being, wanting to shield you from unsavory path. Hey, as for those individuals, I've only heard rumors. It is said that a mysterious woman in red has emerged in the martial world these past few years. She appears and vanishes at will, materializing wherever malevolent spirits and demons wreak havoc, swiftly dispatching them. Of course, this is merely hearsay. No one has seen her true appearance, only that she is said to appear at midnight. Thus she is referred to as the Xianxing Saintess. Xianxing, after all, signifies the midnight hour. Thus, one might argue that this is not an act of great treachery or malevolence. Why then is it labeled as a deviation from the orthodox path? This eludes my comprehension. And you need not inquire further, for your master's intentions are solely for your benefit. And what, pray tell, is the significance of the Huangzhong tuning? Huangzhong is the fundamental tone within the 12 pitches of the Yang scale, characterized by its grand and resonant sound, serving as the benchmark for percussion instruments. As for the various interpretations of the Huangzhong tuning, they are manifold: Guqin, Guqing, Pipa, and Dizzy. Should the opportunity arise, I would be delighted to perform a piece for you. Luo Chuan observed Ding Shishu's jovial demeanor, treating it merely as jest, without giving it much thought. However, the unusual reticence of the old man today, coupled with his periodic glances back into the alley, suggested a deliberate attempt to delay matters. "Uncle Ding, are you truly untroubled? I am perfectly fine, merely engaging in casual conversation with you. Surely, my master hasn't instructed you to wait for me here." "No, we must return. Master, let us converse a while longer." Luo Chuan felt increasingly certain that something was amiss, disregarding Ding Shishu's attempts to restrain him, and hurried toward the shop. To his astonishment, he found the shop had already lowered its roller shutter. It is worth noting that such an early closing is exceedingly rare when the master is present. Without a second thought, Luo Chuan forcefully pulled the door open and rushed inside. An overwhelming stench of alcohol assaulted his senses as he beheld Ling Huchu sprawled drunkenly across the table, utterly unconscious, while his master, Yu Xuanfeng, reeked of liquor, brandishing a knife in one hand and tugging at Ling Huchu's collar with the other. "Master, what on earth is happening?" Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Chuan was immediately filled with trepidation. The tableau was far too harrowing. If he were to speculate on the next action, it seemed as though Yu Xuanfeng was poised to carry out a gruesome act akin to slaughtering livestock. At that moment, Ding Shishu rushed in, grasping Luo Chuan by the arm. "Young master, do not be alarmed. It is not as you perceive." "Uncle Ding, do you mean to say you've been stalling me this entire time, just for this? You are a friend of my master. You cannot allow him to stray down a dark path." Yu Xuanfeng's expression was icy as he growled, "Old Ding, close the door." Luo Chuan dared not advance recklessly, fearing to provoke Yu Xuanfeng, and could only plead softly, "Master, what is the meaning of this? Ling Huchu and we have merely crossed paths. There is no deep-seated enmity or grievance between us. Could you not set down the knife and discuss this matter calmly? I knew you would return with a plethora of questions. Stand aside and refrain from speaking." Yu Xuanfeng retorted that I wish to ascertain whether this lad's heart is red or black. "Master, are you truly intent on digging out his heart?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan could no longer contain himself. He could abide by all of his master's commands, but surely he could not condone an unjustifiable act of murder. "Master, forgive me." As Luo Chuan saw his master tighten his grip on the knife, he clenched his fists, preparing to charge forward. To his shock, Yu Xuanfeng swiftly directed the knife's tip into his own palm, inflicting a wound upon himself. Chapter 62. The doctor. As the two individuals donned their garments and opened the shop door, they were taken aback to find Bao seated on the steps outside. The dawn had barely broken, and none could ascertain how long he had been there. "Mr. Luo, I have come to bid you farewell." Chapter 63. Opening the door to the dog, named Revenge. "Enough of this. Let us first have a meal." In truth, Luo Chuan had anticipated this outcome the previous night when he exited the alley, yet he did not wish to douse the spirits of a weary soul with further cold water. However, the reality proved to be even more brutal. During their meal, Luo Chuan and Ling Huchu discovered that Bao had left his home the dead of night. He had walked all the way, sitting outside the pawn shop until daybreak. Upon entering, that woman threw me a disdainful glance. When she learned that I had amassed no savings over the years and was merely alone, she began to wail. She lamented having married my father, tending to the old and then to the young, only to be confronted with another who relied on others for sustenance. The child demanded I leave, insisting this was his home. In truth, the moment I learned of my mother's passing, I had no intention of staying, yet before I could utter a word, my father fumbled for a while, producing 50 yuan and telling me to manage for the night. He would deliberate on the rest later. How despicable! What sort of father is that? Ling Huchu exclaimed. He could barely scrape together 50 yuan with gritted teeth. The matter of money was trivial, and the cold demeanor meant little. He had witnessed too much of that over the years. What truly pained him was that after all this time, his father had not once inquired about his sister. It was as if she had never existed. And his second uncle, at least, had shown some interest in her whereabouts. Upon learning of her demise, he merely blinked in surprise. "Is your second uncle the one who can read fortunes?" "Luo," Chuan replied coolly. "I suspect that once he discovers your sister has passed, he will disregard you as well. If even a biological father behaves thus, what can I expect from an uncle?" Abeo gazed skyward, choking back tears, and murmured, "Brother Luo, over the past decade, I have realized that everything has changed at my mother, my father, and even last night, I felt no presence of my sister. They have all drifted far away, leaving me to remain as I was at 5 years old. My greatest regret over these years is my gluttony. Had I not been greedy that day, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Due to a single misstep, I have been trapped in that twilight for 18 years. Since you have returned, why not stay? Help out in my shop, Mr. Luo. I appreciate your kindness, but there is nothing left here for me to cherish. For the past 20 years, I have lived in self-reproach. Regardless of the circumstances, I have brought my sister back, fulfilling my long-held wish. From now on, I must live well, splendidly. I shall go pay respects at my mother's grave, and then leave this place." Luo Chuan held a fondness for this young brother, but understood that for Abeo, this hometown might be less appealing than the dreamlike homeland he had never found. Keeping him here would only exacerbate his suffering. "I understand you, but do you not wish to know who sold you and your sister back then? I once desperately sought to know, to exact revenge, but now I have no desire for knowledge. For my mother has died, and no one cares for such answers anymore. I lost 18 years, and now I lack even the strength to harbor hatred." Suddenly, Abeo smiled, removing the jade pendant from his neck and offering it to Luo Chuan. "Luo Gu, this may not be of great value, but it was given to me by my mother and has accompanied me for many years. That it is the only tangible possession I can present. Accept it as a memento." Luo Chuan examined the jade pendant and smiled. "Very well. I shall accept it, but I shall not take it in vain. You must return to me that I do not wish for our paths to diverge forever. Thus, let this serve as a 3-year contract. Once you have explored the world and found peace, come back to me with this pendant, and you shall treat me to a meal." "Agreed, as you say." "Do you regret it?" "I do not. Had I not found them, how would I have known that I had a mother who perished from guilt and depression over our separation? And as for my father, let us hope my sister can now rest in peace. That alone suffices for my contentment." The three exchanged smiles, leaving the restaurant with a bittersweet farewell, each departing on their own path. Luo Chuan watched Abeo, who seemed to bear the weight of several more years than his actual age, fade from view. His expression grew increasingly somber. "Come, I shall take you somewhere." "Where to?" "To a place where one can act with justice. My master advised against meddling in others' affairs, but this time I shall intervene." Abeo, worn and weary, wished for no more turmoil, but Luo Chuan felt otherwise. He had an abundance of energy, 2 kidneys that had lain dormant for over 20 years, akin to 2 little engines, brimming with adrenaline and passion. "Are you heading to his home?" "Shouldn't you consult Abeo first? I let him leave to spare him from witnessing a more grotesque reality. If I cannot empathize with others' suffering, then preventing him from enduring further bitterness is a virtue in itself. Lao Si, do not leave. Learn from me. I have an endless supply of motivational wisdom. Stay with me." "It seems you truly desire to test your skills against mine," Luo Chuan remarked. "Your master said you were dissatisfied with my methods and wished to challenge me one-on-one. Very well. I shall linger a few more days and spar with you another time." Luo Chuan was left speechless. When had he ever uttered such words? It seemed this old man had played him yet again. The two drove to Qingguan Street, retracing last night's path. Luo Chuan approached and forcefully kicked open the tightly shut door. "Is anyone breathing? Who dares to raise their voice and cause a ruckus in my yard?" A woman emerged, wielding a knife and wearing an apron, her face a picture of disdain, with a broad grin and large buck teeth. Luo Chuan could easily imagine remnants of last year's dumpling-filling lodge between them. Ling Hu Chu, swift and decisive, flicked his fingers and a red thread shot out, ensnaring the knife, before the woman could react. The knife was in Ling Hu Chu's grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it flying, where it struck the doorframe with a resounding thud. The fluidity of his movements was astonishing, leaving the woman speechless. The men inside, along with the knife-faced resident in the side room, rushed out, initially cursing. However, upon seeing the knife quivering in the doorframe, they fell silent. To cut a long story short, "We are friends of Abeo. We have come today to—" "Very well. Our household is not grand, and we do not have a place for him." The woman muttered, "He claims to be the son of my child's father. Doesn't he?" "Close your mouth. If you utter another word, I shall pin that buck tooth to the doorframe," Ling Hu Chu threatened, causing the woman to cover her mouth in fear. "We have but one purpose: to clarify how Bao and his sister went missing. This matter was reported to the police back then. They could do nothing. What use is it to speak of it now?" Bao's father shook his head. "Besides, it has been so many years. What is the point of investigating? The dead are gone. The living must carry on." "Indeed, indeed," chimed in the knife-faced man, rolling his shifty eyes in agreement. Luo Chuan stepped forward, his gaze cold as he addressed the older man. "Have you not come to learn who the perpetrator was, but have chosen to remain silent out of unwillingness to report him?" I do not understand what you mean, young man." The older man's eyes darted. Betraying a glance at his brother, "I offer you a chance for redemption as a father. Do not threaten me. I tell you, Abeo's plight is merely the result of his misfortune, that we searched for him for months. I did not wish for this. Yet we must think of the living. The younger one is gone. We cannot lose the elder as well. Why have you stopped speaking?" Luo Chuan suddenly turned to the knife-faced man who had been nodding along. "I hear you are a fortune teller, capable of reading the stars. I wish to ask your second uncle. How does the scripture say? Embrace the light and let go of the dark. Fate varies for each. To forsake death for life, the retribution is inescapable. Yes, the retribution is inescapable. Tell me, do you think your niece at 7.5 might have recognized the one who, wearing a hat and scarf, aided the traffickers in abducting her? If she possesses a spirit, would she not seek vengeance? What vengeance? It is merely her misfortune. Who are you two? And what are you talking about? You will soon understand." Dropping those words, Luo Chuan and Ling Hu Chu stepped out of the courtyard. Yet, they did not leave. They lingered by the roadside until dusk, waiting until darkness enveloped the sky. Luo Chuan gazed at the towering malevolence. Brandishing a handful of mountain ghost money, he once again approached the grand door. He observed that Bao's ghostly sister had long since been surrounded by malevolent spirits. Dozens of clawing, wailing souls, gazing hungrily into the courtyard. If benevolence cannot vanquish evil, then one must unleash the hound of retribution from its cage. Listen closely. Grievances have their origins, debts have their masters, and tonight is the night. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chuan made a crescent motion with his wrist, and several pieces of ghost money soared through the air, producing a series of crisp sounds as the courtyard's numerous 8 trigrams mirrors and Tai Chi mirrors either shattered on the spot or fell to the ground. Chapter 64. Meddling. Just last night, he had learned the 8 extremes Yin method from Ding Shu, the first lesson being to ensnare souls and control ghosts. Little did he expect to employ it today. Chanting incantations, Luo Chuan produced a ghostly banner adorned with talismans. And according to the summons for ghosts, he initiated the call to all spirits within a 5-kilometer radius, starting from the northwest. With the first command, clouds rise from the northwest. With the second command, winds come from the King Gate. With the third command, malevolent fog emerges from the Gen Gate. With the fourth command, ominous dew appears from the east. By the time the 8th command was completed, the skies above the Leaf family in Shengguan Street were already filled with a chilling ghostly wind, malevolence permeating the air as swirling black mist descended, densely packed with eerie, terrifying specters. As it was sown yesterday, so it shall be reaped today. Fortune has run its course, calamity has arrived, and retribution is unerring. Do not blame me for being too harsh. Blame only your own unjust actions. With a gentle toss, the ghostly banner fluttered into the courtyard, igniting the scene like a spark landing on dry tinder. After enduring for so long, the vengeful spirits surged forward, their pent-up fury erupting as screams of men echoed throughout the courtyard. Luo Chuan looked up to see Bao's ghostly sister crouched beneath the eaves of the gatehouse, her crimson eyes fixed upon him, her otherwise unsightly face displaying an unexpected warmth that Bao has departed. Let him find solace. For you, I hope that after tonight, you too can shed your hatred and allow yourself to embrace a new life. Tears streaming down her face, the ghostly sister nodded vigorously, suddenly revealing a fierce countenance before turning abruptly, her strength propelling her into the throng of spirits that flooded the courtyard. Listening to the harrowing screams from within, Luo Chuan turned back, walking out as he addressed Ling Huchu. Do you think this counts as acting in the name of justice while venting my wrath? Why ponder so much? Ling Huchu replied, in this life, one should live freely. Those who love me and those who hate me. Even if they occasionally stray from propriety, it does not diminish their true nature that I believe what you have done is quite admirable. After all these years, who knows how many people this scoundrel has harmed under the guise of fortune-telling. He even sold his own niece. Does he possess any humanity? And then there is Bao's father, who clearly knew that the villain was his own brother, yet chose to ignore it because he found a new woman and child. Opting for indulgence instead, in such circumstances, someone must act on behalf of the heavens, right? Both lit a cigarette and walked side by side towards the alley's exit. However, just a few steps later, a sharp voice called out from behind. Halt! You two are the ones invoking the ghost summoning command, aren't you? Luo Chuan turned in surprise to see a slightly shorter, fair-skinned youth. The individual, wearing a backpack and dressed in gray sportswear, donned a cap and reeked of a creamy scent. In broad daylight, summoning souls and invoking ghosts. Your kind tarnishes the reputation of Taoism. Luo Chuan, taken aback by the reprimand, glanced at the sky and waved his hand dismissively. Hey, can you see my hand? It seems you're not blind after all. You can scold me all you want, but how can you confuse black and white? It's the middle of the night. Whereas the broad daylight in that? I was merely using a metaphor, the other stammered, growing increasingly irate. Moreover, was I referring to the matters of day and night? I meant your kind's devastation of others. Pretty boy, do you even know what is happening right now? He shouted furiously, I don't care about your excuses. As a Taoist, one should be upright and honest in their dealings. You may look decent, but your actions are nothing but underhanded schemes. Old four. Is he insulting me? It seems he is complimenting you as well. At least he mentioned you look decent. That is merely an objective description. Is that a compliment? Bah, you're the one who looks decent. Luo Chuan, irritated by the unexpected confrontation, retorted, Yes, I am the one who invoked the ghost summoning command. What of it? If you have something to say it directly and stop whining like a nagging woman. Who are you calling a nagging woman? People like you, who dabble in such dark arts, deserve a beating. Before Luo Chuan could make a move, the other party was already seething with rage, swinging a punch at him in the narrow alley. Their eyes locked like blades, neither willing to back down. The other, being shorter, moved swiftly, launching a flurry of punches, kicks, and jabs, each strike imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Initially caught off guard, Luo Chuan quickly regained his composure. The wind from his punches howling as he retaliated fiercely, particularly leveraging his height advantage to land precise kicks, preventing the other's short arms from closing in on him. After exchanging over 20 blows, Luo Chuan suddenly kicked off from the brick wall, launching into the air with a spinning kick that connected squarely with the opponent's chest, sending him sprawling in all directions. Pretty boy, you're not so tough after all. Luo Chuan triumphantly brushed the dust from his toes. The opponent climbed up, adjusting his crooked hat, gritting his teeth, ready to moreover, given the existence of other matters, why then does he still choose to display a ring on this counter? I have a friend who deals in antiques, and this ring belongs to him. Oh. So this transaction was introduced by your friend, using this ring as a token, correct? Luo Chuan shook his head, murmuring, This ring has adorned my friend's finger for many years, and I have never seen him remove it. That I inquired about the reason, and he stated that due to bone hyperplasia, it simply cannot be taken off. He is reluctant to destroy it. Thus he continues to wear it. If it cannot be removed, then how does it appear in your possession now? After saying this, Ling Huchu suddenly felt a jolt of realization, exclaiming, Could it be that your friend's finger? Luo Chuan furrowed his brow, stepped forward to take the ring off the string, and then carefully opened the drawstring pouch, involuntarily gasping in shock before hastily tying it back up. Just as he had suspected, inside lay a bloody thumb. Ling Huchu, witnessing this from the side, felt a wave of discomfort and could not help but exclaim, What kind of person is so cruel? Luo Chuan was not particularly fond of Dong Daming's character, slippery, mercantile, sometimes excessively shrewd, so he endeavored to maintain his distance from him. However, due to their complementary trades, they often found themselves in need of one another, and Dong Daming, who was notoriously miserly with others, treated Luo Chuan with a certain regard, and thus they became friends over time. Yet, Luo Chuan was acutely aware that, given Dong Daming's style of doing things, trouble was merely a matter of time. Old Four, I must go. Regardless of my distaste for his deceitful ways, now is not the time for complaints. I need to rescue him. I'll accompany you. At such a moment, a helping hand is essential. No need. I am going because of our friendship. Your presence is unnecessary. He is the kind of person who clings on and cannot be shaken off. You should go to the tea house across the street and have some tea. After giving his instructions, Luo Chuan departed, driving directly towards the southern part of the city. The southern city was already desolate, and this park was even more remote, situated outside the city limits. After a full 40 minutes of driving, he finally arrived at the park's entrance in the dead of night. There was not a single vehicle or shadow in sight. Yet, since the other party had specified this location, Luo Chuan steeled himself and ventured inside. Though it was labeled a park, it was merely a stretch of wild greenery adjacent to the Daliang River, with a few rubber tracks interspersed, still under construction and long since halted, in the spring and summer. The vegetation thrived, creating a thick tapestry of verdant hues. I could see that moment. Dense fog enveloped the area, exuding an eerie, terrifying atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. The further he walked, the more desolate it became. With withered trees and creeping vines intertwining, heaps of debris resembling mounds of graves, and the occasional sound of strange birds and insects echoing, heightening the tension and horror of the surroundings. As he proceeded, a sudden rustling in the trees caught his attention. Looking up, he spotted a wide-eyed figure with a waxy complexion, dressed in a cotton coat, perched on a branch and staring intently at him. Just as his hair stood on end, his throat constricted with fear, and he felt a wave of faintness wash over him. He realized it was merely a balloon resembling a bald figure. Snagged in the tree. Serves you right for being pummeled by two bears. Luo Chuan silently cursed the balloon, feeling a surge of irritation. After walking for quite some time without encountering a soul, he began to suspect it was a prank. However, he quickly reminded himself that the ring undeniably belonged to old Dong, and that Thumb was indeed human. Hence, this situation was certainly no fabrication. The question remained, where were these individuals? Lost in his thoughts, a sudden flash of white darted past behind the trees. Who is there? Luo Chuan of the Dallo Pawnshop has arrived. Anyone wishing to pawn something may step forward. Good to hear. A sinister laugh echoed from behind the trees, followed by the sight of several white figures swarming around, their eerie silhouettes twisting and contorting in the moonlight, each with deathly pale faces and vacant, soulless eyes, creating an illusion of being amidst a ghostly realm. From deep within the dense underbrush, frantic cries pierced the air. Help! Help! Please don't hit me. Don't cut off my ears. I won't do it again. It was Dong Daming's voice, filled with terror and anguish. In such an expansive and bizarre environment, the sound of a grown man's whimpering was far more chilling than any spectral lament. Stop pretending. No matter how well you act, it's merely a farce. Real ghosts wouldn't be so theatrical, so fake, like a performer trying to conceal their true nature while still aiming to profit. Luo Chuan shouted at the erratic shadows. Hastening towards the source of the cries, but he understood that, while the surroundings were ominous, there was no real malice present, so those ghostly figures were mere illusions. Once exposed, the white figures ceased their pretense, tearing off their ghostly garments and horrifying masks, rushing towards him. Over 20 burly men, cracking their knuckles, roared in unison as they charged. Point 1 must endure the initial intimidation. If you cannot withstand this, you will not meet their master. Luo Chuan clenched his fists, muscles taut, resembling a wild beast on the verge of madness, plunging into the throng to unleash a flurry of strikes. In a brawl with many against one, it often boiled down to momentum. If one could not maintain the upper hand, they would be toppled. With so many present, once one fell, they would not rise again. With savage punches and relentless kicks, he fought fiercely, even though his opponents were equally desperate. Their fists bleeding and bruised, they pressed on. Just as Luo Chuan began to feel breathless and his limbs trembled, a figure suddenly leaped out from the foliage. Old Four, Luo Xiong, I told you, having an extra pair of hands is always beneficial. I relish these easy victories. Ling Hu Chu's sudden appearance disrupted the rhythm of their adversaries. He unleashed a flurry of blows, delivering a resounding slap to each man still standing, striking a pose that was both arrogant and stylish. With a swift tug, he revealed a red cord that had ensnared the feet of the remaining 7 or 8 men, causing them to topple over in an instant. All done, Luo Chuan smiled wryly, stating, "You certainly have flair, but my brother, you arrived a bit too early. Yes, that's so. But it seems the fight is over." Ling Hu Chu retorted, a group of 2 men in black stepping forward, each wielding a gun. Their expressions clearly conveyed, "Aren't you all quite capable? Keep going." Ling Hu Chu scratched his head, muttering, "I was just commenting on how stylish it was." Thus the 2 of them finally qualified to meet the master. Now under the threat of guns, moving forward 50 meters until they discovered Dong Daming buried up to his waist in a sand pit. Chapter 66. The Wankai Golden Mirror Chuanzi, Young Master Chuan. UVE come. The moment Dong Daming spotted Luo Chuan, he burst into tears once more. "Brother, I truly couldn't think of anyone else. I could only rely on you to save me." Luo Chuan regarded his pitiful state, his wig askew, leaving his bald head exposed like a turned-over radish, and felt a twinge of sympathy. "All right, I'm here now." Luo Chuan glanced at the armed men behind him and declared, "Tell your boss that I've arrived. If there is something to discuss, get my brother out of this predicament. You 2 are quite bold, unafraid of ghosts, and your skills are commendable. However, one cannot simply excavate a person without reason. I deserve an explanation." From behind the bushes, 4 men emerged slowly. The 2 in the back were similarly clad in simple suits, armed and unimportant. The one at the front was the speaker. He was a burly man with thick eyebrows and a square face, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication, with a slight smile that conveyed friendliness. Yet his hooked nose and deeply etched eyes suggested a sinister nature, as per physiognomic interpretations. Following him was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in traditional attire and cloth shoes, with a long beard and a thin, gaunt appearance. His squinty eyes seemed to pierce through everything. "Now, let us discuss why you have buried my friend here. Also, an explanation for that thumb. Dong Daming, perhaps you should first enlighten your friend about what you have done," the bespectacled man remarked, flicking the still-burning stub of his cigarette into the sandpit, striking Dong Daming on the head, prompting a pained yelp from him. "Chuanzi, this is Zheng Huaqiang, the very business deal I mentioned to you. Enough with the rambling. You're not making any sense, Mr. Luo, since you are willing to stand up for Mr. Dong. I shall clarify matters on behalf of our Mr. Zheng." The man resembling a master spoke. "Our Mr. Zheng's father passed away peacefully 2 weeks ago, and he specifically brought the old man back to his hometown for burial. Therefore, he announced to the market that he wished to purchase a Wankai golden mirror. The only requirement was that it must be from before the Song dynasty, and he was willing to pay any price." Mr. Dong immediately accepted the task and took an advance payment of 200,000. If completed within 7 days, there would be an additional payment of 200,000. He forged it? Indeed, a pawnbroker. Well versed in all matters, without further ado, Zheng Huaqiang coldly declared, "Dong Daming, after taking my 200,000, handed me a copper mirror, deceitfully claiming it to be a Tang mirror. Fortunately, I had the most formidable feng shui master in Yin City, Mr. Bai, presiding over the matter. He discerned that this copper mirror was, in fact, a mere counterfeit from a local pit. Truly, this scoundrel has fallen victim to his own deceit." Luo Chuan, seething with indignation, could only offer a sympathetic defense. Who among us has not been misled in this line of work? Who dares to claim they have never suffered from counterfeit goods? While Dong Daming's actions were certainly lacking, retrieving the money and teaching him a lesson would suffice. Is it not excessive to demand a finger and bury him in the ground? Excessive? The deceased must be honored. The time of my father's burial was meticulously chosen by Mr. Bai. Thanks to Dong Daming, my father had to wait an additional 7 days. Moreover, this was not merely a case of misjudgment. It was a deliberate act. He took me for a fool, trying to deceive me with a worthless piece of copper TOH. He even soaked that thing in a latrine for 3 days. Imagine if Mr. Bai had not seen through it. Such a filthy object would have been buried with my father, bringing misfortune to the Zheng family line. Luo Chuan felt a surge of anger. Even he believed that a mere finger was too lenient a punishment. What is Zhang's intention? It seems that someone as unscrupulous as Dong Daming has become your lifeline, suggesting that you must possess some extraordinary qualities. Therefore, I shall be frank, I have retrieved the 200,000, and this finger serves as a lesson. My demand is simple. You have 3 days to procure a genuine Tang mirror. Remove this scoundrel from my sight. If you fail, I shall bury him alive. In other words, I've lost a finger, my money is gone, and I must provide you with a Tang mirror for nothing? Yes, such is the game of adults. When he had the chance to redeem himself, he squandered it, and thus I shall treat him as less than human. Luo Chuan had never felt such frustration, yet now he bore the weight of Dong Daming's plight. The crux of the matter was that, despite their tyranny, they were within their rights according to the rules of the underworld. This was an unequal treaty. To sign it would be tantamount to surrendering sovereignty. Were they to be treated like Li Hongzhong? Ling Huchu waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. If you possess the courage, then bury him. I do not believe you would dare to take a life. However, as he turned, a gun was pressed against his head. Perhaps playing the part of Li Hongzhong is not entirely out of the question. Ling Huchu scratched his head. Luo Chuan glanced at the pitiful Dong Daming, steeling himself to nod in agreement. Very well. I consent. Is Zhang and Mr. Bai we are dealing with, correct? If the mountain does not yield, then the water shall flow. I believe, in due time, the winds of fortune shall favor my side. Let us see. Should the Tang mirror not appear in 3 days, I shall not only bury him, but shall also set fire to the Pawnshop. Yes? Can it withstand the flames? Luo, my dear brother, please forgive the impulsive heart of a son wishing to honor his father. Very well, Zheng Huaqiang scoffed, departing with an air of finality. Once they had left, Dong Daming burst into tears, exclaiming, Chuanzi, I have brought you trouble. Luo Chuan remained silent, extricating him from the ground like a yam. The man was thoroughly terrified, trembling uncontrollably, barely able to walk. Once in the car, Luo Chuan drove directly to the hospital. Dong Daming, however, protested, no need for the hospital. I cannot go to the hospital. In my condition, it would surely cause a scene. If the police get involved, it would be troublesome, and my reputation would be ruined, leaving me unable to continue in this line of work. Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. But what of your finger? Are you simply going to forsake it? Dong Daming, enduring the pain, stammered, It's been too long. It can't be reattached, and I might as well let it go. The urgent matter is that I must find a Tang Dynasty 1 Kai Jin Guang mirror. Currently, Tang mirrors are in high demand, and no one is willing to part with one. Ling Huchu furrowed his brow and inquired, What exactly is a Wan Kai Jin Guang mirror? It is an ancient bronze mirror, originally known as a coffin mirror, used for soul restoration. Over time, because the mirror reflects the coffin behind it, it came to symbolize wealth for those who beheld it. Thus, it became prevalent in the tombs of nobles, believed to bless future generations with prosperity. Nowadays, the wealthy have revived this custom. Ling Huchu frowned. You mean this mirror is hung before ancient coffins? Yes, indeed. By the way, may I ask your name, handsome stranger? I have yet to express my gratitude. Do you happen to know where one can find such a mirror? I do, in fact. However, obtaining it may prove somewhat troublesome. Chapter 67. The woman with the face-to-face. More than 2 months ago, Ling Huchu journeyed eastward along the boundary of the North Taihang and Yinshan Mountains. After passing Yinqing, he heard local tales in a place called Liuzhou about an extraordinary phenomenon. The men of the village had been unable to sleep for several nights. Several had not awakened after falling asleep. At first, the 2 deceased men were of advanced age, and the villagers thought little of it, attributing their deaths to old age. However, as the deaths continued, the victims became increasingly younger, with men in their 30s and 40s inexplicably found cold and lifeless the next day. Alarmed, some villagers sought out shamans and priests to perform blessings and rituals. The village even invited a group of monks to conduct a water and land ceremony for the deceased, hoping to prevent them from returning as vengeful spirits. Yet, the fatalities persisted, with one man dying every few days. Then, one fateful night, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the village, awakening everyone. The next day, the villagers learned that the source of the anguished cries had been to Huangzi, a robust 20-year-old who had yet to marry. His family had recently slaughtered a donkey that had fallen ill, intending to feast on that scoundrel. If it weren't for his instigation, I wouldn't have lost even a single finger. Can I blame anyone else? It's too late to say anything now. Zheng Huaqiang is not someone I can provoke. He truly dares to kill. Chuanzi, you must help me. Come with me to Luzigud. We can retrieve that mirror and give it to him. Can't we? I will repay you slowly in the future. You make it sound simple, but do you think that bronze mirror can be taken so easily? According to Lao Si's description, a coffin is buried within an entire mountain of stone. And the black coffin in Dushan was definitely a problem from the moment it was buried. Moreover, if the events in that village are true, then this tomb must be a cursed one. Do you know how to steal from tombs? Or do I? What should we do? My mind is clouded, and I can't believe I didn't understand this matter that I deserve to be punished. Dong Daming slapped himself twice in frustration. Enough! The child has relieved himself in the toilet. You underestimated the urgency. You only think of grabbing a tissue when snot drips into your mouth. It's already autumn, and you just remember you haven't farmed. What good is that? Dong Daming, I tell you, this is the last time I'll clean up your mess. Fine, fine. Chuanzi, you are like a brother to me. Go home and tidy up. I will notify you tomorrow morning. Luo Chuan escorted Dong Daming home before hastily returning to the shop. He was truly inexperienced when it came to tomb raiding. However, he believed his master could provide some guidance. And there was also Ding Shishu, who was an expert. Upon returning to the shop, he called Aunt Zhang and Aunt Zhao, only to find out that his master was not with them. Unable to reach his master, he also couldn't contact Uncle Ding. Had he known this would happen, he should have established a separate contact with Uncle Ding yesterday. Are you really planning to raid a tomb? Ling Hu Chu inquired. There's no other choice. I can't just watch this fool walk to his death. Fine, I'll accompany you. But on one condition, we absolutely will not enter the tomb. I can only guide you to the location. Luo Chuan nodded and said, This matter does not concern you. You can choose not to go. However, I hope you won't leave just yet. I want to spar with you when I return. Luo Chuan made up his mind. By noon tomorrow, if his master returned, he would ask him and Uncle Ding to intervene. If the two old men still hadn't shown up, then he would have to bite the bullet and go himself. After some thought, Luo Chuan called Zhao Jianxin that he didn't know much about Zheng Huaqiang. But Zhao Jianxin was somewhat familiar with him. This person belonged to the gray area of power in Yin City, straddling both legal and illegal realms. He attempted to ask Zhao Jianxin to mediate. Hoping for some leeway, Zhao Jianxin had been wanting to express his gratitude to Luo Chuan for the previous incident. When Luo Chuan called with a request, he agreed without hesitation. However, upon hearing that it was about Zheng Huaqiang, he hesitated. After listening for a while, Luo Chuan realized that Zheng Huaqiang was the new rising star after Zhao Jianxin. In other words, there was a subtle relationship between the two. One was a young upstart eager for power, while the other was an old veteran looking to retire. However, the transition of power in the underworld is rarely smooth. Mr. Luo, rest assured, even if I were not actively retiring, I would still help you with your request. After a night of rest, the next morning, his master still had not returned. However, Zhao Jianxin did respond. Since Zhao Jianxin had initiated the discussion, Zheng Huaqiang stated that the previously agreed upon advance payment of 200,000 would still be honored, and the 3-day deadline would be extended to 5 days. But he still insisted on obtaining the Tang mirror as a prerequisite. Mr. Luo, I have done my best. I sincerely apologize. Please do not say that. I'm already immensely grateful. Regardless, Zhao Jianxin's assistance yielded some results by noon. With no sign of his master or Ding Shishu, Luo Chuan could no longer wait and left a message for his master at the counter before calling Dong Daming. Setting off for Luzigud. Chapter 68. Headless Mountain Luo Chuan was initially reluctant to let Ling Hu Chu accompany him. Firstly, he did not wish to entangle himself in personal relationships. He believed that he and Ling Hu Chu shared a mutual understanding. And if interests became entangled, their interactions would feel unnatural. Secondly, although Ling Hu Chu appeared carefree, he was clearly more principled. The practice of feng shui was meant to harmonize nature, devoid of desire. It was inappropriate to ask someone like him to assist in tomb raiding. Moreover, Luo Chuan was a novice in this field. It was unreasonable to drag Ling Hu Chu into such perilous endeavors. However, Ling Huchu stated that the most important thing in life was to enjoy oneself. There was no need for such considerations of first, second, or last. Ultimately, as a result, Luo Chuan stopped arguing and drove to pick up Dong Daming. Upon arriving outside the residential complex, he waited for a considerable time before finally spotting Dong Daming, who emerged with his hand bandaged and a large woven bag slung over his shoulder. "Chuanzi, look at the tools I prepared." Luo Chuan opened the bag and was taken aback to find military shovels, a powerful flashlight, candles, ropes, a water bottle, food supplies, and 2 large machetes. The mother cast a glance at Ling Huchu, shouted at the steward to flee, and then engaged in a fierce struggle with the puppet. Both tumbling out of the house, the steward and Mama seemed to be aware of the puppet's terrifying nature, and together with the other servants, they escaped through the back door. The next day, when they stealthily returned, they learned that the mother had perished, her body mangled and torn from bites. Subsequently, the steward and Mama took him on a tumultuous journey. While residing in Dengzhou, they were once again located by their enemies, resulting in the slaughter of all the household servants, leaving only the steward and Mama to flee with him to Jizhou. There, they finally managed to settle down, constantly changing their names and identities. The steward taught him martial arts, while Mama imparted the art of feng shui, which was said to have been arranged by his father before his demise. It was not until a few years ago, when both the steward and Mama passed away, that he began to wander the world. Me. The steward and Mama were akin to reborn parents. They were strict in their teachings, yet after I completed my studies, they quickly reverted to their roles as servants, unwavering in their adherence to rules regardless of my protests. Their attitude towards me mirrored that of your master towards you. Thus, I surmise that your master is aware of your origins, and it is quite probable that he was once a servant in your family. Luo Chuan remained silent. However, Ling Huchu's words, along with the recent events concerning a Bao, had indeed stirred something within him. Just as a Bao had endured great hardships to glimpse his past, who could be entirely indifferent to their own history and lineage, the 3 of them traveled for over 4 hours, arriving at Lago just as dusk approached. Yet, they did not proceed directly to the mountain peak that Ling Huchu had mentioned. With many eyes around, arriving too early could easily attract unwanted attention. They parked the vehicle by the roadside, first filling their stomachs, and waited until darkness fell before stealthily advancing. Lago is a deep gorge in the Yanshan mountain range, characterized by undulating hills, fragmented by the flow of water, forming countless deep ravines and gentle slopes that create numerous auspicious burial sites. Ling Huchu, gnawing on a roast chicken, pointed to a distant hill, informing Luo Chuan that it was their destination. After observing for a while, Luo Chuan remarked, "Do you not think that mountain resembles a woman's head?" "Indeed, it does," Dong Daming exclaimed, savoring a sip of wine as he swallowed the chicken's backside. "Look, that cliff face resembles a woman's fair visage. The surrounding woods are like her hair, and the dark mountains behind resemble the body of a serpent. Only the neck appears to be severed, as if it were broken." Ling Huchu murmured, "I had not considered it from this angle before. It seems this is indeed a severed head mountain. Severed head mountain. Is there any significance to it? Severed head mountain, with its sealed energy, indicates a perilous grave. Typically, women who have hanged themselves are buried in such places. Coupled with the isolated nature of the mountain, it might be best to refrain from entering. Instead, let us head to Yinqing and try our luck there. Who knows, perhaps we could procure a Tang mirror." Dong Daming quickly shook his head. "That won't do. There's no time left. Items like the Tang mirror are rarely traded by ordinary people, and in Yinqing, we are unfamiliar with the terrain. Without intermediaries, there will be no sellers. Even if there were, the prices might be exorbitant, and I cannot afford such sums. Well, since we have come this far, let it be a challenge. May Hubai bless us." Luo Chuan finished his meal and began to organize his gear. Ling Huchu stated that the fissure below holds at least several meters of emptiness, making ropes essential. Dong Daming had procured a standard climbing rope, several dozen meters long, sufficient for their needs. However, Luo Chuan noted that the rope appeared worn and fuzzy. Unlike a new one, "Where did you buy this rope?" Luo Chuan inquired at the market. "Initially, I intended to buy a 30-meter one, but the seller mentioned this was a sample that had been sun-dried for a while. It remains usable, and for the same price, he offered me 50 meters. You old miser. Even your safety rope is subpar. Luo Chuan could not help but exclaim, what is a safety rope if it is not safe? That is akin to a sanitary pad, without cotton or sweet potato noodles devoid of sweet potatoes. Losing even a finger would not change your disposition. I fear you are beyond saving. Look here, if you say I should change, I can do that in the future. After the three finished their meal, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Dong Daming, following Ling Huchu's directions, drove the vehicle deep into the valley until the road ended, finding a dense thicket to conceal it. They then disembarked, shouldered their packs, and walked alongside the stream for another 6 or 7 li, until the water was no longer visible, revealing the imposing cliff-like mountain peak before them. From a distance, the mountain resembled a woman's head. Upon nearing it, its grandeur became evident, the upper section adorned with jagged stones, and 2 massive depressions resembling eye sockets, likely covered in moss, appeared dark and foreboding. As if a pair of gigantic eyes were gazing down, below the crumbling cliff lay a fan-shaped pile of debris accumulated from years of fallen stones, overgrown with thorny brambles. However, upon closer inspection, numerous small paths had been trampled through the thorns. It seemed that others had come to this place, indicating prior interest. Ling Huchu remarked, this is quite normal. The paths to ancient tombs have always been numerous. Any expert, even if merely passing by, can discern the signs from a distance. This location gathers wind and qi. Upon closer inspection, it reveals the presence of dragons and tigers, indicating that a burial site certainly exists. Dong Daming inquired curiously, but did you not say this place appears ominous? If it is so, would the wealthy still construct tombs here? Ominous tombs and wealthy tombs are not mutually exclusive in ancient times. Even those who met untimely or violent ends could enjoy lavish burial goods. Some must die, yet even in death, they may attain great honor. Do you understand? In other words, this tomb might belong to a wealthy individual, implying that valuable items surely lie within. Luo Chuan observed Dong Daming's face light up with excitement and cautioned, let me reiterate, once we descend, you will hold the light source while I retrieve the copper mirror. Once we have a mirror, we will leave. You shall ascend first, with Lao Si assisting you above. Most importantly, once down there, do not wander, do not touch anything, and certainly do not take anything. Understood. I will merely observe. Having imparted his instructions, Ling Huchu took the lead, guiding the two along a narrow path upward. The moonlight was splendid that night, illuminating every blade of grass and tree without the need for additional lighting. However, it was peculiar that despite being deep in the mountains on a bright moonlit night, there was not a single sound of insects or beasts. After climbing for over 20 minutes, the trio reached the summit of the Human Head Mountain. Before them lay a dense thicket of jujube and hemp trees, both thorny shrubs that pricked their hands and feet with every few steps. To the center of the human head, 2 towering oil pines stood alone, their trunks as thick as stone pillars, the branches drooping low, resembling 2 large brushes sprouting from a skull. Ling Huchu led the way until he halted near the edge of the cliff. Behold, the fissure lies just ahead. Luo Chuan cautiously looked beneath him, steadying himself. He leaned forward and saw that the cliff jutted out nearly a meter, revealing a sizable crack about 40 to 50 centimeters wide. Without adopting this precarious pose, it would have been nearly invisible. Master Ling Hu, how did you discover this fissure? Surely you did not intend to leap off the cliff. Who amongst ordinary folk would dare to look down in such a manner? Ling Huchu replied, this mountain, this river, this land all possess a breath of their own. Do you believe it? Just as one can sense a person's aura, I felt that this place's energy was disturbed. To put it plainly, the feng shui here was compromised. Thus, I casually glanced down and discovered this fissure. That a true sage, you are indeed remarkable. Ling Hu, upon your return, I must treat you to a fine drink and hear more of your tales. I, Dong, hold the utmost admiration for young talents like you and Xiao Chuan. Luo Chuan recognized Dong Daming's attempts to ingratiate himself. He was clearly eyeing Ling Huchu's knowledge of feng shui and was plotting something. Dong Daming, keep your schemes hidden deep within your intestines. Luo Chuan coldly retorted, you still wish to obtain the Wankai mirror. If you continue with your fanciful thoughts, we may very well take our leave. Wait, Wait, Xiao Chuan, this endeavor relies on you. I merely play a supporting role. You are the great sage of the heavenly palace. Ling Hu Chu leaned over the cliff, peering into the fissure, frowning as he said, "Be cautious as you descend. I had previously placed 3 coffin nails, but for some reason, only 2 remain. Perhaps the mountain trembled, causing one to fall, or something within sought to emerge, damaging the nails. Rest assured, with Xiao Chuan here, no vile entity would dare to emerge. Should it truly become a nuisance, I shall deal with it directly." Dong Daming boasted, securing the rope to one of the large oil pines and testing its strength. "Very secure. Master Ling Hu, you shall oversee this end of the rope. Whether we can ascend depends entirely on you. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the rope will remain secure." Ling Hu Chu produced a cigarette, and one of them lit it, marking a moment of fortitude. Luo Chuan then secured the safety rope around his waist, gripping the main rope with both hands as he began his descent down the cliff. Dong Daming followed closely behind, burdened with a backpack, awkwardly resembling a bear attempting to pilfer honey. Although the cliff was not a sheer 90-degree drop, it was sufficiently steep. Luo Chuan braced himself against the rocky surface. Sliding downwards, peering down, he beheld a rugged and ominous abyss, seemingly an endless chasm. After descending 3 or 4 meters, he reached a crevice. Grasping a protruding stalagmite to sway his body across, he secured the looped end to a nearby shrub, stabilizing the rope, and called out softly, prompting Dong Daming to huff and puff as he followed suit. My word, from below it doesn't seem high, but lying on this ledge, it feels like an unfathomable abyss. Dong Daming squinted, too frightened to look down, trying to curl into the crevice as much as possible. Luo Chuan illuminated the interior with his flashlight and was immediately met with the sight of 2 coffin nails hanging down, fastened with a red string by Ling Hu Chu. Further down, the darkness engulfed all, yet within the beam of light, he could see white dust swirling to the edge of the flashlight's glow. A black coffin became discernible, resting atop a platform constructed of blue bricks. "Let me see. Can we truly see the coffin?" Dong Daming exclaimed eagerly, reaching for the flashlight, whether it was due to his eyes playing tricks or the erratic flicker of the light. At that moment, Luo Chuan thought he glimpsed a face, tilted at a chilling 45-degree angle, coldly observing them. However, when he steadied the beam to search again, it had vanished. Chapter 70. The pulley woman, what's wrong? Dong Daming, slow to perceive, noticed Luo Chuan's unusual expression. I think I saw a face right next to the coffin. "Chuanzi, are you trying to scare me?" Dong Daming raised the flashlight, peering intently, muttering, "Forget the face, I can't even see the coffin." Luo Chuan bent down, shaking the flashlight once more. Indeed, a layer of dust seemed to have risen in the grave pit, and the coffin that had been vaguely visible was now nowhere to be found. Even before descending, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped them. It must be a matter of perspective. Dong Daming, fearing Luo Chuan might reconsider, quickly added, "I remember reading a book that stated, when light sources fluctuate at night, the human eye can experience exaggerated or diminished visual perception. For instance, someone might suddenly lose their sight after staring at their phone too long at midnight, or they might even see the back of their own head. 2 extremes. You really ought to keep quiet." Luo Chuan could tell Dong Daming was rambling, but as the night harbors no ghosts, he refrained from indulging in unfounded thoughts until clarity was achieved. He let the remaining rope slide down the crevice, approximately 10 meters long, before it finally reached the bottom. "I'll go first and wait for you at the crevice." Luo Chuan hung the flashlight around his neck, grasped the rope, and carefully climbed down, using one hand to steady himself against the rough stone surface. Upon reaching the crevice, it had narrowed to a mere 30 centimeters. He braced himself with his thigh and waved at the top. Dong Daming acknowledged and slid down. At this point, the chilling air of the ancient tomb was palpable. The murky air also carried a foul, decaying odor. Luo Chuan lit a cigarette, taking a couple of deep puffs before discarding it. The bright red ember landed just below, and from the distance, it was evident that the drop was not great, at most 5 or 6 meters. Young Master Chuan, let us descend. A surge of determination coursed through Dong Daming. He wished to showcase his courage, seizing the rope and venturing down first. Unfortunately, The crevice had reached its narrowest point, only about 30 centimeters wide, and halfway down, his rotund belly became lodged, causing him to sway helplessly. Luo Chuan, exasperated, remarked, "I already regret letting you come down, that I should have gone myself." Taking a deep breath, he pulled in his stomach. "I'm merely plump. Undress, and you'll see I have 2 abs." Dong Daming grunted, finally managing to squeeze through. Just as Luo Chuan was about to caution him against descending too hastily, a loud grunt echoed as the fellow tumbled headfirst down. The rope tautened, but from a sound, it seemed Dong Daming had landed hard. This fall must have been quite jarring. "Old Dong," Luo Chuan shouted, tugging at the rope. The end had slackened, devoid of tension. "Dong Daming?" he called again, but received no response. That a sense of foreboding washed over Luo Chuan as he gripped the rope and leapt down. The ground beneath him was solid earth, and he quickly swung the flashlight around, revealing blue brick walls on either side, crowned with an arched ceiling, the air thick with a musty yet arid scent. This was unmistakably a burial passage. It seemed that during its construction, the mountainous core had been hollowed out. The floor compacted, and the burial chamber built with blue bricks. Due to villagers blasting stones, the tomb's dome had cracked, creating a gap above the passage. Luo Chuan presumed Dong Daming had surely been knocked unconscious. But as he scanned the area with his flashlight, he found no trace of him. The passage was chillingly dark, filled only with blue bricks, and old Dong appeared to have vanished into thin air. With no other choice, Luo Chuan continued forward, flashlight in hand. The passage leading to the burial chamber was obstructed by a wall, obscuring any view beyond. However, on either side, there were 2 spaces resembling small chambers. The exterior walls of these small rooms bore faded paintings. One depicted a snarling azure dragon, while the other displayed a roaring white tiger. Master once mentioned that such places are called sacrificial chambers, typically meant for interring livestock alongside the deceased. That, of course, at times, even humans might be sacrificed. Listening intently, Luo Chuan detected a faint sound emanating from the left chamber, akin to the grunting of a pig at feeding time. At the entrance of a small room lay Dong Daming's woven bag. "Old Dong," Luo Chuan whispered, cautiously advancing. Before the small room stood an arched door shaped like a tiger's maw, exuding an eerie aura. Luo Chuan steeled himself, sweeping the flashlight inside, and the first sight that greeted him was 2 desiccated corpses slumped against the wall. Being his first descent into a tomb, Luo Chuan involuntarily gasped in horror. The 2 corpses were similarly decayed, reduced to little more than skin over bones, appearing exceedingly ghastly. The most decomposed parts were their faces, with flayed skin exposing their grinning, skeletal teeth, as if they were mockingly laughing at him. However, it was evident that these 2 individuals were not the original sacrifices. One wore a polyester shirt popular in the 1980s, while the other donned a laborer's cotton shirt. Among the remnants of their decayed belongings were an axe and candles, suggesting they had likely been tomb raiders who met their demise here for reasons unknown. Aside from these 2, the stench permeating the air was overwhelming, covered with an entire layer of more severely decayed bones and dried animal skins. Grunting sounds emanated from within. Luo Chuan found himself compelled to press his body against the 2 corpses to peer further inside. At last, he discerned movement beneath a pile of foul-smelling animal hides. Dong Daming. The sound grew louder, the movement more frantic, clearly responding to him. It could only be old Dong. Reluctantly, Luo Chuan had no choice but to dive in, painstakingly clearing the scattered animal bones and hides. He found Dong Daming sprawled in a pit, tightly wrapped in a putrid wild boar hide, unable to move his limbs, with the very donkey hooves he had prepared for the dumplings stuffed in his mouth. Just a couple of minutes had passed, yet this fellow's face had turned a waxy yellow, devoid of any color. Old Dong's eyes widened, his throat straining to call out. Luo Chuan reached in to remove the donkey hoof. "Chuanzi, there's a woman, a woman!" Dong Daming cried, his voice laced with despair. Before Luo Chuan could respond, he suddenly felt a weight on the back of his neck. Perhaps it was the tension that had caused him to commit an error. He turned his head. A face as enchanting as a ghostly flower, stunningly beautiful and utterly mesmerizing. Just as Ling Hu Chu had described, In that fleeting moment of turning, he found himself face to face with that visage. The woman seemed to revel in the moment. Abruptly inhaling deeply, in an instant, Luo Chuan felt a significant portion of the flame within him siphon away, his entire being plunged into an icy chill, involuntarily shuddering. What is even more dire is that his body was momentarily ensnared, rendering him immobile. His master once proclaimed that while one may endure hardship, humiliation, or even the bitterness of rejection, one must never suffer loss. With each passing second of delay, the probability of being annihilated by his adversary increased. Without hesitation, he bit his tongue, letting a mouthful of blood and saliva splatter onto that breathtaking visage. That face, so fair and exquisite, suddenly resembled parched earth, fracturing instantly into a myriad of cracks akin to a shattered vase. With a ferocious howl, the woman transformed, her fangs bared and eyes menacing, blood-red pupils set against a greenish complexion, recoiling sharply to it. Was then that Luo Chuan realized he had encountered a formidable foe. This specter was anything but ordinary. Moments ago, she had peered in from outside, maintaining a distance of at least a meter, yet her shoulders were unseen, suggesting her neck must be over a meter long. A Lurong head. What on earth is a Lurong head? Luo Chuan was too fatigued to explain to Dong Daming. This Lurong head was the most fearsome of spirits. Legends say that women who were strangled or hanged in ancient times required meticulous care during their funerary rites to prevent their souls from being interred with them. For such spirits, lingering too long in the grave would result in transformation into malevolent entities with grotesquely elongated necks. Should the coffin be Dong Daming's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet he recoiled in fear from Luo Chuan's gaze. Reluctantly retreating, Luo Chuan stood before the coffin, addressing the imposing black sarcophagus with a cold voice. That is quite enough. Contentment brings lasting peace, and knowing when to stop saves one from shame throughout life. You have taken from me, and I fear it may take me 3 months or half a year to recover from it. Now, I shall take but one item from your abode of the dead. As a form of compensation, let us part ways without debts. You continue your journey, and I shall tread my own path. If there are no objections, I shall proceed to take what I need. Old Dong Daming understood and promptly directed the flashlight towards the head of the coffin. There hung a mirror, tarnished with verdigris, devoid of luster, yet its ornate border adorned with intricate carvings of bats suggested that it had once been a splendid mirror at the time of burial. Luo Chuan fixed his gaze on the coffin's head, advancing step by step. The bronze mirror was now within arm's reach, and the oppressive atmosphere of the tomb had reached its zenith. That I've taken what I need. Whether to withdraw or to fight to the death is for you to decide, Luo Chuan bellowed, stepping onto the green bricks, leaping forward, and snatching the wealth mirrored that moment. The coffin erupted with a thunderous sound, and a familiar ghostly figure suddenly emerged, its elongated neck twisting grotesquely, a repugnant red tumor wrapping itself around Luo Chuan, its gaping maw eager to press against Luo Chuan's chin. Luo Chuan, with a sly smile, attempted to hurl the bronze mirror towards Dong Daming, then executed a surprising maneuver that astonished even the female ghost. He leaned in to kiss it mouth to mouth. Dong Daming caught the bronze mirror, exclaiming in terror and disgust as he beheld Luo Chuan's lips nearing the ghastly visage reeking of decay and broken teeth. Yet, in a flicker of time, Luo Chuan's tongue moved, and a mountain spirit coin unexpectedly appeared in his mouth. With a swift motion, the coin struck the ghost's sharp teeth, and a plume of white smoke erupted. The ghost, writhing in agony before dissipating into a swirl of black mist, retreating into the coffin. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan leapt onto the coffin lid, forcefully driving the pig's slaughtering knife into the coffin's wooden planks. The coffin began to tremble violently, streams of black smoke seeping through the cracks. The centuries-old decay, coupled with the brass-bound lid, had rendered the coffin's structure weak. Luo Chuan observed a dark crimson liquid, akin to blood, oozing from beneath the coffin. Old Dong, still in a daze at the quaking coffin, was startled by Luo Chuan's shout. While the pig's slaughtering knife holds him at bay, we must hurry. The two of them sprinted down the narrow tomb passage. Returning to the fissure beneath the dome, Luo Chuan tugged at the rope, signaling Ling Hu Chu that they had succeeded and were ready to ascend. He quickly tied the rope around Dong Daming's waist, urging him to climb first. Be careful, Dong. Dong Daming stammered, tucking the bronze mirror into his bosom as he desperately scrambled upward. Despite his portly figure and aged appearance, he climbed with surprising agility, swiftly ascending halfway, nearing the crack at the dome. Yet, in a turn of ill fate, the frayed rope suddenly snapped with a sharp crack. Dong Daming screamed, flailing in panic, and with a jolt, the remaining ropes also broke with a resounding snap. What a foolish misfortune! Observing the frayed end of the rope and Dong Daming sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain, Luo Chuan felt a surge of frustration. Such a simpleton deserved to be cast aside. A nuisance rather than an ally, always creating trouble. Though tempted to leave him behind, Luo Chuan knew he could not abandon him, yet he shouted towards the fissure. But alas, the echoes of the tomb rendered his voice inaudible, especially to Ling Hu Chu waiting atop the cliff beneath the towering pine. Meanwhile, the coffin's violent shaking had reached its peak, and with a resounding crash, the pig's slaughtering knife embedded in the coffin's head shattered, flying away as the coffin lid slowly creaked open, releasing a billowing cloud of black smoke. Chuanzi, I'm sorry, but what do we do now? Dong Daming, momentarily forgetting his pain, scrambled to his feet, staring at the smoke-emitting coffin with trepidation. Luo Chuan had no patience for his concerns. What else was there to do but fight for their lives? He glanced around, seized a scattered military shovel from the ground, and began to move back. Chuanzi, what are you doing? Although trembling, Dong Daming hesitated but eventually grasped the machete, hunched over, and followed closely behind. In the empty tomb chamber, eerie sounds echoed, a blend of wails and laughter, hauntingly intangible yet vivid. As if whispering in their ears, a chilling wind danced through, teasing their hair and brushing against their ears, the pervasive dread threatening to drive them at the same time. Noises emerged from the burial chambers on either side, reminiscent of dozens of cats clawing at the walls, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, the two lifeless corpses that had been sitting there in a state of decay began to crawl out. Resembling dogs, their jaws clicking ominously as the shattered animal bones behind them writhed, poised to pounce. Luo Chuan recognized these as mere puppets. Easily dispatched, he strode forward confidently and swung the military shovel at one of the corpses' heads. With a resounding thud, the entire skull, along with part of the shoulder blade, was cleaved away, the remaining body crumbling instantly. Dong Daming, taking the cue, realized these entities were weak and soon found his courage. Brandishing his machete to hack at the remaining skeletons, in the blink of an eye, the corpses lay in disarray, scattered across the ground. Luo Chuan then charged back into the tomb chamber, addressing the smoke-spewing coffin with fierce determination. You ungrateful wretch. I wish to settle our grievances amicably, but you persist. Come then, if you have the power, in me. With a thunderous crash, the already decaying coffin's sides collapsed, leaving only the coffin's base atop the green bricks. As the black smoke dissipated and vision cleared, a damp female corpse emerged before them. This woman, petite in stature, had once been draped in a vibrant red robe, now tattered and oxidized, revealing her darkened skin and skeletal remains. Strangely, the corpse remained wet, the dark red liquid pooling beneath it originating from her. What is termed water body in the jargon of grave robbers signifies a well-preserved corpse, high in moisture content. It seems she belonged to a wealthy family, adorned with hairpins and rings, yet Dong Daming wondered aloud why something was wrapped around her neck. Luo Chuan remained unresponsive. Typically, those who died by hanging were specially prepared for burial, and the binding around the neck was often lambskin, believed to prevent the head from drooping in the next life. This was likely why the female ghost had transformed into a headless specter. Suddenly, the corpse's limbs jerked, as if cramping, gliding effortlessly towards Luo Chuan. Quick on his feet, he spun and swung the military shovel, but the corpse managed to evade, instead landing atop Dong Daming. Dong Daming, now pinned beneath the weight of the corpse, panicked and flailed helplessly. The corpse, exhibiting signs of decay, revealed sharpened limbs and fangs, lunging towards Dong Daming's face. Ah! Save me, Chuanzi! Shut your mouth and stop screaming. Despite the warnings from Luo Chuan, Dong Daming had already lost his sanity. With each breath, a wisp of dark energy seeped into his nostrils, causing his head to feel heavy, and he promptly lost consciousness. Luo Chuan sprang forward, seizing the moment, and with a swift strike, severed half of the corpse's head. However, this seemed merely a feint on the opponent's part. Although Luo Chuan had freed Dong Daming from peril, he had unwittingly fallen into a trap himself. A chilling wind surged from behind, as the ghostly figure with a long, slender neck ensnared him tightly. "You have lost," she taunted with a sinister giggle. "Henceforth, you shall accompany me here for another 1,000 years." The woman's voice slithered into his ears like a caterpillar, inducing an unbearable itch while sending shivers down his spine. Gradually, the coldness infiltrated Luo Chuan's body through his pores, as though his very organs were being encased in ice. Luo Chuan held his breath, refusing to succumb to fatigue, for whether he inhaled the stench of ancient malice or was drawn in by this specter, he knew he would not escape today. Under the dual pressures of suffocation and terror, he struggled desperately, yet the ghost's serpentine neck coiled around him, rendering him immobile. "Your vital energy is unlike any other. Inexhaustible and boundless, I am utterly enamored by you. Stay with me for 3 to 5 days. The woman's piercing, alluring voice echoed incessantly in his ears. It was as if her words were hypnotic, lulling him into a daze. That critical moment, a series of knocking sounds resonated from a nearby brick wall, jolting Luo Chuan back to alertness. With the last remnants of his willpower, he formed a 5-thunder seal with his left hand and struck the frigid air behind him. The specter let out a piercing scream as a thick fog billowed forth. Yet, she remained relentless, refusing to relinquish her hold on Luo Chuan. The two were momentarily at a stalemate when, unexpectedly, a square green brick detached from the wall, followed by a second and a third. After the fourth fell, a pale hand emerged from the wall. "Uncle, we've made it through," the bright, youthful voice rang out. Following this, a slender woman clad in work attire squeezed through. The dim light obscured her features, but as soon as she emerged, she exclaimed, "Uncle, there's a ghost. 2 ghosts are fighting." Luo Chuan could not speak, yet he felt a pang of grievance welling up inside him. 2 ghosts in battle. How could one utter such words? Do I truly resemble a ghost? Fortunately, the person following the girl quickly grasped the situation and charged forward, wielding a peach-wood nail that plunged directly into the ghost's neck. Seizing the moment, Luo Chuan exerted a sudden force. Finally breaking free, he inhaled deeply, replenishing his energy, then turned with poise, releasing the wrist blade filled with cinnabar, which flew forth and pierced the ghost's forehead. Chapter 73. Little Sister. The cinnabar penetrated the spirit's core, effectively marking the completion of Luo Chuan's counterattack. However, the man wielding the peach-wood nail was more meticulous, unleashing 3 talismans that struck the ghost's face with tremendous force. The combination of cinnabar and talismans caused the ghost's head to dissolve in flames, and soon her grotesque neck melted away, crumbling into dust in the light of the flashlight. Luo Chuan finally discerned that his savior was a middle-aged man with dark skin, around 40, while the girl beside him appeared to be 17 or 18, with a delicate face and large eyes, resembling a porcelain doll. "Thank you, Senior, and this little sister, for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I might have met my end today. Please, spare me the pleasantries. I have no desire to associate with grave robbers like you, that if you lack the ability, why imitate others in tomb raiding." The man did not even glance at Luo Chuan, instead wiping the peach-wood nail as he surveyed the surroundings. "Who are you calling a grave robber?" Luo Chuan hurriedly defended himself. "I am not here to rob tombs." "Then how curious it is that you find yourself here. Could it be that the ghost ensnared you to serve as a consort?" The young girl burst into laughter. "Uncle, let him finish. What is there to discuss? For a bit of treasure, these people are capable of anything. My actions were not to save him, but rather to prevent filthy entities from committing murder before my eyes." The man's demeanor was aggressive, marked by disdain and mockery, though Luo Chuan felt a surge of anger. He recognized the debt he owed and could only shake his head. "Think as you will, the innocent shall clear their name, but I must still express my gratitude." He crouched down, pinching Dong Daming's acupoint until he finally stirred awake. "Dong Daming, upon realizing the danger had passed and noticing the presence of two strangers, approached with curiosity. However, the man remained aloof, coldly stating, "What are you trying to get close for? Aren't you here to steal treasures? A rat is still a thief. Don't you dare leave empty-handed. Grab those burial items and scram. You're obstructing my view." Luo Chuan found the man's words grating and could not help but retort. "Brother, why be so harsh while out in the world? If entering a tomb makes one a grave robber, then you too have certainly dug your way in. Were you then? Indeed, uncle, if he puts it that way. We seem even more like grave robbers," the girl mused, tilting her head thoughtfully. "Silence. Which side are you on?" The man stepped closer to Luo Chuan, their eyes locking, and said with a low voice, "Kid," feeling defiant, "if you don't ask for my help, that I'll tell you. We came in through a hole, but we are not grave robbers. There's a fundamental difference. Now, let us get to work." With that, he turned away. Luo Chuan was left fuming but powerless. As the man had pointed out, if he was so unwilling to accept help, why had he sought assistance in the first place? He could only blame his own inadequacies. "Uncle, trouble is afoot. The coffin has been shattered." "Humph. As expected, two clumsy bears have barged into the hive. What outcome could there be?" "Hey, who are you insulting?" Dong Daming complained to Luo Chuan. "Did you hear that? Who is the bear? What do you think?" Luo Chuan's frustration boiled over. Were it not for Dong Daming's petty schemes, he could have made it through the morning unassisted if it weren't for this man's timely intervention. Would he have been subjected to continuous ridicule? Nonetheless, he was curious about the two individuals who insisted they were not grave robbers. What were they truly after? "Uncle, fortunately, the coffin lid remains intact, just as you predicted. It has indeed begun to grow mold. This tomb has been under observation for 4 years. The rising white smoke in the morning and the silence of countless insects at night are clear signs of mold growth." Luo Chuan watched as the man lifted the coffin lid and placed it on the ground. Beneath it, just a foot from the coffin's head, lay a blob of brownish-red, jelly-like substance. "Uncle, if we obtain this, can we go to the 6 Domains Manor? Unfortunately, we arrived a bit too early. If we had waited another 2 or 3 years until it bore fruit, it would have been perfect. However, this is still quite good. Its quality is suitable for gifting." Luo Chuan finally understood. They had come specifically for this substance. Moreover, their conversation had mentioned the 6 Domains Manor, the very place referenced by Hong Bo at the recycling station. Returning to the present, the young girl extracted a small bone knife and meticulously began to scrape the substance from the coffin lid, placing it into a pre-prepared bamboo tube before carefully stowing it in her backpack. The entire process was performed with great reverence, indicating the item's considerable value. Having secured their prize, the man smiled slightly, regarding Luo Chuan and Dong Daming with an expression akin to that of a person looking at a country bumpkin. "Our business is concluded. We shall take our leave now. You may do as you wish. No need to follow us. However, I will seal off the hole I dug after we exit. You are not to use it." Dong Daming glanced greedily at the burial items, but Luo Chuan shot him a fierce glare, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. One must not lack dignity. If someone calls you a dog, should you really be staring at the filth? Such behavior is nothing short of self-degradation. The girl, lively and charming, stuck out her tongue at Luo Chuan and whispered, "You were really cool when you killed that ghost earlier. Don't be like my uncle. He has such a temper." As the two prepared to bend down and exit through the hole, the ground suddenly trembled, followed by a thunderous roar. The green brick base that held the coffin appeared to lose its support and began to sink. Then the burial chamber started to shake, debris cascading from above. The ancient structure, already cracked and crumbling, began to collapse with a cacophony of noise. Luo Chuan immediately realized that the ancient tomb's sand-sinking mechanism had been triggered. The coffin, resting atop the green brick base, had been a point of balance. Now that the coffin had been destroyed and the corpse severed, the accumulated yellow sand behind the walls had lost its support and began to press down on the chamber, threatening imminent collapse. "Run!" Luo Chuan shouted loudly, gesturing for Zhao to run towards the crack. Dong Daming, feeling the mirror still nestled in his arms, was the first to take off. "Second uncle, let us follow them. We can't venture into that tunnel any longer. What if we get buried alive?" Second uncle pursed his lips, still reluctant to concede. especially after having been so aggressive moments ago. All right, Elder, at this point, do you expect the younger generation to extend a hand in utter please? Thus, under the gentle tug of the little girl, this stubborn second uncle finally followed the two others towards the crevice. Perhaps due to the delay in seeing the two ascend, Ling Hu Chu had already climbed down from the cliff and reached the fissure. Upon spotting the severed rope, he immediately understood and quickly climbed back up to lower the spare rope. Mr. Luo, you nearly made me frantic. If I didn't see you soon, I would have broken my vow and come down to assist. We're coming up now, but with 2 extra people. You'll have to lend a hand up there. 2 extra people. Where are they? The flashlight flickered, its beam illuminating the duo of uncle and nephew. Little sister, how fair-skinned. Ling Hu Chu exclaimed excitedly from above. Dong Daming, lower the rope for me. Don't you understand the principle of ladies first? Let the little sister ascend first. Chapter 74. The strange occurrences. Luo Chuan watched in trepidation as this fellow above flailed his arms, fearing he might tumble off the cliff, listening to the deafening collapse resonating from within the tomb. Second uncle could no longer maintain his composure. He waved his hand, saying, Girl, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. The little girl, appearing delicate and frail, surprisingly turned out to be quite skilled. She wrapped the descending rope around herself several times, took 2 steps back, suddenly accelerated, and leapt, using the momentum and the sway of the rope to hover in mid-air. Then, stepping on the knots she had created, she nimbly slipped through the crevice. What remarkable agility! Be cautious, the outside is a cliff. Come, I'll personally guide you up. Your hands are so soft, but this path is steep indeed. Luo, brother, I recognize your prowess. You all climb ahead. I shall not wait. With that, Ling Hu Chu turned to leave. Elder, you should come down now. Luo Chuan gestured. Second uncle glanced at the opening and murmured, It seems you truly aren't grave robbers. This gap surely couldn't have been created by mere human strength. Young man, I must admit I misjudged you, and no need for thanks. I too was deceived by thieves and boarded a pirate ship. Being misunderstood by you is only fitting. Let us be on our way. If we delay any longer, I fear the tomb passage might collapse as well. All right, I'll help you. If you guide us out, you'll have assisted me too, and we'll both be even. Luo Chuan chuckled inwardly, thinking how this elder brother, despite his age, was rather rigid. A penny is a penny, a dime is a dime. The distinctions were excessively clear-cut. Second uncle hastily climbed out, pulling on the rope. Now, only Luo Chuan and Dong Daming remained. What are you waiting for? You go first. Chuanzi, be careful. Once Dong Daming had exhausted considerable effort and finally ascended through the rock crevice, the collapse had already reached the tomb passage. Large chunks of falling blue bricks stirred up clouds of dust, nearly obscuring vision. Luo Chuan quickly grasped the rope and dashed out. As soon as he emerged from the crack, visibility was nearly non-existent. A dense cloud of dust mingled with the acrid stench of the tomb surged toward his head. Had he delayed any longer, he would surely have met his end below, clambering up the cliff. Ling Hu Chu was engaged in a lively conversation with the little girl. They had transitioned from Su Wei's starry sky to Wong Kar-Wai's as tears go by, observing Ling Hu Chu's expression. Luo Chuan finally comprehended what it meant to be overjoyed and exuberant. Ahem, let us part ways here and exchange farewells. Second uncle, with a grim expression, tugged at the little girl and whispered, Unfamiliar faces have no need for excessive chatter. We must be on our way to... I only just heard the little sister mention that you met in the tomb and helped each other. What a remarkable fate. Shouldn't we find a place to share a drink? Apologies, we have pressing matters. Life is precious for encounters. Even if you're headed to Xiangxiang and Itachin, we should at least exchange names before parting. What if we meet again in the future? We must know how to address one another. I am Ling Hu Chu from Ling Hu Chong, and this is Chu as in Pitiful. The girl smiled, saying, I am Mou, and this is my uncle Mo Zhuren, since introductions were being made. Luo Chuan was about to speak, but Ling Hu Chu hastily waved his hand. No need. Your identities are not important. That I will exchange numbers with Miss Mo, so we can stay in touch. Consider a token. Miss Mo, may I have your number? We are wanderers without a fixed abode or contact numbers. Farewell. Second uncle did not give Ling Hu Chu a chance, pulling the little girl along a small path down the mountain. As they vanished from sight, Ling Hu Chu remained, pondering while absently touching his hand, murmuring, "Mou, what a lovely name. It implies you not worry, and leisurely and carefree." Luo Chuan contemplated for a moment, then sighed. "Old four, I have a feeling you've been played. Does Mou not imply absence? And Mo Jurin means no such person? That little girl clearly seems lively and astute. She's just teasing you." Ling Hu Chu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Not angered, but rather amused. "How intriguing. It truly is like that. With such cleverness, I believe our children could forego tutoring in elementary school." Luo Chuan was astounded. This fellow was indeed an optimist, dreaming of children in elementary school merely 5 minutes after meeting. The three of them retraced their steps, found the vehicle, and drove out of Liugo, hurrying back overnight. Throughout the journey, Luo Chuan and Dong Daming remained silent. Finally, when Ling Hu Chu in the back seat dozed off. Snoring softly, Dong Daming spoke in a choked voice. "Chuanzi, I owe you an apology. Upon our return, I will give you the entire 200,000, not a penny less. Money, money, money. It's all about money for you. Isn't it? This is precisely why I've decided to sever all ties with you. You're right. I know, I was wrong." "Enough of the excuses," Luo Chuan interjected. "What that elder said was quite fitting for us. You help me. I help you. We owe each other nothing from now on. You can deal with your antiques, and I shall run my pawn shop. If you wish, you may visit for tea, but regarding other matters, do not ever seek me out again." Dong Daming nodded reluctantly, murmuring, "Fine, I won't blame you. Who told me? I was so useless." After driving for over an hour, Luo Chuan began to feel hungry. Ahead, there was a makeshift rest area with 2 brightly lit shops nearby. Like themselves, several groups were already resting and eating. Pulling over, Luo Chuan entered the shop to buy a pack of cigarettes, 3 bottles of water, some prepared food, and a few loaves of bread. As he reached for his phone to pay, he suddenly felt something icy and sticky in his pocket, as if someone had poured a bowl of rice noodles into it. Instinctively, he pulled it out for a quick glance, but hurriedly shoved it back in. What on earth? He was utterly baffled. The items in his pocket were precisely what the uncle and niece had taken from the coffin earlier. "Young man, why are you dawdling? Are you buying or not?" Yes, yes. Luo Chuan quickly scanned his phone to complete the payment and rushed out of the shop. What just happened? He could not fathom how those items ended up in his pocket. Did that uncle slip them to him while climbing the rope? But what was his motive? Besides, if he recalled correctly, those items should have been the girl's backpack, sealed in a bamboo canister. The more he thought about it, the more perplexing it became. He hurried back to the car to share this discovery with the others. On his return, he noticed 2 black vans with 7 or 8 people gathered around a temporary table, drinking and eating. He initially paid them no mind, but as he approached the vehicle, he suddenly overheard them discussing Luyu Mountain Villa. Chapter 75. The Scent of Cigarettes. "Brother, what did the master say about going to Luyu Mountain Villa this time?" "What did he say?" "One word. Do it that we must obtain the geographical calculations that I heard many people are attending the July half conference. The Yin family holds significant influence. Can we manage with just us?" Who said it's just us?" "The master mentioned that if necessary, he will make an appearance." Luo Chuan feigned indifference as he listened for a while, gradually comprehending that these individuals were also intending to visit Luyu Mountain Villa and that their intentions were far from benign. What allure does Luyu Mountain Villa possess that draws so many? "Old four, wake up and eat something. I've discovered something inexplicable. You need to analyze it with me." Luo Chuan climbed into the vehicle, calling out to Ling Hu Chu and passing him some food. Ling Hu Chu yawned and suddenly sniffed the air, frowning. "What is that smell?" "Roast chicken, Mr. Ling Hu, you should try it. It's quite tasty." Dong Daming offered a chicken leg. "No, it's the scent of cigarettes. It's cigarettes." Luo Chuan was perplexed as Ling Hu Chu suddenly erupted in an inexplicable fit of rage, hastily handing over the cigarettes he had just purchased. However, Ling Hu Chu merely glanced at them before shaking his head impatiently, exclaiming, "Not this one, not this one." He inhaled deeply, as if detecting that the scent of the cigarette wafted in from outside the window. At that moment, he noticed a group nearby packing up their belongings to leave, 2 of whom had cigarettes dangling from their lips, the red embers flickering in the darkness. The IT was them. The smoke emanated from them. Ling Hu Chu flung open the car door and dashed out. But by the time he reached them, they had already boarded their vehicle and sped away from the rest area. Dong Daming. Catch up with them. Chase them down. Ling Hu Chu urgently rushed back into the car, pointing at the fleeing vehicle and shouting hoarsely, I will never forget this wretched smell of smoke. It is the scent of beasts. It was hard to fathom how Ling Hu Chu, who had moments ago been humming a cheerful tune, could so suddenly lose control of his emotions. Dong Daming was momentarily bewildered. Luo Chuan quickly urged, What are you waiting for? If I told you to chase, then chase. All right. Dong Daming dropped the roasted chicken, disregarding the grease on his hands, and revved the engine, veering onto the inner lane in pursuit. Yet, even after a frantic chase of over 10 kilometers into the winding mountain roads, the vehicle ahead soon vanished without a trace. After blindly pursuing for another 7 or 8 miles, the road was devoid of any cars. Ling Hu, I'm sorry, I couldn't keep up. Dong Daming lamented, thumping the steering wheel in frustration. Luo Chuan, sitting in the passenger seat, understood well that Dong Daming had exerted himself to the utmost. After all, they were in an old off-road vehicle, which had been shaking violently, while the other car was evidently of superior performance, effortlessly leaving them behind at every turn. Ling Hu Chu slumped back in his seat for a long moment before murmuring, It's fine. I don't blame you. Luo Chuan turned to see Ling Hu Chu staring blankly at a cigarette, but he had retrieved, which was not a manufactured cigarette, but rather rolled from loose tobacco with white paper. A few years prior, Aunt Zhao from the alley had somehow procured tobacco and gifted it to their master, who, during his idle moments, had rolled a few himself. Old for. What's wrong? Can you smell anything special about this cigarette? Luo Chuan took the cigarette, and inhaled deeply. Indeed, there was an unusual fragrance, reminiscent of fermented fruit. However, the scent was not overpowering. Luo Chuan could only detect it from such proximity. Yet, moments ago, Ling Hu Chu had been seated in the car, at least 10 meters away from the group. How come you're so sensitive to this smoke? How could I not be sensitive? When that puppet first appeared at our doorstep, I caught the whiff of this very smoke. The next day, when I found my mother had become a corpse, there lay a half-burnt cigarette beside her. I can forget everything, but I will never forget this nauseatingly sweet scent. Hearing this, Luo Chuan felt a pang of discomfort. Unsure how to console him, he simply lit a cigarette and handed it over. By the way, I just remembered those people mentioned they would be going to Liuyu Villa on the 15th of July. Liuyu Villa? Ling Hu Chu instantly perked up, eagerly asking, Where is Liuyu Villa? I'm not entirely sure, but I do know 2 people from there. Don't fret. Let us return and ask my master. He will undoubtedly know. I was a bit hasty earlier. By the way, you mentioned something that couldn't be explained? What was it about? Oh, it's nothing. We'll talk about it when we get back. Luo Chuan glanced at Dong Daming, deciding to withhold the matter for now. It wasn't out of malice. He simply could no longer trust Dong Daming. This fellow was easily tempted by money and often couldn't restrain his tongue. After over 4 hours on the road, with Dong Daming and Luo Chuan alternating at the wheel, they finally returned to the alley at 8 in the morning. As soon as they parked, they spotted Yu Xuanfeng and Ding Shishu hurriedly shutting the shop. Master, where are you 2 headed? Upon seeing Luo Chuan, Ding Shishu sighed in relief, while Yu Xuanfeng's face darkened, showing no regard for Ling Hu Chu nearby. Coldly reprimanding, Where else could we be going? We were just about to look for you. Young master, I ask you, who permitted you to go into the tomb? Did I not say to stay far from the influence of malevolent spirits, if you could? But you went into the tomb anyway. Old you, please don't be angry. It's all my fault. I asked Chuanzi to go. Dong Daming quickly interjected. Little did he expect Yu Xuanfeng's fury to intensify. Barking, it's your fault too. Dong Daming, do you think our Xiao Chuan is easy to manipulate? Is this the kind of thing you dare to involve him in? Have I been too lenient with you? Get out. Leave immediately. If there is next time, I will have you enter the tomb. Dong Daming was scolded severely, not daring to utter a word, hastily driving away. Yu Xuanfeng was genuinely furious, while Ding Shishu attempted to diffuse the tension, saying, All right, Vivi, return safely. We old bones can avoid another trip. Let us discuss this inside. As they entered the house, Luo Chuan noticed Yu Xuanfeng still brooding in anger. He blinked and found a topic to appease him. Master, Look, the red thread on my hand has receded again. Why Yu Xuanfeng showed little surprise, merely gesturing to Ding Shu. Ding Shu promptly retrieved a yellow cloth pouch from his pocket, carefully opening it to reveal another yellow paper wrapping. Unwrapping it, a small, yellow-brown bean the size of a broad bean appeared, gleaming and slippery, resembling a piece of agate. Young master, quickly eat it. Luo Chuan eyed the peculiar object with hesitation. Master, why do I have to eat this again? What is it this time? Just eat it. I'm not going to poison you. Ding Shu explained. Young master, this is a raccoon pill. Like the last rabbit pill, it's an inner elixir cultivated from animal spirits. My master and I only recently discovered that this elixir can counteract the red thread on your arm. Last night, we went out to procure this, and upon returning in the morning, we found your message and prepared to come to your aid. So that is how it is. Luo Chuan thought he was experiencing a miracle with the red thread receding, but it turned out his master was the miracle worker and Uncle Ding was the divine intervention. After consuming the raccoon pill, Yu Xuanfeng's expression improved slightly. Ding Shu deliberately changed the subject, inquiring about the success of their expedition into the tomb. Luo Chuan could only recount their experiences truthfully. Upon hearing that they had nearly been unable to escape due to Dong Daming's faulty rope, Yu Xuanfeng became furious again, declaring he would definitely go and overturn Dong Daming's stall the next day. It was Ding Shu who quickly shifted focus back to the uncle and nephew duo. Young master, are you saying they took something from the coffin lid? Was it sticky and somewhat mushroom-like? Exactly, it looked like a mushroom. They referred to it as Qi Jun. As Luo Chuan spoke, he cautiously reached into his pocket and retrieved the item. Ling Huchu immediately became agitated. Luo, when did you steal this? Did you not say that you each took what you needed, and they took this while you took the bronze mirror? This doesn't seem right. Luo Chuan quickly explained, Old Four, I swear on my character that I didn't steal this. I have no idea how it ended up in my pocket that on the way here, I intended to tell you about this. I just didn't want to say it in front of old Dong. Fearing he would blabber, you encountered a herbalist. This is a good thing. Ding Shu suddenly exclaimed with excitement, that a good thing. Indeed, this is the illustrious divine medicine, ancient coffin asafoetida. This grows exclusively on coffin lids buried deep underground for decades. Even centuries, directly above the mouths and noses of corpses. This medicine disinfects and wards off evil. Its efficacy is miraculous, and claiming it cures all ailments is not an exaggeration. Asafoetida? Luo Chuan quickly looked at his master. Urging master, is this asafoetida the same as the one mentioned in our incantation? Chapter 76. Seeking death, Yu Xuanfeng finally displayed a hint of a smile. This is asafoetida, but not asafoetida fruit. Asafoetida itself is rare. Out of 1,000 ancient coffins, finding even one asafoetida is commendable. Only those over 60 years old have the chance to bloom. After flowering 3 times, it may bear fruit. Once the fruit matures, asafoetida will rot. The fruit remains in the coffin for over 10 years before it can regenerate asafoetida. Thus, asafoetida fruit is truly a rare treasure. Now I understand why that person felt disappointed despite acquiring a treasure, lamenting that if he waited another 3 or 4 years, it would bloom. Master, why did this thing end up with me? What should I do with it? Because your yin energy is stronger. Asafoetida resembles a mushroom, yet it is a type of yin spirit possessing life that I in the tomb. It attaches itself to ancient corpses, zombies, or ghosts with heavy yin energy. Once it leaves the tomb, it prefers individuals with strong yin energy. This thing was neither stolen by you nor given to you. It came to you of its own accord. How could I have heavy yin energy? I'm just a young man. Luo Chuan hastily defended himself, saying, I am in excellent health. Just look at this Adam's apple, this tone, this physique. Enough, Yu Xuanfeng retorted with an eye roll. When I mentioned your heavy yin energy, I wasn't implying you were impotent. What are you so eager to defend? Yu Xuanfeng continued, the yang you refer to pertains to your physical body, while my mention of heavy yin energy relates to your spiritual aura. They are not the same. As for how to deal with it, that is for you to decide. However, this item is indeed beneficial for you. It can bolster health when one is well and alleviate ailments when one is unwell. I think I'll hold on to it for now and return it to them when I next encounter their uncle and nephew. Otherwise, they might truly believe I am a thief at that moment. Luo Chuan recalled the matter of utmost concern to Ling Hu Chu and cautiously inquired, Master, do you still remember the Luyu villa I mentioned last time? Of course. Yu Xuanfeng replied, the uncle and nephew I encountered in the tomb yesterday are headed there. And for what they indicated, this ancient coffin of a way is intended as a gift. Moreover, we encountered another group on our way. Ling Hu Chu suspects they may be his enemies. They also mentioned Lu Yu Villa, seemingly conspiring to seize something called a land calculation chart. I am genuinely curious about what kind of place Lu Yu Villa is. Everyone is stirring restlessly. Yu Xuanfeng frowned and motioned for Ling Hu Chu to come closer. Whispering, Child, it has been several days, and I have yet to inquire about who was behind the pursuit of you, old Mr. Yu. When my father was killed, he didn't have the chance to relay anything to us. As for my mother, she wasn't well acquainted with my father's social ties. She only told me that there were two main figures responsible for my father's death. Point one, I did not see clearly. But the other was a person who manipulated puppets. I asked him, Yu Xuanfeng exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, gritting his teeth, that traitor. Do you know this group? Ling Hu Chu's emotions surged. Xiao Chuan, Ling Hu, you two listen closely. In half a month, we will also head to Lu Yu Villa. For these few days, you're not to go anywhere. It is time I share some past grievances with you. Yu Xuanfeng turned to Ding Shu with a serious expression, saying, Inform our contacts to prepare. The young master is going out. Luo Chuan felt his blood surge with excitement at Yu Xuanfeng's words. But once the old man departed, he realized that after all that was said, it amounted to nothing. Ling Hu Chu shared his sentiment. Brother Luo, your master is indeed tight-lipped. He should have chosen to write novels with his tendency for verbosity. He makes grand speeches, yet conveys nothing of substance. What can we do? A 1,000-year-old fox and a 10,000-year-old demon. A 60-year-old man is most flamboyant. My master has always been like this. Unless he wishes to share something, you 1T get a word out of him. All right, after a night of turmoil, you should go rest inside. While Ling Hu Chu rested within, Luo Chuan reclined on a rattan chair outside to recuperate, although the pawnshop's business wasn't too reliant on foot traffic. If it remained closed all day, it would inevitably affect sales. Perhaps still shaken, he closed his eyes, and before long, he drifted into a dream. In his slumber, he found himself back in that tomb from the previous night. Once again ensnared by the winch from behind, he felt the intense suffocation accompanied by a dull ache in his heart. However, this time, in his struggle, he managed to grasp a strand of red gauze. In a mix of fear and surprise, he slowly turned his head. Instead of the pus-covered pink neck, he saw a woman veiled in red. The dream began to intertwine, seemingly returning to that haunting vision that had plagued him over the years. Luo Chuan had yearned countless times to approach the woman who chanted ghostly incantations, desperate to uncover her identity. You wish to see my face. The woman's voice was like mist in the dawn, elusive yet tantalizing. How could I not? Luo Chuan thought to himself, having awakened countless times due to her presence over the years. Naturally, he wished to discover who she truly was. With a firm resolve, he steeled himself. Even if the visage behind the red gauze was monstrous, he was determined to look. Swish, the red gauze fluttered down, and as a blurred face began to come into focus, a sudden knock on the counter jolted Luo Chuan back to reality. He steadied himself, only to find before him a wrinkled man's face. Damn it, so close yet so far. Mr. Luo, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Do you remember this old fool? Luo Chuan took a deep breath and fully awakened from his dream. Recognizing the man clad in traditional garb with a white beard, he instantly recalled that this was Mr. Bai, the yin-yang master beside Zheng Huaqing. A surge of indignation welled up within him. I ascend this Mr. Bai, the guest of the Zheng family. What brings you to my humble establishment? To be honest, Mr. Luo, I am here on behalf of Mr. Zheng. The mirror has already been delivered by Dong Daming, although it is not a Tang mirror. Merely a Liao mirror, Mr. Zheng still accepted it with pleasure. The reason is simple. He values talent. You managed to procure a mirror in just one day, which shows you possess true skill. Mr. Bai, I was merely assisting Dong Daming. Since the mirror has been delivered, this matter is settled. As for my relationship with Mr. Zheng, it seems there is little for us to discuss. Indeed, the matter is concluded, but the favor remains. The reason I personally came instead of sending dong daming is to establish a simpler relationship. Our Mr. Zheng wishes to invite you to dinner, to befriend you, and to offer mutual assistance in the future. I'm afraid I'm not interested. I am merely a pawnbroker, as the Taoists say. Heaven's way is impartial. It often favors the good. Since this is business, it's better to have more partners. With your skills, coupled with my expertise as a yin-yang master, we would be a perfect match that a simple trip to Beishan Town could yield great profits. I'm very interested in befriending you. Luo Chuan listened intently, finally grasping the situation, so they truly regarded him as a tomb raider for risking his life to acquire a mirrored Mr. Bai. Our paths do not align. I have no interest in what you propose. Young man, do not be so proud. You will stumble. When young, it matters little to fall. The knees will toughen with time. One must avoid being old and white-bearded, yet still falling. That can only lead to begging on one's knees, becoming a pet to others, which is utterly uninteresting. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai's expression darkened, a sinister tone creeping into his voice. I know you have some connection with Zhao Jinxin, but he is on the decline. You are associating with the wrong crowd. That Mr. Zheng has shown you considerable respect. In Yin City, there aren't many who would be so ungrateful. What? Are you threatening me? This isn't a threat. It's a piece of advice. Young Mr. Luo, remember to inform me when you come to your senses. After all, Mr. Zheng's patience is not as great as mine. Old Bai turned and sauntered away, humming a tune. What a lunatic! Luo Chuan dismissed him entirely. An old charlatan pretending to be a master. He slept soundly until afternoon, and with no business, Ling Hu Chu, feeling famished, finally got up. The two decided to head to the hot pot restaurant at the alley's mouth for a bite. After consuming 10 portions of lamb and 8 portions of tripe, they let out satisfied belches as they made their way back. However, as they entered the alley, they were met with a cacophony of noise. Approaching further, they saw a group of people vandalizing the shop front. The pawnshop's glass and wooden windows had been shattered, and the tightly locked rolling gate was splashed with red paint. As the group attempted to force their way inside, damn it, they dare to vandalize my shop. Luo Chuan's fury ignited, and he charged forward like a madman. Ling Hu Chu quickly followed, ready for a confrontation. Yet, the group was cunning. Some were keeping watch, and upon spotting the two approaching, they swiftly hopped into a large van and sped away. Staring at the chaos outside his shop, Luo Chuan gritted his teeth in anger. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Ling Hu Chu sighed. This is just a warning for you. Luo Chuan understood. This was precisely what the aforementioned Mr. Bai had meant by stumbling. No one would act so despicably unless it was Zheng Huaqing, the so-called old canon that in their profession. This tactic was known as shaking the mountain to scare the tiger. If you refuse to play along, I will make things difficult for you. You started this. Luo Chuan was unwilling to engage in a power struggle. He preferred to combat the sinister and the malevolent. That was true skill and great fun. However, now that they had come to his doorstep to make trouble, he could not feign ignorance to its settled. I will confront you. As the two began to clean up the mess, Ding Shu returned. He initially intended to continue teaching Luo Chuan about yin methods that evening, but upon witnessing the scene, he immediately grasped the situation. Young master, who did this? Uncle Ding, you needn't concern yourself. I will handle this matter. If it's such a lowly act of retaliation, why should it dirty your hands? What use are we old folks then? Ding Shu's expression darkened. You only need to tell me who did yin-yang master from Yun City, surnamed Bai. His master is Zheng Huaqing. They wanted me to assist them in tomb raiding, but I did not agree. Seeking death, Ding Shu exclaimed, recognizing the name. That Bai, who makes a living from grave inspections? Very well, I know him. Young master, please do not let this affect your mood. Allow me to handle this matter. Ding Shu turned and walked away. Chapter 77. Intimidation. In the southwestern corner outside Yin City lies a quaint Sihyuan known as Xiangqingju. This courtyard, adorned with azure bricks and gray tiles, features intricately carved doors and windows. With its corners elegantly raised, exuding an air of antiquity and tranquility, this moment, the owner of the courtyard, clad in a white horse coat, idly lounges in the flowered corridor. gently tapping on the wooden beams while humming a playful tune. Ding dong, ding ling. The military man is terribly incompetent. He ought not to toy with our good families. Beside the rocking chair stands a fine redwood tea table, upon which a cup of the finest Hong Pao tea has been brewed to perfection. Filling the air with an enchanting aroma, a birdcage hangs from the wooden beams, within which a mischievous myna flits about. Zheng Zong is truly wise. Zheng Zong is truly wise. Zheng Zong, you are my illustrious benefactor. Serving you is indeed my fortune. Zheng Zong has prospered once again. The man reclining in the rocking chair chuckled softly, tossing a handful of birdseed into the cage, and remarked leisurely, "It seems I have repeated these phrases too often. Even you have memorized them. Alas, you are but a beast. Otherwise, this bowl of rice would be yours. Yet, such is life. Flattery resounds, leading to ascension. Without flattery, could one possess this courtyard? Without flattery, could you enjoy such exquisite birdseed? Yet there are always those blind to the truth, foolishly colliding with the master of the horse. Do you think they deserve their fate?" As he continued to mutter to himself. Savoring his tea, he resumed humming with carefree abandon. Unbeknownst to him, the moonlight waned, dark clouds loomed overhead, enveloping the entire Yun city in a shroud of night, but a breeze began to stir. The trees outside swayed east and west, while the overgrown grass on the walls danced, resembling ghostly fingers in the gloom. What a dreary night! The old man slowly sat up, drained the remaining tea, and stood to return indoors. Just then, the crimson courtyard door creaked ominously, as if someone was gently pushing from the outside. "Who goes there?" the old man exclaimed, irritation creeping into his voice. Local farmers often approached to peddle their vegetables, and he held disdain for such unrefined folk. To him, possessing knowledge of the yin and yang and having read various texts made him a true, cultured individual. Had it not been for Zheng Zong insisting on gifting him this Sihiyuan, he would have never chosen to reside here. An one responded from outside, yet the wooden door continued to tremble. Growing increasingly agitated, the old man descended the steps, heading straight for the door. These villagers. How bothersome! Suddenly, the door swung open, and the old man was taken aback. For standing before him was not the loathsome villagers he detested, but a paper effigy, eerily resembling his own crafted likeness, of similar height. Garbed in white, sporting a goatee. Most infuriatingly, emblazoned across the effigy's chest were the words, "Unrighteous conduct by Shou Xian." After a brief moment of shock, the old man erupted in fury, bellowing at the figure outside. "Which scoundrel seeks to provoke me? Is this a jest? Do not let me discover your identity. I shall ruin your ancestral home, as feng shui, and your men shall serve as slaves for generations, while your women suffer eternally." Before he could finish his tirade, the paper effigy suddenly ignited, flames swirling as it lunged towards him. An eerie aura enveloped the air, and the hissing flames swiftly singed the old man's long beard. "Those who engage in battle, all shall stand united. Protect me, three pure ones." Bai Shou Xian finally sensed the gravity of the situation, shouting the 9-character incantation as he turned to flee indoors. However, the paper effigy continued to burn, and the courtyard's doors and windows began to rattle ominously. The very rocking chair he had lounged upon moments ago began to sway towards the moon platform, the 2 ornamental walnuts moving of their own accord, creaking as if a ravenous dog gnawed on a bone. Simultaneously, a low, haunting sound of a Shao flute resonated, drifting closer with an ethereal quality, evoking a sense of solitude yet devoid of sorrow. "Who dares to mock me?" Bai Shou Xian shouted in anger, recollecting a spell he had learned and ostentatiously reciting. 5-star suppressed color. Light illuminates the mysterious underworld. Thousands of deities and saints protect my true spirit. Mighty celestial beasts subdue the 5 armies. 5 heavenly demons destroy body and form. Wherever I stand, all gods heed my call. Urgently, as per the decree. However, scarcely had he finished when an eerie laughter erupted from behind him. Lo! Hoarse, filled with resentment. Just a hollow fa-ade, relying on flattery to survive before Zheng Huaqiang. Bai Shou Xian observes the graveyard, yet knows naught of other matters. Upon hearing the sudden voice from behind, he crumbled into despair, his mind blank, his gaze turning vacant, his body involuntarily twisting backward. He beheld several disheveled women in colorful garments descending from the beams, their faces pale and bloodless, each adorned with a sinister grin. Their scarlet tongues flicking out, blood-red eyes fixed unblinkingly on by Shouxian. The facade of calm he had feigned was utterly shattered, darkness enveloping his vision as he collapsed to the ground. Murmuring incoherently, 5 ghosts treading the beams, 5 ghosts treading the beams. Who is this master? I beseech mercy. Though he was a charlatan, he understood that those who could summon the 5 ghosts were indeed formidable. As the laughter of the female specters transitioned from low murmurs to howling shrieks, culminating in vengeful and mournful roars, he realized his time was nigh. Desperately, he began to kowtow, fervently, pleading towards the source of the flute sound. By Shouxian bows before the master, I was wrong. Please grant me a chance. I kneel, I kneel. He dared not raise his head, for he sensed the presence of those 5 ghostly figures surrounding him. He could vividly imagine their ghastly, fang-bearing faces. Last, the flute's sound ceased, and the wailing specters fell silent. Bai Shouxian, drenched in cold sweat, akin to a stroke victim, slowly lifted his head to witness the dancing shadows dissolve into the darkness. Simultaneously, a figure emerged, holding a short flute, stepping forward with measured grace. Those who cultivate virtue shall enjoy blessings. Those who commit evil shall bear the consequences. Bai Shouxian, you have lived for over 60 years. Who gave you the audacity to flaunt yourself before my young master? I did not dare. I am unaware of whom you refer to as your young master, Bai Shouxian stammered. Suddenly enlightened, his voice trembling. You mean the one from the Pawnshop, Luo? Remember this well. With your meager talents, seeking a morsel to eat, no one will heed you. Yet, should you dare to misuse your authority and displease our young master, I shall ensure you cannot survive in Yin City, and you shall feed the ghosts that tread the beams. Yes, I shall never dare again, I ask you. Where is Zheng Huaqiang now? Zheng Huaqiang is at the Hongri Club, drinking with his brothers at this hour. From now on, keep your mouth shut. Consider it as though I have never come. Should there be any mistake, I shall return to seek you. Dare I ask for your esteemed name? Suddenly, the figure turned sharply, eyes gleaming coldly, clearly conveying, you dare inquire about my name? Bai Shouxian immediately lowered his head, trembling, not daring to utter a sound. It was only after the figure had vanished for several minutes that Bai Shouxian attempted to rise. But after several tries, his legs felt as though they had been severed. Unable to support his weight, he collapsed again. Meanwhile, the myna in its cage flitted about, its beak repeating, "Spare me. I kneel before you. Spare me." Chapter 78. Retribution. At 1 o'clock in the morning, at the Hongri Club on Bin Road, the streets outside were nearly deserted. A tall, imposing man, swaggering with confidence, emerged, a woman in his embrace, surrounded by a throng of admirers. His cheeks were flushed, the scent of alcohol heavy on his breath, and his eyes glazed over, each step taken with great self-satisfaction. Zheng Zong, take care. Zheng Zong, farewell. We shall take our leave. Zheng Boss, a pleasure to collaborate. Next time we have goods, do seek me out. Several similarly inebriated men, swaying unsteadily, exchanged farewells as they headed towards their respective vehicles. Zheng Huaqiang stood like a chieftain among them, waving goodbye to the crowd. Only when all the guests had departed did he signal for his subordinates to leave.